Welcome to part 2 of the Water Magician audiobook. If you haven't listened to part 1, go do that first. In this part, Ryo is already accustomed to this magical world and goes to attend his first festival. Stay tuned because you will never guess what happens next. Don't forget to subscribe. Chapter 1, Whitnash Port Festival, Day 1 in the main venue set up in the central square of the city. The announcement of the Port Festival's commencement was made, and the week-long celebration began. It definitely looks like Abel, doesn't it? Yeah, it definitely looks like Mr. Abel. Mr. Abel is in the guest seats. Isn't that something amazing? As expected of Mr. Abel, he's so impressive. These were the remarks made by Ryo, Ito, Ammon, and Nils. From their standing view in the audience, they could see the guest seats, and among the guests, there was someone who unmistakably looked like Abel. However, he wasn't in his usual adventurer's outfit. Instead, he was dressed formally, giving him a very gallant appearance. "Clothes make the man, I suppose?" Ryo muttered something disrespectful, but it was drowned out by the surrounding commotion, and even those sitting next to them in room 10 couldn't hear it. "That woman in the guest seats is incredibly beautiful." "Oh, you mean the red-haired one? She's gorgeous," Ammon and Nils commented while gazing at the guest seats. "I heard earlier she's the imperial princess." "Nils, she's even more untouchable than Nina." Ito mercilessly confronted Nils with this information. "No, it's not like I want to date her or anything, I just think she's beautiful." Nils exaggeratedly shook his head. "Nils, what if you could date her?" "Ah, then I would date her." Nils fell for Ryo's teasing. Ito sighed and Ammon chuckled. "Well, it's only natural for a man to aim higher. Nils, you need to surpass Abel first." "Yeah, but Mr. Abel is a bit out of reach." Just as Nils was about to give up on aiming higher, someone called out to the four of them. "Oh, it's Ryo and the others." When Ryo turned around, there was Lynn from the Red Sword. Behind her, Rhea and Warren appeared. "It's amazing to meet here in such a crowd." When Rhea's voice was heard, Ito, who had been sighing just moments ago, tensed up. "Rhea, the fact that the three of you are here means, is that really Mr. Abel in the guest seats?" Ryo still couldn't believe it, but it certainly seemed to be Abel. "Yes. Abel is here as a representative of the Guild Master of Run. Well, the Guild Master will come tomorrow, so he'll be off duty then." Rhea explained why Abel was in the guest seats. "It happens sometimes. Once you become a B-rank adventurer, you may appear at events like this as the Guild Master's proxy. Normally, in the case of Run, Phelps from the White Brigade often acts as the proxy, but right now the White Brigade is busy with food transportation duties. So this time it fell to Abel, at least on the surface." "On the surface? As expected of Mr. Abel, so cool." Nils, not one to get caught up in details, praised his idol Abel. "The Guild Master's true intention is probably to keep us out of the dungeon mission for the Royal Magic Guild. After what happened last time, it's a sort of revenge on Lord Ilalion back in the royal capital. The Red Sword ended up diving into a dungeon for the protection of the Magical Association after receiving a letter from Ilalion, and they ended up having to fight a devil. Hugh, who nearly lost a valuable asset, might indeed have something to say to Ilalion." As Ryo pondered these things, Lynn, who had been staring intently at the guest seats, let out a sound. That barrier covering the guest seats is definitely a wind-type barrier. It's incredibly thick." "What, is that wind? Isn't it a regular magic barrier?" Ito responded to Lynn's mutterings. "Yes, it's wind. It's more like a defensive membrane than a barrier. It resembles the wind's protective membrane that wyverns usually deploy. I heard that the ancestral treasure of the House of the Lord of Whitnash can generate a wind-protective membrane. I've heard it's incredibly inefficient, so they rarely use it. Well, with the Imperial Prince and Princess here, if there were any sabotage, it would lead to a war. They probably can't afford to worry about efficiency." Lynn and Rhea were saying something significant. If a terrorist attack were to happen, it could indeed be a disaster. If the prince were killed, it would be like World War I hope nothing happens. Ryo silently wished for world peace. "But that princess is the commander of the Imperial Mage Brigade, right? That means the vice-commander must be here too, surely." "Yes, they probably are." Lynn and Rhea exchanged meaningful glances. "Is the vice-commander troublesome?" Ryo asked the two, curious. "Yeah, the vice-commander is the Empire's pride, the Blazing Flame Mage. That sounds cool." Ryo's mutter went unheard by the two. "It said that with one strike, he incinerated 1,000 soldiers of the Royal Army. It said that with one strike, he blew apart a wyvern. It said that with one strike, he annihilated a city held by rebels." "I've heard about that. I wonder if it's true." Ito blushed as he joined the conversation. "I don't know, but they say it's true if it is. He's someone you don't want to get involved with." Yeah, the title sounds cool, but Ryo vowed to keep his distance. Abel had no free time as a guest until Hugh arrived the next day. So the Red Sword trio said they would tour the festival and left. The four in room 10 also. "All right, let's eat a lot today." "Yeah, Normally, E-rank and F-rank adventurers wouldn't have much money, but the members of Room 10 were different. I'm really glad Ryo's magic copper or request was successful. Yes, thanks to that request, they each received a reward of 300,000 florins. After that, Nils immediately bought a pocket watch, but even that was only a 2,000 florin expenditure, so he still had plenty of savings. Oh, excuse me? No, it was my fault. Just as Ryo turned around to walk, he nearly collided with someone coming from behind. However, due to both of their super-fast reflexes, they avoided contact. Oh, Vice Commander, what are you doing? You need to buy a lot and take it back for the commander. Ryo heard that voice coming from behind. No, I'm not good in crowds. Are you going to make excuses to the commander? I'm sure she's looking forward to it. If you don't bring anything, she might cry because you didn't even bring her delicious fish and chips after she patiently waited in the guest seats. Oscar Lusk, the vice commander known as the Blazing Flame Mage, and his aide Jurgen were responsible for buying delicious food at the street stalls to take back to Commander Fiona. No way she wouldn't cry over that, he muttered, but the surrounding noise drowned his words out, so Jurgen didn't hear. All right, I've got the mini Kraken grilled, thinly fried okonomiyaki and bowl grilled. And the must-have is, oh, that fish and chips over there. Luckily, the line looks like it's about to end. Vice Commander, let's go. Saying that, Jurgen lined up in the stall's queue. Jurgen, you're surprisingly diligent. Of course, Oscar liked delicious food, but he was not one to wait in line to eat, and he found such things burdensome. However, Oscar was absolutely needed for this mission. That's because, Vice Commander, please keep the ones you bought warm so they don't get cold. If they get cold, the commander will be sad. For the Blazing Flame Mage, keeping bought items warm was a piece of cake. After all, the only person in the world who could use the Blazing Flame Mage like that was probably Princess Fiona. Oh, excuse me? No problem. Somewhere, a similar exchange was taking place just outside the guest seats. It was between Conrad, the third prince of the Duchy Empire, and Abel, the acting guild master of Run. The acting guild master of Run, it was you, Abel, wasn't it? Yes, Prince Conrad, I am Abel. At least for now, I am Abel. Conrad seemed to notice something and made a meaningful statement. I see, I apologize, you look like someone I've met before. I see. It must be someone who looks similar. Mr. Abel, are you the acting guild master indefinitely? No, just today's opening day and the final day. For some reason, the original guild master will come in between. I believe there are individual meetings and various gatherings from the 2nd day to the 6th day. Indeed, it's rare for representatives from various countries, guild leaders, and local lords to gather like this. The meetings and gatherings are tightly scheduled. Conrad shrugged and slightly shook his head. I'm sorry to hear that. If Mr. Abel returns to his family... Oh no, forgive me, just a thought. My sister is also here, but I've entrusted her to enjoy the festival. With that, Conrad smiled. You were in the guest seats earlier, weren't you? Commander of the Imperial Mage Brigade, Princess Fiona. Mr. Abel must be curious about that title. For just a moment, truly just a moment, there was a sharp glint in the depths of Conrad's eyes. But Abel, being perceptive, did not miss that fleeting light. I don't quite understand, but since the commander is here, it means, of course, that the vice commander is here too, right? The one with the title of Blazing Flame Mage. That aspect is classified military information, so I cannot say anything. He feigned ignorance at the end, but of course, he had no intention of hiding that the Blazing Flame Mage Oscar Lusk was present from the start. Everything was a game of wits, and everything was even a show of power. That is how the Empire operates. Oh, it seems the Lord is coming. Well then, until next time. With that, Conrad left Abel's side. Good grief, such a difficult opponent. I'm not good at this kind of thing. Abel muttered quietly. I'm tired. With that, Fiona collapsed onto the bed. Your Highness, please refrain from such unladylike behavior. This is the 2nd time. Marie, the aide and maid, admonished Fiona for her actions, just like last night. But sitting like a princess while everyone watches is such a hassle, you know. Your Highness, you are undeniably a princess. And you are always seen by the people in the brigade. The brigade is fine. They're all familiar faces and comrades, but you know, the gazes of a crowd of unknown people. How should I put it? Uncomfortable? It's ticklish. Well, I completely don't understand what you're saying, Your Highness. While having such a conversation, Marie helped Fiona out of her dress and made sure it wouldn't wrinkle. Fiona had already changed into the brigade uniform she was used to wearing. Ah, this outfit really is the best. It's functional and easy to move in. As they talked about this, a knock was heard on the door and the shopping group returned. Your Highness, we're back. I'm exhausted. The aide Jurgen and the weary Vice Commander Oscar returned. Even the Vice Commander is saying that. When you returned from the guest seats, Your Highness, you said the same thing. Marie began preparing tea while shaking her head. I'm just not good in crowds. Oscar said this with a strange sense of pride. Vice Commander, you nearly collided with someone earlier, didn't you? For some reason you didn't end up colliding. Yeah, that was close. If I had collided, I might have dropped the food I was holding. But it didn't happen because the other person had amazing reflexes and dodged. Even though they were an adventurer and a mage, they were quite something. Remembering that scene, Oscar was reheating some of the souvenirs he had bought. Well, for now, let's eat. With Fiona's words, the tea party of the Imperial Emperor Mage Brigade began. Chapter 2 of Witnash Port Festival. Apparently there are some good shops by the port. From Ammon's remark, the four of them in room 10 headed toward the port. Until now, they had focused on the stalls along the main street, but today they decided to change direction completely. That said, the focus remained on seafood. This grilled fish is seasoned with burnt soy sauce, perhaps. Next to Ryo, who was impressed by the soy sauce reminiscent of Japan, this dough-wrapped dish, crepe. The sweet filling is something else. Ito delightedly enjoyed a crepe that had appeared from nowhere, under a sign that read, First Public Display. The combination of grilled tuna pieces and a bite-sized rice ball is amazing. Ammon kept ordering more of the sushi-like grilled taro, and this rindo candy coated with sweet syrup is great. Nils was munching on 2 candy apples, one in each hand. While snacking on various things unrelated to seafood, the four of them came to see the fast boat rain shooter displayed at the port. This was something Ryo had insisted on seeing, convincing the other 3 to come along. However, even those with little interest before arriving were captivated by its elegant appearance. This is beautiful. What a unique shape. I want to see it moving too. Nils, Ito, and Ammon were momentarily entranced. With a total length of 30 meters, it had the appearance of a trimaran, a 3-hulled boat. There was a larger hull in the middle that was in contact with the water, and 2 smaller hulls flanking it. This design made it more stable against sideways rocking compared to a traditional catamaran. In this world, they had never heard of such a 3-hulled ship, let alone a catamaran. Considering that, the rain shooter could be described as an incredibly innovative vessel. However, Ryo's interest was piqued by more than just that. It has no sails. At Ryo's murmur, Ito responded. There are no oars either. It was neither a sailing ship nor a rowing boat. Of course, it had no screw propeller either. How does this move, I wonder? Ammon scratched his head in confusion. While the 3 were pondering this, it was Nils who took action. He approached a nearby person who seemed to be affiliated with the ship. Excuse me, how does this ship move? He asked directly. Oh, that's a common question. The person smiled brightly. It uses wind magic above the waterline and water magic below it to propel itself forward. A surprising hybrid of jet and water jet. Does that mean a mage with both wind and water attributes? No, they seem to be using alchemy with a magic stone. I don't know the details myself. Saying this, the person walked away. Wow, who uttered those words of admiration? I want to see it move, Ito murmured. Nils, who had begun to glance around, headed towards a sign. Hey, it's written here. Tomorrow afternoon they're going to run it in front of the guests. Wow. The 4 were excited by yet another anticipated event, but Nils seemed to have found something else. What's up, Nils? It seems that in the morning there's an event called 30th 2-Person Boat Race Adventurers Division, and as of this morning there are still spots available. Why only adventurers? Ryo, Ammon, and Ito asked in unison. What does it say? Participation is not limited to adventurers. Magic use is prohibited, but since attacks with oars are allowed in the latter half, it's preferable to have sturdy participants. What a race! Ryo couldn't help but murmur. Registration is at the tent outside. Nils, are you thinking of entering? Ammon asked Nils. The prize for first place is 300,000 florins, and even for second place it's 100,000 florins. That's amazing! Ryo and Ito watched as Nils and Ammon were tempted by the allure of money. Ryo, money can be scary. Ito, let's pray for their safety. After this, the Nils and Ammon duo successfully registered for the last available spot. Oh, they're doing target shooting. Target shooting. It seemed to be a game where you shoot at targets floating in the sea from the port. Target shooting, but it's on a completely different scale than the festival shooting. The longest distance was a game aiming at a target floating 100 meters away. It seemed quite difficult, as several arrows were stuck in the target 30 meters away, while none had hit the 100-meter target. We don't have a single archer in our group, Nils murmured after glancing at the faces of the other 3. By the way, I heard that Abel can shoot a bow for the red sword. Ryo recalled what Abel had said before. Yeah, I saw him during the Great Tsunami, and he was incredible. I thought he might be a professional archer. Not that much. Nils froze at the sudden voice from behind him. Ito and Ammon were also surprised. Only Ryo, who had noticed him approaching, was not startled. He had raised the topic intentionally. By the way, is Abel alone? Where are the other members? They should be browsing the stalls. I finally got released from the guest role as the guild master just arrived. said Abel, holding what looked like grilled mini kraken in one hand. Oh, that mini kraken is delicious. It was something Nils had eaten yesterday. Knowing that he shared the same taste as his respected figure, Nils seemed quite moved. Yeah, it's really good, and there are so many tasty-looking things around. I bet there will be a lot of people going broke. That's where Abel comes in. I'll treat you all, eat whatever you like. Yeah, definitely not happening. While they were having that conversation, Ito and Ammon were trying to challenge the target shooting. For 50 florins per shot, hitting the target at 100 meters would earn a prize of 5,000 florins. Even the closest target at 30 meters had a prize of 500 florins. Ito and Ammon bought 5 arrows each, aiming for a windfall at the 100-meter target. Take this, they shot with determination, but the arrows barely reached. Speaking of which, I've never actually used a bow and arrow. Considering that, the two of them are probably better at this than I am. Ryo watched Ito and Ammon with admiration. Aren't you going to try, Nils? Listen and be surprised. I've never even touched a bow. That was so predictable, I'm surprised in a different way. Upon hearing this, Abel was struggling to hold back laughter. Abel, you're laughing too much. I was trying not to laugh. No, sorry. It's not that I was making fun of you, but it just reminded me of my old self, so I couldn't help it. Were you also bad at archery back then? Not just bad, like Nils, I had never touched one. I was focused on swords. He said this while tapping the hilt of the sword at his waist. But when you become an adventurer, you can't afford to be like that, especially since we don't have an archer in our party, right? I practiced quite a bit. While he was saying this, Ito and Ammon returned with 0 results. Archery is tough. I couldn't hit at all. Both Ito and Ammon were disheartened by their lack of success. Now it's Abel's turn to shine. Please show the juniors what archery is all about, Ryo encouraged. Abel made a very reluctant face. Well, I'm a swordsman. You can totally do it, Abel. While Abel and Ryo were having that exchange, for some reason, Nils bought just 1 arrow. Here you go, Mr. Abel. Just 1 arrow, asking him to hit with just 1, Nils. You're raising the bar too high. Even Ryo felt a little sorry for Abel. However, Abel received the bow and arrow without changing his expression. Then he quietly took aim, paused for a moment, and released the arrow. Whoa! Cheers erupted. He had beautifully hit the target 100 meters away, which was floating and swaying in the sea. A true performer, Ryo couldn't help but murmur. Awesome, awesome, awesome. This is a B-rank adventurer. Mr. Abel, you're seriously amazing. Ammon, Ito, and of course Nils were all ecstatic. Abel, who had shot the arrow, remained the calmest. He returned the bow to the target stand and received the prize money, which elicited an even bigger cheer. I thought I heard a big cheer, and it turns out Abel is here. Oh, Abel, you've been released already. Lynn of the Red Sword and Rhea, along with Warren, who was behind them carrying a lot of bags, appeared. What the hell? Why did you buy so much while browsing the stalls? Abel grimaced at the sight of the bags Warren was carrying. It's a lot of things, you know, for women. Yeah, most of it is just Rhea blowing off steam. Rhea said defiantly while Lynn chuckled. Then Lynn whispered quietly to Ryo. Rhea was in a bad mood because Abel wasn't around. I see. Ryo found this to be a very understandable reason. Well then, Nils, let's head over there. Abel, you showed off some great skills. Why, yeah, see you. With that, Abel was pulled away by Rhea towards the main street. Mr. Abel is so cool. Rhea is a goddess. I might start practicing archery too. These were the comments from Nils, Ito, and Ammon, but it goes without saying which comment was from whom. This alluring scent is, could it be? What a nice smell. A spice scent that stimulates the appetite. Speaking of which, I'm getting hungry. Nils, didn't you have rindo candy in both hands earlier? Attracted by that alluring scent wafting from across the street were Ryo, Ito, Nils, and Ammon. Peeking in, they found seafood curry. Ryo couldn't help but shout. Oh, curry, they have it in the city of Run too, but it's expensive, so I haven't eaten it much. Ito sniffed while saying this. It was a rare sight for Ito. All right, let's eat here. I can't resist this anymore. That really does smell good. I've never had curry before. Nils took a seat, and Ammon also looked at the menu with anticipation. I'll have the seafood curry. I'll go for the original curry. Beef curry, large size. I'll have the chef's recommendation, super spicy curry. They placed their orders smoothly, but when it came to Ammon's first time trying curry and he ordered the super spicy curry, the other 3 in room 10 shivered at his words. Ammon, aren't you being a bit too much of a challenger? Super spicy curry, which is spicier than spicy. Ammon, I'll pick up the bones for you. Ryo, Ito, and Nils cheered in their own ways. I like spicy food, Ammon said with a carefree expression. The curries that arrived in front of the 4 of them looked incredibly delicious. If the curry at Run's Feast Pavilion epitomized Japanese curry, this curry was slightly Javanese-style Japanese curry. The taste was delightful. Any curry that's above standard is delicious. And the one everyone was most concerned about, Ammon. This is incredibly delicious. The spiciness is just right, and it's great. It received high praise. Seeing this, Nils took a tiny spoonful, but after one bite he was overwhelmed. "Nils, I'll pick up the bones for you. Wow, that's really spicy." While Ryo and Ito were interested in the spiciness, they decided to just watch. Curiosity killed the cat, after all. Ammon seemed to really enjoy it and asked for another helping of the super spicy curry. Nils was terrified watching him. It was because he had experienced the power of the super spicy firsthand. That night, 3 shadows writhed in the darkness of Witnesh. "How's the progress?" "Very good. I'm ready to go anytime after the 4th day." "When do they gather the most?" "On the final day at the night garden party. It's held in the courtyard of the Lord's Manor." "Outdoors, that's convenient. We'll carry it out at that garden party." "Understood." Chapter 3, Witnesh Port Festival, Day 3. Finally, the day of the competition between Nils and Ammon had arrived. The two had been fired up since morning as they made their way to the venue of the 30th Duel rowing boat adventure category. However, a shocking scene unfolded before them. "Why the hell are you here?" "Huh, that's what I should be asking you." There was Dan from Guild Dormitory Room 1 also entered in the competition. The sight was visible to Ryo and Ito, who were in the audience seats. "That's definitely Dan. Nils is colliding with him." The two were convinced by Nils's attitude. Not far from them, Dan's entourage was also present. All the members of his entourage were supposed to be male, but Ryo noticed that there was one girl among them. That girl is the one Dan helped in the courtyard of the dormitory. I see. She must have joined Dan's party. She looks really worried about Dan, but could it be that she has a crush on him?" Ryo tilted his head slightly in confusion. "What's wrong?" Noticing this, Ito followed Ryo's gaze. "Is that one of Dan's entourage?" "Yes, there's a girl among them, right? She seems to be the one Dan helped before." "Oh, that's Sasha from Room 2. I know her since she's a priest like me. She's only 16 but quite capable. However, the other kids from Room 2 have all been scouted for E-rank parties. Sasha must have been invited too, but with that expression, it seems she joined Dan's party. Since there were originally no priests in that party, if Sasha joined it would become a well-balanced team." Ito, true to her nature, was quite knowledgeable about the internal affairs of the dormitory. While they were talking about this, preparations for the Duel rowing boat adventure category were steadily progressing. In the competition, boats equipped with 4 oars would be boarded by pairs of participants who would row out to a buoy 400 meters offshore and then return. However, once they passed the halfway buoy, attacks on other boats using oars would become possible. The use of magic and boarding other boats is prohibited. From the heels to the toes of both feet, one must not extend outside their own boat. Also, the use of weapons other than oars is not allowed. However, one's own body is not restricted. With simple rules that are nevertheless violent, this event boasts a strong popularity every time. The fact that it was the 30th iteration means it has a history of about 150 years. All 30 boats took their positions. "Ready, go!" All 30 boats began rowing simultaneously. During the first half, attacking other boats was prohibited. They were to row straight towards the buoy. But let's take a moment to think about this. A dual rowing boat, even if you've never ridden one, you might have seen them in photos or videos. How do the rowers position themselves? That's right, they row with their backs facing the direction they are going. Are there boats that don't do that? None are provided for this. This is entertainment after all, and the audience expects joyous sights. A scene akin to maritime combat is desired. Basically, one person rows while the other gives direction. That's how it's described, and boats are prepared accordingly. But usually it doesn't go that smoothly. If they row without being able to see the direction they're heading, they collide with other similar boats. Collisions, boardings, shouts, the sea becomes a battlefield of chaos. In this competition, if you fall into the water, you can resume as long as you return to your boat by yourself. However, if you're thrown into the water unconscious, you will be rescued by the judges waiting underwater and disqualified. What a terrifying sight it presented. I'm glad I didn't get lured by money. Ito, don't you think a priest's power will be necessary? My abilities fall short. What a shame. In the audience, Ryo and Ito were captivated by the hellish spectacle, exclaiming in awe. A bit apart from them, 4 people from the Empire were also engrossed in the hellish scene. "This is a harder competition than I heard," Fiona, the commander of the Imperial Mage Brigade and a princess, exclaimed with wide eyes. "Not having magic makes it tough. If it had magic, it would be over in an instant." The conversation between the assistant Jurgen and Vice Captain Oscar was rather grim. "Master, not everyone can unleash powerful magic like you can, you know." "Well, it would yield the same outcome even if the commander did it right," Oscar retorted, seeming quite offended by Fiona's observation. Not wanting to be overheard, he referred to her as commander instead of the usual Your Highness. "Regardless, the only attacks allowed are with oars. Marie, the assistant and maid, stepped in to rein in the fruitless conversation. "By the way, Commander, you really seem to like those crepes, don't you? You were eating them yesterday, too." Seeing Commander Fiona enjoying the crepes, Marie remarked with surprise. Having taken care of Fiona for nearly 2 years, she had never seen her take such an interest in food. While she had no known dislikes, she also didn't have particularly favorite dishes. That had been the impression she gave. "Yes, these are delicious. We should definitely make arrangements to serve them in the training grounds." "That's impossible." The one who flatly rejected that idea was Vice Captain Oscar. "PL, please, Master, can we make an exception? The training grounds are places for drills and exercises. Only carefully selected, healthy foods are served in the cafeteria. Sweets are off the menu." Though he was the vice captain, Oscar's words carried weight as Fiona's magic master. While they were absolute, Fiona still couldn't let go of the thought of crepes. "Then, let's call for a crepe shop to the castle." That muttering went unheard by Oscar, or perhaps he deliberately chose to pretend he didn't hear it. "WL, there are really many delicious food stalls around, you know." The one who managed to steer the conversation back was Assistant Jurgen. On the sea, the battle was reaching its climax. Finally, the lead 2 boats reached the position past the halfway buoy. "That's Nils and Ammon, right? The other boat is Dan's team." Ryo and Ito were watching the sea while sipping freshly squeezed orange juice and rindo juice. The fated rivalry between Nils and Dan had led their boats to compete for the lead. They were both pushing hard to make it happen, after all. Ammon was rowing while Nils stood up on the boat. In response, Dan also stood up on his boat, and they glared at each other. As Nils shouted something, Ammon pushed their boat close enough to collide with Dan's. From there, the oar battle began. Strike, jab, strike, strike, strike. Nils and Dan are incredible, even on a rocking boat. As expected of swordsmen, for Ryo and Ito, it seemed to be a rather absurd combination. There was no one to provide a rebuttal. Though they were E-rank, the swordsmen's clash had already seen one oar shattered, and the battle was now taking place with the second oar. Meanwhile, the boats were slowly moving forward, overtaken by other boats that were avoiding unnecessary combat. However, the cheers from the audience were exclusively for Nils and Dan. "Go for it, knock him out, throw him overboard. Now, feint from the right and thrust hard. Strike down from above, hit, hit, hit. Punch a hole in the boat and sink it. Forget the oars, chop with your swords." From their movements, I see both are swordsmen. "Then show us the crosswise slice followed by swallow. Reversal." Various cheers echoed. Then, at the moment of their strikes, both of their second oars shattered almost simultaneously. "Ooh," the audience erupted. Once they were both unarmed, it was, of course, a fistfight. However, given that they were on separate boats with different movements, their punches landed beautifully apart. Nils and Dan, being swordsmen, probably understood this. Without saying a word, they intertwined their right and left hands and transitioned to a test of strength. This was what wrestling fans would call a lockup. The sight of strong wrestlers grappling in the ring's center is a display of the pride of man against man. Even without movement, it held a strange intensity that excited the spectators. The same was true on this sea. Their lockup, however, showed no clear advantage for either side, yet the audience was even more excited than before. "Oh, the leaders have crossed the finish line. Well, it seems they've secured last place or second to last." Ito and Ryo were completely indifferent to the struggle between Nils and Dan. Of course, their support for Nils as a party member was unwavering. But well, that was about it. And then the catastrophe struck suddenly. The entangled hands and upper bodies remained completely still, but the lower halves were different. On the rocking boat, rather on the boat, the pressure from both of them was too much for it to withstand, and it cracked. Splash, the 4 were thrown into the water. With the boat broken, they were disqualified. The competition judges quickly headed for them to assist, only to find Nils and Dan still grappling underwater as well. A special award will be given to the 2 teams that stirred the audience during the event. Nils and Ammon, along with Dan's team, happily received the special award. 10,000 florins for each team. "Nils, Ammon, congratulations. I'm glad you made it back safely." Ryo and Ito applauded sincerely, though Nils and Ammon seemed a bit dissatisfied. Upon receiving the 10,000 florins, they broke into smiles. The power of cash is indeed a frightening thing. Later in the afternoon, the unveiling sailing of the 3-hull boat, Rain Shooter, took place. The 4 from Room 10 quickly transformed the 10,000 florins received as a special award into food, securing a spot right next to the guest seats, fully prepared. Because that was the best spot to see the boat. "Why are Ryo and the others over there?" Hugh, the guild master of the city of Run, sat at the far end of the guest area and whispered quietly. "Because this is the best spot," Ryo replied with a very reasonable and accurate answer, yet it was completely off from what Hugh was actually asking. I see." Hugh was weary from the continuous discussions and meetings from the previous day and weakly accepted the response. So, what is Nils staring at with a drool-worthy look? Hugh asked Ryo about the reason for Nils's fixated gaze towards the guest area. He's just looking at that beautiful princess over there. I see, just make sure he doesn't make a move. It would certainly become an international incident. Will he be scorched by the blazing flame mage, I wonder? Ryo asked, recalling what Lin and Rhea had said. You know well, the blazing flame mage is here in this city as a subordinate of that princess. His name is Baron Oscar Lusk. He was a former adventurer who was elevated from commoner to noble due to his achievements. While they were discussing, the rain shooter entered the harbor and began to glide slowly in front of the guest seats. Oh, how beautiful! This is truly a revolution in boats. Cheers of admiration erupted from all around. The four from room 10 were no exception. Truly beautiful, it's gliding smoothly. I want to ride it. Why is it a hybrid of jet and water jet, I wonder? Though Nils, Ido, Ammon, and Ryo expressed their awe in different words, it was indeed admiration. Even Ryo's last remark was, in a sense, a form of admiration. And from the side, a rather tactless comment was also undoubtedly an expression of admiration. The construction cost of 370 billion florins is no joke. On the 4th, 5th, and 6th days of the Port Festival, the four of them in room 10 focused on eating at shops instead of street stalls. Of course, the main activity was eating. There were a few minor issues, but they were nothing compared to the satisfaction of eating. Then finally came the 7th and last day of the Port Festival. On this day, there was going to be a garden party in the courtyard of the Lord's Manor in the evening, so there was a lot of traffic in and out of the manor for decorations and preparations from the morning. Moreover, the city itself was bustling with excitement for the after-party on the last night. Among them were many unfamiliar vendors, but since representatives from various countries were bringing their attendants, it was natural for there to be many unfamiliar faces. It was inevitable that security would show some cracks. That said, the time passed quietly without any particular issues until evening. Of course, that was considering the chaos of the Port Festival. The four of them in room 10 suddenly realized this after finishing their lunch that day. Hey! By the way, since we arrived in this city, we haven't shown our faces at the Adventurers Guild even once. Nils timidly brought it up first. Is it necessary to show your face at the guild? Well, we can only ask our seniors about that. Ammon and I have just become adventurers. Ido, who had completely forgotten, was speechless, while Ammon and Ryo were unaware of the necessity. It was indeed not particularly mentioned during the beginner's seminar they attended at the guild. It's not a strict rule, but there are times when the guild communicates notifications to adventurers. Also, if you're going to engage in any activities as an adventurer in the city you visit, it's better to inform them to avoid complications later on. Explaining such matters was more Ido's job than Nils. Well then, let's go show our faces now. It's not like we have any acquaintances there. If there's no problem after we show up, we can go back to eating. I can't believe there's a great seafood pasta place just one street behind North Street. Totally a blind spot for me. Thanks to the information from Lin and the others. Saying this, the four of them from room 10 headed towards the Whitnash Adventurers Guild. The Whitnash Adventurers Guild was quite sizable, though it wasn't as large as the one in the city of Run, being the premier port city of the Natore Kingdom. The number of adventurers and requests were quite substantial. I've never seen such a big guild outside of Run. Yeah, it's impressive. Ito and Nils were equally impressed by its size. Upon entering, even though it was afternoon, there were quite a few people loitering around. In the city of Run, the guild at this time would be rather empty. I guess because it's the festival period, there are more people in the guild. Ryo said something strange, but nobody pointed it out. This was because Nils, who usually played the role of the comic relief, had spotted someone he shouldn't have seen. At the same time, the other party had also spotted Nils. What the hell are you doing here? That's my line, you punk. Nils and Dan began a conversation reminiscent of some delinquent banter. Yes, Dan from room 1 and his entourage were also at the guild. While Nils and Dan were in a hostile state, the others exchanged greetings without any particular issues. In particular, the scout from room 1, who was led by Dan, was chatting amicably with Ammon, who was led by Nils. It seemed that a bond had formed as they had experienced sinking and being thrown into the sea together during their last boat adventure. And then, hey, you're Sasha from room 2, right? Long time no see. Oh, it's Ito from room 10. It's been a while. The two priests were greeting each other. As for Ryo, he didn't know any of Dan's entourage, so he just greeted them and absent-mindedly stared at the bulletin board. You guys are the two from the boat, right? That's right, that was incredible. Hey, fighting is forbidden here. More than that, come over and drink. During the festival, adventurers can eat and drink as much as they want. So that's why there were so many adventurers even at this hour. Ryo and the others were oddly convinced. The guild cafeteria in the city of Run absolutely prohibits alcohol, but there's none of that here. It seems various places have their own rules. With that thought, Ryo ended up being led to the cafeteria by the adventurers of Whitnash. However, it was certainly a guild cafeteria. The food was delicious. Whoa, this fish wrapped in salt is amazing. This soup has a rich seafood flavor. This big shell smells great when grilled. I can't believe we can eat ise lobster here. The adventurers in the city of Run were enjoying seafood even more than walking around the streets. How does it look? Can we proceed with the plan? No problems. Has anyone returned? The guild master of the city of Run has left the city. He said the deputy will attend the garden party. All right, then we'll execute the plan as scheduled. As the sun set and it was around 6 in the evening, the garden party was about to begin at the Lord's manor. Lord Abel, is it my turn again? Prince Conrad. Yes, our guild master was here until this morning, but he has already returned to the city of Run, so I'll be attending the garden party in his place. Abel shook his head, silently indicating, "Why is it me?" Seeing that, the third Prince Conrad smiled. "But you did enjoy the festival up until today, didn't you? I, on the other hand, couldn't step outside even once. I understood it would be difficult, but I thought I could at least enjoy some of the festival, yet that turned out to be impossible." At that moment, someone called out to Conrad. "Brother," when Conrad turned around, he saw Princess Fiona, dressed up for the garden party, standing there. "Oh, Fiona, let me introduce you. Lord Abel here, well, you probably already know him, but he's the deputy guild master of the city's Adventurers Guild and a skilled B-rank adventurer." After that introduction, Fiona and Abel exchanged polite greetings. "Then, Lord Abel, I'll see you later." Saying that, Conrad walked away with Fiona towards the Lord's place. Abel was left feeling very idle and somewhat anxious. It was because he lacked his usual sword at his waist. Of course, since it was the garden party, no one was allowed to carry weapons. Not even ceremonial swords could be brought into this garden party. Defense was secured by the treasure of the wind barrier. If one were to say that, there would be no counters. Speaking of which, Lin mentioned that it's as strong as the wyvern's wind defense membrane, but Ryo pierced through that with a super thick ice spear. This was a memory from when they encountered the Mountain of Demons, which was said to be the wyvern's nest, while returning from the forest of Rondo. "Well, there's no such thing as perfect in anything," he muttered. Just then, the Lord of Whitnash stepped up to the podium. The garden party was about to start, about an hour after the garden party commenced. The first to notice something was off were the mages accompanying the Lord, who were managing the treasure of the wind barrier. What's wrong? Suddenly, the magical power has stopped flowing. What do you mean? I don't know. But at this rate, the barrier will disappear? No way. It would only be after everything was over that they would realize the magical supply line to the treasure of the wind barrier had been tampered with, designed to burn out after a certain amount of time. At that moment, they were simply thrown into a panic. The supply of magical power was cut off, and the wind defense membrane vanished. It was a subtle barrier that would be hard to notice if you weren't paying attention. After all, it was just a membrane, and especially so with the backdrop of the night sky. Then, while no one attending the garden party noticed, the catastrophe began. A barrage of attack magic, arrows, or thrown spears began raining down from outside the manor onto the courtyard where the party was held. "Ah!" Screams and shouts echoed. Even though there were knights from the Whitnash Knight Order in the courtyard, they were being taken down helplessly by the incoming attacks. "Hide under the tables." Voices shouted, and those who complied managed to survive for a while longer. However, the assault did not end there. In fact, it had only just begun. As the attacks from outside began to wane, direct assaults started. When the doors burst open, men dressed in black stormed in, slashing indiscriminately. Knights, guests, butlers, and maids, none were spared. "Damn it, who are these guys? Where are the guards?" Some guests shouted, but no one had a clear answer. However, they would soon understand once they entered the building. All of the Lord's forces outside the courtyard had already been killed. The encirclement had been completed without anyone attending the garden party noticing. The ones who had perished included not only the Lord's forces, but also the subordinates of the guests. Magic barrier. While deploying a significantly thicker barrier compared to others, Princess Fiona continued to protect Prince Conrad. The first attack had unfortunately struck Conrad, inflicting serious injury. "Brother, if we take cover behind the wall of that gazebo, we can hold out a while longer. Take your time, can you walk?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks to Fiona's healing, I can manage that much." Fiona was a mage who could manipulate both fire and light attributes. Her light attribute healing was said to rival even the highest-ranked priests, but given the uncertainty of what lay ahead, she couldn't use all her power to heal him. Conrad had instructed her so, and for now, that instruction seemed correct. The attacks from outside had stopped, but the assailants began their direct assault. The knights who barely survived in the garden party venue were engaged in sword fights with the attackers throughout the venue. Even with all of this happening, the fact that no one else other than the attackers is coming through the door indicates that the entire manor has likely been subdued. Even though the wounds were healing, the blood lost could not be replenished. With a pale complexion, Conrad articulated his analysis. "No way," Fiona despaired at Conrad's words. "Fiona, you're with your subordinates, right? Is there any way to contact them?" At those words, Fiona jerked her head up as if she had been struck. "There is." As she said this, 5 dark magic bullets shot up from her right hand, transforming into 5 colorful light orbs that burst in the air, releasing 5 red magic bullets. "If they see this, they'll come running. Even if they don't see it, my master will sense it." "Master, Oscar, if he's coming, then I'll be at ease." Saying that, Conrad sat down against the wall. The gazebo where the two had moved to was in a place that was not easily visible from the main venue of the garden party, so there were no guests, attackers, or knights around. "If we can buy even a little time here, my master will arrive." However, they were not given such leeway. There they are. The moment he said that, the assailant may have thought, "Oops." Conrad's powerful gaze pierced through the assailant. "I see this attack is aimed at us." "We are the targets." Fiona trembled slightly at Conrad's words. "Fiona, there's no need to keep them alive. Kill them all." "Yes, brother." The assailants drew closer. Conrad began to chant in a soft voice. After luring them in to a certain extent, stone javelin, as Conrad spoke the trigger word, 4 stone spears shot up from the ground towards the assailants. At that moment, the assailants who were not targeted by the stone javelin suddenly charged at the two. Piercing fire from Fiona's spell without a chant, 4 slender arrows of white flame flew towards the assailants. When the assailants dodged the frontal flame arrows, the arrows made a U-turn and stabbed into the necks of the assailants from behind. After that, 3 more piercing fires were unleashed, decimating the frontline assailants. At least in the visible area there were no enemies, but a low, quiet chant could be heard. Hearing that chant, Conrad's complexion worsened even further. "No way, that chant." Fiona, full defense ahead. "No, absolute defense, sanctuary array." Sanctuary array. The moment Fiona spoke the incantation, the low chant finished and the magic was unleashed. The name of that magic was Bullet Rain, the highest level wind attribute magic used by Lin to deliver the finishing blow to the Goblin King in the Great Tsunami. Its offensive power was immense, piercing through even the Goblin King's defenses like paper, riddling his body with holes. It was impossible to defend against with ordinary defensive magic. That's why it required the Sanctuary Array. The ultimate light attribute defensive magic, said to be an absolute defense, referred to as a miracle from the gods. It was said that only high-ranking priests could activate this magic, yet Fiona could use it. She had been able to since her childhood. However, the Sanctuary Array consumed an incredible amount of magical power compared to other defensive magic. Even Fiona, who possessed a magical power several hundred times greater than that of an average person, was running low on magic after the repeated use of the magic barrier and piercing fire, culminating in the Sanctuary Array. She had a vague understanding that her remaining magical power was quite limited. If the opponent coming at me with the Bullet Rain is serious, it will be quite a tough battle. Thinking that, Fiona braced herself, but the presence dissipated. Then several other presences surged. 3, 4, 5 people. I can sense them, but I can't pinpoint their locations. "I don't recognize this magic." The low-volume chant of the spell was too quiet for Fiona to catch. Conrad picked up on it slightly, but recognized it as an unknown magic. "No, is this mixed with earth attributes, but is the main chant of explosive fire attributes. What is this? Earth explosion?" At that moment, Fiona looked at Conrad, and she sensed that magic was being constructed beneath the ground where Conrad was sitting. "Brother, watch out!" Fiona tackled Conrad and shoved him away. Simultaneously, she chanted, "Sanctuary Array." At that moment, the ground erupted. Flames and earth shot up like a geyser. Fiona was blown away by the force. However, even while being thrown, she confirmed that reliable allies were rushing in from the garden party venue. "Master, please take care of my brother." When Fiona launched 5 red emergency rescue signal flares into the sky, Vice Captain Oscar, Officer Jurgen, and Officer and Maid Marie happened to be outdoors. They saw the 5 red flares rising from the courtyard of the Lord's Manor. 5 red flares! Emergency rescue request. Jurgen and Marie were rushing into the manor. Understood. In the military, orders from superiors are absolute. Although they usually joke around as friends, in a battlefield or similar situation, the relationship becomes that of superior and subordinate. The guards at the manor's gate were as usual. The 3 were close aides to Princess Fiona, and especially since Oscar was known as the Blazing Flame Mage, they could pass through without being questioned. The problem came after they entered the manor through the door. "What in the world is this? They're dead." Jurgen and Marie checked the fallen individuals and reported, "It has been confirmed that this is an emergency. We're heading to the courtyard." As they turned the first corner, they encountered a group clad in black. Piercing fire, Oscar at the front unleashed more than 20 extremely thin arrows of white flame. What was noteworthy was that all of them struck the foreheads of the bandits. "As precise as ever," Officer Jurgen murmured. This piercing fire was the spell that Oscar excelled at most since his days as an adventurer. The extremely thin, non-burning white flame arrows struck with a single blow to the forehead, delivering a fatal attack that reached the brain. The wounds inflicted on the target were minimal. As a result, the materials he collected were also bought at a high price. After passing through several hallways and defeating several groups without delay, the three reached the courtyard. However, the scene that unfolded before them was a hellish scene. Corpses of those who had been killed by magic, arrows, spears, and close combat were scattered around. "Could it be that your Highness is—" Marie whispered, her voice trembling. "There's no way your Highness would fall so easily. She might be injured. We must search for her," Oscar shouted, and both Marie and Jurgen began to look for her. But they couldn't find anyone that resembled her. "It's okay, there are no corpses here. She must be alive somewhere." While Oscar maintained a calm facade in front of the two, he was inwardly frantic with worry. At that moment, "Vice Captain, there are sounds of combat from over there," Jurgen pointed. Without wasting a moment, Oscar took off running, followed by Jurgen and Marie. Over the hedges, the sight they saw was Fiona being blown away by flames and earth as if from a geyser. In that instant, despair washed over Oscar's face. But it was only for a moment. He confirmed that even while being blown away, Fiona looked at him and moved her lips. "Jurgen and Marie, protect Lord Conrad. I will chase after the blown-away princess." With that, Oscar sprinted toward the outside of the manor with all his might. On the final night of the festival, a post-festival celebration was taking place in the town. If this were modern Earth, there would likely be fireworks, but in Phi, gunpowder was apparently not yet widespread. At least, Ryo had not seen any since he reincarnated into Phi. That said, there was a massive campfire set up in the square. There were even vendors using decorations from the festival as firewood, and it seemed people were enjoying the post-festival celebration in their own ways. The four from Room 10, finally freed from the adventurers of Whitnash, were heading not to the square's bonfire, but to the one set up on the beach. Of course, they were gathering various foods along the way. "I'll have 4 grilled mini kraken. I'll take 4 crepes. I actually wanted some rindo candy, but it was sold out. I tried something called takoyaki, and it was delicious, so I bought 4 sets of that." As they each brought their favorites to exchange, Ito made that suggestion, and the 4 split up to gather supplies and reunited here. Is Ryo the only one running late? I think I saw him at the rindo candy stall over there." "Ooh!" At Ito's report, Ammon, who had given up on the rindo candy, exclaimed. During this time, Nils happened to be looking up at the sky. "What's that?" Nils said, pointing at something flying from the direction of the Lord's manor. "Where? Is it a person?" Ito couldn't see it, and even Ammon, who spotted it, had a questioning tone. "That's that princess?" With that, Nils took off running. He was heading toward the beach. Even though it was sandy, a bad fall could lead to death. Following Nils, Ito and Ammon also started running. At this point, thoughts of Ryo were completely absent from their minds. They had never run this desperately during their adventures. Nils ran with determination, struggling not to trip on the sand, aiming to reach the dropout point while maintaining as much speed as possible. And then, at the last moment, he almost slid in but caught her just in time. "Ah, that was close." At first glance, there were no major injuries. It was Princess Fiona, dressed in a gown, as if she had just come from a party. Nils, what about the princess?" "Ah, she should be okay. She's unconscious, though." The first to catch up was Ammon, followed shortly by Ito. However, Ammon wasn't the only one who arrived. "Ammon, yeah, I see it." Saying that, Ammon slashed at a man clad in black who was holding a drawn sword. Normally, he should have asked, "Who are you?" But given the situation, Nils and Ammon both concluded that suspicious figures appearing in this context could not be good. And so did Ito, who arrived later. "Block all attacks, physical barrier." Without hesitation, the daggers thrown by the black-clad bandits aimed at Fiona were blocked by the physical barrier created by Ito. Nils could not move while holding onto Fiona. In essence, Ammon was facing 2 bandits alone. If he were just an F-rank adventurer, he would have been cut down in mere moments. However, Ammon kicked up the sand at his feet to blind them and launched persistent attacks aimed at disarming rather than killing, buying time. Finally, an arrow was released from Priest Ito's hand. In Room 10, which had no archer, they had found a small crossbow during the festival, seeking any means of ranged attack. It was a type that was attached to the left arm, making long-range attacks difficult, but it had an effective range of about 10 meters. The arrow released from that crossbow pierced one of the bandits' neck. With the sudden attack, the other bandit was slightly shaken. Ammon seized that moment. He pressed his body against the bandit, knocked him over, and thrust his sword into his neck. For a while, no one spoke. "I'm glad it went well," Ito murmured softly. Ammon sheathed his sword and moved toward Nils. There was still a possibility of a counterattack, and then it appeared. "Hey, get away from that woman." "It's Sunday, so here's an additional post." Oscar continued to run with all his might after leaving the mansion. "The beach. If it's sandy, I should be able to avoid injury." At the spot leading from the street to the beach, surprisingly, there were bandits stationed. Without a second thought, he shot them down with piercing fire and rolled down to the beach. There were corpses scattered about, but they did not register in Oscar's eyes at all. The only thing that caught his attention was the men holding the beloved princess. The moment he saw that scene, the little bit of reason he had left was blown away. If even a sliver of reason had remained, he would have noticed that those men were dressed differently from the bandits in black. If even a sliver of reason had remained, he would have realized that the corpses scattered around were indeed the bandits, and understood that those men had defeated them. If even a sliver of reason had remained, he surely would not have thought to kill those men. As he approached step by step, Oscar spoke. "Hey, let go of that woman." However, the men said nothing and showed no sign of releasing Fiona. Of course, they were bandits. "That woman is not someone you are allowed to touch." At that moment, piercing fire was unleashed from Oscar's hand. Everyone felt the danger of the approaching being. But among them, Ito felt a level of danger that was undoubtedly the highest she had ever experienced in her life. What is this? The magical power surrounding him and the power gathering around him are abnormal. "That woman is not someone you are allowed to touch." The moment that being spoke, Ito instinctively cast a spell. Sanctuary, an emergency defensive magic. The priest's secret art that deploys a defensive array instantly without incantation. The absolute defense, sanctuary array, can only be used by high-level priests, but this sanctuary can be used by almost any priest. For just 5 seconds, it can repel most physical and magical attacks. However, the recoil is tremendous, let alone a high-level priest. If Ito, who was merely an E-rank adventurer, cast it, ZSHH. The sanctuary activated normally, repelling 3 piercing fires. The 3 were aimed directly at the foreheads of Nils, Ito, and Ammon. The moment he confirmed this, Ito nodded inwardly, knowing he had made the right judgment. Cough, however, due to the recoil of the sanctuary, he spat blood from his mouth and fell to his knees on the ground. "Ito! Ito, son!" Ammon rushed to Ito's side, supporting his body. Ito's consciousness was already fading. But Oscar showed no sentiment for such exchanges. "Get away quickly." Saying that, Oscar unleashed his piercing fire again. Ice wall layer 10, this time a transparent ice wall deflected Oscar's piercing fire. What? It was understandable that the sanctuary could deflect piercing fire, but an ice wall could do the same. It only cracked, right? If I search for where everyone has gone, there are corpses scattered, and moreover a battle is ongoing. Having said that, Ryo finally saw the scene of Ito bleeding and kneeling. A comrade covered in blood was more than enough to blow away Ryo's reason. "You! What did you do to Ito? Shut up, quickly get away from that woman." With that, Oscar shot 4 piercing fires. Icicle Lance 4, Ryo intercepted the 4 fiery needles with 4 ice spears. What is that? Even Oscar, who had completely lost his reason, understood that the water attribute magician in front of him was abnormal. To intercept 4 of his own piercing fires with 4 ice spears. That was proof that the other person had a similar speed of magic generation. It was the first time Oscar had encountered such a person. And since Fiona was in the opponent's grasp, he couldn't use large-scale destructive magic. If he were to involve her, it would all be for naught. Thus, the means available to him were naturally limited. "First, I will kill you." Flame spear barrage from Oscar's hand. 10 flame spears, enhanced for penetration, were launched toward Ryo. Layered ice wall 10. Ice walls were formed one after another in front of Ryo. They were generated one after another, heading toward Oscar. It was the same magic that had once been used against Demon Leonor's infernal flame. This was, of course, the flame spear with far superior penetration compared to piercing fire. With a single blow, it could pierce through even Ryo's proud layered ice wall. However, that was the layered ice wall prepared to dynamically defend against high-penetration attacks. Unless the destructive power was on par with Demon Leonor's infernal flames, it wouldn't breach Ryo's current defenses. Oscar fired another 4 shots of flame spear barrage to break through. The flame spears advanced while piercing the ice walls, but with each ice wall they penetrated, their speed undeniably weakened. Not to the point of visibility, but assuredly. And finally, they collided with an unbreakable ice wall and vanished. That was repeated dozens of times. Ryo's layered ice wall had successfully defended against all of Oscar's flame spear barrages. That's impossible. Oscar could not believe what he was seeing. His specially crafted flame spears could break through the walls of the imperial capital with just one shot. To have fired 10 shots and 5 activations, a total of 50 flame spears, all of them were deflected, that was nothing but a nightmare. Moreover, the opponent showed no signs of mana depletion. What, is that it? If so, then it's our turn now, right? Ryo's voice echoed. However, before it could fade away, another voice interrupted. Wait, both of you, put your swords away. The voice that interrupted was very familiar to Ryo. But, Abel, you're not welcome here. If you get in the way, I will kill you too. A low, truly low voice from Ryo. Even Abel, who had spent the longest time with Ryo, had never heard such a chilling voice. It was clear how enormous Ryo's anger was. Wait a moment, Ryo. Abel, sweating coldly, sought restraint from Ryo. That white-haired one is Oscar, right? Vice-captain of the Duchy Empire's Imperial Mage Brigade, Oscar Lusk. Finally, hearing his name, Oscar looked at the intruder. What are you? My name is Abel. I'm the acting guild master of the Adventurers Guild in the city of Run. The four facing you are not suspicious individuals. They are adventurers affiliated with the Adventurers Guild of Run. I know them well, and they aren't complicit in what happened at the garden party. Upon hearing the term garden party, Oscar reacted slightly. Of course, I understand that you are acting to protect the princess over there, so please just listen for a moment. Abel, the conversation is over now. I will kill him. No, why would you do that? Abel shouted back at Ryo's declaration. After what they did to Ito, would it end just like that? Should I freeze this woman and return her, it would make for a beautiful sculpture. The moment those words were spoken, the reason that was returning to Oscar shattered. Oscar's face twisted in fury as he activated his magic. Heaven and earth collapsed from the sky, countless fireballs fell, a large-scale destructive magic. Normally, however, all of those fireballs rained down toward Ryo. Water Jet 256. By firing a fan-shaped array of 256 thick water jets, he swept away all the descending fireballs. He magnificently intercepted and annihilated all of the fireballs. Humph, you can do well for a human, but is that all? I think I can kill him now, right, Abel? You fool, of course, that's not okay. Abel was drenched in sweat, but he could not back down here. They were at the brink of whether there would be a war between the kingdom and the empire. It was only now that he understood he needed to properly persuade Ryo even more than Oscar. Ryo had been the one instigating all along. Ryo, I understand how you feel, but please sheath your sword. If Ryo were treated the same way, would you also yield and sheath your sword? Yeah, I would, because Ryo doesn't wish for war between the kingdom and the empire, Abel firmly declared in response to Ryo's question. Of course, this was to persuade Ryo, but it was also his genuine feeling. Ryo remained silent for a good 10 seconds. For Abel, it was a painful 10 seconds. I see, understood. I will sheath my sword to honor Abel. The moment that was said, it was clear to anyone that Abel felt relieved. Abel, could you hand that princess over to the white-haired tanned man over there? Yeah, understood. Nils, I'll take her. With that, Abel received Fiona from Nils and carried her over to Oscar. When Oscar received Fiona from Abel, he finally regained his composure. So that's the blazing flame mage. White hair and tanned skin, what kind of middle school character is that? The power of his magic did not match Leonor's, but his speed of magic generation is abnormal. He might generate magic faster than I do. Even compared to Leonor, my magic generation speed was fast, but this, I need to train harder. The next chapter, 82, will conclude the chapter on the Port Festival. I will post it at 9 p.m. today. After that, there will be a 2-chapter interlude before the new chapter begins. The next day, the day after the Port Festival had ended, Ito, who had been admitted to the healing institute run by the temple last night, had nearly recovered overnight. This was thanks to Abel's efforts. Or rather, it was because Rhea, the priest of the Red Sword, had reached out to the temple in Witnesh. By the way, the treatment itself was carried out by Rhea, the most skilled among them, but Ito, who had been unconscious throughout, was unaware of this. When he woke up and heard about it, he seemed to tremble with emotion. Rhea likes Abel, but, Ryo murmured while thinking of Ito's unrequited feelings. Admiration and affection are different emotions. The youngest Ammon whispered in a small voice. Ryo was surprised. What on earth had Ammon experienced in his mere 16 years of life? In any case, Ito had recovered. Originally, there had been no external injuries, and the blood he had coughed up was due to the recoil from the sanctuary, so the temple had a wealth of knowledge on recovery from that. What exactly is magic in this world? Or rather, should I say in the kingdom? Or perhaps magic in the central nations? It's different from the magic I use, and also different from what the demon Leonor and Miss Sera the elf use, and it's also different from yesterday's explosive flames. I'd like to take some time to investigate it someday. despite the post-festival atmosphere, which is a little melancholic not just in this country but throughout the universe. Several stalls were still set up along the main street of Whitnash. It was said that shop owners who had come to set up stalls just for the festival often decided to stay in Whitnash because it felt so comfortable. Some stalls that Ryo and the others liked were still open, and it seemed they would remain in Whitnash for a while longer. Unfortunately, it seemed that the crepe stall had already left. In those stalls, the four were indulging in their final street food. Well, Ito had just recovered, so he was told to moderate his eating, making it 3+1. Then someone called out from behind them, "I also prefer the food from the stalls." It was Abel. "Abel, have all the issues been sorted out? I don't want to hear that from Ryo." There was no doubt that the relationship between the kingdom and the empire had fallen to the brink of war due to the water attribute magician standing right in front of them. Of course, they understood the circumstances of being driven by righteous indignation after losing a companion. According to Abel, the combat between Oscar, the vice-captain of the Imperial Emperor Mage Brigade, and the four in Room 10 had been resolved without any issues. Abel personally went to the awake Princess Fiona and the recovered Prince Conrad to explain the story he had heard from Nils and the others. Thanks to an apology from Vice-Captain Oscar, who had been listening in the same place, the matter was settled amicably. However, the assault during the garden party could not be resolved in the same way. Regarding the garden party, quite a number of guests were harmed. It seems there will be various diplomatic issues at the national level because of this. Without a doubt, the House of the Lord of Whitnash will face serious consequences. It was supposed to be protected by the treasure of the wind barrier, wasn't it? It seemed Ito remembered what Lin and Rhea had discussed earlier. It's possible that he remembered every word spoken by someone he admired. "Yeah, it seems it was rigged to break just before the assault. That's a clear blunder." Abel shook his head. At that moment, he seemed to recall something and looked up in surprise. "Oh right, Nils, Ito, Ammon, the three of you received words of gratitude from Princess Fiona. She said you saved her from being thrown to the ground and protected her from the bandits, and you'll be receiving a monetary reward as well. They said it would be transferred to the guild's account by the time we return to the city of Run." "Yay, that's wonderful. Is it really okay for us to receive this?" Nils, Ito, and Ammon were delighted. Of course, they hadn't helped with the reward in mind, but it was only natural to feel happy when their actions were acknowledged and praised in such a tangible way. "By the way, Ryo doesn't get anything. Well, by the time I arrived, the bandits had already been defeated. There was just a weird fire attribute magician there. For you to call the Blazing Flame Mage a weird fire attribute magician, you're really something." Abel let out a big sigh. "By the way, you participated in the garden party too, didn't you? Did you get hurt or anything?" Suddenly, Abel's behavior became strange. "Oh, of course, that's nothing I couldn't handle. You look suspicious." "Yeah," Ito and Ammon looked at Abel with doubtful eyes. As for Nils, just as expected from Mr. Abel, "You're really amazing." He didn't doubt him at all. "Abel, you'll feel better if you throw up. Just let it all out." Ryo gently encouraged Abel, as if he were at a police interrogation or talking to a colleague who had drunk too much. Of course, he had no intention of letting him go. "No, I was participating at first, but in the middle of it, I got caught by the guild master of this town. I ended up having a private meeting in a separate room. Since they were using a soundproof magic tool, it took me a while to realize I was in that state. But after the meeting, you left after Hugh handled everything right." "Yeah, but in short, the Adventurer Beginner Training session that the City of Run is conducting, they want to do the same here in Whitnash. They apparently talked about the materials and dispatching instructors, and upon returning, they wanted to discuss sending the instructor candidates from Whitnash to participate in the actual beginner training session in the City of Run." Well, they went on and on about that hope. It seems that having a high position comes with its own set of challenges. If even a proxy has it this tough, one can only imagine how hard it must be for the official Hugh McGrath. The four in Room 10 received a request from Abel to deliver a letter detailing the discussion with the Guild Master of Whitnash to Hugh in the City of Run. "I'd really like to hand it over myself, but I have a bit more work to do." From Ryo's perspective, Abel seemed to be lying. He probably just didn't want to deal with being grilled by Hugh. Since he would inevitably be asked various questions when he returned to the City of Run, he was merely delaying the problem by a few days. Why do people tend to postpone their issues? Ryo pondered about human karma that has persisted since ancient times. Early the next morning, he reunited with the trading company he had accepted a bodyguard request from after 10 days. Along with them, he also joined the members of the coffee makers led by DeLong, who were coordinating the guard duty. "Hey, Nils, you've really made a name for yourself." The first thing DeLong said was about the boat competition. It seemed the coffee makers had watched that match and had been excitedly discussing it with the adventurers of this town after that. It's not a bad thing to become known as an adventurer. DeLong nodded widely as he patted Nils on the shoulder. All right, the formation is the same as when we arrived. Let's stay alert for the next 2 days. Yeah, and 2 days later, just like when they came, the group arrived in the city of Run without encountering any particular issues. From tomorrow, there will be a 2-part interlude before the start of a new chapter. On June 19, 2021, the second volume, Water Attribute Magician, Part 1, Central Nations Arc II, will be released by Books. If you purchase it from the TO Books online store, you will receive the bonus short story, Day 6 of the Port Festival. If you buy it as an ebook, you will receive the bonus short story, Magic Copper Ore of Rusay Village. The bonus short stories are available at the 2 locations mentioned above. My name is Alfonso Spinazzola. I am the grandson of the Baron of Run and have just turned 19 this year. Since my parents have already passed away, unless something unexpected occurs, I will become the next Lord of Run. However, that is of little concern to me. The significant issue before me now is that a certain woman has been in a bad mood for the past few days. That woman is named Sera, and she is my sword instructor. She is an elf and extremely beautiful. The word beautiful seems trivial in her presence. Yes, she is indeed beautiful. Of course, beauty has nothing to do with swordsmanship. Once upon a time, I made a grave mistake. I tried to forcefully claim her as my own. As a result, I had my shoulder shattered and a sword was driven into me. Yes, after being shattered, I had the sword stabbed into me. It was terrifying. Naturally, it was a fitting consequence for my foolish actions. Since then, Sera has become an object of awe and respect for me. She originally rarely smiles. She doesn't speak much either. I have never heard her talk about anything unnecessary outside of training. She also instructs knights, and they say the same thing about her, so I suppose that's just who she is. My mistake is known among the knights as well. They know I had my shoulder shattered and the sword stabbed into me. However, afterwards, no one said anything at all. Normally, I would be looked down upon. Since that incident, I have tried to change my ways. I am ashamed of my foolish actions and have been working hard to become a noble who will not be pointed at by anyone as the next Baron of Run. Of course, I do not think I have achieved that yet, but I continue to strive. Let's leave my backstory at that. The big problem is that Sera has been in a bad mood for the past few days. Of course, just because she is in a bad mood does not mean there is unreasonable scolding or violence. It simply makes the atmosphere a little uncomfortable. And this is something that most people in the manor, including the Knight Order, have also noticed. I am Lerita, a maid in the Lord's Manor. Primarily, I take care of Lady Sera, the sword instructor. However, for the past few days, Lady Sera has not been her usual self. Of course, she continues to perform her duties as a sword instructor as always, and she treats us maids kindly. But because I see her every day, I can tell that she is not well. When I ask her, she only replies that she is fine and that everything is as usual, so I do not know the exact reason. I believe, however, that it is connected to the mock battle at the training ground the other day. I am just a maid, so I do not understand much about swords or magic. Even so, the battle between Lady Sera and her companion, Ryo, was astonishing. Since I often see knights practicing in this place, and as part of my duty accompanying Lady Sera, I frequently witness battles between her and the knights. But, compared to their fight, there was a difference like that between an adult and a baby. No, it was like the difference between a god and an ant. After the battle was over, Lady Sera embraced Ryo. She let go immediately, but it was the first time I saw her so excited and happy. Moreover, she referred to him as a precious person when parting. Lady Sera is an incredibly beautiful person. One could say she is akin to a goddess of beauty. However, there has never been any talk of romance surrounding her. Of course, with such beauty and strength, she is admired by the knights and everyone in the manor. Yet she seems completely unconcerned about it. I digress. In any case, Lady Sera has not been well for the past few days. All of us maids are very worried about her. That day, Sera rarely visited the Adventurers Guild. By the way, the route she took to get here was the North Library, Feast Pavilion, and Dormitory Room 10. Yesterday, she found documents on alchemy and golems in the restricted library of the North Library. It was not a book, but a bundle of several old parchments. Even Sera, who is said to be the master of the North Library and likely knows more about the collection than any librarian, had never seen this bundle of parchment before. She intended to inform Ryo, who is searching for information related to alchemy concerning golems, so she followed the route mentioned earlier. Also, for the past 5 days, she had not encountered Ryo at either the library or the Feast Pavilion, which was another reason. Upon entering the guild, several gazes turned towards Sera. After briefly looking away, they then properly focused on her again. Multiple double takes occurred. Hey, isn't that the Sera of the Wind, Lady Sera? Wow, this is rare. "Eh? Who is that beautiful woman? Idiot, that's the Sera who leads a B-rank party solo." Ignoring such comments, Sera headed straight to the reception. "Long time no see, Nina." "Welcome, Lady Sera. What brings you here today?" The receptionist who greeted Sera was Nina. "I'm looking for the D-rank adventurer Ryo. I wanted to inform him that I found a clue about what he is searching for." The guild primarily handles messages and package storage for adventurers, but does not disclose information regarding an adventurer's actions to others. This is often part of a request, and the confidentiality of information related to requests is something that should be treated with great care. Sera, being a B-rank adventurer, understands this well, which is why she phrased it that way. "I'm looking for him to convey what he asked me to." In fact, it wasn't entirely a lie. "Oh, Ryo and the others are not in town due to a request." "I see. Then I'll come again tomorrow." With that, Sera turned to leave. "Ah, wait, Lady Sera." Nina hurriedly stopped her. She beckoned her closer and whispered softly, "Lady Sera, Ryo and the others have gone to another town for a request, so they won't be back for a while." At that moment, despair covered Sera's face. Nina noticed the change. Are you okay, Lady Sera?" Yeah, I'm fine. So how long is a while?" "The request says binding period. More than 1 week, so I can't give you an exact answer, but it will likely take more than another week." Nina speculated that it was a guarding request to Whitnash, and that their return would likely be after the Whitnash Port Festival, but she couldn't bring herself to say that much to Sera. Thus, she conveyed only that it would be more than a week. "I see. I understand. Thank you." With that, Sera moved away from the reception. Her demeanor clearly showed that she was shocked, and none of the adventurers dared to speak to her as they watched her leave. For the next week, Sera's heart remained clouded. "Just a month ago, I didn't even know of Ryo's existence, so I'm just returning to that time. I understand that in my head, but... I can see why the Fairy King favored Ryo." Even though it was said they wouldn't return for a week, she still hoped, showing up every day at the North Library and the Feast Pavilion. However, there was no sign of the person she longed for, and Sera always returned to the Lord's Manor dejected. Then, 8 days after meeting Nina. After finishing the morning training with the Night Order, Sera headed to the North Library. In the library, she searched every inch, including the great reading room and even the restricted library that she was not supposed to enter. But again, there was no sign of the person she sought. In a worse state than before, she headed to the next location, the Feast Pavilion. It was slightly past noon, and the place was already less crowded at this time. However, it was at this time that she had previously encountered Ryo. Sera opened the door to the Feast Pavilion and entered. There she saw the water attribute magician enjoying a delicious curry. Sera felt like she might cry. She didn't know why, but that was her honest emotion. Engrossed or perhaps sincerely focused on his curry, Ryo, seeing him like that, Sera was momentarily frozen in place. Suddenly, Ryo looked up and caught sight of Sera. Still holding the spoon in his right hand, he gestured "come here" with his left hand. Realizing this, Sera beamed with a smile and walked over to Ryo. Ryo was in the restricted library of the North Library. Since adventurers below B rank are not allowed to enter the restricted library, he was, of course, not alone. Sitting next to him was an elf woman with stunning beauty, who had her platinum blonde hair lightly tied back. That was Sera. Originally, even with the accompaniment of a B rank or higher, it was not permitted for someone without qualifications to enter the restricted library. However, the reason Ryo was allowed to enter this time was that Sera had obtained special permission directly from the Lord. The purpose was for Sera to browse a certain bundle of parchments related to alchemy that she had found in the restricted library while Ryo was out on a request in the city of Whitnash. Books, documents, and other materials inside the restricted library cannot be taken outside. Considering that, the only way for Ryo to see the bundle of parchments was to enter the restricted library with special permission. After glancing through the bundle, Ryo lifted his face. "This is truly fascinating." "Right, I thought so and went to tell you." "Sorry, I was out on a bodyguard request." During the 13 days Ryo was away from the city on a bodyguard request in the city of Whitnash, Sera had kindly come to inform the guild about this bundle. He could only express his gratitude. No, it's fine, don't worry about it." Sera's profile as she said this looked just a little proud to Ryo. "Okay, then I'll take some notes." With that, Ryo began to lay out the stack of paper, pen, and ink he had brought on the desk. "Since it's on parchment, it can't be transcribed. If it were on paper, it would have been easy," Sera said with a disappointed expression. Ryo asked back with a strange voice, and Sera also repeated her question. It seemed there was some problem with their communication. "Did you just mention something about transcription?" "I said something about transcription." Just a slight change in the intonation could drastically change the meaning. Words are indeed difficult. If this were drawn on paper, then it could be immediately copied onto another sheet using transcription. Yes, it can be copied. The way you said that Ryo indicates you don't know about the transcription spell. Finally understanding, Sera smiled brightly. For this smile I wouldn't mind repeating. I don't know about transcription multiple times. Ryo's thoughts became chaotic, but he used his willpower to bring them back to focus. Yes, I don't know about transcription spells. Ryo is interesting. You seem to know a lot and be quite strong, yet you don't know the basics. Is transcription a basic thing? Hearing that, Ryo finally solved one mystery. The paper that is often found at the Adventurers Guild. The explanation sheet that Nina showed him when he registered as an adventurer, all of them were copies made through transcription. That is why they could exist in such large quantities. In the world of Phi, magic took the place of printing. Thinking about it, it might be obvious. If there is such an incredibly convenient tool as magic, then traditional printing wouldn't have emerged. Can I use that transcription spell as well? My wonder. It's attributeless magic, but interestingly, it seems some people are suited for it while others aren't. So when doing commercial activities in the city, you typically ask a copy shop for help. It seemed there were printing companies in this world as well. Ah, if anyone can transcribe, then I wouldn't need to buy books at such high prices. Well, that's illegal. It seemed there were copyright-like laws in this world as well. After all, it's better to properly buy and read books. That's for the author's sake. Yes, I will do that. Since Ryo nodded sincerely, Sera smiled brightly. After managing to copy down the notes and taking a breath, Ryo decided to ask Sera a question he had been pondering. I've been wondering for a while, but Sera, you often come to the library, right? Yeah, I do. Isn't the entrance fee quite a hefty amount? Sera suddenly averted her gaze. Oh, what? Well, you see, I work here at the library, so the entrance fee is free. How enviable! It was a cry from the bottom of Ryo's heart. I was paying at first. But the Lord found out that over 90% of the library's entrance fee income came from me, and he thought that was too much, so he made it free for me, but thanks to that, you could enter the restricted library this time. For some reason, the last part seemed to carry an attitude of be grateful. Of course, I am grateful for that. That was his honest sentiment. Oh, by the way, later, I'll take you to my acquaintance at the copy shop to show you that transcription spell I mentioned earlier. Sera abruptly changed the subject. Please do. Ryo decided to play along. I know too little about magic. I also don't know much about human magic or magic in the Central Nations, but well, it's been quite a few years since I left the forest, so I think I can answer some of your questions. Just how old is Sera, really? Ryo, did you just think something strange? No, Sera was giving Ryo a side-eye. Ryo averted his gaze from Sera. I'm about 200 years old. Ryo looked at Sera in surprise. What? Was that unexpected? A beautiful woman who succeeded in being mischievous. If he were to title her, it would be such a smile from Sera. Well, I'm surprised that you're so beautiful after living for 200 years. If you say that directly to my face, I'll get embarrassed. With her face turning bright red, Sera looked away. After the two of them had a friendly curry meal at the feast pavilion, they headed to the copy shop that Sera claimed to be acquainted with. It was a splendid store, located just one street behind the main road. The speed of transcription varies quite a bit from person to person, so those who can do it quickly naturally end up with more work and make a profit. Sera explained the reason for the impressive storefront. Shall we go in then? As Ryo said this and tried to open the door, a person stepped out from inside. Oh, Sera, Abel, it's been a while. Abel, holding a bundle of papers that seemed to have been transcribed, stepped out from the store. It's rare for you to be working, Abel. Ryo, no, I work too. Wait, why are you with Sera? Abel reacted in surprise to Ryo's light-hearted comment. Sera is you could say, my teacher. Ryo is you could say, my student. With that, the two of them laughed together. You two are close, huh? As Abel was taken aback by their interaction, someone else stepped out from the store. Abel, close the door. Oh, welcome, Sera. The woman who stepped out appeared to be in her mid-30s. Oops, I took too long. I'll take this with me. I want to ask Ryo a lot of things, so I'll catch you later. With that, Abel left. Hey, Capillas, long time no see. Ryo, this is the copy shop owner, Capillas. The best copy shop in the city of Run. No, Sera, that's an exaggeration. Nice to meet you, Ryo. I'm Capillas, the copy shop owner. I'm Ryo, an adventurer. Ryo and Capillas exchanged greetings. Capillas, actually, Ryo doesn't even know about the transcription spell, so I brought him to show him. I'm sorry, but could we watch you transcribe just a little? Sure. What Abel had done was urgent, but I have some that I'm working on slowly, so please come and watch me transcribing one of those. With that, Capillas guided the two into the back of the store. The transcription magic that Capillas showed them was essentially copy and paste for pages. He hovered his left hand over the original page and his right hand over the destination page. I wish for the miracle of pen and paper that twins shall be born. Transcription. This would create an exact duplicate of the page. During this process, resizing wasn't possible, and regardless of the size of the destination paper, it would be transcribed as is. Of course, it was impossible for it to have the speed of modern Earth's copy machines, but being able to transcribe an A4 page in about 5 seconds was sufficiently practical. This is amazing. Ryo thought so from the bottom of his heart. It might have been even more so after having copied from parchment earlier in the morning. Yes, this magic is one of the spells that greatly changed human life. Sera, you're exaggerating. To Sera's weighty declaration, Capillas replied with a wry smile. Is it an exaggeration? It's amazing magic, and I really think those who can wield it like Capillas are incredible. Having a perspective like Sera's was very favorable in Ryo's view. Indeed, it's not just flashy things that are impressive. Capillas, thank you for showing me something great. I appreciate it. No, if this is good, feel free to come anytime. Ryo, if you ever need something transcribed, please do use our shop. Ryo and Sera left the copy shop, but there suddenly Sera called out to Ryo, Ryo, I have something to talk about. What a grand way to start a conversation. Huh, Sera? Yes, that's the Sera I'm talking about. Huh. I thought maybe I was being formal and using honorifics because I'm B rank and it couldn't be helped, but you were on a first-name basis with Abel earlier. So I'd like to be on a first-name basis too. Sera said this, puffing up her cheeks. She looked incredibly cute. Well, that's fine, but... Yes, then let's do it. Sera. All right. With that, Sera smiled happily and started walking. From the next chapter 85, we will enter a new arc. Chapter start. Ryo had a penalty imposed by the Adventurers Guild. Complete 3 requests within 2 months. The first of these was the escort mission to Whitnash, undertaken with the 3 from Room 10 and the coffee makers. In fact, an escort request for a round trip is treated as 2 separate requests, meaning it counts as completing 2 requests. Since this is an internal processing matter of the Guild, the requester does not particularly need to be aware of it and will not incur any disadvantages. That said, for adventurers who have to complete a certain number of requests for various reasons, this is indeed a very appealing request, and Ryo fell into that category of adventurers. In other words, as long as he completed 1 request within the next month and a half, he would be fine. For that reason, Ryo was not at all anxious and had been coming and going to the North Library, the Feast Pavilion, or practicing at the Night Order's training grounds. Ryo, I need your help with something. Huh. That day, after finishing a mock battle with Sera at the Night Order's training grounds in the afternoon and returning to the dormitory, Nils bowed deeply and requested something from him. You need help with something? To summarize Nils' explanation, his childhood village had issued a subjugation request to the Adventurers Guild. Since the request ranks were C rank and D rank, they could not accept it with just their E rank party. If the D rank Ryo would form a temporary party, they could take on the D rank request. The targets for subjugation were goblins and skeletons that had been appearing near the village. Goblins and skeletons, at last the main characters of a fantasy world alongside goblins. The skeletons are appearing. However, why goblins and skeletons? It's a strange combination, isn't it? Yes. Those 2 types fundamentally inhabit different areas. Well, I'm not sure if you can even say skeletons inhabit a place. That was Ito speaking. For Ito, a priest, skeletons, being undead, were sworn enemies. Or at least Ryo assumed so. Thus, he would likely be the most knowledgeable about skeletons among them. The places where skeletons appear are typically graveyards, abandoned temples or shrines, abandoned buildings, and possibly abandoned mines. Nils, does your village have any of those locations? There is a graveyard. That could be it. The request document didn't provide detailed explanations about that area. Originally, this subjugation request was first made to the city of Kairati. Kairati is the closest to the village after all, but the request came around to the city of Run without being fulfilled. Even though it's a request to subjugate goblins and skeletons, how is it still unfulfilled in Kairati? Ito was also scratching his head. It is common knowledge that goblins are weak, setting aside the great tsunami. Skeletons are not particularly strong either. A F-rank adventurer could easily defeat them one-on-one, and with a priest's area purification magic, turn undead. Even if there were dozens of skeletons, they wouldn't fall behind. Because of this, it was hard to comprehend the situation of the request remains unfulfilled. Well, for starters, I think we'll need to stop by the Kairati Guild to hear the situation. How long will it take to get there? 1 day to Kairati, 1 day to the village, around 3 days for the request. So I think it will take about 7 days round trip. After saying this, Nils looked at Ryo with a face that seemed to ask if he would accept it. I'm fine with accepting it. Really? Thank you. However, I have a mock battle scheduled with someone tomorrow, so I'll need to go and cancel that. After that, we'll go to the guild to apply for a temporary party and accept the request, if that's all right. Ryo didn't have any deep meaning behind it, but the three who heard about the cancelled plans for tomorrow were shocked. Ryo is having a mock battle. Is such a person really in the city of Run? It might not be human. Nils, Ito, and Ammon were so surprised that they muttered words that would be quite rude to anyone who overheard them. Well then, I'll be back shortly. Ryo returned to the entrance of the Lord's Manor, where he had just come out an hour ago. The guards, particularly the knights, were astonished. Lord Ryo, what brings you here? Before long, the knights had started to refer to Ryo as Lord. For the past few days, he had been fighting mock battles with Sera every afternoon at the Knight Order's training grounds, and Ryo had heard that rumors of their battles were spreading within the Knight Order, hence the Lord title. I'm sorry I had a mock battle scheduled with Miss Sera tomorrow, but I've received a request, so I will need to cancel the mock battle. Upon hearing this, the guard displayed a very disappointed expression. I was planning to go watch tomorrow, so it's a shame. I'm sorry about that. Oh, it's fine. Miss Sera should be training at the training grounds right now. Saying this, the guard let Ryo inside and pointed toward the training grounds. Am I allowed to just go in? Yes, Lord Ryo has permission to enter the training grounds at any time. Please, go ahead. This was the first Ryo had heard of it. When did that happen? At the training grounds. Most of the knights were lying on the ground. Everyone was having a friendly sleep study? Not really. The only one standing without issue was Sera. It seemed that Sera had single-handedly defeated everyone. In such a situation at the training grounds, Ryo stood there in awe. This is, he muttered in a very small voice, but Sera reacted by quickly turning to face him. Then, without hesitation, she moved in front of Ryo in an instant. Ryo, it's been a while. Did you forget something? Actually, I have something I need to apologize to Sera about. Saying this, Ryo briefly explained the request matter to Sera. So that means I won't be able to have the mock battle tomorrow, and I'm going to be out of the city for a while, which is why I wanted to let you know. Previously, when Ryo and the others had gone to Whitnash for the escort request, he had heard that Sera was looking for them, so this time he thought it best to explain in advance. After listening to Ryo, Sera seemed a bit downcast. The mock battles always look so fun. It's sad to think I won't be able to do them for a while. Thinking that, Ryo suggested something for after he returned. When I get back, let's have lots of mock battles together. Also, let's go to the feast pavilion to eat curry. Upon hearing this, Sera noticeably brightened up. Oh, really? That's a promise? Absolutely a promise, okay? Why, yeah. I promise. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Sera's enthusiasm, Ryo nodded repeatedly. All right, then for the sake of your roommate, do your best and go. With that, Sera sent Ryo off with a beaming smile. I'm glad I didn't make her upset. Ryo felt a deep sense of relief. When Ryo returned to the guild dormitory, the three from room 10 were waiting in the room. It seemed Nils had drawn a simple map of the village and was explaining various things. Thanks for waiting. Ryo, welcome back. Welcome back. Did the person you were having a mock battle with not get all angry? The last question was asked cautiously by Nils. It was fine. More importantly, let's go to the guild and handle the paperwork. I'm hungry too, so let's have dinner while we're at it. There were no issues with the procedures at the guild. However, after accepting the request, they were invited to the reception room, which was different from usual. After waiting for 2 minutes, Guild Master Hugh entered. Hey, sorry to make you come all the way here. No need for pleasantries. You can stay seated. He instructed the four, who had hurriedly tried to stand, to remain seated. The reason I called you in is to explain the circumstances of how this request was sent from Kairati to us. You're curious, right? Yes, I am. The first to respond was, of course, Nils. That was only natural. After all, it was a request concerning his hometown village. 2 adventure parties were sent from Kairati. The first was an E-rank party, and the second was a D-rank party. The D-rank party also failed the request, subjugating goblins and skeletons. Although the numbers are uncertain, it was hard to believe a D-rank party could fail. Well, the report from that D-rank party states that we could not gain the villagers' cooperation, and the villagers became hostile. Huh! The stunned voice belonged to none other than Nils. This village isn't that exclusive. Well, you could say it's not exactly open either. It's hard to say anything based solely on the report. However, the first E-rank party reportedly had serious injuries among its members. It seems they were attacked by skeletons, and they encountered over 20 skeletons at that time, so be careful. However, with the priest Ito here, you should be fine as long as you don't let your guard down. Upon hearing that, Ito nodded vigorously. Honestly, I'm grateful that Nils and the others are taking this on. It's always better when it's someone from the village or the person from the area. I understand because I was born in a small village too. Still, I was puzzled about the request ranking being C rank, D rank sent from Kairati, but with Ryo joining it should be fine. Yep, that's good. Hugh seemed quite satisfied and nodded repeatedly. Also, I've written a letter of introduction for this request addressed to the Kairati Adventurers Guild, so you should take that with you. It mentions that Nils is from the village that made the request, so I've asked them for cooperation on information. Well, I doubt they'll treat you poorly. Thank you for everything, Guild Master. Ah, don't mention it. You youngsters are the pride of the guild. Just come back safe. With that, Hugh left the reception room, laughing heartily. I'm hungry. Let's eat. With Ryo's unwavering statement, Nils nodded hesitantly, Ito stifled a laugh, and Ammon smiled wryly. You can't work on an empty stomach. In the previous chapter 84, we reached 60,000 PV and 100 bookmarks. This is entirely thanks to all of you who read it. Thank you very much. The next day, after finishing breakfast in the guild cafeteria earlier than usual, the four of them headed towards the city of Kairati. Of course, they walked. The road between Run and Kairati is well-maintained due to the frequent movement of people and goods. Although it is well-maintained, it doesn't have cobblestones laid down. The ground is simply compacted. However, compared to taking a pathless route, it is incomparably easier. Along the roadside, there are occasionally pillars standing about 1 meter in diameter and 5 meters in height. What's that pillar that stands occasionally? Ryo, curious about the pillar, asked casually. And usually it was Ito who answered questions of this nature. That's an exorcism pillar, a monster-repelling pillar. They should be standing every 500 meters. A barrier? Ryo muttered involuntarily. What came to his mind was the barrier that Michael had set up at his home in the forest of Rondo. It doesn't have much of the effect to be called a barrier, but, well, unless something major happens, monsters won't come close. They are typically set up along the main roads of the kingdom. It seemed there was one along the road connecting Run and Whitnash, but Ryo had no memory of it. At that time, it might have been more important to extract information from the coffee makers. It seems the exorcism pillar and the barrier at home are fundamentally different. Someday I want to solve the mystery of the barrier at home. Another ambition began to sprout in Ryo's heart. And then lunchtime. While eating the bento prepared by the guild cafeteria, the four were resting. Still, nothing really happens, does it? Ryo, what exactly are you expecting? Nils responded with a look of disbelief to Ryo's monologue. Well, you know, when it comes to traveling between towns, I thought it would be the norm to fend off monsters coming at us non-stop and catch the bandits coming in groups to steal the treasure we've gathered. Whose non-human monster realm are you talking about? If such things happened frequently, economic activities at the national level would certainly be interrupted. Nils explained that. Yes, it was Nils who looked like a big troublemaker swordsman explaining it. Ryo was astonished. Hey, Ryo, you were thinking something really rude, weren't you? And no, that's not true. Beside them, Ito couldn't hold back her laughter and finally burst out laughing. After a good laugh, Nils had previously heard about this from Mr. Abel, and he remembered it. Don't spill the beans, Ito. Nils panicked at Ito's revelation. Sure enough, why do you accept that so readily? Ryo nodded vigorously, to which Nils protested. Ammon, who had been listening quietly from the side, said, But it's impressive that all those things you heard before are properly ingrained in you. I will do my best too. Ammon is a good guy. By evening that day, the four arrived at Kairati without anything happening. This is the time when the guild is crowded with request reports. Let's secure a room first, Nils suggested, and they secured accommodations before heading to the Adventurers Guild. Camping out wouldn't cost them for lodging, but since they were in town, they wanted to sleep in a proper bed. Adventurers' bodies are their capital, after all. After securing a room and having dinner, the four headed to the Adventurers Guild. As expected, the peak of request reporting for that day had passed, and there were hardly any adventurers in the guild. There was only one young male receptionist present. We are adventurers from the city of Run, and we have taken on a subjugation request from Abali village that came from this town. We would like to receive the request information. Also, this is a letter of introduction from our guild master. Nils said this and handed the letter of introduction given by Hugh to the receptionist. Understood. Please wait a moment. Saying that, the receptionist took the letter and went through the back door. After this, someone will come out from the back, and we will be embroiled with the town's adventurers and the guild's higher-ups, leading to a tense situation. Then we will resolve the situation with force. Ryo passionately narrated a typical light novel development. Why does Ryo always try to steer things towards a fighting scenario? Is Ryo frustrated because the mock battle got cancelled? That's the Jase Zenjo that Ryo-san mentioned before. Nils looked exasperated, while Ito shook her head and Ammon used complicated words. However, unfortunately, or rather, as expected, no such development occurred and the four were led to a reception room. Regarding this matter, the sub-master will explain, so please wait here for a little while. After saying that, they waited in the reception room for 5 minutes. The sub-master is the second highest position in the guild, assisting the guild master. Most guilds of a certain size usually have one. However, for some reason, the Adventurers Guild of Run, which boasts the biggest scale in the border area, does not have a submaster. Hence, Ammon was dispatched as a proxy in place of Hugh and Whitnash. The man who entered was in his mid-30s and gave the impression of a former mage. He was about the same height as Ryo, with a slender build like Ito and a gentle expression like Ammon, giving off an impression of being easy to talk to. "You are adventurers from the city of Run. I am Landenvia, the sub-master of the Karate Adventurers Guild. Nice to meet you. I am Nils, the party leader. These are my party members, Ito, Ammon, and Ryo." Nils explained in a polite manner, unlike his usual way of speaking. "TPO is the basic principle of a working adult. I see you are Nils, the one from the village where the request originated. It was written in the letter of introduction from Master McGrath. Also, this party is noted as a promising young party. It's a bit enviable that Master McGrath is expecting such a party. Recently, young parties in Kairati haven't had many debuts. A promising young party, Master McGrath, has a cool ring to it." Aside from the joyful voices of the three, there was one person who seemed to latch onto something odd, but let's not touch on who that might be. "I certainly won't mention that it's some water attribute magician. Is our guild master perhaps a famous person?" Ito's murmur surprised Sub-Master Landenvia. "Could it be that you don't know the hero, McGrath?" "Hero," the four spoke in unison. "Is it already an era where adventurers are being born who don't know about that? There used to be no adventurer in the kingdom who didn't know the name Master McGrath. He is that kind of person. Once this request is over and you return to the city of Run, you should ask senior adventurers about the heroic tale of Master McGrath." "Yes, I will do that." Nils, still recovering from the surprise, nodded vigorously in response. "All right, then let me explain about this request. To be honest, there isn't much information." From Kairati, an E-rank and a D-rank party were dispatched once each. The first E-rank party encountered skeletons, resulting in 2 out of 5 sustaining serious injuries. They retreated. The next D-rank party was unable to obtain cooperation from some villagers and could not conduct an investigation. They retreated. After that, the village chief and others visited the Kairati Adventurers Guild to apologize. However, no party came forward to accept the request afterward, and the request was relayed to the largest border town, Run. "I apologize for the lack of information. Do you have any questions? I believe the subjugation request mentioned goblins and skeletons. Have there been any confirmations regarding the goblins?" Ito asked a question. Indeed, there hadn't been any mention of goblins in the previous reports. "No, we have not confirmed any." Landenvia shook his head in denial. "Did the E-rank party encounter the skeletons in the western cemetery?" Nils, who was knowledgeable about the village's geography, asked. "No, it was reported to be in the eastern forest." "The eastern forest?" At that answer, Nils fell into deep thought. After that, there were no further questions, and Landenvia concluded his explanation. "Well then, I wish you good luck." With that, Landenvia stood up and saw the four from room 10 out. At dawn, after leaving the city of Kairati, the four of them arrived at their destination, Abali village, by early afternoon. "We arrived quite early, huh?" "It's because we walked at a fast pace. Normally, it would take a whole day," Nils replied to Ryo's observation with a wry smile. All four of them had particularly trained their endurance, which significantly shortened the time for such long-distance travel. How long one can sustain high performance? It's a crucial factor, whether one is an athlete or an adventurer, long live endurance. It seemed that the residences were clustered around the center of the village, but the cultivated fields stretched far beyond the village, quite extensively. There several villagers were working, but upon seeing the four they approached. The reason was that they had returned the swordsman to the village. "Nils, oh, it's really Nils, long time no see." "Nils. Welcome back." Seeing the villagers cheerfully waving at Nils, Ryo's expression relaxed as he said, "So Nils wasn't disliked and exiled by the villagers. That's great." "Why would I be exiled?" Nils retorted in a tone that was more incredulous than angry. "Because Nils looks like a little troublemaker or a ruffian. You were quite mischievous, right?" "Ugh, I can't deny that. It's usually the case that such people get kicked out of the village and become adventurers. Ryo is making a definitive statement. Does Ryo-san have acquaintances like that?" Ito and Ammon whispered to each other, amused by Ryo's definitive tone based on his light novel knowledge. "Anyhow, first, let's go greet the village chief and grandma." Cutting the conversation abruptly, Nils walked with big strides toward the center of the village. The other three followed behind. In the village square at the center, a larger house was built adjacent to it. The building itself was wooden, but the interior seemed quite spacious. "Buren, are you there?" As he opened the door, Nils entered without hesitation. However, the three were hesitating. While Nils might have been quite familiar with the place, the three were not. They ended up peering inside from just outside the door. The space was very large, almost as if it was used as a meeting hall. After waiting for a few seconds, a large man in his 50s, built like Nils, emerged from the back of the house. "Oh, who is it? Wait, is that you, Nils? Is it really you?" As if he had seen something unbelievable, the man called Buren looked Nils up and down multiple times. "Yep, it's me. Is it really you, Nils? I hardly recognized you." With that, the two embraced tightly. "Hardly recognized. It hasn't been a year since I left the village, you know." "Well, that's true. But you seem so impressive now. Back when you left the village, you were just a troublemaker." Hearing that, the other three burst into laughter simultaneously. "Don't say that, Buren. By the way, these three here are my party members, Ito, Ammon, and Ryo. Nice to meet you." The three bowed their heads all together and greeted him. "Hey, nice to meet you. I'm the village chief, Buren." "Well, standing around talking is not good. Have a seat." Prompted by Buren, the four took a seat. Just then, a woman of similar age to Buren appeared from the back, carrying a tray with cups. "Nils, welcome back. Everyone, please come in. Lanlin, I'm home." The woman called Lanlin smiled warmly, placed the cups filled with drinks, and soon stepped back. "So Nils coming back at this time means?" "Ah, we accepted a request that the village sent to the guild." "I see. But that request was from the Adventurers Guild in Kairati, and it was quite a high-ranking request, wasn't it? Nobody in Kairati would take it, so it was passed to the city of Run. As for the rank, well, we managed to stretch a bit and accept it." As Nils said this, Ito and Ammon smiled wryly. "I see. Well, it's better than having unknown people tackle it." At that point, Buren took a sip of water from his cup. Seeing that, Nils asked, "Buren, I heard that you didn't help the adventurers who came for the second time. What's that about?" "Ah, that's actually the crux of this request. Honestly, I don't know where to start explaining, so I'll just explain from the beginning. It might take a while." With that, Buren began to talk. "The first time we saw skeletons was about 6 months ago in the eastern forest. Well, somewhere there. Then 3 months ago I spotted goblins. This was also in the eastern forest, a bit to the south. I saw that myself. However, I haven't seen any since then. If anyone else has, I wonder if it was just a misidentification, as I couldn't find them despite searching." He paused for a moment and took a sip of water. "The skeletons were always in a slightly open area of the forest. Finally, I was able to scrape together the funds to make a subjugation request. Well, I thought it'd be nice if we could also subjugate the goblins while we were at it, so I mentioned that as well. Then the first party came, but have you heard the results? Yeah, 2 serious injuries. That's right, they were apparently surrounded by over 20 skeletons, and that party returned to the city. The problem is the battlefield." Buren grimaced. "Did they possibly go deep into the eastern forest?" Nils seemed to have guessed, directly asking. "Yeah, during the battle, they polluted the depths of the forest. So when the second party came, villagers who tried to drive them out appeared. It's a battle concerning life and death, and it's unreasonable to ask them to choose a location. At the same time, it's understandable that the villagers would want to drive them out when a battle occurred in a place that has been told for generations not to enter carelessly, especially when it was stained with blood. It's a complicated matter." "Yeah, that's true." At that point, Nils glanced at the other three, and he confirmed that all three of them did not understand. "I'm sorry, you probably don't understand. But this is a part of the village's secrets. I can't talk about it without the permission of Grandma and the village assembly. Please wait just a little longer." With that, Nils bowed his head to the three. After that, the four moved to Nils' family home in the village. Currently, Nils' younger brother and his wife were living there, and they were in tears of joy upon Nils' return. The other three, except for Nils, ended up waiting inside the house while Nils persuaded the villagers. During that time, Nils' younger brother Neroy and his wife Sana graciously hosted the three. So after Neroy's son turned 18 and became an adult, he inherited the family estate and farmland and left the village to become an adventurer. Yes, my brother never really liked farming since he was small. But after our parents passed away just before he became an adult, he had no choice but to inherit it. He was supposed to leave the village right after becoming an adult. But he stayed to raise me. Neroy was a very gentle young man whose facial features resembled Nils, but his size and personality were quite different. Nils may look that way, but he's surprisingly caring. Nils' son has treated me extremely well. Ito and Ammon praised Nils. Of course, Nils was absent. If he were present, he would have surely turned bright red and denied it. So right now, Nils is at the village chief's house where a villagers' assembly is happening. He's probably explaining various things there. It seemed to be taking place in the same space where Ryo and the others had talked to village chief Buren earlier. In a village, there are customs and traditions and a lot to consider. Ammon, who had just recently left the village, spoke nostalgically. Yes, but this time, since my brother and the people he trusts have come as the subjugation team, I don't think anyone will oppose the subjugation. The previous people completely ignored the village customs and tried to enter the woods, and that's why it was a problem. Ah, I see that was the case. Ito nodded in agreement. Everyone tends not to report unfavorable news to themselves, or to downplay it or intentionally avoid touching on it. It's a common occurrence. They aren't lying, they're just not answering because they weren't asked. The boss has to question those points, but that's incredibly difficult. As a result, dissatisfaction remains among the clients and collaborators. The world is filled with complexities. Hey, I'm back! Just as the five were laughing, including Sana, Nils returned from the assembly. Taking a breath, Nils began to explain. To get to the conclusion, permission for the subjugation of the skeletons was granted. Tomorrow night. Before that, during the daytime tomorrow, I plan to conduct an investigation of the goblins. For the goblins, Buren, who actually spotted them, will lead us to that location. Well, that'll be up to chance, and there's a possibility we might not find them. Now, regarding the skeletons, Nils gulped down the water he was offered. I have been given permission to tell you everything in the assembly, but of course, the information I'm about to share must not be disclosed. Understood? Yes, sure, got it. Ito, Ammon, and of course, Ryo all nodded. This village is somewhat special. There are two special aspects. The first is that deep in the eastern forest, there exists the guardian beast of the village. In truth, I've never seen it. Only the village chief and grandma have met it. So I don't know what kind of being the guardian beast is, or even if it truly exists. To be honest, I don't know. A guardian beast. There are occasionally villages with such legends. But I never expected Nils' village to be one of them. Ammon was simply surprised, while Ito was more astounded from a knowledgeable perspective. A guardian beast. How fantastical. Ryo was excited on his own. Today, the village chief and grandma are going to explain things to the guardian beast. They'll inform it about the investigation of the goblins and the subjugation of the skeletons. Because of that, I was told to avoid shedding blood in the eastern forest. I did convey that we will try our best during the assembly. The skeletons themselves don't shed blood, though. As long as we don't get hurt, it should be fine, right? Ito and Ammon each shared their thoughts. I'm sure that guardian beast has been corrupted or cursed by an evil god and has gone mad, and it will attack us without a doubt. Furthermore, liberating it from that corruption will likely become a new mission. Ryo was envisioning some light novel-like development in his mind. Ryo, are you thinking something strange? Nils shot a sharp question. No, I'm not thinking of anything strange. Nils looked at Ryo with narrowed eyes. More importantly, the guardian beast is one reason why the village is special, but there must be another reason, right? Ryo desperately tried to shift the topic away from himself. Completely. The other reason is the shrine. A shrine, the one who reacted was Priest Ito. But this is a bit difficult to explain, so Grandma said she would explain it personally tomorrow. I also have no idea how to explain it. I'm sorry, but please wait until tomorrow. The last line was cut off. I'm sorry. I added it May 29, 2304. Thank you to the person who informed me in the comments. The added line, I have no idea how to explain it. I'm sorry, but please wait until tomorrow. The day after arriving at Abali village. Last night, there wasn't a welcome banquet for Nils in the square. It's a shame that such things didn't happen, even though it's a common trope in reincarnation in another world stories. Ryo was the only one feeling down. It wasn't that Ryo particularly liked alcohol or banquets. He was simply expecting it as part of the story's conventions. That's the type of person Ryo is. When the four of them arrived at the square, the village chief, Buren, was talking to an elderly woman. You've come? Ito, Ammon, and Ryo, right? Let me introduce you. This here is the village advisor, Nuz, also known as Grandma. The moment Buren said that, the staff in Nuz's hand was swung at him. Buren swayed to dodge it. Is there anyone who would introduce a guest as Grandma? Foolish man. I apologize, guests. This village has many who lack manners, like this Buren and Nils. Why me? Nils was inexplicably pulled into it. Well, for now, let's go investigate the goblins. Buren interrupted immediately. To dismiss the elder's scolding with one phrase like that, Buren might be a capable village chief. The location was about a 15-minute walk from the village's outskirts. That's quite close, Nils said, looking towards the village. Yeah, the children sometimes come this way to play. We prohibited them from getting close after we saw them. But there are always kids who break the rules, the village chief Buren said, looking at Nils. Well, there was a time when I did such things too. It's possible, I guess. You definitely did, Buren asserted, not allowing Nils to dodge the topic. Looks like Nils has always been like that. Ryo crossed his arms in front of his chest and murmured deeply. No, it was loud enough to be considered a murmur, as if he intended for Nils to hear him. What do you mean by always? The way you say it makes it sound like it's still the same now. Ito chuckled at that, while Ammon smiled wryly. No one said that's not the case anymore. In reality, Nils hardly breaks rules anymore, but perhaps it's just a matter of image. 15 more minutes of walking from where Buren had seen them. Suddenly there were many footprints believed to belong to goblins. Could it be? Ito thought of the worst-case scenario. This assumption was shared by both Ito and Nils. A goblin nest. Or there might be a village. In general, if around 20 goblins are living together, it's called a nest, but if there's a larger number, it's considered a village. Once Nils said that, Ryo raised his head. What's wrong, Ryo? Nils. More than 10 goblins are coming this way. We'll encounter them in 5 minutes. With that, Ryo pointed south. Great detection ability. Then we'll leave one alive and hunt the rest. Nils immediately gave the order. We'll follow the one we spare, find the nest, and attack. Ryo confirmed. Yeah, ideally it would be better to properly investigate and gather people first, but if they're coming, we have no choice. Hey Nils, 10 of them, are you sure about this? 1 or 2 wouldn't be a problem, but numbers are power. With twice as many approaching as the 5 of them, Buren felt somewhat uneasy. It'll be fine since Ryo's here. Ryo, please hold them off. I'll leave the method up to you. Understood. This is a chance to test out my new creation. Hee, Ryo thought with an evil grin in his heart. Ryo-san is planning something, huh? Ryo thought he was smiling internally, but it showed on his face as well. Seeing that, Ammon and Ito whispered to each other. It seemed that keeping secrets was not possible. 5 minutes later, 10 goblins emerged from the depths of the forest. As all 10 appeared in a slightly open area, Ryo envisioned and silently cast a spell in his mind. Icebind upon casting, water chains wrapped around the goblins' arms and legs, instantly freezing them and restricting their movements. Let's go, Ammon. All right. Seeing the immobilized goblins, Nils and Ammon leaped in, finishing them off one by one. By the time they had taken down 8, Ryo deliberately released the ice binding of one goblin. Naturally, the freed goblin made a dash to escape in the direction it came from. Goblins aren't known for their intelligence. It was unlikely they could consider the possibility of being intentionally let go. After finishing off all 9 goblins, Buren and the 4 from room 10 followed the fleeing goblin. Buren was genuinely astonished at how they had taken down 9 without a single injury. Moreover, he felt a deep sense of emotion seeing Nils, whom he had watched grow up, along with his companions. After running for a while. It's up ahead. Ahead of the 5, a small hill came into view. There are 10 out in the open, and there seems to be a cave. We don't know how many are inside. Got it. For now, let's take down the ones outside in the same way as before. It's a rather haphazard method, though. Nils grimaced as he said this. Totally. There's no way we would take such a method without Ryo. Seriously, water attribute mages are something else. With some misunderstandings lingering, the 4 shifted their focus to combat. Ice bind. Once again, Nils and Ammon carried out a one-sided assault. Just as Nils had taken down the 10th goblin, 3 goblins emerged from the cave. Ice bind. The 3 that came out were also immediately bound by ice chains and unable to move, receiving fatal blows from Nils and Ammon. Among them was a goblin archer, but it didn't matter at all. And finally, a larger foe appeared. All 4 of them, including Ryo, sensed its presence. Something big is coming. Ammon, be careful. Got it. Nils and Ammon readied their swords again. What appeared was a goblin general. Nils muttered, caught off guard by this unexpected development. In the great tsunami that struck the city of Run, 3 generals appeared. However, normally, generals don't show up so easily. In goblin nests or villages near human settlements, one would usually find only archers. At most, there might be a mage. The goblin general's combat abilities are vastly superior to those of the goblin mages beneath it. A B-rank adventurer could barely manage to defeat one in a one-on-one fight. For an E-rank like Nils or an F-rank like Ammon, victory was impossible under normal circumstances. Icebind, Ryo's voice echoed, and just like the previous goblins, even the general was ensnared by ice chains. Of course, it struggled to break free, but its hands and feet moved not at all. Moreover, the general was laid flat on its back on the ground. It was as if it was begging to be defeated. What? Nils exclaimed in disbelief. Nils, aren't you going to finish it off? Yeah. I'll do it. Saying so, Nils approached the toppled general and beheaded it. Thus, one of the crises threatening Abali village was averted. I'm glad we defeated it without any casualties. We also got the general's magic stone. And it's quite rich, too. I wonder if it's been residing there for a long time, Ryo said happily. Why, yeah. Nils walked towards the village road, showing a slightly reluctant expression. Ito and Ammon, having obtained the general's magic stone, were walking with genuine joy on their faces, singing an impromptu song together. Goblin General, Everyone all together, Goblin General, for some reason, they were singing a spontaneous tune as they walked. Nils and the others are amazing, Buren murmured in admiration, but his words didn't reach the ears of the four. In the village square, a large number of villagers had gathered. Village Chief Nils. How did it go? We wiped out all the goblins safely. Ooh! When Village Chief Buren announced this, cheers erupted. That's incredible, Nils. You all did well too. Look, here's some bandit-style grilled chicken, enjoy. As the cheers subsided, villagers gathered around the four, patting them on the shoulders, expressing their gratitude and giving them food. No, wait, no alcohol. There are still skeletons at night. Ah, Buren quickly spotted a villager who had excitedly brought alcohol and stopped him. Despite the unusual setup, it felt like everyone was having lunch together in the square. Buren, Grandma, the goblins have been subjugated. I heard. Well done. In that case, it would be best to take the four of you to see the guardian beast soon in the afternoon. The guardian beast has been wanting to talk to you, right? That's true. I'll let the four of them know. We can go after lunch. Ryo overheard that conversation. A meeting with the guardian beast. There's also a possibility of battling against the corrupted guardian beast. Ryo couldn't help but smile. Seeing this, the two said, Ryo is plotting something unsettling again. Ryo-san doesn't seem up to any good. Nils made an extremely displeased face, while Ammon smiled as usual, saying this while looking at Ryo. At that moment, Ito was looking at Grandma, more precisely at the decorative cord and netsuke attached to Grandma's staff. Is that the emblem of the Earth Mother Goddess? Ito pondered while searching her memory. The place where the guardian beast resided was located about an hour's walk inside the eastern forest. This eastern forest is a place where villagers are not allowed to enter further in. Though the troublemaker Nils had gone in numerous times and was scolded by me and Grandma. I knew it. Why, I knew it. Ryo nodded in agreement with the village chief Buren's explanation. Meanwhile, Nils was in disbelief at being understood. Grandma, I mean Nuz, that netsuke? Ito hesitated for a long time, but finally decided to speak to Grandma. Just call me Grandma. Only the guardian beast calls me Nuz. About that netsuke? Oh, you mean the one attached to this staff? You should know if you're a priest of the goddess of light, right? Grandma lifted her staff slightly to make the 5-centimeter diameter stone carving easier for Ito to see. Yeah, I believe it's the emblem of the Earth Mother Goddess. You've studied well. They still teach that at the Temple of the Goddess of Light, I see. The Earth Mother Goddess? Ryo's murmured question seemed to reach both Ito and Grandma. Yes, nowadays, hardly anyone believes anymore. However, the elders of this village have worshipped the Earth Mother Goddess for generations. The Goddess of Light we worship and the Earth Mother Goddess were both once revered as pillars among the 7 gods. However, various things have happened over a long time. Now, when one mentions temple or priest, it's unconditionally associated with the Temple of the Goddess of Light or Priest of the Goddess of Light. The other 6 gods have fallen, with a hint of self-deprecation, but also a tinge of sadness. Grandma spoke. There was no sense of bitterness or sorrow in her tone. Rather, it seemed close to resignation in Ryo's eyes. Faith is not something to be imposed upon people. If it disappears, that's simply the principle of this world. That clear-minded? Those words resonated with Grandma at present. At that moment, Ryo suddenly had a question. Can those who believe in the Earth Mother Goddess also use light attribute magic? Yes, light attribute magic, meaning recovery-type magic is a specialty of the priest. But is it only for the priest of the Goddess of Light, or can priests of other gods use it too? This was the question Ryo had. Light attribute magic. Yes, like healing wounds and such. I can use it, however it's different from what the priests of light use. Ito, was it? The priests of light would surely chant spells, right? Yes, of course. Ito responded, looking surprised at Grandma's unexpected question. Those who serve the Earth Mother Goddess do not chant spells. Rather, spells were never a thing to begin with. At some point, chanting became the norm. Ito was even more astonished than before. In fact, she was frozen. Seeing Ito frozen like this was a rare occurrence outside of matters related to Ryo, so it was a very intriguing sight for Ryo. With Ito, who was still staring blankly, the group finally arrived at the cave deep within the forest where the guardian beast resided. Somehow, this is an additional post on Sunday. But this doesn't mean I'll do it every week. Just because it's Sunday doesn't mean I'll add something every week. Today is special. The next chapter, 89-2, is scheduled to be posted as usual at 9 p.m. today. Thank you for your support. Guardian beasts, non-human creatures that inhabit the land. They often build symbiotic relationships with the people living there in various forms. That's why they are called guardian beasts. Basically, they are not found in populous places like cities, but rather inhabit areas rich in nature such as mountains and forests. Moreover, their existence is rarely made public, and only the villagers who have interactions with them are usually aware of it. As a result, it is not well understood how many guardian beasts exist, what types of guardian beasts inhabit the area, and what kinds of relationships they have with the people. Guardian beast, it's Nuz. I've brought Buren and the four who will carry out the subjugation. From outside the cave, Nuz, also known as Grandma, called out politely. At her voice, Ito, who had been frozen in place, restarted. Seeing that, Ryo felt relieved. If, as Ryo had anticipated, the guardian beast had been corrupted, it would have led to an immediate battle. In that case, Ito being unable to move quickly would have been deadly. However, you have worked hard, slowly coming out from the cave was Fenrir, Ito whispered, and Ryo heard it too. The creature was about 3 meters long, a silver wolf. Its legs seemed unsteady, indicating a significant loss of strength. However, its gaze was firm and the words it wove were clear. It seems it wasn't corrupted. Damn, no event triggered. Ryo briefly showed a regretful expression which both Nils and Ammon noticed, and they nodded simultaneously. It seems they had also been thinking of something unpleasant. A priest of light. With a priest present, we shouldn't be overwhelmed by those creatures. Technically, I'm not precisely Fenrir, but I am something similar. With that, the guardian beast chuckled softly. A priest of light, 2 swordsmen. And the guardian beast continued speaking while staring directly at Ryo. My name is Enkuzan, water mage. What is your name? I'm Ryo. Surprised by the question, Ryo answered, albeit a bit taken aback. However, the shock of Nuz and the village chief Buren standing beside him was anything but minor. The guardian beast has given its name. They were astonished that the guardian beast had introduced itself. This had never happened before. In fact, both Nuz and Buren were learning for the first time that the guardian beast's name was Enkuzan. It is a name difficult for humans to pronounce. I deliberately avoided mentioning it until now. However that may. Ryo, was it? I must convey this to you. Not doing so would be disrespectful. Disrespectful. Ryo tilted his head in confusion. How should I put it? I'm like a relative of the fairies. For beings like that, you are? Yes, it's very comfortable to be near you. Ryo found it hard to understand. His sword master was the Water Fairy King disguised as a Dullahan. From that Fairy King, he received a sword and robe. Seeing the robe, the elf Sera said he was favored by the Fairy King. Now, the guardian beast, resembling a relative of a fairy, said it felt comfortable near Ryo. Putting all of this together, it seemed Ryo was liked by fairies, although he didn't know what a fairy really was. When I return to the city of Run, I'll ask Sera. She said elves are kind of like half fairies, so she will surely teach me a lot. If it's comfortable, thank you. It felt like his response was somewhat off. When Ryo said this, the guardian beast burst into laughter. I should be the one thanking you. Thanks to you, my lifespan has been extended by 1,000 years. In fact, I was about to reach the end of my lifespan in another 10 years or so. Nuz has brought along an interesting one. What? Grandma was left speechless. The shock of the guardian beast being close to death in 10 years was profound. But the fact that it had extended its life by 1,000 years due to Ryo's presence was even more astonishing. Ryo is amazing. I probably don't gain any benefits myself, though. Nils was impressed, while Ryo shook his head, still wearing a confused expression. Just by being here, his lifespan gets extended by 1,000 years. It made him feel like he understood that guardian beasts were truly non-human beings. Well then, about your subjugation. It seems the last ones started things on their own, which caused quite a bit of trouble. Though it had a wolf's face, the guardian beast looked troubled, which was somehow clear to the four in room 10. Before we knew it, we were engaged in battle with skeletons. We stained the forest with blood, and I apologize for that. Village Chief Buren apologized to the guardian beast. That can't be helped. Life and death are at stake here. However, if you struggled against even those 30 weak ones, you wouldn't have been able to subjugate them anyway. The guardian beast sighed lightly, as if exhaling. The number has increased from 20. Well, given how it's phrased. Those 30 weak ones must be skeletons, but there must be stronger ones as well. Ryo analyzed the guardian beast's words. Are there other subjugation targets besides the 30 skeletons? Nils straightforwardly asked the exact question Ryo was pondering, as expected of the party leader. Yes, there is one strong one. It's of the same type but larger. I do not know what you humans call it. That strong one is captured near the entrance of the shrine. Once you defeat the weak 30, I will release it, so defeat it. The guardian beast has captured it. Grandma was moved and surprised by the explanation. Yes, it seems it cannot be bound by the shrine's spirit power. I captured it using the remnants of my power. But recently I have needed strength excessively, and it has significantly reduced my lifespan. With that, the guardian beast laughed heartily again. Being able to laugh about its own lifespan shows it is either a big shot or an existence that appears to live for a long time. The guardian beast stated it could not move from the cave, while the others had arrived in front of the shrine. "That is more of a scale of a hidden temple than a shrine," Ito said to Grandma. "I don't know the definitions around there, but in the village, it has been called a shrine for generations. However, skeletons began appearing sporadically about 6 months ago. Since then, we haven't been able to approach it and can only observe from a distance. Moreover, according to the guardian beast, something else is inside the shrine. What on earth is happening?" Sighing deeply, Grandma expressed her feelings. "Ito, what is a hidden temple?" Ryo, curious, decided to ask plainly. "A hidden temple exists in several places within the Temple of Light, and it is equipped with altars behind the doors. If a priest is present, a ritual can commence immediately. Those kinds of places. In the case of a shrine, there isn't anything large enough to be called an altar. The doors are small too. It seems that no one knows when or why it was built, as the knowledge has been lost over time, but there are even ancient ones that were made over 1,000 years ago." Ito's explanation was very interesting to Ryo. Perhaps he was speaking carefully to also inform Grandma, as his words were more polite than usual. "As far as I know, the doors of shrines have never been opened. No one alive today knows what is inside." With that, Grandma shook her head slightly. "There was something the guardian beast said before. It seems that the cave where the guardian beast resides has a flow of power coming from somewhere. Because of that, the weakened guardian beast seems to have settled in that cave. But the source of that power may be this shrine." "That is quite possible. There is a theory that hidden temples are built in places where power springs from the earth or ley lines. If this is such a place, the power gathered in the hidden temple may be flowing into that cave." Ito presented his theory while thinking. "Finally, the impressions of the dragon ruin from 25 have been tied back as a setup. That's good to hear. Today marks the second post of the day. Before entering the battle with the skeletons, the 4 members of Room 10 were having a detailed discussion. The big and strong one seems to be the issue. If we're talking about skeleton-type enemies, it could be the skeleton general, skeleton king, or skeleton arch. The others, like a bear's corpse turned into a skeleton, would be large, but we can handle those like regular skeletons, so we don't need to worry about them. Ito, which one of those is the most troublesome? The arch. Magic doesn't affect the arch at all. No magic works on it. I feel like I've heard that phrase somewhere recently." Listening to the exchange between Nils and Ito, Ryo traced his memories. However, he couldn't recall anything about the devil. Well, whatever. To begin with, attacks with blades are not very effective against skeleton-type enemies, so using swords is. "Yeah, both Ammon and I only have swords, though." Ammon pondered over Ito's explanation. "Ito, how about using a hammer to smash it?" "Yes, that would be the most effective method." When Ryo suggested this based on his light novel knowledge, it seemed to be the correct answer, as Ito nodded vigorously. "Then it's settled. I'll hold it down so Nils and Ammon will hit it hard with a big hammer from the outside." "From the outside? A big hammer?" When Ryo confidently stated this, Nils and Ammon tilted their heads in confusion. "First, let's clear the skeletons in front of the shrine." With that said, Ito began chanting in a low voice. "I wish for the unclean soul to return to your heart. May this sin be forgiven. Turn undead." As he uttered the final trigger word, the 30 skeletons that Ito had cited began to evaporate one after another. What a cool incantation. The creator must definitely have been a bit of a chuny. While Ryo was thinking this rather rude thing in his mind, the last of the skeletons disappeared into the air. For an E-rank adventurer like Ito, casting Turn Undead seemed to consume quite a bit of magical power. Or could it be because he sent away 30 at once? He knelt down to catch his breath. "Are you okay, Ito?" With that, Ryo handed a cup of delicious water filled with ice to Ito. At times like these, a cup of water is invaluable. The human body is a strange thing. "Thank you, I'm fine," Ito replied, drinking the water in one gulp. In the meantime, Nils and Ammon approached the shrine's door, preparing themselves. It was finally time to open the door. Since the guardian beast is capturing it, a large and strong skeleton shouldn't suddenly jump out, but still, the two cautiously opened the door. As the door swung open and settled the swirling dust, they could see inside. Standing, there was a skeleton over 2 meters tall. The skeleton arch, a troublesome one that magic doesn't affect, Ito said, confirming with Nils. Nils and Ammon distanced themselves from the door and readied their swords. "Ice create hammer," as Ryo chanted. An ice hammer was generated to cover the swords that Nils and Ammon had readied. "Whoa, that's pretty big. Ryo, this means we hit it with this, right?" Each strike looks heavy. Nils and Ammon were examining the usability, swinging and lifting the hammer. "Yes, once we reach the square, I'll hold my ground, so keep smashing with that to wear it down." "Got it." "Okay." Nils and Ammon positioned themselves to surround the square that Ryo had designated. Ice Wall 3, creating a path with an ice wall from the door to the square. This way, they would be safe even if something tried to ambush them unexpectedly. Now, I'll release the Guardian Beast. Ice Flower, this was named in opposition to the firework called Fire Flower. From Ryo's outstretched right palm, a sparkling mass of snow shot up into the air. After rising to a considerable height, the snow mass burst open. The diamond dust spreading from the center caught the evening sun and shone brilliantly. Furthermore, it burst into 2-3 layers, showering down while still catching the sunlight. The group was captivated, momentarily forgetting they were in the midst of a subjugation. "Isn't it beautiful?" Grandma's whisper was very soft, but it reached Ryo's ears. "All right, the arch is coming," Ryo raised his voice. With that, the group's focus returned to the subjugation. "Bring it on!" Though Nils's voice may not have been the signal, it seemed the seal of the Guardian Beast had been lifted, and the skeleton arch began to move. Undead hate the living. The reason for this is unclear, but they are drawn to the living, killing them, and trying to lure them into becoming cursed like themselves. The arch similarly stepped out from the door and walked towards the group. As it slowly advanced, it bumped into the ice wall stretched out in front of it, blocking its path. Ice Burn, even though magic doesn't affect it, as long as Ice Wall or Ice Burn isn't aimed directly at the arch itself, it can be effective. It couldn't escape physical phenomena, like, for example, slipping on ice. The skeleton arch slipped dramatically on the Ice Burn. It tried to get up multiple times but was unsuccessful. Ice Wall release Nils Ammon. Right. Ammon, let's go. Okay. Nils and Ammon closed the distance between them and the fallen arch, and then they swung back and struck the arch with Ryo's special ice hammer. Clang, that's hard. Yes, but it seems we're still dealing some damage. Nils and Ammon confirmed with each other. All right, let's keep this going. Yes, they continued to strike, strike, and strike. Against the arch that couldn't stand up, the two kept hammering away. With an ice burn radius of about 2 meters and a hammer length of just under 3 meters. Against an arch that had no ranged attacks or offensive magic, they could keep hitting without taking damage. However, since Nils is an E rank and Ammon is an F rank, the damage inflicted by each strike was not significant. It would take considerable time to defeat it, which was to be expected. Though they were inflicting minimal damage, the arch had gotten onto all fours. It gave up on standing and tried to move on all fours. Well, that's what you do, but it's the same. You're on a special ice, so it's super slippery. True to Ryo's words, even on all fours, the arch couldn't move forward. It kept slipping on the ice burn. Why does ice slip in the first place? It's not because water forms on the surface of the ice. The melted water on the ice surface has nothing to do with the slipping. It's not a thermodynamic story. Of course, having water does make it more slippery. Water molecules H2O, these water molecules stick together due to intermolecular interactions called hydrogen bonds. Here, one hydrogen H is hydrogen bonded to a neighboring oxygen O. Another hydrogen H is hydrogen bonded to another neighboring oxygen O. And this oxygen O is hydrogen bonded to another adjacent hydrogen H, and so on. This state of 4 hydrogen bonds, 5 water molecules, is the most common state of ice. The most common state being the most stable state means it has the most stable form as well. Ice becomes harder the lower the temperature goes. Conversely, even the same ice, when the temperature increases, more weak hydrogen bonds emerge on the surface of the ice. That is where it comes into contact with water or air. There are many water molecules with 2 or 3 hydrogen bonds, and it is these water molecules with 2 hydrogen bonds, or water molecules consisting of 3 molecules, that are the cause of slipping. These water molecules with 2 hydrogen bonds move around on the ice surface, acting like the balls in a bearing. Imagine spilling marbles on a wooden floor. It would probably be impossible to walk over them with shoes or slippers, right? If you think of the marbles as these water molecules with 2 hydrogen bonds, that could be a close image. And the ice floor created by Ryo with the ice burn utilizes this property. It's something he can do because he has extensively worked on molecular-level bonding in the Forest of Rondo, having combined 3 water molecules to create water molecules with 2 hydrogen bonds in excess, while ensuring the ice is hard enough that you can't just slam your toes or heels into it to walk. This duality might be something only Ryo, with knowledge of both magic and science, could achieve. In any case, on such an ice burn, even on all fours, the arch could not move forward and was continuously struck by Nils and Ammon. Finally, the arch transitioned from being on all fours to lying flat on its stomach, from bipedal to quadrupedal, and finally to lying flat, accurately trying to increase contact area to raise friction coefficient, but it's still the same. You can't move forward or jump, of course. After more than 15 minutes had passed since the start, Nils and Ammon had continued to hammer at the arch without resting. Recently, even though they had especially focused on endurance training, it was clear to an outside observer that they were feeling fatigued. If it really comes to it, I was thinking about switching with them. Ryo had considered taking over the role of striker, but it seemed that concern would end up being unfounded. "It's about time to finish this," just as Nils said that and struck down. Crack. A sound echoed as the neck bone of the struck arch broke, and the red light glowing in its eye sockets faded away. Finally, they had defeated the skeleton arch. "Finally, huh? I'm tired." Nils and Ammon slumped down on their backsides. Nils drank deeply from his water flask, and after sitting down, Ammon simply fell back flat, lying spread-eagle. Undead creatures like skeletons do not leave behind magic stones. It is also unclear whether they even have any. As a result, despite the struggle they faced against the skeleton arch, they were unable to obtain any magic stones. "Well, I knew it, but it really is tough." "Yeah." When Ryo reported that no magic stones had dropped, Nils and Ammon sighed in response. "Everyone, you did well." Grandma, who had been watching from a distance during the battle, stepped forward accompanied by Buren. "May I enter the shrine? It seems there is nothing moving inside." Ryo answered Grandma's inquiry. Hearing this, Grandma entered the shrine with Buren following her. Ito and Ryo followed behind. Of course, Nils and Ammon remained outside to rest. Inside the shrine, it was about the size of a 25-meter pool commonly found in schools. At the far end, there was something that appeared to be an altar. Despite the decent size, the space was empty apart from that. "Only the altar? It seems that what is generally found in a hidden temple is just the altar," Ito whispered in response to Ryo's murmuring. On the altar, there was a statue of a woman about a meter tall and a black orb that was cracked and partially missing, resembling a dark crystal. That orb Ryo recalled having seen something similar. It resembled the orb that was at the stairs leading from the 40th to the 39th floor of the Dungeon of Run. Although this one was smaller and also damaged. "It's chipped." Looking at the broken orb, Grandma murmured. "Grandma, what exactly is this?" Buren asked Grandma as he looked at the orb. "I don't know the details myself, but I heard this from the previous priestess. There used to be a shining orb in the shrine. However, at one point that orb became blackened, and after a while it shattered. This is likely the black orb in question. It used to shine brightly." Hearing Grandma's explanation, Buren murmured as he gazed at the cracked black orb. "The shrine will be closed as usual. There is nothing I can do about it. I will leave it to the next generation of priestesses." "The next generation of priestesses?" Ryo turned to Grandma and asked. "You must have met them, right? The wife of Nils' brother, Neri, named Sana, is the top candidate. There are others around the same age who also show potential to be priestesses. If they wish for it, this generation will be much stronger than mine, which consisted of just me." Grandma replied happily. "Next, there is the cave where the goblins were. Just like the guardian beast's cave, it may be emanating power from here." "I see. That's certainly possible," Ito affirmed Grandma's hypothesis. "This village has been attacked by goblins multiple times since long ago. Until now, we couldn't find their main base, but the cave you subdued might be it. If I create a seal shrine there with my arts, it shouldn't leak out to the surface. I'll have Buren take me there tomorrow." It seemed that several unresolved issues that had weighed on Grandma for a long time were resolved today. She looked happier than ever. 5 days after leaving the city of Run, the 4 members of Room 10 successfully completed their request and returned to the city of Run. There were no particular incidents on the way back. The 4 entered the city of Run in the evening. Naturally, it was a busy time at the Adventurers Guild. "This is more crowded than usual, isn't it?" "Yeah, it really is. This is troublesome." Nils, Ito, and Ammon peered into the bustling guild from the door, sighing. "Let's go take a bath first." While the 4 were discussing that waiting would be a waste of time, Ryo made the suggestion. "Shall we do that?" The city of Run has a considerable number of public bathhouses. There was also a bathhouse that the 4 frequently visited near the Adventurers Guild. In that large bathhouse. "It's about time, isn't it?" "Yeah, it's about time." Nils and Ito exchanged meaningful glances. "I understand, Nils. You're finally going to confess to Miranda from the Flower District, right?" "Wrong. Who is this Miranda-chan?" Ryo's heartfelt deduction was off the mark. "Both me and Ito are nearing 300 days since our adventurer registration. Within 300 days of adventurer registration, they can stay in the guild accommodation. However, once that time passes, they must leave the accommodation." "Oh, I see." Ryo nodded while letting out a small sigh. The fun times were coming to an end. Ryo had been thinking about various matters. "This might require me to expedite my plans. Hey, Ryo, Ammon, after Ito and I leave the accommodation, we're thinking of buying or renting a house. So how about you both live with us?" Upon hearing the invitation, Ammon was left speechless. Both Ammon and Ryo could still live in the accommodation for over 6 months. However, since Ammon was in a party with Nils and Ito, the benefits of living together would be significant. Ammon quickly understood that. "Please count me in," Ammon answered without hesitation. "Oh, really?" Nils nodded enthusiastically and patted Ammon's shoulder with great force. Ito smiled happily. "What about Ryo?" "Yeah, sorry, I'm going to buy my own place. I need a large area for my magic and alchemy experiments." Ryo answered a bit sadly to Nils' inquiry. "Oh, I see." Nils responded sadly as well, but he didn't aggressively push it any further. Perhaps he sensed that it was likely to turn out this way beforehand. Ito also seemed a bit sad but smiled and said, "But when it comes to difficult requests like this one, please lend a hand." Of course. That night, the 4 members of Room 10 stayed up late at the guild cafeteria, talking. They discussed this request, everything that had happened before, and what lies ahead. The afternoon of the day after the 4 members of Room 10 returned to the city of Run after completing their request in Abali village. The Adventurers Guild Master, Hugh McGrath, was at the Lord's manor. After finishing his report to the Lord, he headed straight to the Knight Commander's office. As usual, 2 Knight Order members were standing in front of the office. "I wish to see Lord Neville. Is he available?" "Yes, he is in." Saying this, he knocked on the door. "The Adventurers Guild Master Hugh McGrath has arrived. Let him in." A gruff voice was heard from inside. Hugh entered the office. Inside, it was simply decorated, with space about 20 tatami mats large, a rather large desk, a seating set, and a cabinet lined with bottles of alcohol. Neville Black, the Knight Commander of the Barony of Run, was seated in an executive chair, busy writing something. "Sorry, could you wait there for a moment? I'll finish up soon." With that, he returned to his writing. Since this was a common occurrence, Hugh sat and waited without any concern. After about 3 minutes, Neville seemed to finish writing, stood up, retrieved a bottle and 2 glasses from the cabinet, and sat across from Hugh. The 2 raised their glasses and began discussing a few matters. "Neville, is it really okay to add 1 more of those magic stones?" Hugh began by confirming the pressing issue at hand. The aforementioned magic stones were, of course, the wyvern magic stones that Ryo and Abel had brought to the guild. One had already been purchased by the Lord's manor, and initially, Hugh thought that the Lord would buy only one. "Yeah, another one. It's not like I'm going to use it. The guys at the workshop who saw the first magic stone begged me to get another one. They even said they would lower their salaries to buy it themselves, so I couldn't refuse." Saying this, Neville forced a smile. "There won't be anything like that for a while, will there? The perfect size, density, and above all, being a wind magic stone meets all the conditions." "You mean the ship?" Hugh confirmed in a particularly quiet voice. "Yes, that ship. Seeing those who have been developing it for generations, I can't help but want to buy it, even if it means stretching the budget. Of course, the Lord was also actively in favor of it. So we will buy one similar to the last one for 600 million florins." "Understood." As they were almost done discussing the necessary details, Hugh stood up to leave when Neville unexpectedly brought up a name. "Hugh, what do you know about that adventurer Ryo from your group? What is he?" Hugh was surprised that Neville mentioned Ryo's name. He couldn't believe Ryo had any connection to the Knight Order. "How do you know Ryo's name? Don't answer a question with a question." Saying this, Neville laughed. "Well, Ryo has been coming to our training ground a lot recently, so that's how I know his name." "Ryo at the Knight Order training ground? What on earth is he doing there?" "Well, what do you do at a training ground? It's mock battles, right?" Upon hearing Neville's answer, Hugh felt a chill. He recalled Ryo's solo assault on the dungeon and defeating the Demon Prince. However, there was something else he remembered. Now that he thought about it, Ryo had mentioned something about a mock battle while in a carriage. Don't tell me he broke some equipment? "No, don't worry, that won't happen. Our training ground has a constantly activated magic barrier." "Then what exactly?" "Well, it's that—" Neville hesitated to continue, which was quite rare for his straightforward personality. "Actually, he's been having mock battles with Lady Sera." "Huh!" Hugh uttered a foolish-sounding voice at Neville's unexpected words. "Ryo is having mock battles with Sera." "Well, Sera is an adventurer, and Ryo is also an adventurer, so it shouldn't be a problem, but how do those 2 know each other? Plus, they're having mock battles at the Knight Order training ground instead of the Guild's training ground. I guess it makes sense, as Neville said, because of the magic barrier." Various thoughts scrambled in Hugh's mind, but the words that came out were entirely unrelated. "Why do you add Lord to Sera's name, but not to mine or Ryo's?" "Of course. Lady Sera is a powerful figure in this Lord's manor. Excluding the Lord, you could say she's the highest authority. Also, I still call her Lady Sera, but all the Knight members call her Lady Sera too." With that, Neville laughed happily. "Well, Ryo and Lady Sera engage in mock battles that are almost evenly matched. I've seen it myself, and it's amazing. I can understand why the Knight members are captivated, although I can barely grasp half of what's happening. Imagining the scene of the mock battle, Neville spoke while smiling. Our Knight members are also being trained by Lady Sera, but they can't even use wind attire. Given the gap in pure sword technique, it can't be helped. I thought it was unfortunate to see Lady Sera with no one to face her at full strength. You could be that opponent for Sera. Don't be ridiculous. I can't hold a candle to her. By the way, how about the great hero McGrath occasionally sparring with Lady Sera? That might work. The Knight Commander Neville teased. Are you out of your mind? I'm a retired knight with an injured arm. There's no way I could do that. Besides, even when I was active, I didn't feel like I could beat Sera when she activated wind attire. At that point, Hugh suddenly realized something. I've heard Sera's magic is amazing, but I've never seen it. Is it as impressive as Ryo's? Huh. I've never seen Lady Sera's magic either. Huh. It seemed the two were not quite on the same page in their conversation. Isn't the mock battle supposed to involve magic? The mock battle between Lady Sera and Ryo is a sword battle. What? Once again, Hugh let out a foolish-sounding voice. After taking a breath, Hugh squeezed out the words. Ryo is a mage? What? This time, Neville was the one who let out a foolish-sounding voice. For a while, silence reigned between the two. Finally, it was Neville who spoke up. Well, what I wanted to convey was that the mock battles between the two seemed to provide great stimulation to the Knight members, so I hope they continue. Ah, understood. The two abandoned any unnecessary thoughts. On his way back to the carriage after leaving the Knight Commander's office, Hugh encountered a very cheerful-looking Sera. Hey, Sera. Long time no see, Master McGrath. Were you in a meeting with Lord Neville? Yeah. By the way, I just heard that you were having mock battles with Ryo. Yes, I have already gotten permission from the Lord, Sera replied while tilting her head. No, it's not that I mind. Neville also mentioned it has been a good stimulus for the Knight members. Is that so? That's great. Saying this, Sera smiled. Hugh, being a man, found Sera's smile extremely captivating. However, recalling the incident with Alfonso Spinazzola, the Lord's grandson, who had been crushed for trying to push her down in a moment of weakness, he desperately tore his gaze away from Sera's smile. If Master McGrath ever wants to have a serious mock battle, you should come. There are excellent priests at the training ground, so any minor injuries can be treated. With that, Sera walked away. I really don't want to step into that. Hugh's muttering went unheard by anyone. Among the many foreshadowing elements embedded in the story, the most obvious one, the ship, has been laid down. I must not forget to pick it up later. The next day at noon, after the four of them from Room 10 had completed their quest in Abali village, Ryo found himself at the feast pavilion having curry with Sera for the first time in a while. Afterwards, Sera returned to the Lord's manor while Ryo headed to the Golden Wave pavilion. I should have a few favors owed to me by Abel. For instance, he promised to treat me to dinner for a week while we were in the dungeon, and he hasn't done that even once. Oh right, I also stopped that fire mage from being frozen solid in Whitnash to save Abel's face. Yes, I definitely need to get his help with something. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Most of the people who had been eating lunch at the Golden Wave Pavilion were gone. Among them was a B-rank swordsman sitting in a dining chair, reading a book. For Ryo, who had been thinking about calling the front desk, this was a fortunate development. Abel, I've come to collect what you owe me. Huh. Oh, it's you, Ryo. Don't scare me like that. Wait, what did I owe you? You promised to treat me to dinner for a week while we were in the dungeon. It seemed Abel had completely forgotten. I definitely didn't forget. I just lost the timing to approach you because you looked so busy, I swear. Ha! Hearing Abel's excuses, Ryo let out an exaggerated sigh. Then he sat down across from Abel. In exchange for a week's worth of dinner, I need your help with something. What is it? That sounds like it might be more trouble than it's worth. Abel responded cautiously to Ryo's proposition. Actually, my roommates Nils and Ito are nearing the 300 days since they registered as adventurers, and they will be leaving the dorm soon. It seems they've decided to buy a house, and Ammon will be leaving with them. That's why I want to leave the dorm at the same time and live on my own. Are you not going to live with the 3 of them? Yeah, I want to do lots of magic and alchemy experiments, so I want to live in a house with a large garden. Could it be that you've actually made some money from that magic stone? At Ryo's words, Abel seemed to remember something. This morning, it looked like the amount had come in for the second one being sold. I see. Since one was immediately bought by the Lord's manor, it must have sold somewhere else as well. The guild master is quite the savvy one. Abel nodded several times. So I came today to ask you to help me find a house. I see. Leave it to me then. After all, Abel was a well-known figure in the city of Run. With overwhelming popularity among adventurers, and being one of the few B-rank adventurers, he was well recognized by the townspeople. Having such a person's support, him would likely prevent him from being deceived, and he assumed any real estate agent Abel introduced would be reliable. Actually, the Adventurers Guild also handles land and buildings, you know. It seemed that the Adventurers Guild had a real estate division in the end. The two decided to move to the Adventurers Guild. I can't believe they also handle that at the Guild. Apparently, there are even properties that are exclusively handled by the Guild. Well, it's a common problem that adventurers buy or rent vacant houses. I think the reason they have a limit on how long they can stay in the dorm is probably related to that. That's dirty. Adults are so dirty. Ryo shook his head repeatedly at what seemed like Abel's plausible theory. Ah, but there are parties like you guys who don't rent or buy and just stay at the inn, right? Staying at the inn, well, they do pay the regular fees. But to be fair, it's partly because they are B-rank adventurers earning decent rewards that they can afford to do that. It was probably similar to those CEOs who lived on the top floors of luxury hotels back on modern Earth. Ryo guessed so on his own. The inn took care of all the cleaning and laundry, and drinks and snacks could be ordered and brought right to the room. It certainly sounded like a comfortable lifestyle. If only he had the money. If Ryo lived at the inn, wait, you did say you need a large garden for your experiments, right? Yes. As a common trope, if you can spend a certain amount of money, you can buy old noble mansions or cursed noble estates at a bargain. I think that kind of development is possible. What do you mean by trope or development? When Ryo expressed his expectations for a light novel-like classic development, it seemed Abel didn't quite understand. Well, it was to be expected. Ryo, I hate to say it, but I don't think that's possible. Huh, I'm sorry. Even if it's introduced by Mr. Abel, noble estates can only be purchased by those who hold noble titles. Well, that's how it is. The head of the real estate division at the Adventurers Guild, Riplate, personally attended to them, but the reality Ryo faced was tragic. Then what about my large garden? Well, it's not your large garden yet. Riplate, the house Ryo needs is simply one with a large garden for his magic and alchemy experiments. He's wealthy enough to handle a certain level of expenses. Ryo thought about whether it was necessary for Abel to say that much, worrying he might take advantage of them. Abel, don't worry. Riplate is the most serious staff member in the guild. It's better to convey all the necessary information. He'll find a property that truly suits you. With Abel saying that, Riplate seemed energized. He nodded enthusiastically and said, I see. However, there aren't any properties in our current listings that meet Ryo-san's conditions. How about you wait just one day? I'll check with other real estate agents for properties that haven't come to us yet or newly listed ones. Could you come back tomorrow afternoon? Riplate's face was serious, reflecting a man who took pride in his work. With such a request from a man with that expression, Ryo couldn't refuse. Yes, thank you very much. It's 3 o'clock, huh? It's still a bit early for dinner that Abel is going to treat me to. You're assuming I'm treating you, huh? I remember saying that helping you find a house would clear things up. I spared Abel's face by not killing that blazing flame mage at the coast of Witnash. About that favor? Ah, I get it. I appreciate it. Thanks for that. Here, I'll treat you to a snack, so take me to any shop you like. With a face that showed half resignation, Abel spoke to Ryo. Even if you say any shop, I don't know any place that has delicious snacks. Don't you know any good places, Abel? Then, there's a place just over there that has great cake and coffee. Shall we go there? Coffee? Ryo heard the word coffee for the first time since coming to Phi. Well, of course, he had heard of coffee makers. Ryo, do you know what coffee is? It's that drink that's as black as a devil, as hot as hell, as pure as an angel, and as sweet as love, right? There are a lot of unclear words in there, but that's probably it. It's a black drink. Ryo was struck by the reality that Talleyrand's famous words had been reduced to just black drink when it came to Abel. What in the world is this menu? The two entered a shop called Café de Chocolat Run Branch. However, despite the name containing chocolate, there were no cakes made with chocolate. Not that there were none, but Mont Blanc strawberry shortcake Rindo's tart. I'm going with Mont Blanc. Let's have Blue Mountain coffee. Coffee, Blue Mountain, Kilimanjaro. Or is it Mandarin? What is this sense of déjà vu? This feels like more than just reincarnators. Have you made your decision? A lovely waitress came to take their order. I'll have the Mont Blanc and Blue Mountain set. I'll have the strawberry shortcake and Kona. After taking their orders, the waitress left. Do you know about cake too, Ryo? There wasn't any in the forest of Rondo. Well, there was back in my hometown. I see. The cake and Kona coffee that came out were both very delicious. It had a level of quality that could easily rival any cafe that would open in modern Japan. However, the Kona coffee was not the Hawaiian Kona he had indulged in when he was on Earth. He judged that they probably just threw a name on it, but the taste, it was surprisingly delicious. Right. It's just a stone's throw away from the guild, but this place is good. Surely it was Ryo who brought you here, wasn't it? Yikes. It seemed he had hit the mark. Well, it's fine since it was delicious. Ryo, you should take someone on a date here. Maybe Sera, it was a line that felt probing. It's not like that with Sera. You just dropped her name casually. You saw me refer to Abel without any honorifics, and now you want me to do the same with you. It's a compromise I had to make. With that, Ryo lightly shook his head. Sera said she's your teacher, but why do you two know each other? You guys have no connection. Sera doesn't even show her face at the guild, and she's a guide for the Night Order. I learned a lot at the North Library. I see, the library. Abel finally had a look on his face that indicated he had resolved a long-standing mystery. In reality, it had only been about a week. Also, recently I've been getting sword training from her, before she trains the Night Order. A mock battle with Sera using swords? Yeah, she's incredibly strong. I'm currently on a losing streak. With that, Ryo laughed freely. It was a sign that he hadn't yet reached the level of being frustrated about losing. Ryo felt that there was a staggering gap in strength. That wind attire thing is amazing. Sera's wind magic is perfect. All of her speed increases. With her already extraordinary sword technique combined with the speed and weight from wind attire, it's terrifyingly troublesome. Is Sera using wind attire? Yeah. I just said that, didn't I? Abel, you need to listen to people better. With that, Ryo finished the remaining coffee. No, fighting Sera while using wind attire is just wrong. Even without wind attire, I can barely match her. Am I really capable of fighting on equal terms? Honestly, I'm not confident. Ryo is supposed to be a mage, but why is he honing his sword technique so much? What is he aiming for? What he was aiming for was something Ryo himself probably didn't understand. The two ordered another cake set. One cake set was not enough for an adventurer who engaged in physical labor. Well, it felt like thinking that one cake set could fill them up was the wrong perspective. I didn't even know there was such a shop near the guild. This place opened its branch in the city of Run last year. It's an established cafe in the royal capital. I think it has around 40 years of history, Abel answered while recalling. There's no doubt that this cake and coffee set is the idea of a reincarnator. If the flavor is perfect, then they must have been involved in its production as well. Did a reincarnator come here just 20 years before I came to Phi? No way, that can't be. Because Michael greeted me with, it's been quite a while since I've had a visitor like you in that white world. No one would say, it's been quite a while, about 20 years, right? A being like an angel. No matter how much he thought about it, Ryo couldn't find a coherent answer, and with Abel's next question, his thoughts about reincarnators came to an end. Ryo, about what happened in Witnesh. Yes, you tried to kill the blazing flame mage, Oscar from the Empire, right? If you had gone through with it, you would have killed him for sure. Just how serious were you back then? Well, it was just a matter of words, right? Did it seem like there was that much of a difference between me and that guy in your eyes? While eating the last piece of his second cake, Ryo answered. He had finally referred to Oscar as that guy? Yeah, it did. But honestly, I don't think there was that much of a difference. At that time, it was more like he was attacking and I was defending, so it might have looked like there was a difference in strength because I was able to repel all his attacks. But if the roles were reversed, and it was my attack versus his defense, I don't think I would have easily broken through that defense. Ryo thought back to that moment as he answered. Water attribute magic is suited for defense. For example, Ice Wall is undoubtedly the strongest and hardest defensive magic. Of course, it can be broken sometimes. Plus, the fact that my attribute is water and his is fire probably plays a role. Water douses fire, right? Any fire can be extinguished with plenty of water. I think there were probably issues of compatibility as well. Ryo continued as he reminisced. The speed of magic generation or construction? His was astonishingly fast, right? So even if we tried to attack, I think it would be highly likely that he would counter it. Then why did you provoke him? I guess I was just worked up. There was a possibility I was in a festive mood. With that, Ryo finished his second cup of coffee. Yeah, I can see that Ryo is a dangerous guy. Compared to Abel, I'm still nothing. Why me? It's finally the 100th chapter since the 0 prologue. I owe it all to you readers for making it this far. Thank you. The next day. In the morning, Ryo finished some research with Sera at the North Library, had lunch at the Feast Pavilion, and arrived at the Adventurers Guild at the promised time with Abel. Abel was already there, chatting with a little kid he seemed to recognize near the reception. It was the little kid who noticed Ryo entering the guild before Abel did. The only water attribute Mage Ryo knew besides himself, Natalie from the Royal Magic Guild. When Abel noticed Ryo entering, he greeted Natalie and came over to Ryo. Ryo, you're right on time. Is Natalie okay? Natalie bowed to the two and then left the guild. I received a letter addressed to me from the royal capital, and she brought it with her. Ilalion, right? Ryo remembered that the letter Natalie had brought to Abel before was from someone named Ilalion in the royal capital. You remember only the weird details. Abel chuckled and tucked away what seemed to be a letter from Ilalion into his chest. Welcome, Mr. Abel and Mr. Ryo. As Abel and Ryo entered the real estate section, the department head, Riplate, stood up to greet them. They were then led to a reception set. We found one property that meets your requirements. As tea was served to the three of them, Riplate began, but his words were hesitant. That means it's not a property that fits perfectly with your conditions. When someone starts a conversation this way, it usually means overall it passes but has some issues in details. Yes, the problem lies in the location. Location? The two asked in unison. Yes, the property I will introduce is located outside the city. This surprised both Abel and Ryo. Ryo thought they would need some compromises regarding the size of the yard or surrounding houses, but he never expected they would be shown a house outside the city. Back when he first arrived in the city of Run from the forest of Rondo with Abel, they had looked over the city of Run from a small hill. The city of Run stood amidst a golden sea of ripened wheat. However, he remembered that there were quite a number of houses built around it in that golden sea. People engaged in agriculture had moved from the city center to the outskirts. Because of this back and forth, it was said that the gates of the city of Run were never closed at night. Is the house you are introducing a farmer's house? Yes, I also visited it yesterday, and aside from the fact that it is outside the city, I can confidently recommend it. Riplate replied firmly to Ryo's question. Then let's go see it for now. When Ryo said that, both Riplate and Abel stood up. I've applied for the use of the guild's carriage, so please wait outside. Saying that, Riplate headed towards the garage located behind the guild's main building. The guild has a carriage, huh? Yeah, there should be about 3 of them. They are commonly known as guild carriages. One is usually used by the guild master. But in cases like this where guild staff determine it's necessary, permission is granted for use. They are never lent to adventurers. That's unfortunate. Abel preemptively denied what Ryo was thinking. As the 3 of them boarded the guild carriage, it started heading north along the main street. This was the same carriage Ryo had ridden back from the Lord's Manor with Hugh. After a while, they arrived at the central area of the city of Run, specifically the double barrier square at the dungeon entrance. Turning right there, they headed east along East Avenue towards the East Gate. This area was familiar territory for Ryo, because nearby was his regular restaurant, the Feast Pavilion. The fact that the property was close to the East Gate was a high point for Ryo. Even being outside the city, it was far more preferable compared to the South Gate or West Gate. The carriage went through a simple procedure at the East Gate. They confirmed the guild cards of Ryo and Abel, as well as the guild staff card of Riplate and the driver. However, those checks were over in just a few seconds for each person, so there was hardly any stress. They exited the East Gate and arrived at their destination in about 5 minutes. The first thing Ryo saw as he got off the carriage in front of the house was a large front yard. He could see a wooden fence marking the edge of the yard quite far away. The yard was about 400 meters long and 400 meters wide, spacious enough for 3 soccer fields, and when he turned around, there stood the house. It didn't feel like a typical farmer's house. Is this what a farmer's house looks like? The building itself was a single-story structure. However, it was quite wide. There was a prominent entrance in the middle, featuring a pair of grand double doors. In addition to the central door, there were 2 other visible doors, entrances. There were also several things that looked like windows, but the shutters were closed at present. This reminded Ryo of his house in the forest of Rondo. This is indeed a farmer's house, but it seems to have been quite prosperous. Their only son became recognized as a technician in the royal capital and was granted nobility, so his parents were called to the royal capital as well. At that time, they put this house and farmland up for sale. From technician to nobility, that's quite an exceptional talent. Abel nodded vigorously in agreement with Riplate's explanation. It seems that the farmland scattered around was bought by other farmers, but this house and the adjoining front yard have been without a buyer for nearly a year. It's well kept for being left for a year. Ryo noticed that the front yard and the area next to the barn were nicely trimmed. Ah, that's probably because of the E-rank and F-rank requests for maintaining vacant houses, Abel answered. But this property hasn't had any requests to the guild. Because of that, it hasn't been checked by the real estate department either. I apologize for that. Riplate bowed his head to Ryo, having realized he had overlooked the fact that this property wasn't registered when Abel and Ryo first visited the real estate department. If there had been requests for the maintenance of the vacant house, the real estate department should have checked. But it's so clean. Ah, it must be the cleaning company run by that guy. Yes. The property was under the management of Lord Schmidt-Hawson's company. Riplate confirmed Abel's realization. Is the cleaning company run by former adventurers? Yeah, that's right. You know about it too, Ryo. He looks scary, but he's a good person. If you need something related to cleaning, you should use them. It seems they give discounts to adventurers. Ryo knew this because Nina, the receptionist, had told him the first time he went to the lodge. The cleaning at the lodge was handled by a cleaning company run by former adventurers. The three of them went around to look inside. The cleaning was thorough, and it seemed ready for immediate occupancy. The doors other than the central door they first saw were just normal doors connecting the house inside and out. These might be there because a single central door would be inconvenient for bringing things in and out. It might be a sort of back door. There was a living room, dining room, kitchen, several bedrooms, and even a few larger storage rooms, and surprisingly a study as well, even though it was a farmer's house. "This is what they call a wealthy farmer," Ryo murmured quietly. What surprised Ryo the most in the house was the kitchen's cooking counter. It was a huge black cooking counter made of what seemed to be granite, which would be extremely user-friendly for whoever cooked. This setup distinctly demonstrated who had the most authority in this house. After looking around, Ryo noticed something. He realized, "There's no bath." His expression resembled a sculpture engraved with despair. "Why, yeah, that's true. Could it be that Ryo-san needs a bath?" "Yes." Seeing Ryo overwhelmed by despair made Riplate realize his oversight, and despair was also etched on his face. "Yes, despair is contagious." "Well, I guess you'll have to build one yourself." Abel was the only one casual about it. However, that casual remark from Abel revived Ryo. "That's right, I can just build one myself." "Riplate-san, do I need to get permission to modify the house?" "Ah, no, that's not necessary. That's also one reason this property is recommended. In the city, you have to get permission from various relevant parties. You even need permission just to repair a wall in your own home. But here, outside the city, as long as you don't touch the road, you can do as you like. It's certainly possible to add a bathroom. If needed, we can also arrange carpenters and the like." Riplate answered Ryo's question, and the despair that had covered his face had vanished somewhere. "That's great, and about the price of this house?" "Yes, including the property and all the fees involved in the process. How about 50 million florins? I've made sure to give you a good deal." "I'll buy it." Ryo made an immediate decision. For Ryo, the fact that it was outside the city was not particularly a problem. He wasn't engaged in the typical adventurer activities like taking requests every day at the Adventurers Guild. He knew that there were many reasonably priced but above-standard delicious restaurants, including the Feast Pavilion near the East Gate. Additionally, he was now closer to the North Library and the Lord's Manor to the north than he had been from his previous lodging, which was another high point. And above all, the vast yard. It exceeded the barrier surrounding his home in the forest of Rondo. He had never expected to have such a large yard. While it was unfortunate that there was no bath, it could be built without issue. There was no reason for Ryo to refuse such a favorable property. In the next chapter, 94, The Hero's Visit, about 6 short chapters that could be called interludes, will be posted. This is a story from the Empire's side. After this, it will connect to the final chapter of Part 1, Central Nation's Arc, which is still quite a ways off, so please be sure to read it. Markdorf, the imperial capital of the Duchy Empire, was lightly coated in white due to the snow that began to fall from early dawn. Although the streets of the capital, said to be the center of the largest economic zone in the Central Nations, were not bustling with people. It seemed to symbolize the worsening economy of the entire empire. The main road that runs through the center of the capital leads directly to the heart of the empire, the imperial castle. The master of the castle, Emperor Rupert VI, received a report from the regent, Count Hans Kirchhoff. "The hero has arrived?" "Yes, he just arrived at the imperial castle and has requested an audience with your majesty based on the agreement." Emperor Rupert VI, clearly showing a displeased expression, asked back, while Regent Hans replied with an understanding but unavoidable expression. "There was a report about crossing the border some time ago. Was it a week ago? So they came straight here without stopping anywhere." "That is correct. There seems to be a clear purpose, but the details are still unknown since they are only requesting an audience." Rupert's face remained displeased. To him, a hero was nothing but a source of trouble. "What is this agreement you speak of? I have never heard of any agreement between me and the hero." "I didn't know either, so I had the chief librarian, Churin, look into it. There are records from about 300 years ago, during the time when we were still a kingdom, stating that King Karl XII granted the hero a seal of approval." 300 years? That's a long time ago. What does it say? It states that they will cooperate with the hero at any time. Hearing that, Emperor Rupert VI let out a deep sigh. "Really troublesome? Well, I suppose I will cooperate with them. Depending on what the hero wants in the audience, of course." Since it was an informal audience, there were hardly any courtiers present this time. Downstairs, the hero, Roman, along with 7 party members led by him, knelt on one knee, waiting for Emperor Rupert VI to call upon them. "Hero Roman and his companions, please raise your heads." When Regent Hans Kirchhoff called out, the members of the hero party lifted their heads, having kept them bowed in respect. "Hero Roman and companions, it is an honor." Emperor Rupert VI spoke to them. "Thank you for your kind words." In response, Cleric Graham, the oldest member of the hero party, replied. Although the party leader was Hero Roman, only 19 years old and not very experienced, the oldest Graham often took on the role of negotiator in external matters. This audience is informal, so there is no need to be stiff. It is a great honor that the renowned Hero Roman and his party have visited our empire, but may I ask the reason for your visit? Emperor Rupert VI, hiding his inner disdain, inquired politely. "I have come to seek the guidance of the renowned blazing flame mage, Oscar Lusk." Hero Roman replied, locking eyes with Emperor Rupert VI. In some nations, or under certain powers, this could be considered an incredibly disrespectful act. Therefore, the party members watched Roman with anxiety. A mock battle with Oscar, is it?" This was quite an unexpected request for Rupert. Why would a hero want to fight Oscar? Speaking of Oscar Lusk, he is also very famous as an adventurer. Therefore, I first visited the Adventurers Guild, but I was told he is already in military service and won't be coming to the guild. Thus, I decided to visit the castle, disregarding any rudeness, in hopes of your majesty's understanding. Cleric Graham explained the reason for their request for an audience. "Hans, where is Oscar?" "Your Majesty, Oscar is at the magic training grounds." Upon hearing the expected answer from Hans, Rupert thought to himself, it's usual for him to be holed up in the training grounds, however, leaving all the teaching of the brigade to Fiona and isolating himself in the 4th magic training grounds. It seems he was seriously affected by the Whitnash incident. Though he did manage to protect Fiona well in that situation, he still seems unsatisfied. Well, he will likely grow stronger from this. Good, very good, Rupert smiled inwardly. Speaking of which, I was informed that no leads have surfaced regarding those who perpetrated that heinous act. I sent Conrad to clean up the country, hoping he would also catch anti-empire elements abroad. But it was unexpected that Fiona would be targeted so clearly. I underestimated them. I will definitely repay this debt. Rupert gritted his teeth inwardly this time. I heard that Abel was the one who intervened at Whitnash. This means that water magic user could potentially be a trump card for the kingdom. Just revealing such a hidden power gives the Empire significant information. Well, I suppose I must accept that. However, what came out of his mouth was, of course, entirely different from what he was thinking. "Very well, I shall grant Hero Roman's wish. You are permitted to visit the training grounds. However, since the training grounds are a bit far from the capital, I suggest you relax at the castle tonight and set off tomorrow. I will have a carriage prepared for you." "I greatly appreciate your Majesty's kindness." Hero Roman bowed deeply. "The hero is coming?" Imperial Mage Brigade Commander Fiona Ruben Bornemissa asked her aide, Marie. "Yes, we received communication from the Imperial Castle. Here is the message." Saying this, Aide Marie handed the letter to Fiona. Fiona read it 3 times. "What is my father thinking? Allowing foreigners into this training ground is one thing, but permitting a mock battle with my master is..." "Jurgen, is the master the same as usual?" "Yes, the captain is as usual, holed up alone in the 4th training grounds today as well." Jurgen, the aide to Vice Captain Oscar, answered Fiona's question. This wasn't a new occurrence. Ever since returning from Whitnash, it had been happening every day. It had already been over a month. Oscar directly reports to Fiona for breakfast and updates, but afterward he isolates himself in the 4th training grounds. Of course, there are no problems since Captain Fiona permits it. The instruction and training for the brigade are primarily conducted by Fiona, with aides Marie, Jurgen, and various squad captains, so there are no issues even without Oscar. Such a system has been established. Well, the master is like that. It happens sometimes. Fiona, who has known him for a long time, understands this, that he takes such actions when he loses or makes significant mistakes, specifically when the cause lies within his own magic. Oscar isolates himself when he keenly feels the insufficiency of his magical power. The master once said that he recalls the humiliation of losing and trembles with anger. He repeatedly visualizes that scene, burning it into his brain, and imagines the flames that consume him. By doing so, he becomes stronger. Indeed, after going through that process, the master becomes so strong that even I can tell. Especially in terms of magical power and generation speed, it becomes abnormally enhanced. He told me to try it too, but I didn't change at all. Honestly, I can't understand it at all. Is it something only the master can do? Or perhaps there's something akin to the depths of magic involved? If the master comes out, I will definitely ask him various questions then. For the past 2 years, Oscar hadn't been pushed in matters related to magic, so even Fiona was seeing this scene for the first time in a while. The brigade members summoned 6 months ago. as well as Marie, who has been a vice-captain for a year and a half, and Jurgen, who has been around for over 2 years, had never seen Oscar behave this way before and were confused. It happens sometimes. Jurgen, also a first-time witness to this, was bewildered but realized that Fiona understood, so he tried not to think too deeply about it. It seems the heroes group will arrive tomorrow afternoon. I don't know if the master will face them, but the brigade members can conduct mock battles. Please arrange for that and for their accommodation. Understood. Aide Marie bowed, and the meeting to welcome the hero came to an end. Inside the carriage heading from the capital to the training grounds, Hero Roman and his party members, a total of 7, were sitting comfortably. I've never seen such a large carriage before. It would be tough unless the horses are well trained, like a team of 10. They praised the carriage in unison. However, among them was a man with a troubled expression. Hey, Roman, are we really going? The level of magic in the Central Nations is incredibly low, you know. It doesn't even come close to me or Alicia. It's a waste to go. The one saying this was Gordon, the fire attribute mage. At 23 years old, his arrogant speech was backed by considerable achievements as an adventurer in the Western nations. The low evaluation of mages from the Central Nations had become common sense among mages from the Western and Eastern nations for over half a century. Yes, I definitely want to receive guidance. Hero Roman's memory of the demon Leonor who had brushed him off weighed heavily on him. That Leonor guy, right? You can't seriously believe what he said. That he's 1,000 times stronger than you. There's no way someone like that exists. I know most of the strong guys from the Western nations, and while there might be someone who is on par with you, there's no one who overwhelmingly surpasses you. That's a fact, so I get that you're going to the Central Nations, but even so, I don't think that strong guy is a mage. But Gordon, the most famous or strongest adventurer in the Central Nations, is undoubtedly the Blazing Flame Mage. They might not be the person I'm looking for, but I think it could provide some clue to becoming stronger. I'm being selfish. Please stay with me just a little longer. With that, Hero Roman bowed deeply. When he approached so earnestly, no one could resist. The other 6 members of the hero party were well aware of this. Gordon let out a deep, genuine sigh. Fine, do as you wish. Ruffling Roman's lowered head, Gordon accepted Roman's wishes. Thank you very much. Hero Roman smiled brightly. At this moment, he was unaware that this smile was what held the hero party together. In the morning, the hero party departed from the imperial capital, stopped for a lunch break along the way, and arrived at the 3rd magic training ground shortly after 2 in the afternoon. The Royal Guard knights who had escorted them from the imperial capital quickly turned back without saying a word once the carriage of the hero party entered the training ground premises. Unbeknownst to them, entry to the magic training ground is strictly limited to those who have special permission, and there are rumors that anyone who trespasses will be met with magic cannon fire without question. Of course, that is just a rumor. It is true that Oscar, who had been in a bad mood previously, had indeed fired upon the royal guards, but there are many things in the world. When Hero Roman opened the carriage door and stepped down, 3 individuals stood waiting. Hero Roman Dono, welcome to the magic training ground. I am Fiona Rubine Bornemissa, the commander of the Imperial Emperor Mage Brigade. I welcome you and your party. As she said this, Fiona placed her hand on her chest and performed an imperial-style salute. I appreciate the warm welcome. Roman was finally able to say just that. The scout Morris noticed that Roman was staring blankly at Fiona. He nudged Cleric Graham, who was serving as the negotiator, with his elbow and said, Graham, Roman is... It seemed that Graham understood with just that. I am Graham the negotiator. I thank you for your direct welcome, your highness. Graham stood beside Roman and greeted her. She was a princess? A murmur came from behind Graham. By the voice, it was likely the wind attribute mage, Alicia. While Graham sighed inwardly, he did not let it show on his face. This is not the court but a military training ground. Henceforth there is no need for formalities or respectful tones. The ones behind me are my aides, Marie and Jurgen. They will take care of you. However, being a training ground, there may be many inconveniences for which I apologize in advance. Changing her tone, Fiona said this and introduced Marie and Jurgen, who stood behind her. Of course, guidance from the Blazing Flame Mage was something we requested. Please do not worry about any inconveniences. So, where is Oscar Dono? Vice Commander Oscar is currently undergoing separate arrangements. He will report to me by tomorrow morning, at which time he will inform everyone of your visit. Would you be able to wait a little longer for your spar with Oscar, Hero Dono? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Hero Roman flustered. Why, yes, please do not mind. I see, I am grateful for Hero Roman's generous words. Thus, Fiona secured a statement regarding Oscar's delay. Roman, still quite young, isn't he? Only Graham noticed this in the moment, sighing quietly in his heart. Everyone must be quite tired from being shaken around in the carriage for half a day. I have prepared rooms in the annex for you to rest, so please take the opportunity to do so. I will have Marie show you. Your Highness, please wait. It was Hero Roman who interrupted Fiona's offer. Roman Dono, what is it? If possible, would you allow us to watch the training? Oh, Fiona narrowed her eyes slightly at Roman's request. I have heard that His Majesty the Emperor granted permission only for a mock battle with Oscar. Were we also given permission to observe the brigade's training? Ah, no, Roman instinctively looked down. Indeed, what Emperor Rupert VI had permitted was a mock battle with Oscar. I apologize, but His Majesty the Emperor has indeed allowed entry to the training ground. We interpreted that as being permitted to observe the training as well. It was Graham who interjected. Of course, the party hadn't discussed it in depth, but it would be a problem in practical terms if they could not observe the training after coming this far. Moreover, with no assurance of when they could have a mock battle with Oscar, it would not be easy to pass the time. Then let's do this. The representative from your side and the representative from ours will engage in magical combat, and if it is satisfactory, I will show you the training. Would you all be able to demonstrate to the brigade members that you are worthy of observing the training? How does that sound, Hero Dono? Fiona directed her attention back to Hero Roman. Although she had mentioned Graham was the negotiator, the fact remains that as the hero party, Hero Roman was at the center of it all. And Roman, lacking experience, was quite distracted by Fiona's beauty, his mind floating. This princess is thoroughly taking advantage of Roman's inexperience. How troublesome. Graham sighed inwardly for what felt like the umpteenth time that day. However, before Roman could respond or Graham could interject, another person answered impulsively. I'm in, I'll take part. It was Gordon, the fire attribute mage of the hero party. I won't let myself be belittled by inferior mages from the Central Nations. I will show overwhelming power and make this princess say, ugh. Gordon was filled with confidence. Once it had come to this, there was no stopping him. Then the mage from your side will represent. Understood. Let's proceed into the training ground. With a bright smile, Fiona took the lead and began walking. The hero party followed along, completely caught up in Fiona's pace. However, only Graham realized they were being led. Moreover, among the others, there were even some who seemed to be enjoying themselves. This further irritated Graham's emotions. By this point, he could no longer hide his inner feelings, and his expression turned sour as if he had bitten into a bitter bug. Not just Roman, but Gordon too. Why do we have to engage in this magical combat? To demonstrate to the brigade members? That logic is flawed, but it's too late to say anything now. It was likely that they would expose many of their strategies as a hero party, Graham thought to himself. At this point, he could say he had steeled himself. It was inevitable for the sake of Roman becoming stronger. We will select. Let's see, Klimt, you will be our representative. It will be a magical mock battle. Yes, the one appointed by Fiona was a young man of 20 belonging to the second squad. I hear that Gordon Dono is a fire attribute mage as well. Our Klimt is also a fire attribute mage. I believe there is much to be learned from each other. Graham Dono, you are also a healer, yes. We have an excellent healer as well, so you will be fine as long as it's not instant death. Aside from Gordon and Klimt, everyone would be watching from the audience. The two stood about 20 meters apart. Jurgen Bartle will officiate the match. Instant death attacks are prohibited. If either party surrenders, is incapacitated, or deemed unable to continue by the officiant, the match will end. Gordon Dono, are you ready? Yeah, Gordon answered brusquely to Jurgen's question. Klimt, are you ready? Yes, let's do this. Klimt nodded in response. Then begin. Gordon was the first to strike. Fireball, he thought that a mage from the Central Nations would not be a worthy opponent. He would finish this quickly by taking the initiative. However, Fireball, Klimt countered Gordon's Fireball with his own, causing them to cancel each other out. I see you can at least do it without chanting. But how about this? Fireball, Fireball, Fireball. Gordon unleashed a triple shot of fireballs, yet still. Fireball, Fireball, Fireball. Klimt met him with his own 3 consecutive fireballs. This, Fire Javelin, Fire Javelin. Gordon fired off a pair of piercing fire javelins, and in response, Fire Javelin, Fire Javelin. Klimt also countered with 2 fire javelins. At this point, Gordon lost his cool. Enough. I don't care about anything else. Blade Lang. Fireball. Before Gordon could finish his trigger word, Klimt fired a fireball. Barrier. Gordon interrupted his big spell and deployed a magic barrier to intercept the fireball. Though it could be activated without chanting as long as he spoke the trigger word, a big spell usually takes a while to complete. Even if a fireball takes a second to generate and launch, a big spell might require 3 seconds for generation and launch. While that time is hardly noticeable compared to a long chant, Klimt was using that short time to shoot fireballs and hinder Gordon's generation of the big spell. Whenever Gordon attempted to cast a big spell, it was disrupted by fireballs, and likewise, his rapidly generated spells were countered by similar spells. For Gordon, this was an entirely unforeseen situation. Why can that guy adapt to my magic? He should be responding only after I start generating my spells. Is his spell generation speed faster than mine? Nonsense. It's common knowledge that mages from the Central Nations use weak spells with long chants, and yet this guy is generating spells faster than me without chanting. There's no way I can accept that. But the reality was that all of Gordon's magic was being countered or hindered. While Gordon was growing anxious inside, Klimt was feeling the same. Rather, Klimt was significantly more anxious. This stemmed from his still considerable lack of experience compared to Gordon. Having joined the brigade for half a year, he only began to use proper magic after entering the brigade. He could handle magic smoothly due to the grueling training in the brigade that made it second nature. But his experience in actual combat was not something he could boast about. Certainly, training in the brigade focuses primarily on combat, but it is still just training. In reality, there were no brigade members that would charge in with the kind of intensity that could lead to a kill, unlike Gordon. Save for the vice commander. While the brigade had been formed for half a year, they had actual battlefield experience and had participated in numerous monster subjugations. Klimt had also served in monster subjugations. However, on the battlefield, he had been injured during earlier training and had lost too much blood at that time. Although the injury was quickly healed with extra heal, the recovery from the blood loss took time, preventing him from participating. In other words, he had less experience putting his life on the line compared to other brigade members. Klimt was aware of this and wanted to make a change, but the brigade rarely deployed to the battlefield. In fact, they hadn't been sent out for any significant battles since then. Lack of experience? This was precisely why Fiona had chosen Klimt. To Fiona, the outcome was irrelevant. Regardless of who won or lost, there were things to do moving forward. If that was the case, a battle that would benefit the brigade members would be preferable. Klimt lacked experience in serious battles. Therefore, this was an opportunity to gain that experience. That was the reason Klimt was chosen. As someone lacking experience, Klimt had no idea how to break the current stalemate. However, he could not afford to increase his number of moves any further. Their spell generation speeds were on par. If a big spell were to be used, he would likely lose, and there was even a possibility of death. Thus, he must not allow a big spell to be cast. Klimt steeled himself. While casting his magic, he began to step closer to Gordon, one step at a time. What is this guy thinking? Why is he getting closer? He thinks he can win by relying on his superior generation speed. How ridiculous. This was the inner voice of Gordon. It was a complete misunderstanding. Klimt was merely trying to close the distance to prevent Gordon from using a big spell. Fireball, 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 fireball. Klimt had now narrowed his focus strictly to fireballs. He launched fireballs at Gordon while closing the distance step by step. The distance between them had already shrunk to under 10 meters. At that moment, the ground between the two suddenly exploded, sending up a cloud of dust. Klimt exclaimed, instinctively dropping to the ground. In that instant, a lance of fire shot through the spot where Klimt had just been. As Klimt scrambled to his feet, he found Gordon standing before him with a demonic expression, swinging the fire lance down toward Klimt. "Stop right there!" Jurgen's sharp command halted the match. "The winner is Gordon Dono." Klimt's life had been spared. Panting heavily, Gordon somehow returned to the hero party's audience. In his place, it was Fiona, the brigade commander, who descended from the audience to the training ground. "Klimt, good job!" Fiona spoke softly to Klimt, who couldn't move after losing. "I apologize for not meeting your expectations, Your Highness." Klimt hurriedly stood and apologized for his defeat. He felt regret for losing after Fiona had chosen him as the representative of the brigade. "It's fine. Look at Gordon Dono." "What?" Klimt turned to look at Gordon, who had returned to the audience as Fiona had instructed. However, nothing seemed particularly noteworthy, and he couldn't understand Fiona's intention. "Gordon Dono is completely exhausted, but Klimt, you should still be able to fight, right?" "Yes, I can still go for another round." On the battlefield, survival is the most important thing. For that, endurance is necessary. The most important thing for mages on the battlefield is endurance. Sustained combat ability relies on endurance, and you have demonstrated that you are superior in endurance compared to the mages of the hero party. "Well done," Fiona praised Klimt. Thank you. All you need now is experience. Make sure to accumulate it steadily." With that, Fiona returned to the audience. Following her, Klimt also went back to the audience of the second squad. To praise and encourage growth, that was Fiona's teaching method. after the mock battle between Gordon and Klimt yesterday. In the end, the hero party's Wind attribute mage Alicia, Earth attribute mage Belrock, and even hero Roman participated in a one-on-one mock battle. Roman's opponent was the brigade commander Emil Fischer, who came from a knightly family and had been training with a sword since childhood. But as expected, he was no match at all. The members of the hero party had breakfast in the prepared annex. After the three of them, including Fiona, had breakfast in the cafeteria within the training grounds, they held a report meeting in the brigade commander's office. Yes, 3 people. Normally, the vice commander Oscar, who usually hides in the 4th training area, would also attend breakfast and the morning reports, but he did not show up this morning. Your Highness, what should we do about the vice commander? With a worried expression on his face, the aide Jurgen asked Fiona. Just leave him be. Is that all right? He should come out today or tomorrow. That's a sign. Fiona understood that Oscar had finally reached a point where he could sort out his feelings and replied with a smile. If the master is coming out, we could request a group battle in the morning. If it seems like it will take longer for the master to appear, it could be any time. But if he's likely to show up today or tomorrow, it's better to do it sooner. Once the vice commander shows up, will Roman only focus on the vice commander? Yes. We will no longer be able to get Roman's attention. That would be a waste, wouldn't it? Fiona laughed in response to Marie's confirmation. Since there seems to be a prospect for the vice commander's return, the dazzling smile has returned to Your Highness. Marie felt joy in her heart. Today we were discussing having a group battle, right? The negotiator of the hero party, Cleric Graham, confirmed with Fiona. To avoid making any strange commitments, Hero Roman stepped back a few paces and waited with the other members. Graham has a lot of trouble. Fiona herself, who is causing that trouble, thought with a smile in her heart. How about a 7-on-7? I understand that gathering 7 people with a combat power similar to your party is not easy, but having a match with the hero party is an experience that we won't have even once in our lifetime. I would really appreciate it. No, we also understand from yesterday's mock battle that your brigade has excellent personnel. In yesterday's mock battle, Gordon, Alicia, and Belrock, who represented fire, wind, and earth respectively, fought in magical combat, and while the hero side won all matches, the brigade side also performed quite well. Gordon, the fire attribute mage, realized that it had not been an easy victory for either him or Alicia and Belrock, completely changing his perception. The match was that closely contested. Of course, that excludes battles against heroes. Understood, we accept the mock battle with 7-on-7. With that, Graham bowed to Fiona and called over the party members who had been waiting behind. Thank you. Now the problem is our members. Let's include Jurgen, who seemed dissatisfied after standing by the whole time yesterday as a member. It will be a different matchup, but is that all right with you, Graham? Here it comes. Upon hearing Fiona's suggestion, Graham thought, they are coming to win. I thought a vice commander would either be someone with no combat ability skilled in adjustments or someone with the power to overwhelm regular brigade members. It seems to be the latter. This looks troublesome, but as long as we have Roman, there shouldn't be any unexpected issues. Yes, of course, that is fine. Graham accepted the change in matchup. Jurgen Marie, 2nd Brigade Lieutenant Nin, 3rd Brigade Lieutenant Stock, 4th Brigade Lieutenant Elsa, and Deputy Healer Mama. The matchup will be 1st Brigade Commander Emil, who fought yesterday against the hero. Yes, that looks like a decent lineup. Your Highness, excuse me for interrupting from the side, but there are only 6 members on the brigade side. With a somewhat fearful demeanor, Aide Marie asked Fiona, Of course I will participate as well, so that makes 7. Ah, as expected, Marie hung her head at the predictable response. As Aide Marie, she wanted Fiona to stay in a safe position. I took Mama for the team's healing, but the lead healer Finn and the entire rescue squad are on standby. They can respond to any major incidents. Don't worry. With that, Fiona smiled brightly at Marie. The rules are almost the same as yesterday. Instant death attacks are prohibited. The match will end if any party surrenders, becomes unconscious, or if it's judged that all 7 members are unable to continue fighting. Maintaining a distance of 50 meters, the hero party and Fiona's party faced each other. From the opening, unleash full power. Make the hero party go all out, Fiona whispered to her party, and then the voice of 1st Brigade Commander Emil resonated. Then let the match begin. Light javelin, fire javelin, sonic blade, fire ray, wind all colors, stone spear kill interval, heaven and earth collapse, a full-power magical attack from the top elite 7 members of the Empire's Imperial Emperor Mage Brigade. The fully deployed magic barrier of the training grounds partially shattered. A roar split the surroundings, light rushed forth, and clouds of dust engulfed the area. Instant death attacks are prohibited, Emil's words, as the matchup did not reach anyone. The The commander unleashed heaven and earth collapse. Marie and Jurgen are going all out. They must be dead with that. The brigade members in the audience whispered in shock. As the dust around the hero party settled, they could finally see, unharmed, whose mouth from the audience murmured those words. However, many brigade members shared the same sentiment. Mari's wind all colors, Jurgen's stone spear kill interval, and Fiona's heaven and earth collapse. All of them are among the strongest group attack magic in the Empire. To come out unscathed from that was hard to believe. However, that was only the perspective of the brigade members sitting in the audience. The members of Fiona's party in the training ground had expressions that said it was to be expected. "We broke through the magic barrier, but we couldn't penetrate the hero's holy sword," murmured the aide Jurgen. At the forefront of the hero party stood Roman, wielding the holy sword. The magic barrier almost collapsed without taking any damage. The earthen wall generated was useless. The wind barrier also vanished just by being brushed aside by their wind attribute area attack. Cleric Graham, earth attribute Belrock, and wind attribute Alicia grumbled. In other words, if Roman hadn't swept away with the holy sword, everyone would have been taken out by that last attack. "No, Gordon, you need to deploy a magic barrier too," Scout Morris interjected with Gordon's furious voice. "Everyone," Roman's voice rang out, "we're going all out without holding back." At Roman's words, all members of the party nodded. "Okay, party, haste and chant wind." When Ashken, who hadn't spoken a word until now, recited the trigger words, the entire hero party was enveloped in wind, and Roman's holy sword and Scout Morris's dagger shone green. "Your Highness, she is an enchanter. The speed of the entire hero party will increase." The members of Fiona's party were surprised at 4th Brigade Lieutenant Elsa's words. Even Fiona, who was always calm in battle, was no exception. However, she did her best to not show it. "That's a magic class not found in the Central Nations. Here they come." At the same time as Fiona's words, a retaliatory magical attack rained down from the hero party onto Fiona's party. Simultaneously, Hero Roman, Scout Morris, and the wind attribute Mage Ashken, who had just cast the enchant, rushed in to engage in close combat. Waiting to intercept were Marie against Morris, Jurgen against Ashken, and Fiona against Hero Roman. "Is the princess facing Roman?" Gordon involuntarily blurted out those words. "That seems impossible." Gordon thought he would continue his words, but he couldn't. Roman and Fiona collided right in the middle of the party, engaging in fierce sword fights. Roman was a swordsman. Moreover, he was a hero. Furthermore, his speed was also enhanced by haste. However, against such Roman, Fiona did not step back and exchanged blows. In the first place, the phenomenon of clashing swords with a hero was something that rarely happens. The holy sword Astalt held by Hero Roman. It is impossible to clash with it using an ordinary sword. It would shatter with just a single strike. However, the sword Fiona wielded was not an ordinary sword. It was one of the 2 magic swords the imperial family boasted, the treasure sword Raven. A mythical sword said to contain 2 attributes, wind and fire, within a single strike. A jet-black sword with a legend of having been created with the cooperation of the gods long ago. A sword worn by emperors through generations. However, the current emperor, Rupert VI, had given it to Fiona. Perhaps it was because it looked more fitting in the hands of a woman than a man, resembling more of a rapier, but more than that, it was because the treasure sword Raven took a liking to Fiona, which Rupert had told those around him. There was no further explanation, and no one could strongly oppose the Emperor Rupert, so Fiona had continued to wield it since then. It had been 8 years since it was bestowed upon her when she was 10, and in a sense, it had lived alongside her as a partner. That partner was unleashing all its potential against an opponent of a level she rarely faces in life. The wind attribute, contained within the treasure sword Raven, increased Fiona's overall movement speed, including sword speed. It was essentially in a pseudo-haste state. Furthermore, the traits Fiona possessed as a fire attribute mage were also enhanced by the Raven, which simultaneously held the fire attribute. This enabled her to perform the seemingly impossible task of casting attack magic in between sword strikes. Casting magic as naturally as breathing? No, even more smoothly, fire javelin and piercing fire were unleashed from Fiona towards Roman. For Roman, it was overwhelming. Simply put, Fiona's number of attacks was increasing. To be precise, there were attacks that he had to dodge without receiving. Normally, if one tries to cast magic in the midst of sword fighting, a slight opening inevitably arises. As a result, if the opponent is of equal or higher level, one cannot cast magic. And if the opponent is of lower level, there is no need to bother casting magic. Ultimately, the occurrence of casting magic during sword fighting becomes impossible. But the princess is making that possible. As the fierce sword fight unfolded, Hero Roman was astonished. Magic was being cast very smoothly while fighting with a sword. In the midst of their clashing swords, Roman could not help but realize this combat style was not something created from inspiration or impromptu ideas. It was built and honed over a long period of training. She had been training to attack simultaneously with sword and magic. Fiona herself had been learning swordsmanship since she was 4. None of her 10 older sisters had done such a thing, but Fiona, insisting on it, ended up asking her father, Emperor Rupert VI. Why did she start saying she wanted to practice swordsmanship? Because she had taken a liking to the sword that Rupert wore at his waist. This raven, if Fiona practices hard and can swing it properly, I'll lend it to you. What Rupert said at that time was half a joke, but half of it was serious. An encounter with a lifetime partner can sometimes be fateful. Rupert might have already felt that this was it at that moment. And 6 years later, on Fiona's 10th birthday, the treasure sword raven became Fiona's partner. That was a week before Fiona would meet the person she would cherish the most. Fiona's swordsmanship, honed since she was 4, had been trained alongside the raven since she was 10. Only Oscar, the master among the brigade members, knew her full strength. However, today that full strength was demonstrated in front of the brigade members. Wow! The audience was dominated by a soundless voice. The Emperor's mage brigade, of course, consisted entirely of mages. However, just because they were mages did not mean they could not engage in close combat. Once their magical power runs out, that's the end. If the enemy gets close, that's the end. There is no excuse for such a fragile group. It is natural for magic to be strong, but they must also be strong in close combat. That is the expected appearance of members of the Emperor's Mage Brigade standing on the battlefield. Leading the charge is Brigade Commander Fiona. The brigade members knew that Fiona was strong with a sword, but they had no idea it was to this extent. In the center, while the sword fight between Roman and Fiona unfolded, the aide Marie was also engaged in close combat with the scout Morris. However, it was a rather unusual type of close combat. Morris, a member of the hero party, was a scout. He wielded 2 daggers, one in each hand, moving with lightness in his fighting style. As a result, instead of attacking head-on, his main method was to circle around and slash from the side or behind. But against the aide Marie, he couldn't manage to get behind her. No, to be precise, he attempted to circle around, but she easily countered him. This wasn't simply because the aide Marie was fast. Of course, compared to an average swordsman, she was on the faster side, but she was slower compared to Morris, who was an agile scout in the hero party. Yet he couldn't get around her. The reason was that around Marie, there was always a downburst, a powerful descending airflow. Marie, a wind attribute mage, had a very rare one-on-one fighting style. She unconsciously generated a strong downburst around her, hindering her opponent's movements while she fought. In the midst of a typhoon where winds of 50 meters per second were blowing, a person wouldn't be able to walk as they pleased, would they? Such winds were constantly blowing downwards towards the ground around Marie. Regardless of one's agility, it was nearly impossible to move properly. Moreover, this was the worst matchup for the scout Morris, who prided himself on his nimbleness. This is bad. Of all people, I get stuck with this matchup. What bad luck! No way could it be that they calculated this much and assigned me against her. That beautiful face of the princess, how ruthless. Scout Morris moved without staying in one place, trying to think of a way to counter while preventing his opponent from taking aim. Swish, clang, he threw a throwing knife, but it was again brushed off by that cursed wind. How? Am I supposed to defeat her? I can't get close and my throwing knives won't reach. For now, should I just focus on not getting defeated and wait for someone else to come to my aid? In the first place, Morris was a scout. In adventures, he wasn't expected to have combat prowess, and alongside the healer Graham, his role was largely about survival. Of course, as a member of the hero party, he possessed a level of combat strength that was far superior to that of regular scouts, but compared to the other members of the party, he couldn't really be called strong. I'm completely stuck. Morris let out a small sigh. Close combat was occurring in 3 places. In the center, it was hero Roman versus Fiona. On the left, from the hero party's perspective, Scout Morris versus Marie. And on the right, the enchanter Ashkan versus Jurgen. The role of enchanter does not exist in the Central Nations. What exactly is it? Enchantment refers to the magic that temporarily adds attributes to a companion's body or weapon. And the magic class that specializes in this is called an enchanter. Why doesn't it exist in the Central Nations? The reason is simple. There is no incantation for enchantment magic. Sera and Lynn, or the members of the Imperial Mage Brigade, generate magic without incantation. But this is an exceptional case among the mages of the Central Nations. In fact, even among the mages belonging to the same Imperial Army, the Imperial Mage Brigade does not use incantations. while all of the Imperial Magic Army, from the 1st to the 8th, do. The fact that the Imperial Mage Brigade consistently casts magic without incantations is solely due to Fiona and Oscar. If incantations are used, even beginners can easily activate magic. However, the power of the magic activated in that manner becomes almost constant, regardless of who chants it. There are studies suggesting that some advanced users can exceed expectations when casting low or mid-level magic, but fundamentally, the power remains constant. Additionally, the need for incantation time means that the activation takes longer. This can be fatal in combat. Therefore, when Fiona and Oscar restructured the Imperial Mage Brigade, they emphasized generating magic without the use of incantations. Thus, due to the absence of magic incantation, enchantment does not exist in the Central Nations. Jurgen was seeing it for the first time. The Princess and Elsa said that Graham might engage in close combat with bare hands or staff techniques, but to think I'd face a wind attribute mage like Ashken. Moreover, she's an enchanter. I see, it seems I'll be able to gain some rare experience. The Ashken that Jurgen faced had cast haste on herself to increase her speed and was engaging in a brawling style with bracers and greaves. It was quite an unorthodox combat style for a mage, but Jurgen would likely be told, "You wouldn't understand." After all, he was meeting her with orthodox swordsmanship. Jurgen Bartle was the second son of the Bartle Count family. The family headship was to be inherited by his older brother, who was 8 years older, but as was customary for a family that had produced excellent warriors for generations, he had been trained in martial arts since childhood. Thus, it was only vague from a young age that he would likely join the Imperial Knights when he turned 18. In fact, his swordsmanship had become quite impressive. By the age of 15, he was able to defeat the family tutor who was in charge of sword instruction, and by 16, he had become someone even his father, the head of the family, could not surpass. When he turned 18 and became an adult, the only person around Jurgen who could surpass him in sword skill was his 8-year-older brother, who was part of the Emperor's 12 Imperial Knights, a rank that only the best of the Imperial Knights could achieve. Because of such circumstances, Jurgen caught the Emperor's eye. He put up a good fight against his brother from the 12 Knights, and he had just recently come of age. It was impossible for Emperor Rupert VI to overlook such talent. As a result of detailed investigations and hearings, Rupert judged that Jurgen would be a great asset to Fiona and Oscar, who were close in age. Thus, Jurgen was entrusted to Oscar, trained for 6 months, and took on the role of aide for Fiona's protection. This was nearly 2 years before Fiona was appointed as the brigade commander of the Imperial Mage Brigade. The sword Jurgen used was an ordinary iron sword with dulled blades provided at the training grounds. Of course, for this mock battle, he could use the equipment he usually fought with. That's why Fiona wielded the treasure sword Raven, and hero Roman wielded the holy sword Astalt. However, Jurgen recognized that he was not good at pulling his strikes, so he decided to use the dulled sword to avoid killing anyone if he hit. If his superior Oscar heard this, he might remark, "Hey, that's quite a lot of confidence." But there was nothing he could do about his weakness. He had no choice. Basically, Ashken was on the offensive, while Jurgen was on the defensive, and their battle continued in that manner. Although Ashken's martial arts were quite formidable, Jurgen couldn't help but see openings. It was just a matter of timing. If he missed the timing, everything would be wasted. That's true for anything. Jurgen cautiously measured that timing while deflecting Ashken's attacks. Cleric Graham was biting his lip in frustration. I never expected it to be this overwhelming. A magical brigade capable of such powerful close combat doesn't exist in the Western nations. No, almost none do. It's understandable that Scout Morris wouldn't deliver a decisive blow, but for Ashken not to break through. No, it's even more troubling that he can hold his own against Roman. What's going on with that princess? Is she actually a swordsman and not a mage? Well, as the commander, that can't be ruled out. But now that I think about it, she's using magic even during the sword fight, so she must be a mage after all. I never thought Roman would lose, but everything seems to be at a stalemate. For Graham, this situation was a first. Should I have gone to the front lines myself? But if the healer suddenly steps into the fray and gets taken down, there would be numerous problems. However, I can't just sit here in this situation. I need to support someone, but where should I go? Jumping into the sword fight between Roman and the princess would be insane. I'd be sliced apart before I could do anything. On the other hand, it's also tricky to go to the ambiguous close combat with Morris, where the strong wind is blowing. I can't think of a good way to get past that wind. So by process of elimination, it must be to Ashken and his aide, Jurgen. While Graham was lost in thought, the situation was moving. Ashken had realized. The party haste he cast right after the battle began had worn off due to the passage of time. Party Haste is a spell that grants haste effects to allies within a 5-meter radius of Ashken. Once cast, the haste state persists for a certain time, even if one moves outside that 5-meter radius. However, at present, there were no allies within Ashken's 5 meters. The magic attack specialists engaged in artillery combat likely had no need for it now. He wanted to cast it on Roman, who was fighting the princess, but getting closer would be too reckless. Morris, who appeared to be doing nothing in front of the storm, likely wouldn't benefit much from haste either. That left Ashken as the only one who needed it. But the swordsman in front of him, yes, it was hard to believe he was just a mage. He was an astonishing swordsman. The man was said to be the aide to the Blazing Flame mage, and he was not someone to let down his guard against. Moreover, he seemed to be targeting something. There was a palpable atmosphere of intent. Ashken couldn't tell what he was aiming for, but he felt it from the movement of the man's eyes. I want to recast haste on myself somewhere, but if that appears to be an opening, he could release magic at that moment. Or use projectile weapons? I don't know, but I'll keep that in mind. Then an opportune situation arose. The moment Jurgen took a back step, he slipped just a little. This is it. In response, Ashken also jumped back significantly to create distance and cast haste before landing. Haste! Mud at that timing, Jurgen also unleashed his spell, just as Ashken had predicted. If he casts haste in midair and lands, he would be able to launch a counterattack immediately. That's what he thought. However, the spell cast by Jurgen, a mage of the earth attribute, was not an attacking spell. Thud. The moment he landed, the ground turned to mud. Both of his legs sank into the mud up to his thighs. What? At this point, escaping was not easy. As expected, Jurgen, who created this situation, came right in front of Ashken and pressed a sword against his neck. I lost. Ashken acknowledged his defeat. Just as Graham was about to rush in to assist, Ashken got stuck in the mud and lost. Unbelievable! Graham had seen the entire moment because he was about to assist. Ashken jumped back significantly, and just before landing, a high-speed line ran from Jurgen's feet, bursting small at Ashken's landing point. And a small mud patch formed there. The aide to the Blazing Flame mage, Jurgen. Truly a top-tier mage, but with this the balance has been broken, and it's in our favor. At this point, it becomes a gamble, but there's no helping it. Everyone will take out Morris's opponent, starting with Marie. I don't mind that, but how will we aim? And what about the long-range attacks from the enemy that are targeting us? Gordon confirmed with Graham. We'll aim from above. The strong downdraft is hindering Morris's movements, but from above, they'll be less affected by the wind. I'll take the enemy's artillery. Understood. 3-2-1-GO. Fire Javelin, Airbuster, Stone Pebble, the Fire Attribute Gordon, Wind Attribute Alicia, and Earth Attribute Bellrock unleashed their artillery strike down upon Marie. Simultaneously, from the rear line of Fiona's party, an even greater barrage was directed towards Graham and the others. Absolute Sanctuary. Graham cast the absolute magic defense available only to high-ranking priests. It can be said to be the Western nations' version of the Sanctuary Array used by high-ranking priests of the Central nations. Its effect, like the Sanctuary Array, is to negate all magical attacks. It would defend against magic from outside the Absolute Sanctuary as well as from within, created after the 3 barrages. And Marie, hit by the 3 projectiles, fell to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Aide Jurgen was regretting his moment of delayed judgment. After forcing the enchanter to surrender, they finally had one more person. Just as they were about to take the offensive, now Marie was taken down, returning them to equal numbers. Marie, deemed unable to fight, was carried off to the edge of the training ground by the rescue team. From the appearance of Chief Healer Finn, it seemed like there were no life-threatening issues. You were too careless, Marie. Still, this is troublesome. Marie's wind magic is very useful in mock battles, but my earth magic, if I'm not careful, it could hit an ally. It's difficult to use, but I have no choice. The hero party still seemed undecided on their approach. If they were going to make an offensive, it was better to do it quickly. Deciding this, Jurgen launched 3 colored sand projectiles instead of blue prism bolts. Fire Attribute mages Fiona and Oscar launched colored prism bolts for command purposes, while Jurgen, being an earth attribute mage, used sand that reflected light blue. 3 blue projectiles. The meaning was to advance at maximum speed while attacking. Under Jurgen's command, the rear line of Fiona's party began to move. Then, while running, they launched magical attacks towards the rear of the hero party. The intentions of Fiona's party, led by Jurgen, were clear: to settle the matter in close combat without Roman and Fiona. In contrast, the strategy adopted by the rear line of the hero party was a delaying tactic through the generation of mud by the earth attribute magic. In other words, buying time. As Fiona's party's rear approached, they created mud to slow their advance. What's the purpose of buying time? Jurgen couldn't decipher that intention. Fiona's party was circling around Roman and Fiona, who were fighting in the center, approaching the rear line of the hero party from the right, which was counterclockwise from above. Along the way, Jurgen planned to join them. In such a situation, what was the purpose of buying time? Could it be that they are waiting for the battle between His Highness and the hero to finish? The balance hasn't been broken yet. Then what? Jurgen observed the battle between Fiona and Roman and confirmed that it still seemed to be ongoing. Then, his gaze inadvertently extended beyond that, to the place where Marie and the enemy scout were fighting. Of course, no one was there. Is no one there? Marie was obviously not being carried, but what about the enemy scout? Damn it! Jurgen's exclamation coincided with the chaos arising from the rear of Fiona's party. The hero party's scout Morris had maneuvered behind the moving rear line of Fiona's party and launched an attack from there. Fiona's party was in utter confusion. The second squad captain, Nin, at the rear was incapacitated before he could comprehend what was happening, his consciousness erased by a hand strike to the neck. Before the other members could understand what was going on, the third squad captain, Stock, also fell. This was truly a display of Morris's prowess as a scout. While his combat effectiveness from the front was indeed lower within the hero party, his talents for rear disruption, assassination, or incapacitating enemies from blind spots were his specialties. Moreover, during this time, Belrock's mud generation for delaying tactics was still in effect. While Morris, being a scout, could fight comfortably even in this difficult terrain, Fiona's party was losing substantial combat strength. Aside from the attack spells from Belrock's mud generation, attacks were being blocked by the earth wall created by Aid Jurgen, but the situation continued to worsen. The ground was mud, and on top of that, Scout Morris had laid a smoke screen. This mock battle had no restrictions on item usage. Fighting with a scout in the smoke while being mindful of the terrain, it was nothing short of a nightmare. This is, as Jurgen muttered, the voice of the first squad captain Emil echoed. Stop there, match over, the winner is the hero party. Looking towards the voice, he saw Fiona, who had been fighting in the center, surrendering to Emil. Your Highness, I apologize, if I had noticed the enemy's intent a bit earlier. No, I was so focused on my battle with Roman that I had no room to look around. I failed as a commander. With that, Fiona smiled. I've caused trouble for everyone. By the way, it seems Marie was carried off. From the expression of Healer Finn, it seems there shouldn't be any problems. Your Highness? When Jurgen looked at Fiona, her gaze was fixed at the very top of the audience. Master, at the end of that gaze was the figure of Oscar Lusk, the vice-commander of the Imperial Emperor Mage Brigade. As Oscar stepped down slowly from the highest tier of the audience, the brigade members stood up and saluted. That scene told even Roman, who was completely unaware of the situation, that the person descending was not someone ordinary. Slowly, but not too slowly and not too fast. Receiving the salutations of almost 200 brigade members, Oscar reached Fiona and knelt down to offer his respects. Your Highness, Oscar Lusk, I have returned. Welcome back. That was all the conversation entailed, but between the two, a deep exchange of feelings took place that others could not perceive. However, this was a public setting. They could have their private conversation later. I have something to inform the vice-commander. Here, Hero Roman and his party have been staying since yesterday. His Majesty the Emperor has granted permission for you and Roman to engage in a mock battle. Pleased to meet you, I am Roman. In response to Fiona's introduction, Roman answered. I am Oscar Lusk, appointed as the vice-commander of the Imperial Emperor Mage Brigade. However, I heard that the current hero is in the Western nations, so why are you in the Central nations? I came here to seek your guidance, Oscar. Roman's eyes captured Oscar directly, steadfast and unwavering, without a hint of disturbance. However, I have no reason to fight with you, hero. Additionally, I have been away from my duties for a long time, and there are many things I must attend to. Therefore, the mock battle will have to wait for another occasion. Oscar looked directly at Roman, declaring the halt to the combat. Roman was left speechless. Please wait, Graham interjected when Roman could not find another word to say. Oscar, I am Graham, entrusted as the negotiator for this party. Pardon my rudeness, but His Majesty Emperor Rupert VI has granted permission for a mock battle between you and Roman. I wonder how appropriate it is to refuse it here. His Majesty merely granted permission, not ordered me to fight. However, if there is a compelling reason why it must be me, I would not mind engaging in battle. How say you, Roman? This guy is trying to extract a commitment from Roman too. Yesterday, what Fiona did was being replicated by Vice Commander Oscar, and in his heart, Graham was crushing yet another frustration. However, he would come to know later that this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Hero Roman began to speak slowly. Embarrassingly, I was completely defeated the other day, and it wasn't due to a sneak attack or ambush. nor was it a battle of numbers, but a duel. Moreover, despite receiving various enhancement magic from my companions, the opponent was a mage, and my sword, as a swordsman, couldn't even graze him. From that defeat, I wished to train myself further, so I visited the Blazing Flame Mage, who is renowned for being strong in the Central Nations. When it was mentioned that the one who defeated Hero Roman was a mage, Oscar reacted slightly. The image of a certain water attribute mage floated in Oscar's mind. I would like to hear more details about that mage, if you don't mind. Of course, after receiving your guidance, I would be happy to share. In response to Oscar's inquiry, Hero Roman smiled. The one surprised by that response was Cleric Graham. I never expected Roman could respond like that. With conditions imposed on Roman, Oscar raised the corners of his mouth slightly as he replied, "Very well. However, since you've just fought, let's meet after lunch at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much." And for a moment, after finishing lunch and taking a break, they returned to the training ground. The 7 members of the hero party, along with Fiona, Oscar, and Jurgen, were in the arena. Excluding the medical team waiting by the side of the training ground, everyone else was in the audience seats. Jurgen Bartle will oversee the match. Instant death attacks are prohibited. The match will end if either side concedes, faints, or if the referee determines that continuation is impossible. Then I will watch from the audience. With that, Fiona walked toward the audience seats. Then we will too, Graham said, and the members of the hero party, excluding the hero, began walking toward the audience seats. "No, you guys have to fight," Oscar declared. The voice that replied in confusion was from the fire attribute mage, Gordon. "Aren't we the hero party of 7? Then it wouldn't make sense if all of us didn't participate in the fight." "No, do you even understand what you are saying?" Gordon retorted sharply. "Gordon, watch your words," Graham admonished him, then continued. "However, Oscar Dono, what Gordon says is reasonable. In a 7-against-1 scenario, even if you are a Blazing Flame Mage, it won't be a fair match. I observed the previous 7-against-7 match from the middle, and if your abilities are that level, then it wouldn't have been a fair match anyway." Oscar shrugged while speaking and frowned. Naturally, anger flared up from some members of the hero party. "Captain, you're totally provoking them. The opening bombardment of the team battle was impressive too. This division knows how to provoke well." Scout Morris and Wind Mage Alicia whispered to each other so that the men wouldn't hear. Having heard that, the enchanter Ashkin silently nodded several times. "This is interesting. Let's do this. Roman, I'm going in first. Don't interfere." "Even if you say it's tough with 7, one person is out of the question," Gordon shouted, and Oscar coldly replied. "Shut up, that's for us to decide. Come on, referee, start the match quickly." The deputy doesn't need to provoke them unnecessarily. Well, fine, please take your positions." Jurgen, the referee, sighed deeply while guiding both sides to their starting positions. "Are you all ready?" Oscar held a sword with a dulled blade in his right hand, while Gordon prepared his mage's staff. "Then begin the match." Die, Blade Lang Trident. As Gordon cast the spell, 3 flames spiraled toward Oscar from the tip of his staff. This was Gordon's most powerful spell meant for individual targets. A strong attack right from the start. He intended to defeat Oscar without letting him do anything. In fact, the swirling flames could even create a hole in a castle wall. Against an ordinary mage, it would be instant death. However, Oscar was not an ordinary mage. He casually swiped at the approaching flames with the sword in his right hand. Just that action caused the swirling flames to vanish. "Impossible! How can this be?" The one who shouted in disbelief was, of course, Gordon. "This level is like child's play. Flame ball, gah!" Before he knew it, a fireball the size of a human fist struck Gordon in the solar plexus, causing him to double over in agony. "What just happened?" Cleric Graham muttered quietly. The fireball that had lodged into Gordon's abdomen had already vanished. It was undoubtedly some kind of magic, but, to Graham's eyes, he saw neither the generation of the magic nor its trajectory at all. "I definitely don't want to receive something like that," Wind Mage Alicia whispered while hiding behind Graham. "Everyone, strengthen me with enhancement magic." With Hero Roman's voice, the party members snapped back to attention. Party haste enchant wind, holy armor, body enhancement, wind protection. The enchanter Ashkin, Cleric Graham, Earth Mage Belrock, and Wind Mage Alicia each cast magic to enhance Roman. "I see, so that's enchantment. Certainly, it's not something you find in the Central Nations." Oscar, without panicking, watched what Roman and the others were doing. That composure inevitably reminded Roman of Demon Leonor. Roman shook his head vigorously several times to rid his mind of the memory of Leonor. "I'm coming!" With that, Roman rushed in. He swung the holy sword assault down onto Oscar's shoulder. Clang. It made a sound like it struck hard metal, and he was deflected back significantly. "Huh!" A surprised voice escaped from Roman's mouth involuntarily. "What happened, Hero Dono?" As a swordsman, if your sword doesn't reach your opponent, you cannot win. Oscar provoked him again. Reacting to that, Roman slashed with the holy sword Astalt. Slash, 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 clang, clang, clang. However, all of Roman's strikes were deflected by something covering Oscar's surface. Humph! Roman couldn't help but groan. What is that? What is that? What is that? Every slash of Roman was clearly being deflected by Oscar's body, which was visible to the hero party. Hero Roman's sword was no ordinary sword. It was the holy sword Astalt, passed down through generations of heroes born in the Western nations. The slashes from that holy sword were being deflected without the use of a sword, armor, or shield. Even a scout like Morris would be astonished. That's a combination of magic barriers and physical barriers, Wind Mage Alicia explained to Morris. A physical barrier. It's a magic that defends against physical attacks like swords and arrows. But those can break easily, right? They can only defend against arrows at best. In close combat, hardly anyone uses them anymore, right? They break easily. They are hardly practical, so you rarely see them in close combat. There might be a possibility that the physical barriers in the Central Nations are tough. Alicia nodded in affirmation to Morris's confirmation, however, the referee's aide is also looking at the captain with a surprised expression. Yes, it doesn't seem that the hardness is because it's from the Central Nations. That aide, Oscar Dono's barrier, is simply abnormal. Next to the two, the silent enchanter Ashkin was watching the fight intently. But if the sword is being deflected, doesn't that mean Roman can't win? Isn't that unfair? The aide is cool, handsome, and has a great aura, but Roman can't win, can he? Yeah, I know Morris likes that kind of guy, but let's not engage with an important person from another country. Well, that physical barrier is troublesome, but the reason it's not used much is that it consumes an enormous amount of magical power compared to magic barriers. That's also one of the reasons it fell out of use. So I don't think that physical barrier will last much longer. For this mock battle between a swordsman and a mage, I used techniques that only a mage can utilize. Did you enjoy it? Oscar said, a slight smirk on his lips as he addressed Roman. What is this? Just a regular magic barrier and physical barrier. Since it's attributeless magic, any mage can generate it. Even so, it's too hard. Roman responded, bewildered by Oscar's dismissive explanation. He knew both magic barriers and physical barriers. However, he had never heard of a barrier this hard. If you can't break my barrier, you won't be able to break the Demon King's barrier, will you? A hero should be better than that, shouldn't you? Even at this point, Oscar continued to provoke. Ugh! Hero Roman grimaced in frustration. However, moments later, his expression changed completely. He had made up his mind. I'm sorry if I stab you. With that said, Roman began to channel all of his energy and magical power into the holy sword Astalt. Such things should be thought of after you break through. Oscar remained poised without changing his expression. I'm going. Roman rapidly closed the distance and unleashed a full-powered thrust. Clang! A crack appeared in Oscar's barrier. However, he couldn't break it. Moreover, the crack instantly repaired itself and returned to normal. Impossible. Words slipped from Roman's mouth involuntarily, and due to thrusting with all his might, he couldn't support his body anymore and knelt on one knee. Oscar slowly placed his sword against Roman's neck. That's enough. The winner is Deputy Oscar. In that moment, Jurgen's voice echoed throughout the training ground, and the cheers of the division members resounded loudly, after consecutive defeats since yesterday. Even though they were up against the hero party, the division members surely had their own thoughts in their hearts. In the eyes of the soldiers looking at Deputy Oscar, who brought them their first victory, there were even those whose eyes sparkled with a sense of faith. Roman Dono, as a young man, you can still grow stronger. Keep doing your best. Thank you, Oscar Dono. I've once again learned that I can do nothing in front of a real mage. Thank you very much. Hero Roman expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Oh, right. Could you tell me about the mage that you previously lost to, Roman Dono? Of course. That person called Leonor a woman? No, she's probably not human. She was a race I had never seen before. Today, my sword was entirely blocked by Oscar Dono's barrier, but Leonor evaded all of my strikes, with ease too. As Roman spoke, recalling his battle with Leonor to Oscar. Leonor, that's a name I don't know. I will remember it. Whom Oscar nodded thoughtfully and tried to end the conversation. Oscar Dono, who was the mage you initially thought of? If you don't mind, could you let me know? It's a water attribute mage in the Natore Kingdom. I have some history with him. I don't intend to say any more. My apologies. With that, Oscar walked towards Fiona, who had come down from the audience seats. End of the interlude. The next chapter, 99 Duchy of Inberri, will be a new chapter. And I received my first review. Thank you, Shinamia. Thank you. Thank you. I said it 3 times because I was so happy receiving a review has been one of my goals since I started posting this work. I will continue to post, so everyone, please do not abandon me, and thank you for your support. P.S. I slightly modified Oscar's last line. Relatedly, I might adjust other parts in the future as well. Thank you for your patience. Once again, the story revolves around Ryo. Nils, Ito, and Ammon from the party room 10 had arrived outside the walls of Run. I'm glad we could return earlier than planned for this job. Thanks to the magical power potion Ryo made for us, we were able to significantly shorten the time it took to recover our magical power. I hope this crepe suits Ryo-san's taste. Ryo provided the magical power potion he made during his alchemy practice as a sample for the three, leading to the request going much smoother than expected. As a gesture of gratitude, the three decided to visit Ryo's home. By the way, the crepe was something they bought from a newly opened street stall in the city of Run. Ah, this is it. It's definitely close from the east gate. Upon arriving in front of a spacious house with 3 distinctive doors, Nils said that this was Ryo's new residence. The central door was double opening, serving as the front entrance. The remaining 2 doors were, so to speak, service entrances. All right, let's enter through the right door. Why avoid the central door on purpose? For some reason, Nils insisted on entering through the service door instead of the main entrance, prompting a light-hearted jab from Ito. We're friends with Ryo. It's not our first time here, is it? With that, Nils opened the right door. Inside was a fairly spacious table and several chairs. In one of those chairs was a sight that made them doubt their eyes. An unparalleled beauty was reading a book. Her platinum blonde hair sparkled in the light streaming from the window, and the slightly tilted head emanated an otherworldly atmosphere. Just her presence seemed to change the air around her. The goddess of beauty glanced at the three. The three, previously frozen, regained their senses at that moment. "Excuse us," Nils shouted and quickly closed the door. For a full 20 seconds, none of them spoke. Finally, it was Nils who broke the silence. I think we went to the wrong house," saying that he attempted to turn on his heel. No, this is right. Ryo lives here." Ito stopped him by grabbing his shoulder. "That was an astonishingly beautiful woman we just saw." While surprised, Ammon managed to articulate his thoughts more calmly than the other two. "Why, yeah, that woman. She wasn't an illusion, was she?" Nils felt uncertain about what he had just seen, especially since now the door was closed. "All right, let's try again. Calm down me." No one suggested entering through the central door properly. Ito also refrained from making the suggestion again. When one fails, they try again. That's how the three from room 10 were. "Excuse me." With a polite tone akin to entering the guild master's office, Nils opened the door. However, true to form, he didn't knock. Upon opening the door, the same scene from before unfolded. The beautiful woman was seated, this time looking directly at the three from the start. Before anyone could speak, a voice came from within. Sera, sorry, but I just can't get that alchemical transformation to work no matter how many times I try. Can you give it another shot?" "Oh, Nils, Ito, Ammon, it's been a while." The owner of the house, Ryo, appeared. "This is Sera, a B-rank adventurer. Sera, these three are my roommates from my dorm days, currently members of the D-rank party, room 10, Nils, Ito, and Ammon." "Nice to meet you, I'm Sera." "So you are the ones who were Ryo's roommates." Sera nodded appreciatively at Ryo's introduction. "I'm Nils, I'm Ito, I'm Ammon." The three were so nervous that they could only say their names. In the city of Run, Sera had become a legend, more so than Abel or Phelps. Everyone knew she was a B-rank, but she rarely visited the guild. Sera glanced at the clock on the wall. "Oh, is it already this late? Ryo, I'm heading back to the manor. I'll come by again. Take care, you three." With that, Sera left briskly. In that moment, the three of them felt as if they had been released from a spell and began to move. "Are Ryo that person? She's the Sera of the Wind, right? Why is she here?" "Miss Sera is the Night Order's instructor. That aura is different. Ryo-san's surroundings are truly a surprise box." Although they expressed it differently, Nils, Ito, and Ammon all showed their astonishment. "Sera has been teaching me various things. Just now she was helping me with alchemy." As Ryo explained, Nils and Ito whispered to each other. "Sera, addressing her without honorifics. When did you become so close?" Though they were whispering, Ryo could hear every word. It was obviously meant for him to hear. "Well, I call Abel and others without honorifics too." Ryo hung his head. At that moment, Ammon presented something he had brought with him. "This is a treat for you, Ryo-san." There was a street stall in the city of Run. "This is a crepe, thank you. It brings back memories. I haven't had one since we had that festival in Witnash. At that time, a big guy from another town was selling them," Ryo said as he took a bite. The exquisite match of whipped cream and banana wrapped in the crepe dough. It was a perfect harmony. Seeing Ryo enjoying it, Ammon felt joy as well. "It seems the street stall has been around since yesterday. When I bought it earlier, a young woman was making them." Ammon then told Ryo the detailed location of the stall. Ryo firmly resolved to go buy some the next day. While the four were enjoying their crepes, a heated negotiation was taking place in the guild master's office of the Adventurers Guild. "Indeed, it's a marvelous magic stone. Plus, there's a wind magic stone of almost the same size. How about 20 billion for both? Lord Gecko, it's troubling to hear you joke. Even if you search throughout the Central Nations, it's unlikely you'll find something like this again in this century. 30 billion for both. I can't go any lower. No, Master McGrath, that's a bit much. I'll do 20 billion, please let's settle for that. Lord Gecko, it's precisely because you are a trustworthy and reliable merchant that I've approached you. This is a deal that our Lord is also looking forward to. It could leave a great impression on Baron of Run as well. That said, I must also study our limits. How about 28 billion as a final offer? The heated negotiation between Guild Master Hugh McGrath and Merchant Gecko continued, ultimately settling on 26 billion florin for the 2 wind magic stones. Ah, that was a great deal. Thank you for your purchase. Then I will be leaving this town for the Duchy in 5 days, so please take care of the escort arrangements. Understood, you need 5 adventurers. Please come back the day before you leave for a face-to-face. As Hugh said that, the two shook hands and Merchant Gecko departed. Gecko was a merchant patronized by the royal family of the Duchy of Inberri. The Duchy of Inberri was a neighboring country east of the Natore Kingdom. After the Great War that took place 10 years ago, it formally became independent from the Handalu Federation, one of the 3 major countries which had kept it in a state of vassalage. Complete independence had long been a dream for the Duchy of Inberri, and since achieving that independence through the Great War, it had rapidly developed. This Great War was a conflict between the Natore Kingdom and the Handalu Federation, representing 2 of the great powers of the Central Nations, and that's why it's called the Great War. Hugh McGrath and others rose to prominence during it. As a result, the name Hero McGrath enjoys immense popularity in the Duchy of Inberri and continues to earn great respect even 10 years after the war. With satisfaction from making a successful deal with the hero McGrath, Gecko's face naturally broke into a smile. With that wonderful magic stone, I'm sure your grace will be satisfied. When I was commissioned a year ago, I thought it would be quite difficult. I never expected it would end up in Master McGrath's hands. It's unbelievable that such a magic stone exists as a pair. For the maintenance of our country's independence, I must ensure it gets delivered safely. The distance in a straight line from the city of Run to the capital city of Aberdeen is about 800 kilometers northeast. It's definitely not close. However, for Gecko, it was a road he had traveled many times. His dedicated guard squad consisted of only trusted individuals. Yet, upon reaching the city of Run, they had encountered an ambush, resulting in 5 out of 20 members of the guard squad not returning. With 10 carriages and 15 guards, there usually wouldn't be a problem, but this time, the cargo was particularly sensitive. He wanted to be thorough. That was the reason he approached Hugh to hire 5 adventurers. What? Neither Abel nor Phelps are available? Yes, the Red Sword is at the Eastern Red Post, and Phelps from the White Brigade won't be back for another 2 weeks. Nina, the receptionist, replied to Hugh's inquiry. Hugh immediately began considering how to process Gecko's escort request. However, upon receiving the answer that the 2 B-rank parties he initially thought of were both unavailable. This is troublesome. Of course, Sera is out of the question. Master, for an escort request to the capital of the Duchy of Inberri, it's a round trip of 20 days. Even if they were to return, keeping a party out of the city for 40 days would be difficult for a typical party. Ah, that's true. But the payment this time is substantial enough to cover that. It's from the Duchy itself, so if the Guild advances funds for securing accommodations, that would be fine. Nina was taken aback by Hugh's readiness to offer such a generous sum. Conversely, it also indicated how important the request was. How many C-rank parties would be eligible for this request? None that can fit exactly 5 members. The Craze and Friends party is normally 6 members, but 4 of them are currently in Run. Then there's the 4-member party Switchback. Let's skip Craze's party. That leaves Ra and the others in Switchback. All right, let's go with Switchback, but it's only 4 members. Yes, Ra respects Abel, so like the Red Sword, they are also a 4-member party. Nina sighed lightly as she answered. I wish they wouldn't imitate that. If only there were a strong solo adventurer, I could fit them in the open slot, but there aren't any solos, are there? Maybe Sera, the manor. The magic stone? Hugh fell into deep thought, and a smile appeared on his face as if he had found something good at the bottom of his well of thoughts. I found the perfect solo. The next day, Ryo, living alone, woke up early. First on his agenda was practicing magic at dawn. Currently, he was working on the prelude to Breakdown Charge. He called the romantic tactic he had come up with Breakdown Rush, which involved firing sonic blades from 3 body clones, then launching a charge attack afterward. At least, that's what it seemed. However, Ryo was a mage with water attribute magic. First of all, he couldn't fire the wind attribute sonic blade. So that was out, Next was 3 body clones, but the concept of clones was vague, so that was out too. That left him with charging, like the instant teleportation used by Demon Leonor or Sera. He wanted to execute this using water attribute magic. Since his days in the guild dormitory, he had practiced this while running, but it was surprisingly difficult. For this practice, the large garden in front of Ryo's house transformed into a skating rink every morning. Thanks to Ice Path, the floor became icy. Ryo would dash across it, briskly shooting out water jets. That was the ideal, yes, the ideal. Ouch, blug, ouch, ouch, ouch. All of these were Ryo's cries of agony. Why is this so difficult? In reincarnation stories, they fly around just using jets from their feet. Even in games, you can fly with just special shoes. That's because it's fiction. Considering that moving with the entire body ultimately leads to teleportation, he would need to shoot water jets from the entirety of his back. If it were just his feet or back, the remaining parts would twist dangerously. However, the difficulty lay in which part of the back to allocate how much propulsion. What is the balance between the force pushing the head and the force pushing the back? At this point, everything was trial and error. Currently, Ryo was capable of producing 1,024 water jets from his entire back. The power of all the water jets was uniform. Then, he would try to allocate the number of jets, like 300 from the back, 20 from the right shoulder. He would shift the locations of the jets and search for optimal balance. That was the approach he was taking, but it was quite challenging. As of now, Ryo could perfectly control 256 water jets instantaneously. With 512 jets, he could manage them to some extent, but not instantaneously. With 1,024, he felt he could control them, but it took time. For basic combat, being able to instantly use 256 jets posed no problem, so he wasn't feeling any pressure. He was merely yearning. That's what romance is. While tackling this daily challenge, the clock struck 9 from the town. I should start getting ready to go out. Thus, little by little, Ryo was supposed to be getting closer to breakdown rush. Leaving his house, Ryo bought a crepe as a substitute for breakfast from a street stall while heading towards the Adventurers Guild for the first time in a while. In Earth, crepes originally come from France, and were already present among the common people during the time of the Three Musketeers under the reign of Louis XIII. But this crepe is completely a dessert with whipped cream and banana, considering this style originated from Shibuya's Takeshita Street in the late 20th century. I can sense the presence of a reincarnator, muttering to himself as he walked. By the time Ryo arrived at the guild, the crepe was completely gone. Hello, Nina. Ryo-san, it's been a while. The master is waiting for you in his office. Let me show you the way. Having moved into his new house for 5 months, Ryo had hardly shown his face at the guild. It really has been a while. When I was in the dorm, I would run into her in the cafeteria even if I didn't take any requests. Ryo chuckled to himself as he followed Nina. Nina knocked and opened the door. Ryo, you made it. Just sit there and wait for a moment. Sorry, Nina, can you get me something to drink? Of course. Hugh finished his writing and sat down in front of Ryo 3 minutes later. I called you here today because I have a request I would really like you to take on. But wait, just listen until the end. Hugh gestured to Ryo to hold on as he continued explaining without interruption. It's a merchant escort request, and one of the items the merchant is transporting includes that magic stone belonging to you and Abel. In fact, they're buying 2. I see. Given the amount that was previously transferred, it must be quite valuable. This one is really something. For the 2 of them, you can expect around 10 digits of money. 10 digits. Over 1 billion? That was indeed beyond his imagination. Yes, that's the amount you'll take home after we've deducted the guild's fees and taxes. Well, the merchant is a long-time acquaintance of mine. He's a royal merchant, but he's quite reasonable, so it shouldn't get too weird. Understood. How many days will this take? Going to another country will probably take quite a bit of time. Well, yes. The merchant's name is Lord Gecko. The destination is the capital of the Duchy of Inberri, Aberdeen. It's about 800 kilometers northeast from the city of Run. It would take about 20 days one way by horse-drawn carriage. Normally, the guard squad he has hired will assist you, so you'll be working with them. We'll send out 5 adventurers from our side, you and 4 from the Switchback, party led by Ra. Ra. He was the swordsman who had greatly admired Ryo for returning with his beloved Abel during Abel's return Thanksgiving festival. Afterward, they would chat pretty frequently in the guild or the cafeteria, so Ryo knew him relatively well. Since he wasn't completely unfamiliar, Ryo felt relieved in that regard. The members of Switchback are formidable C-rank adventurers. As long as you follow Ra's lead, it should be fine. Ryo, you've only been around the kingdom, right? This time, even if it's a friendly nation, it's still another country. Think of it as an opportunity to broaden your horizons and go. Ever since he got his new house, Ryo had been holed up, excluding the Lord's Manor, library, and feast pavilion. It might be nice to take on requests and explore another town every now and then. Understood. I will accept that request. Oh, is that so? Great. You'll meet with Lord Gecko at 10 a.m. 3 days from now, departing the day after. Since it was the beginning of a chapter, it ended up being a bit long. Sorry about that. Once again, the story begins to revolve around Ryo. The first volume, Water Attribute Mage, Part 1, Central Nations Arc 1, will be released by Books on March 10, 2021. Currently, pre-orders are being accepted at the TO Books online store. If you purchase from the TO Books online store, you will receive a bonus short story titled Ryo and Abel's Mountain Climb. If you buy the ebook version, you will receive a different bonus short story called Abel and the Smuggling Ship. The bonus short stories are exclusive to the two store options above. The end of the first volume will include an exclusive side story, Fire Attribute Mage, episodes 1-8 24,000 words, available only in the print edition. Episodes 9-16 will continue in the second volume, followed by further continuations in the third volume. It's a story of Oscar from the ages of 6 to 18. Yesterday's meeting with the merchant Gecko went smoothly. Starting today, I am assigned to guard the capital city of Aberdeen. Ryo arrived at the gathering place earlier than the scheduled time. Arriving 5 minutes early is a basic rule. He wore his usual robe gifted by the Dullahan, sturdy, yet affordable clothes bought by Abel, boots, and carried Murakumo and Mikkel's custom knife at his belt. Additionally, he slightly modified the bag he made during his travels with Abel and slung it over his shoulder. Inside, there were homemade potions and compact seasonings like salt and pepper that he might use. At the gathering place near the east gate, Gecko's 10 covered wagons were lined up, and the guard squad seemed to be conducting pre-departure checks. Oh, Ryo-san, good morning. Gecko-san, good morning. I look forward to working with you starting today. Saying this, Ryo bowed his head. Merchant Gecko was a prominent merchant who represented the nation. In Ryo's imagination, he seemed like someone who would be seated in the president's chair at the main office, giving orders from there. It was strange to see such a great merchant personally leading a caravan between countries. When Ryo asked Hugh about it yesterday, he said, "The route between Aberdeen and Run is special. For Gecko-sama, traveling this route seems more like a hobby." He was indeed an unusual merchant. However, he seemed like a good person, which relieved Ryo. No, it's my pleasure. Master McGrath has stated that you can fully trust Ryo-san's combat abilities. We are also grateful for your help. Let me introduce our captain of the guard first. Max, when Merchant Gecko called out, a spear warrior in his mid-30s with the aura of a seasoned veteran approached. Max, this is Ryo-san, the adventurer who will be joining our guard. As I mentioned yesterday, he's a D-rank adventurer but has Master McGrath's endorsement. I'm Max, the captain of the guard. You might have heard, but we lost 5 men on the way here, so you'll be joining us as a replacement. Mainly, I think you'll help us during combat and watch during the night. We'll be traveling together for about 20 days, and I think there will be various things, so I appreciate your cooperation. Saying this, Max shook hands with Ryo and returned to his preparations. Well, that's how it is, but Max has been managing our guard squad for the past 5 years. He's quite capable and handles most things without problems, Gecko praised. Ryo had been wondering what he would do if the leader of the guard was someone difficult to approach, so he felt relieved that Max seemed like a reasonable person. After that, Ryo talked with Gecko about their luggage, the towns along the way, and the highways. By the way, during the discussion about the luggage, there was no mention of the magic stone at all. Considering safety, it might be natural. Although the adventurer recommended by the guild master was trustworthy, the fewer people who know about precious information, the higher the safety. If there's no need to inform, it would be preferable not to disclose it. Soon, Ra and the others from Switchback arrived, and the group departed from the city of Run, heading towards the capital of the Duchy of Inberri, Aberdeen. Ryo was arranged around the 5th and 6th wagons along with Ra and the others. The road leading out of Run's east gate was the same highway heading towards Kairati for a while. It passed near his home, so it was a familiar route for Ryo. However, on this road, the group passed a swift horse. That was a swift horse from the Lord's manor, Ra said after they passed by. It's a bit concerning, but it's not our business, lightly remarked Sue, the scout from Switchback. At 24 years old, with dark brown hair tied back, her lively black eyes moved around charmingly. The reason her age was confirmed was that she said it specifically to Ryo. "I'm older than you, you know." This statement implied she wanted to act like an older sister. However, the swift horse that passed by, unfortunately, it was not unrelated. 3 hours after passing the swift horse, the group was taking a lunch break. Unless they planned to stay in a town, meals would usually consist of preserved food. In guard requests, it's common for the hiring party to prepare meals, and this time, dried meat and other provisions were distributed by Gecko's subordinates. While they were on break, a horse came running from the city of Run. The guard who was on watch brought the rider to Gecko, which Ryo and the others could see. Was that an adventurer from the city of Run? Ryo instinctively reacted to Ra's murmur. In front of the squad, the adventurer handed a letter to Gecko. After reading it, Gecko passed the letter to Captain Max and said to the adventurer, "Please tell Master McGrath that I received the letter properly." Upon hearing this response, the adventurer mounted the horse and ran back towards Run. After seeing him off, Gecko and Max approached Ra and the others. "Ra-son, do you recognize that person?" Gecko asked Ra. "Yes, that was Shasnaka, a D-rank adventurer from the city of Run. What about it?" "I thought so. In that case, this letter is certainly from Master McGrath." As Gecko said this, he handed the letter that Max had to Ra. "The row bridge on the East Highway has collapsed. This is. It seems it was information brought by the swift horse we passed just after leaving Run. We were planning to pass through the row bridge. The intended route was Run, Row Bridge, Slanzewi, Halwil, and then the border town Red Post, the so-called East Highway. However, if the row bridge is impassable, it will be Run, Karate, Old Highway, Slanzewi, Halwil, and Red Post. Honestly, the current Old Highway has more safety concerns compared to the East Highway. I want you all to be aware of that." "Understood." The members of Switchback and Ryo nodded vigorously. After staying overnight in Karate, the group finally entered the Old Highway. Since the East Highway was established, connecting the southern border's largest city, Run, directly to the Eastern Kingdom's second city, Slanzewi, the number of people traveling the Old Highway had significantly decreased. That said, it had once been one of the main trade routes in the east, so the road width was still considerable. From Karati to the second eastern city, Slanzewi, it takes about 5 days. "There aren't many inns along the way," Ra explained to Ryo, who was walking beside him. "When this road was bustling, the villages along the way were quite developed and turned into inns, but now they have mostly become farming villages. What a tough world we live in." Ryo shook his head slightly at Ra's explanation, lamenting the transience of life. "Nevertheless, this merchant caravan has 20 people, including Gecko and his subordinates, and with 20 more from the guard squad and us, that makes a total of 40. Anyway, we won't fit into a small inn." Ra said this, shrugging slightly. Even Ra, who had far more experience as an adventurer compared to Ryo, seemed to think that this 40-person merchant caravan was quite large. Since there are so many people and we're moving with a large guard, it might deter any potential thieves. "Thieves?" When Ra said this to reassure Ryo, he unwittingly raised his voice a bit. However, it was not out of fear of being attacked by thieves. It was simply because he thought, in another world stories, it's common for thieves to attack, and then the hero fights back, which aligned perfectly with his own notions of reincarnation in another world. "No, I mean thieves might not attack us, but we should still be cautious. The geography of this Eastern Kingdom will come up several times until the end of Part 1, Central Nations Arc, so I've touched on it here. Of course, feel free to read without worrying about such things. This is just the author's excuse. On this day, June 14, I decided to make an additional post on Sunday, for some reason. The next chapter, 101, will be posted today at 9 p.m. as usual. After leaving the city of Kairati, there were no problems until the morning of the second day. While they were on their lunch break, Ryo spoke to Ra. "It seems like 2 people have been keeping their distance and watching this merchant convoy." "What?" Upon hearing Ryo's report, Ra took him to the captain of the guard, Max. "Max, it seems there are 2 people monitoring this convoy. Ryo said so. They could be thief scouts. Ryo, without moving your gaze, tell me where they are." "About 400 meters ahead in the trees, and one on the ground at a similar distance behind." "One each." Ryo faced Max while conveying the information he had gathered. 400 meters! How did you spot them from that far away? There's a perfect spell for just this situation in water attribute magic." Max was surprised that Ryo noticed the sentries from such a distance. In Ryo's case, using active sonar, he could perceive things almost a kilometer away. However, if the target is sensitive, they can notice the active sonar. At the very least, the target would know that someone is probing. In fact, when they were trapped in the sealed corridor, when Ryo first used active sonar, Demon Leonor retaliated from a distance where he couldn't be seen. That's how it works. However, as in this case, Ryo refers to it as passive sonar, and if it is a passive sonar, the target will not notice it. Now in the world, there are terms like presence or sensing presence. Of course, scientifically defined concepts do not exist even in the 21st century on Earth. However, almost no one would doubt its existence. It could be the scent emitted by the target, the change in airflow caused by the target's presence, or the change in how sounds propagate due to the target being present. Ryo thought these were logically explainable phenomena, albeit elements that are too minuscule to experiment with. In any case, the one sensing the presence does not take action to feel it. It is the target that moves or the change that arises from their presence which is being sensed. Surely, for example, let's say I am sitting still in water. What happens if a stone is thrown into that perfectly flat surface of water? If I wait, the ripples created by the thrown stone will come to me. By capturing that, I can grasp the size of the object thrown and the distance to me based on how the waves break. The object that was thrown does not know whether it has been detected by my presence, and Ryo's passive sonar is an extension of this concept. He analyzes the information that comes through the air-dispersed water molecules. Changes caused by the emergence of something that wasn't there before. Changes that occur because someone appeared who wasn't there, or changes caused by someone who was there moving. Captain of the Guard Max decided to have the scouts of the guard observe the targets. He conveyed this to Ryo and Ra, asking them to continue their usual actions. For the time being, having fulfilled their roles, the two returned to their companions to have lunch. I'm glad I could be of some help. Yeah, it's incredible that you can spot scouts from that far away with water attribute magic. Ryo felt relieved to be somewhat appreciated, and Ra honestly praised Ryo's scouting ability. I heard before that there aren't any other water attribute magicians in the Adventurers Guild besides me, right? Ah, come to think of it, that's true. Water attribute magicians are in demand for jobs in the city rather than dangerous work like adventuring. There should also be several people who can use water attribute magic among Gecko's subordinates, not the guard squad in this convoy. I see. If you're in a merchant convoy, you don't have to carry the water, right? Exactly. When Ryo looked around, he indeed saw Gecko's subordinates seemingly replenishing water using water attribute magic. Of course, he had never spoken to them, but he felt a one-sided sense of closeness at that sight. That evening, the convoy began preparations for camping. In the center of the campsite, they were preparing dinner for 40 people. From Ryo's location, he could see that a soupy dish was being prepared in a large pot for the merchant convoy. I heard that for guard requests, adventurers usually rely on dried meat and bread. But this convoy is different. Given that they're representing the nation, the merchants and their dedicated guards are used to traveling and are skilled at maintaining morale. Gecko likely understands the importance of food on a long journey. Ryo compared it to past requests. Although he had only experienced a guard request to Witnash, Ra pointed out that Gecko, as the leader of this convoy, excelled in various ways. Is dried meat and bread the norm? Yeah, it usually is. Ra nodded firmly in response to Ryo's confirmation. Just then, Captain of the Guard Max approached. Both of you. Regarding the incident earlier today, our scouts confirmed that they are indeed thief scouts. If they were to attack, it would likely be sometime between tonight and tomorrow night. Is it possible they would attack during the day? Ryo asked instinctively. He thought it would be more successful to strike under the cover of night. The thieves might have more fighting power, and if they showed themselves, they might surrender without a fight, so they could come out during the day. That's also why we have scouts to determine such things. I see, winning without fighting is the best strategy. For now, keep in mind the possibility of a night raid. Also, I've heard that Ryo's magic is incredibly defensive. Is that true? By the way, Mr. Abel also mentioned it. He said if Ryo puts up an ice wall, there's nothing they can do. In response to Max's question, Ra replied, Ice wall, Ryo, I need to ask you something. If we are attacked at night, could you go straight to Gecko's location? To Gecko's location? Yes. Gecko and his subordinates gather and set up tents close together while camping. This is to make it easier for the guard squad to protect them in case of emergencies. If possible, it would be great if you could surround them with that ice wall and keep them safe. What do you think? The first priority for this convoy's protection is Gecko and his subordinates. While the goods being transported are indeed important, the protection of personnel comes first. Personnel are the true treasure. This is the essential foundation of business, or it should be. Of course, that's no problem, so if there is a night raid, I'll go to Gecko's place and put up an ice wall to protect everyone. I appreciate it. This way we can fight without worry. Saying this, Max wore a pleasant smile. Also, the watch group will be divided the same way as yesterday. After announcing this, Captain of the Guard Max left the two. The watch would be divided into 4 groups of 5, with each group on duty for 2 hours. Was Ryo on first watch? Yes, I'm on the first watch. Ra, you are third, right? Yeah, from 2 to 4. That's when they are most likely to attack, Ra said with a wry smile. About 4 kilometers away from the Gecko merchant convoy's campsite, a group of men gathered at the entrance of a cave. More than 20 men looked like thieves, or at the very least not people suited for honest work. 20 guards, That's quite a large squad. That means they must be earning a lot. I received information that there were 15 men. That's within the margin of error. The man overseeing this group, possibly due to his left eye being crushed, bore an overwhelming presence and opened his mouth. Well, whatever, everything we steal is ours. Kill that merchant with a grudge, Gecko, was it? That's a strange request. That said, information about the time and the number of wagons has been thoroughly prepared. Of course. Otherwise, why would we bother coming out here to the old highway? The man with the crushed left eye said this and took a swig from the alcohol in front of him. The night raid will be at 3 o'clock as usual. Get ready, at 3 in the morning. About 20 shadows wriggled near the campsite. All right, go, the man with the crushed left eye gave the command. The thieves charged into the campsite in unison. They slashed through the curtains surrounding the campsite or pushed them aside to invade. However, there's no one here. The fire is lit, but, hey, what's going on? As if in response to the thieves' voices, arrows and magic came flying from outside the campsite. Damn it, it's a trap! They're trapped! The thieves' cries echoed within the campsite. Half of the thieves were reduced by arrows and magic. Charge! Just then, Captain of the Guard Max's voice echoed as the guards and adventurers like Ra quickly closed in from all directions toward the center of the campsite, transitioning to close combat. The fierce but almost one-sided battle concluded in less than 5 minutes. During that time, Ryo did nothing but surround Gecko and his 20 subordinates with an ice wall to ensure their safety, as instructed. It was a bit heartwarming to see Gecko's subordinates, who had used water attribute magic, touching or hitting the ice wall with their hands, but that was a secret. For now, I completed the mission without exposing them to danger. Thank goodness, Ryo thought to himself. Recently, he felt that people around him in the city of Run perceived him as a battle maniac. The reason being, he apparently smiled while fighting in mock battles. Sera, his opponent in battles, had even said, "Ryo looks like he enjoys fighting, doesn't he?" With a smile. No, it's not just Ryo. He wanted to shout this out loud. Ryo's inner cry. Now, since it was a one-sided battle, there were no deaths or serious injuries among the guards and adventurers. Only 2 people received minor scratches in the final close combat. On the other hand, from the thieves' side, 18 out of 20 had already died. The 2 who surrendered had not been killed merely to extract information. Basically, thieves are executed on the spot once captured. Merchant Gecko explained this to Ryo after he released the ice wall. Unless there is a town nearby, there is no way thieves would attack in such a place. They are usually far away from cities. In that case, taking them to the city would be difficult and carries significant risk. On the other hand, if we let them go on the spot, there's a chance that another merchant convoy could be attacked. Thus, it's an unwritten rule in the Central Nations to kill thieves on the spot. While explaining, Gecko's expression did not seem pleasant. They don't turn them into criminal slaves or anything like that. Exactly. Human slavery is completely prohibited in the Central Nations. Subhuman slavery is also banned outside the Empire. While killing is ethically questionable, it also feels like a waste economically. Well, suggesting slavery, that seems different as well. It seems that the idea of being economically wasteful comes from a merchant's perspective. Ryo learned for the first time that slavery was completely prohibited. Furthermore, that subhuman slavery exists only in the Empire. He also heard the term subhuman for the first time. What about elves and dwarves? In the Empire, everyone besides humans is considered subhuman. Elves and dwarves too. With an indescribable expression, Gecko nodded. While Ryo was having that kind of conversation with Gecko, Captain of the Guard Max arrived with one of his subordinates. Mr. Gecko, safety has been secured. There are no remaining surviving thieves in the vicinity. Is that so? Good work. Did you manage to extract any information from the survivors? Well, Gun, report directly. Max said this as he commanded someone who appeared to be a scout he brought along to speak. Yes, they are from a band of thieves known as the Wolf of the East that operates near the East Highway. I was curious why they showed up at the old highway at this timing, so I focused on that, but apparently the higher-ups had already received information. Today, a convoy of 10 wagons was supposed to pass through the old highway. Moreover, the East Highway will be closed for a while. Upon hearing this, Gecko was greatly surprised. Could it be that the collapse of Ryo Bridge was not an accident but someone's sabotage? Yes, there's a possibility, Max confirmed Gecko's suspicion. However, Ryo Bridge is a critical point. If I remember correctly, there should have been a considerable garrison stationed there. It took over 5 years just to construct it. If someone managed to cause its collapse while evading the garrison's watch, they would have to be a force with significant power. Furthermore, considering the flow of the situation, they could be targeting us. Gecko appeared to be organizing various pieces of information while speaking. Unfortunately, the 2 captured thieves did not know who provided information to the Wolf of the East. However, what is it, Gun? Gecko prompted Gun, who seemed hesitant to speak. According to instructions from their leaders, there was a directive to kill Mr. Gecko. At those words, everyone but Gecko was shocked. However, Gecko himself did not seem particularly disturbed. Then Gecko calmly began to weave his words. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Max, Ryo, I need to discuss something with you. Also, Gun, please call Ra. Finally, after all this time, the long-awaited thief raid event is upon us. Though it ended quickly, 2 chapters are scheduled to be posted today. The next chapter, 101, will be posted today, June 14 at 9 p.m. as usual. Thank you for your support. Today, June 14th, I am posting the second chapter. I posted the previous chapter, 100-2, in the morning. Please be cautious. Just as Ra arrived at the tent, Gecko began to speak. This time's attack was orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. It wasn't just a coincidence that they attacked a passing merchant convoy. They targeted us specifically, Max added to Gecko's statement. That's right. It seems they were definitely after my life, but I can't say for sure if that was their only intention. Since we're transporting several valuable items this time, there could have been other targets as well. With that, Gecko took a sip of his tea. In other words, we might face more attacks in the future, so we need to stay alert. Don't worry, despite appearances, we're adventurers from the city of Run. Both Ryo and I are accustomed to dealing with life and death situations. Saying this, Rob burst into hearty laughter. No, I was thinking they might threaten to terminate the contract and withdraw. Gecko said something that was hard to tell if it was a joke or serious while chuckling. Come on, there's no way we do that. We'll responsibly complete the escort request to the capital city of Aberdeen. Leave it to us. Right, Ryo? Yes, of course. Responding to Ra's cue, Ryo nodded emphatically. He also disliked the idea of abandoning a request once accepted. I see. In that case, I look forward to working with you again. Gecko smiled happily and bowed his head. Still, I wonder what kind of people would go so far as to drop the Ryo Bridge to achieve their goals. Ra's voice was too loud to be merely a murmur. The day after the attack, the merchant convoy started moving after having breakfast as usual. It was the 3rd day since leaving the city of Kairati. Is the Ryo Bridge really that big? After hearing last night's talk about the possibility that those involved in the attack had also brought down the Ryo Bridge, Ra was understandably surprised. Yeah, it's huge. It's 40 meters wide and 1 kilometer long. The plan for it has been around for over 100 years, going through phases of being planned and abandoned, started and halted repeatedly. It was finally completed 15 years ago. It apparently took over 5 years from start to finish. That sounds impressive. I wanted to see it at least once. A bridge 40 meters wide is quite a size. For Ryo, who was unable to see it, it was a pity. The reports just say it collapsed, but we don't know how unusable it is. If you get the chance, you should go see it up close. There should be towns on both the west and east sides of the bridge, so it could be a good opportunity for sightseeing. Ra suggested visiting the Ryo Bridge. After lunch, as Ryo was relaxing, 5 of Gecko's subordinates came over. If Ryo's memory served him correctly, all 5 of them were capable of using water attribute magic. Ryo-san, sorry to interrupt your relaxation, but yes, could you teach us water magic? The eldest among them, a young man likely around 18, bowed his head and the other 4 followed suit. Ryo was taken aback by the sudden request. Yesterday, we were saved by your magic. This journey is fine because you're here, but we think we'll be setting out on more journeys in the future. Until now, we've been satisfied with just being able to produce water, which is a great asset for traveling merchants, but we feel it would be even better if we could protect ourselves. Oh, so, you want to learn how to use ice wall, like the ice barrier from yesterday? Yes, the 5 of them replied in unison. They ranged from the 18-year-old young man who had been talking to the youngest, probably around 10 years old. Ryo didn't mind teaching them, but he had no experience teaching magic to others. Moreover, he didn't even know how much magical power was consumed by ice wall. Just when he was pondering what to do, Ryo's passive sonar reacted. He jumped up energetically and said, "Emergency, we can discuss this later." With that, Ryo looked around and spotted Max. Max. A large number of monsters are approaching from the east. As Ryo shouted, Max quickly ran over to him, asking loudly as he ran, "How many and how far away?" "More than 100, 500 meters away, arriving in 1 minute. I'll surround the area with ice wall. Everyone inside the wagons?" Unlike at night during the lunch break, the 10 wagons were clustered together like a circle. Everyone inside the wagons. Hurry, along with Max's shout, Gecko and his subordinates swiftly moved into action. In less than 30 seconds, everyone had moved. Ryo, good job. Ice wall layer 10 package? The ice wall was generated, surrounding the outside of the wagons. Almost simultaneously, the front of the monster horde reached the campsite. Bang, 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 bang. monsters collided with the ice wall, creating a significant amount of noise with each impact. It was a continuous barrage. The monsters were primarily of the boa type, but there was quite a mixed variety, from east to west. The monsters that hit the ice wall quickly got back up and started running westward. This situation continued for about 5 minutes until the horde of monsters finally began to thin out. However, Ryo's passive sonar detected 5 humans in the forest, 5 people about 100 meters away. When did they appear? Ryo? Max, curious as to why Ryo had not yet dispelled the ice wall even after the monster horde passed, asked. Ryo gestured with one hand to silence him as he continued to think. A distance of 100 meters. Does it reach? Well, let's try Ice Bind. True to his aim, he restrained the limbs of the closest suspicious person with ice whips. However, at that moment, the biological response of the restrained target ceased. In other words, they had been killed. What? This was certainly unexpected, to be killed just for being restrained. Such a method of disposal was not ordinary. Moreover, this was not the end. Ghoul. A fierce flame erupted from where the ice bind had ensnared the target. No way. Downpour. Ice coffin. Using downpour to douse the flames, he surrounded the corpse with an ice coffin. The remaining 4 seemed to attack the ice coffin, but upon realizing their attacks had no effect, they retreated east. Finally taking a breath, Ryo noticed the gazes directed at him from the others. Sorry about that. Gecko Max Ra, I want to explain something. As Ryo said this, the 3 gathered around while the others stepped back a bit from the 4. I knew something had happened, but there was a fire, wasn't there? Well, it's Ryo doing it, so I'm not worried. Max, Gecko, and Ra each shared their thoughts. Yes. Actually, while the monster attack was happening, about 5 people were approaching. What? For the first time, a hint of displeasure crept into their voices. Hearing this, the 4 grew uneasy. We're really sorry. Enough with the apologies. Why did you fail to handle it? The 4 explained what had transpired. They had tried to burn the body, but a sudden downpour extinguished the fire. And instantly the corpse was encased in ice that no attack could harm. This was why they had retreated. More ice. This is quite troublesome. After failing to collapse the row bridge and regrouping, a separate team failed to handle the body disposal. Even though adventurers were involved, I thought there were plenty of ways to deal with about 20 guards. But it seems there's a troublesome water attribute magician among the adventurers who came in. This might be something we shouldn't meddle in. I received orders from headquarters to report about the collapse of the row bridge. Initially, I thought of assassinating Gecko as a side quest, but if I get greedy, I could lose everything. We will return to headquarters to report the collapse of the row bridge. Inform them accordingly. Also, mention that we have not yet taken on the assassination of Gecko. They will probably assign the task to another team. After informing her subordinates, Natalia muttered softly, I thought a water attribute magician would be useless. I need to reassess my understanding. 2 days after the assault by the monster and the 5 people, the merchant caravan proceeded along the old highway without incident and arrived at the second city of the eastern region, Slanzewi. If the row bridge was intact, they should have reached the city of Run in 2 days via the eastern highway. But due to detouring through the old highway, it took them 6 days. As it had been a long time since they had stayed in a large city, the entire caravan checked into an inn where they could all stay. That inn was the Ruby Pavilion, which served as a regular lodging for the Gecko merchant group in Slanzewi. It's been a while since we've stayed at an inn. Please take your time to rest. Oh, you can eat whatever you like in the dining hall on the first floor. The cost of meals here will be covered by our shop. Upon hearing Gecko's words, Ryo and the members of Switchback couldn't help but cheer. Basically, this trip was non-stop to the capital city of Aberdeen. Of course, they would stay at inns in the cities, but they had no intention of conducting trading or sales during their stops. The highest priority was to deliver the items they already had to the capital as quickly as possible. Therefore, even if they stayed in a city, it was communicated to them from the start by Gecko that it would only be for 1 night. Ryo felt a desire to sightsee since it was almost his first time in a city, but he understood it was unavoidable due to the request. He rationalized that he could explore various places on the way back to the city of Run from Aberdeen. However, not all C-rank swordsmen were able to rationalize like that. Ra had tried to sneak out of the inn but was caught and brought back by the scout, Su. What on earth was he trying to do? Ryo had no way of knowing. However, Ra would later come to be thankful for being brought back at that time. In the outskirts of Slanzewi, there was a group of about 10 people dressed in black. Lord Shafi, urgent message from headquarters. One of the men in black respectfully handed over a letter. What? At this timing? The man called Shafi frowned as he received the urgent message and read it. He then let out a small groan. Seriously, those fools at headquarters, it can't be helped. Change the third target. Assassinate the merchant Gecko, who is staying at the Ruby Pavilion. Methods are not questioned. The destruction of the Noble District, which was the third target, will be made the fourth target. The fourth target will be taken up by the unit that finishes the first to third targets quickly. That's all. Understood. They all remembered the faces of the people near the central government of various countries. Gecko was the merchant for the Duchy of Inberri and was the civilian closest to the Duke of Inberri. Therefore, his face had already been memorized. At 2:30 in the morning, during the witching hour when even the grass and trees were asleep, Ryo suddenly awoke to a loud roar. An earthquake? But he remembered that he hadn't experienced an earthquake since coming to Phi. For now, he changed from his pajamas into his usual clothes, slipped 2 knives into his belt, threw on a robe, and opened the window to look outside. In his line of sight, a large building was engulfed in flames. Wasn't that the Lord's Manor? An unsettling atmosphere. He dashed out of the room and raced up the stairs. On the floor above, Gecko and his subordinates, as well as half of Max's guard squad, were staying. When Ryo reached the upper floor, Max was standing in the hallway giving instructions. Max, Ryo, I'm relying on you to protect Gecko and the others. It seemed Ryo had gained Max's complete trust when it came to protection. In the largest room at the far end, Gecko and his subordinates were gathered. Considering they had already changed clothes, one could say they were acting quite swiftly. Oh, Ryo, it seems something serious is happening outside. Yes. I saw the Lord's Manor burning from the window. What? Gecko was shocked by Ryo's report. Gecko's room was prioritized for safety, and the window shutters were closed, so it seemed he hadn't seen the fire at the Lord's Manor. In any city, the Lord's Manor is the most heavily guarded location. That it was burning was an extraordinary situation. While they were having such a conversation, another roar echoed. Moreover, it seemed even louder than the first. Perhaps it should be called an explosion rather than a roar. Excuse me? Ryo said this and slightly opened the window shutters to peek outside. Gecko, to the left of the Lord's Manor. That stone 3-story building. That is likely the Night Order's barracks or armory, Gecko replied, calming his anxious-looking subordinates. Even concerning buildings in other countries, he seemed to possess quite detailed knowledge, as expected of a merchant whose life depended on information. Somehow, it seems to be exploding rather than burning. Michael said gunpowder was still not common. But that looks like it might be an accidental explosion. Is it something like fire attribute magic explosive flames? Perhaps black powder is burning. No way. Even Ryo hesitated to mention the word gunpowder afterward. This is something only produced in the eastern region of the kingdom, stored here in Slanzewi. Oh, this is classified information. I've said too much. Saying this, Gecko smiled brightly, although for some reason it seemed he intended for Ryo to hear it. Even though merchants' lives depend on information, you really know what you're doing. Hee, merchants are not much different from spies. Because the kingdom and duchy are friendly nations, or rather almost like allied nations, I am able to move freely. Ryo felt he had caught a glimpse of the complexities of being a merchant. Gecko, a fire has broken out near the inn as well. If it spreads, it will be troublesome. We should evacuate outside. Max rushed in with this advice. For now, everyone decided to take only the truly important things and get outside. Get ready in 40 seconds. Gecko issued this order to his subordinates. He himself only carried a single shoulder bag. That seemed to be all he needed to prepare. It seemed he had gathered his valuables into that one bag. I got ready in 10 seconds. Just like some anime leader, Ryo was honestly impressed. Ryo, prioritize Gecko's safety above all. Max, who approached Ryo, whispered softly. When I tell Gecko, he'll say to prioritize the safety of his subordinates, but if something happens to him, our country would be in trouble. I'm counting on you. After saying just that, Max left the room to give orders. As I thought, being a merchant is a complicated job, flying from country to country like a spy. And on top of that, the fate of the nation rests on the shoulders of a single merchant. Ryo also took his bag and descended to the hall near the first-floor entrance. Gecko, I will surround everyone with an ice wall. The wall will move with us, so please gather as you are now. Understood. Gecko nodded on behalf of the others. Ice wall layer 10 package. With 10 layers, it enveloped them with transparent ice walls in all directions. Ryo thought that with 10 layers, most attacks would be deflected. Of course, if the power was as great as that of the demon Leoner, there would be nothing to be done. But that was an exception. After all, even the supposedly devastating attacks of the Mage of Explosive Flames were deflected. It wasn't perfect, but still, the chaos outside the inn was quite severe. With such a degree of confusion, Ryo's passive sonar was not infallible, as people and air were moving too much. Thus, the ice wall was necessary for absolute safety. It was like a staff to prevent falls. With Max leading the way, the guard squad guided Gecko's group while ensuring safety. In front of the Ruby Pavilion, the inn, was a square, and not only the guests but also some residents nearby were evacuating. When Gecko and his group moved to a corner of the square and settled down, a throwing knife flew precisely toward Gecko's throat. Clink! Even after settling down, the ice wall had not been dispelled. The knife was deflected by the ice wall and fell to the ground. Ryo looked in the direction from which the knife had come. In the shadow between the buildings, someone was lurking. Furthermore, there were 3 people. Coffin of ice, coffin of ice, coffin of ice. The distance was about 20 meters. This time his magic would surely reach. Last time, when he tried to catch them with ice bind, he had been silenced and even had the corpse burned. If the same opponents were present this time, it was possible they would execute similar tactics. Then he should just put them in a coffin of ice from the beginning. This was a course decision, an action typical of Ryo. At this point, Max and 3 of his subordinates ran toward the shadows where the bandits were hiding. Whoa, a small voice of surprise. Even though he had seen it once, anyone would be surprised to see 3 ice-bound figures at a street corner. Following Max, Ryo also came out into the street. Ryo, yeah, I caught them before they could burn. Ryo nodded vigorously as he said this. That said, what should we do? There probably aren't just these 3 bandits infiltrating the city, right? If these guys fail, more of their comrades might attack again. We can't afford to investigate them here. If none of the others can break in, should we just leave these ones here? We can collect them after everything is over. It seemed Max also had quite a rough side to him. Bandit comrades might come to retrieve them. If they do, let's capture those people as well. The content of what he said contrasted greatly with Ryo's smiling face. The destruction of the noble district, the 4th target. Well, this should be enough. I think we've killed about half of them. Hey, what happened to the 3rd unit? Noticing that 3 of his gathered subordinates were missing, Shafi asked the captain of the 1st unit beside him. They haven't merged yet. What are they doing? Assassinating a merchant should be easy. However, just as he said that, he realized, it's strange that all 3 haven't returned. It's unlikely they were all taken out. Could there be someone extraordinarily strong among the guard squad? Damn it. This is what happens when you place the target right before us. Those idiots at headquarters, Shafi cursed inwardly. However, it helped him regain his composure. For now, let's go check around Gecko. What's that? In the square where Gecko's group was, there was a passage connecting to it where 3 ice square pillars stood. Inside the pillars were Shafi's subordinates. Can something like that be done to a human? I remember hearing that just as fire mages can't burn someone from within, water mages can't freeze someone in ice. Did they use some kind of powerful item? Since there are people inside, that ice must be incredibly durable. I can't just leave them here. Shafi was observing from a location somewhat distant from the ice-encased subordinates. He was observing amid the chaos of the uproar. As Shafi was troubled, a loud cheer echoed from the direction of the city gate. Is it the return of the vice-captain? Muttering this and smiling slightly, Shafi and the 7 others left the scene. Around 40 knights from the Knight Order arrived at the square where Gecko's group was waiting. One of the knights spoke to the group. This is Vice-Captain Baldwin of the Slanzewi Knight Order. You are the merchant Gecko from the Duchy of Inberri, correct? We have received reports that you have captured some suspicious individuals. Therefore, we will take them into custody for questioning, so please hand them over immediately. What? That's ridiculous! Max was about to shout, but Gecko raised a hand to stop him. Then, well, this is what we expected. Gecko muttered so quietly that no one could hear him. However, it was loud enough for Ryo, who was next to him, to catch. This is a thankless job for you. I am Gecko. The suspects are captured in that passage, so I will guide you. Max, Ryo, please follow me. Saying that, Gecko began to walk toward the passage. Ice Wall Layer 10 Limited Release Ice Armor. Ryo decided to at least put an ice armor on Gecko. It wouldn't be as defensive as the ice wall, but it should be able to block throwing knives. Here we are. With that, Gecko pointed to the 3 ice pillars. What is this? Surprised exclamations escaped simultaneously from the knight and Vice-Captain Baldwin. Our guard captured them in a coffin of ice. Please take them with you. Yes, that's commendable. I will remember the conduct of that cooperative person well. With that, Vice-Captain Baldwin nodded with a certain grace. Then may I unseal the coffin of ice? Ryo asked, with no one in particular. Yes. It was Baldwin who nodded. Release the captured limbs, unseal the coffin of ice. Ryo recited his usual haphazard incantation and dispelled the 3 ice coffins. The 3 crashed to the ground. Are they alive? Yes, they are alive, so I think it would be best to put handcuffs on them. In response to Baldwin's inquiry, Ryo answered properly and politely. The 3 individuals, now shackled at their hands and feet, were loaded onto a transport cart brought by the Knight Order. So, when will you be leaving the city, Lord Gecko? We will depart tomorrow morning. In response to Baldwin's question, Gecko answered clearly. I see, we will take full responsibility for the interrogation of these 3, so please be careful on your journey. Thank you for your consideration." With that, Gecko bowed deeply. Then the Night Order group departed toward the burned-down Night Order barracks. "Gecko, those guys? Yes, 9 times out of 10, they are connected to the ones who caused this commotion." "Then why?" Max was furious at Gecko's calm observation. "Max, do not misjudge the gravity of the situation. What we need to prioritize above all is the safety of the members of our merchant association. Next comes business. Anything else is secondary. Now that Vice Captain Baldwin has his eyes on us, if we act carelessly, it could threaten the safety of our subordinates. Until yesterday it might have been different, but with the current state of the Lord's manor, the Lord and the Knight Commander are probably not safe. That means at present, the one with the most power in this city is Vice Captain Baldwin. We need to leave the city before any physical harm can come to us." With that, Gecko turned to Ryo and bowed his head. "I sincerely apologize for handing over the witness you captured without permission. However, it was for the safety of my subordinates. I hope you can understand. Of course, please don't worry about me. The safety of the Merchant Association is the most important, and I think it's wonderful." Ryo nodded vigorously as he said this. "Thank you very much." Gecko smiled and bowed his head once more. The following morning, after having an early breakfast at the inn Ruby Pavilion, Gecko's group departed the city of Slanzewi before the sun had fully risen. "In 3 days, we will arrive at Halwil, and 3 days after that, we will reach the border town Red Post. If all goes well, that is," Ra said while picturing the map in his mind, to which Ryo responded. "Ryo, don't say ominous things like that," Ra frowned as he spoke. Last night, Ra was stopped by Sue from sneaking out of the inn, but thanks to that, they were able to act as Gecko's group during the midnight commotion without any issues. If he hadn't been caught by Sue at that time, it's hard to say what might have happened. Therefore, the swordsman Ra had decided to express his gratitude by giving the scout Sue some fruit for dessert from his share of breakfast, according to the official records of Switchback, at least. In reality, he had reluctantly handed it over to her. The route from Slanzewi to border town Red Post is part of the Eastern Highway. This is one of the important highways in the kingdom, so I don't think anything weird will happen. Yeah, it definitely won't happen. It shouldn't happen. I hope it doesn't happen." Ra's words, laced with his wishes, grew quieter toward the end. The first day after leaving Slanzewi passed without incident. Then, on the morning of the second day, just as they were nearing the scheduled lunch break, Ryo suddenly took action. "Ra-son, enemies are approaching from ahead. I'll inform Max." Without confirming Ra's reaction, Ryo dashed to the front of the carriage line. The lead carriage had Gecko in the driver's seat, accompanied by a young subordinate capable of using water magic, while 4 others, including Max, walked around the carriage as guards. "Max, a group with the 3 people we captured in Slanzewi is coming from ahead." "What? Ryo-son, what's going on?" Max was shocked, and Gecko turned to Ryo for clarification. "Those 3 had a transmitter. I embedded a water signal in their navels, so now it's reacting and they're coming from the front. Their speed is quite slow, about the same as this merchant convoy. Gecko-son, they might be disguising themselves as a merchant convoy, which is a common tactic for bandits." "That's true." "Understood. Let's pretend to take a break at that riverbank. It'll be easier to handle than if we just pass each other." With Gecko's words, under Max's command, the merchant convoy descended to the riverbank. Gecko's subordinates and carriage gathered in the center, the guard squad subtly seated around them, pretending to take a break. Ice Wall Layer 10 package Ryo sat down around Gecko and his subordinates, preemptively surrounding them with an ice wall in case anything happened. Gecko and his subordinates had grown accustomed to being surrounded by ice walls due to their repeated experiences. "There are 10 people approaching, including those 3, Ryo whispered to Max, who was directing nearby. "Understood." Max moved back and forth to give precise instructions, going as far as the likely front line. 20 minutes after Gecko's group descended to the riverbank, a group of 10 people, presumably the ones they were warned about, passed by. 4 of them were in the driver's seat of 2 carriages, and 4 were in the guard role. In other words, there are 2 inside the carriages. Ryo thought this while trying not to lose focus on the 10 people, but also not looking directly at them. They should be passing by soon, or so he thought, when he sensed that the target had descended to the riverbank and lost their momentum. He could read that feeling from the facial expression of the person sitting in the driver's seat of the lead carriage. Of course, it mostly contained Ryo's imagination. However, he was sure he heard a small click of the tongue. Then, following that, he distinctly heard the words, "Guess there's no helping it." At that moment, the 4 from the driver's seat threw something between themselves and Gecko's group sitting at the riverbank. The object that was thrown rolled across the ground, emitting white smoke. "It's not poison, is it? They'd be affected too. A smoke screen." Upon realizing this, Ryo activated his usual magic for such situations. Downpour, a torrential rain instantly struck the area and just as quickly receded. The rain knocked the smoke floating in the air down to the ground, washing it away. The attack concealed by the smoke was nullified in an instant. However, by that time, the attackers had already jumped out of the carriages and were running towards the riverbank. "Wah, the smoke disappeared in an instant," the surprised leader of the attackers, Shafi, exclaimed. The smoke was a special item they had utilized before, capable of creating a rather thick smoke screen even outdoors, serving as their secret weapon for ambushes. That had been rendered ineffective due to the sudden rain. Yet since they had already started running, retreating was no longer an option. Before long, the battle had commenced. "Gecko is over there." Shafi quickly spotted Gecko's face among the gathered people. He raised the spear in his right hand and threw it with all his might. Clang! However, the thrown spear was deflected and bounced back loudly before it could reach Gecko as it hit an invisible barrier. A barrier. Damn it! With that, Shafi charged towards Gecko. Of course, the guard squad wouldn't just watch that happen. A sword was thrust out towards Shafi as he ran towards Gecko. However, Shafi did not stop running, dodging the sword while cutting at the arm that was thrust out. Out of the corner of his vision, he could see his subordinates falling one after another. What is with the strength of these guards? This is nothing like the reports. Before reaching the city of Run, Gecko's merchant convoy had been attacked by other groups several times. As a result, they had taken down 5 guards. The reports regarding that incident did not mention such strength. The ones taking down Shafi's subordinates one after another were the elite guard squad led by Max and the Switchback group led by Ra. While Max was notable, Switchback originated from the city of Run, so it was understandable that they were not mentioned in the reports. Thus, finally, Shafi closed the distance to less than 20 meters from Gecko. He took the volleyball-sized bag hanging from his waist in his right hand, pressing the match he had been holding in his left against the string extending from the bag, igniting it. "Take this." With that, he threw the bag toward Gecko. Even if there was a physical barrier, the special explosive pouch would surely destroy it. "This is a special model. You're going to die. Don't take it personally." Shafi, having given up on escaping this situation, crossed his arms to shield his face from the explosion, watching the path of the explosive pouch. The explosive pouch flew in a perfect parabola towards Gecko, heading for the wall that had deflected his spear before it could reach it. Ice encased it, causing it to drop harmlessly to the ground. A bewildered sound escaped Shafi's mouth. The explosive pouch encased in ice was rendered inert, extinguishing the flame attached to the string, rolling to the ground. "Ice, Shafi knelt down, cradling his head. But immediately after, he lifted his head and shouted loudly, "I surrender! I'm surrendering!" With that, he threw away the knife at his waist, discarded the match he had in his left hand, and raised both hands to show he had no intention of resisting. You're surrendering?" Gunn, the scout who had been approaching from behind Shafi, spoke up. "Yeah, I'm surrendering. I have no intention of resisting. If you spare my life, I can provide useful information for Gecko." At this point, Gunn had no idea how to respond to such a claim. By now, all the other attackers besides Shafi had been killed. Failing the ambush and begging for their lives, hoping for a sliver of hope, it wasn't an impossible scenario. Ice Wall Layer 10 package. With that voice, a transparent wall of ice was generated around Shafi. "If I create a wall for now, even if that person self-destructs, the damage won't come to us. It's safe." Of course, that was Ryo. He deliberately announced it loudly enough for Shafi to hear. "Haha, ice users are quite brutal. Coming from an assassin, that's rich." Ryo retorted with a hint of sarcasm to Shafi's comment. As the two engaged in banter, Max and Ra gathered around them. "Even if you surrendered, unfortunately, all your subordinates have been killed." "Yeah, they were useful, but it can't be helped. Thanks to their sacrifice, I was able to get close enough to throw the explosive pouch. Well, I couldn't even land a single hit, though." Ra delivered the merciless news, and Shafi shook his head in response. While the two were talking, Ryo picked up the ice-encased explosive pouch lying on the ground and examined it. "This, since it's called an explosive pouch, it's supposed to explode, right? The flame that was like a fuse has gone out, but still, I have no idea what will happen, so I'll leave it as is." With that thought, he handed it over to Ra without melting it. "Hey, Ryo, it's encased in ice, so it's fine. It won't explode." Ra, confused as to why it was handed to him, was met with a vague response from Ryo. Of course, their conversation wasn't quite aligned. "Yeah, it's fine. Trust me? Then why are you moving away, Ryo?" In the meantime, Max remained silent, glaring at Shafi. After a while, Gecko came over to them. "Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Those who were injured are currently being treated. Fortunately, there are no deaths or serious injuries, and it seems we can manage with just potions." With that, Gecko looked at Shafi, who remained encased in the ice wall. "So you're the leader of the attackers who surrendered?" "Yeah, I'm Shafi." Gecko looked down at Shafi without changing his expression, while Shafi, still on his knees, firmly met Gecko's gaze. You came at us intending to kill, and in the end you surrender? I find that hard to believe, Gecko asked calmly, maintaining his expression. Well, I guess that's what you'd say, but realistically, there's no way I could kill you, right? And if I return with all my subordinates dead after failing the ambush, my only future is death. I can accept dying for a mission, but I refuse to die for no good reason. Gecko murmured that single word as if contemplating something. Then a minute later, well, fine, I can't fully trust you, but for now I'll accept your explanation. Gecko paused before continuing. However, it is customary to kill bandits upon surrender, you know. I know that. But I'm not a bandit, I'm an assassin. I have information that you might find valuable. If you help me, I'm willing to share that information. What kind of information? If you help me, I'll provide it. Gecko tilted his head slightly as he continued. However, it's difficult to determine whether you possess information worthy of assistance. Ryo-san, please encase this Shafi in ice, as I cannot trust him. Understood, Ryo replied before beginning his incantation. Principles of heaven, principles of earth, creator of all things that fill heaven and earth, radiant ice queen, to you, I present the foolish one who has turned against you. W8, hold on. Lay them in that coffin into eternal sleep. Stop, just tell me why you were conducting destructive activities in Slanzewi. As Shafi shouted, Gecko finally extended a hand in front of Ryo, halting the incantation. Please tell me within 30 seconds. Ah, fine. The destruction in Slanzewi was a request to incapacitate the Eastern Natore Kingdom. Ryo and everyone else gasped. It was part of a much larger destructive operation than they had imagined. Your concise answer scores points. So the collapse of the Ryo Bridge was also your doing, with the aim of damaging the Eastern Kingdom. Yeah, that's right. However, it has only just begun, and this is merely the very start of a multi-year operation. I don't know the whole picture, so that's all I can say about that request. Hearing Shafi, Gecko sighed. Well, I suppose we should inform Master McGrath of this and earn some goodwill, he said in a whispering tone. So what else is there? Wait a moment. First, guarantee my life. If you do, I'll be willing to share a lot of other information. After all, I have nothing left but my life. Very well. In Gecko's name, I will guarantee your life. Of course, if you act strangely, that guarantee will vanish in that instant. Is that understood? Yeah, I appreciate it. At Gecko's words, Shafi nodded in relief. Well, this is very difficult to say, but I have one request, Shafi said, shifting his gaze away from Gecko as if it was difficult to ask. Hey, you're not in a position to negotiate, Max, who had been silent until now, chastised Shafi. Yeah, I know, but that's not what I mean. If you want to use me, I need to stay alive, right? Otherwise, I'm going to die just like this. What? Only Max voiced his surprise, but everyone present felt the shock. The cult, we refer to the organization I belong to as that, and we have a curse placed on us to not betray the cult. If we betray it, we die. It's a curse like that. So you're saying if we want the information, we have to lift that curse? That's what I mean. In confirmation of Max's question, Shafi nodded. Even so, just saying curse doesn't mean much. Explain it in detail. I don't even know how it activates. I don't fully understand if it's a curse or magic. Someone from the cult did say it involved alchemy. Alchemy? The mention of alchemy in Shafi's explanation made Ryo involuntarily gasp. Recently, alchemy had rapidly established itself as a hobby for him. It was only natural to react to the word alchemy. We have a tattoo with a symbol on our chests. That symbol produces a stone spear that pierces through the chest, or rather the heart leading to death. I've encountered that scene a couple of times, so I'm sure of it. After Shafi finished explaining, there was a moment of silence among them. Max was the first to break it. So, you're saying we have to erase the tattoo or peel off the skin? W8, if it's peeling off the skin, make sure a high-ranking priest is there for treatment. You surrendered for that, huh? Yeah, I won't deny it. A high-ranking priest capable of properly healing severely gouged skin and muscle tissue would have to be of a very high rank. Even in large cities or capitals, there might only be 1 or 2 plus. The connections needed to request their healing, along with the monetary donations required, would be substantial. It would be well beyond what even a low-ranking noble could hope for. There are certainly no high-ranking priests in Halwil, and only possibly in border town Redpost. The Bishop Jalaga of Redpost has returned to the royal capital, so that's impossible, Gecko replied to Max's words. Seriously? Shafi looked visibly dejected upon hearing that. It was obvious. If he didn't hurry to remove it, his life was in danger. Even if he had no choice but to surrender, dying due to the tattoo would lead to the same end. Gecko, who had been silent except for muttering, alchemy, turned to Ryo and said, Ryo-san, surely you don't have a suitable water spell for this kind of situation. It seemed he wasn't expecting such a conveniently convenient answer. While there's no perfect spell for this, perhaps there might be a way to succeed. If there's no other method, it wouldn't be a bad idea to try. Is there? As soon as Ryo said that, Gecko's voice tone rose a notch. With that alone, Ryo understood that Gecko wanted to save this assassin's life if possible. Even a former assassin was seen as a resource to utilize. Impressed by that merchant spirit, Ryo said. Simply put, we can cover the heart itself with an ice membrane to prevent the spear from reaching it. Another option is to cover the tattoo itself with an ice membrane so that even if the spear manifests, it doesn't reach the heart. I see. Gecko accepted Ryo's explanation and nodded while thinking it over repeatedly. The ice membrane, what is it? Isn't it cold? Won't it stop the heart? Only Shafi, the subject, could not comprehend. Or rather, perhaps he simply didn't want to understand it. 3 days after leaving Slanzewi. If everything goes smoothly, we should arrive at the city of Hayward before evening. The surrendered Shafi was positioned in the center of the merchant convoy alongside Ryo and Ra. Even though it was to protect her from the cursed tattoo, Shafi was encased in an ice membrane around her heart. This was a precautionary measure taken by Ryo, the creator of the ice, to ensure that having him close by would be beneficial for various reasons, as considered by Gecko. Of course, this consideration did not always work in favor of Shafi. Currently, Shafi was, understandably, walking on her own 2 feet. However, from her thighs to her neck, she was covered in ice, and from a distance, it looked as if she was impaled by a pillar of ice. This was mainly to restrict her arms, preventing her from causing any trouble, a measure that Ryo reluctantly took. Hey, Ryo-san, can't we do something about this ice restraint? It looks ridiculous, and because my arms are stuck to my body, it's hard to keep my balance when I walk, and I feel like I'm going to fall. Sai, how many times have you said this? If we let the assassin's hands free, who knows what she might do? It's dangerous, you know. I'm also doing this reluctantly. Honestly, I'd prefer to cover your legs and face or even your mouth with ice. An assassin is a weapon all over. We can't even guess where she might hide her hidden weapons. Right, we have to walk next to such a dangerous person. Being an adventurer is really tough. Shafi complained, Ryo grumbled in response, and Ra chimed in. Well, we took all of her weapons away, right? Also, it really sucks when your head itches or you want to scratch your nose and you can't use your hands. Absolutely. Ryo said this with one word, creating an ice mask that covered the entire head of Shafi using water attribute magic, linking it with the ice restraint that was only around her neck. Then he proceeded to do some detailed work. All right, it's done. Now, with just a slight movement of your right index finger, you can scratch the top of your head. If you move your left index finger a little, you can scratch your nose. Even though your arms are restrained, you can now scratch simply by moving your fingertips a little. Great, isn't it? You should be thankful. Wow, it's so silly yet somehow amazing. Ra, who was watching from the side, was astonished by the ridiculous sight. Shafi, whose mouth was also sealed by the ice mask, could express neither words of gratitude nor protest. In the evening, the group arrived at the gates of the city of Hayward. Even Ryo felt that the appearance was not quite right for entering the city, so he removed Shafi's ice mask. Please bear with it a little longer if your head or nose itches, Ryo gently informed her. No, that's not it. I don't need that ridiculous ice mask. Yet for some reason, Shafi was furiously angry. Although it was Ryo's prideful creation, it seemed that Shafi did not appreciate it. I worked so hard on it. Maybe it needed a bit more of a contemporary art touch in the design. If it looks like a mask from the get-go, it might be rated low on the artistic side, and that can't be helped. Yeah, Ryo, I don't think that's the issue. Ra calmly interjected, addressing Ryo, who was feeling down and reflecting on his failure. Hey, don't mess with me, Ryo. Remember this later. Shafi, fuming with anger, insulted Ryo. Well, since it seems you didn't like the mask, maybe you could spend the entire time in the coffin of ice while we're in the city. Just apply to the city as an ice sculpture. No, Ryo-san, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please spare me from that. Shafi had seen the 3 members of her subordinates encased in ice. She definitely wanted to avoid finding herself in that situation, especially in the middle of the city. Therefore, she quickly admitted her fault. With Gecko's mediation, Shafi's ice restraint was removed, allowing her to enter the city looking like just another member of the merchant convoy. At that time, her identity was registered as one of the 5 guards who had fallen victim when the merchant convoy came to the city of Run. At that moment, Max showed a slightly complicated expression, but he did not say anything and followed Gecko's instructions. He understood that this was the best course of action. In the guest house of the Gecko merchant convoy in the city of Hayward, Shafi was able to spend time without any particular restrictions on her actions. However, she shared a room with Ryo and Ra, which was a room for 3. They spent the night in Hayward without any incidents, and the next morning the group was able to set off. Shafi, I have a great idea. There's no worry of falling, we can all relax and you won't be tired at all. From what I hear, that sounds wonderful, but... Ra muttered quietly, having overheard Ryo's proposal. Then Ryo used water attribute magic. What appeared was Shafi, encased in an ice restraint from her neck to her toes, riding on Ryo's magic cart. The cart was about 2 meters long, and if a modern Earth person saw it, they might have thought it was some kind of small tank. For the people of Phi, it was a special ice sculpture that moved autonomously. But it was strange since a person was inside. In fact, everyone passing on the road looked at Shafi without a single exception. There was no way Shafi, who had lived her life as a shadowy assassin, could endure such a humiliating situation. Ryo-san, I was wrong. I won't complain and will walk on my own. No, I want to walk. Please let me walk, I beg you. Ryo looked at Shafi, who desperately wished to walk, with a strange expression. There was no worry of falling, and she wouldn't be tired since she didn't need to walk on her own. He had set the perfect conditions. At that moment, it seemed the word shame had completely slipped from Ryo's mind. Since she's asking so earnestly, why not let her walk? Ra interceded for Shafi, who was pleading desperately to walk on her own feet. Well, if Ra-san says so. With that, the cart was released, and her ice restraint returned to how it was initially, from her neck to her hips. After that, Shafi continued to walk without a single complaint, just as she had declared. During the journey, after several breaks, a common sight appeared. Gecko's subordinates, who were neither part of the guard squad nor adventurers, seemed to be practicing some kind of magic. Hey, what are they doing? Shafi, who was sitting and watching the scene, asked Ra, who was sitting next to her. Oh, they seem to be kids who can use water magic. Apparently, Ryo is training them to create ice walls. Ice walls? Shafi was speechless. An incredibly hard ice wall. Initially, she had thought it was a physical barrier, but later she found out it was a transparent ice wall, which shocked her. That wall had deflected the spear she threw, causing her to charge in and ultimately surrender. Could these kids really create an ice wall like that? No way, that's impossible. Shaking her head, Shafi muttered with a mix of disbelief and desire. At first I thought so too, but in just a few days some of them are already starting to take shape. If many merchants can generate such ice walls, the assassin business will be in serious trouble. With that, Ra burst into laughter. Hearing that, Shafi let out a small, dry laugh. It was good that I retired as an assassin, she muttered. Gecko approached the two of them. A merchant must protect themselves first, that is essential. Moreover, if you can protect the lives of your subordinates, that would be even more wonderful, wouldn't it? Ryo-san's ice wall makes that possible. Even if it's not feasible right away, I hope you can learn it, Gecko said softly while watching the children practice. Hey, Gecko-san, what exactly are the qualities of an excellent merchant? Shafi suddenly asked Gecko, who was gazing at his subordinates. What's got you asking that out of the blue? Well, you see, if I were to be hired by this trading company as a guard, I would be traveling with the merchant caravan, right? I thought I should know a little about merchants and trade. Shafi looked at Gecko as he spoke. Having the motivation is great, however, the qualities of an excellent merchant, that's quite a difficult question. You see, there are various types of merchants, each with their own areas of expertise and preferred methods, but one thing they all have in common is that they face their trade sincerely. Facing trade sincerely. That sounds too vague, Shafi said, tilting his head. In response, Gecko laughed and replied, well, that's true. It's about whether or not you're always thinking about your business, your customers, and your subordinates. To see if someone is constantly thinking about those things, you can simply ask them questions. If it's something they've thought about before, they should be able to answer immediately. For example, Shafi, what do you think is the basic principle of business? Gecko suddenly asked Shafi a question. The basics of business. I suppose it's about making a profit, right? Shafi answered, still thinking. I see, that's one answer. And it indicates that until now, Shafi has been viewing and thinking about merchants and trade in that way. Maybe that's true. Shafi mulled over Gecko's words repeatedly in his mind. At that moment, Ryo returned. Gecko then asked Ryo the same question. Ryo-san, what do you think is the basic principle of business? Securing repeat customers. Ryo answered immediately to Gecko's question. Repeat? Gecko didn't quite understand the meaning of repeat customers. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean securing loyal customers. I see. And why is that? Gecko showed a noticeably more interested expression than he had with Shafi's answer. If you have loyal customers, you can predict how much you'll be able to sell in the next year or the year after that. It makes it easier to budget based on that. Having a clear outlook on management is essential. Moreover, loyal customers who recognize your good products and services will recommend you to their family and friends. When your reputation spreads without any advertising costs, and especially if it comes from trusted people who are close to them, the credibility is high. That's why I think it's important for a company. a trading company to continue to secure and increase loyal customers by continuously providing good products. After saying this in one breath, Ryo left Shafi and Ra in a state of astonishment. I see, Ryo-san, you have sincerely faced trade in the past, Gecko said, nodding happily several times. Ryo-san, why not stop being an adventurer and come work with us? No, that's a bit. On the evening of the third day after leaving Halwil, Gecko's trading company finally arrived at border town Redpost in the eastern region of the kingdom. It had been 12 days since they departed from the city of Run. Redpost is approximately the same size as Slanzewi, the second largest city in the eastern region in terms of economic scale. It borders the Duchy of Inberri to the southeast, and has developed into a city due to the good relations between the countries and the expansion of trade over the past decade. Incidentally, it also borders the Handalu Federation to the northeast. Redpost serves as a border town for both the Duchy and the Federation. Gecko's trading company entered their usual inn and completed the check-in process. Oh, Ryo is here. From behind the group, a familiar voice reached Ryo's ears. When Ryo turned around, there, as expected, were Lin, the wind attribute mage from the Red Sword, and behind her was Warren, the shield bearer. Ha! Lin and Warren, what are you doing here? Of course it's work, Lin answered, tilting her head. Yeah, I figured. Ah, no, that's not it. If you two are here, does that mean Ryo is also in this city? Ryo realized something and asked if Ryo was there. To ask about Ryo instead of Abel. Even Ryo wouldn't be able to win over Ryo. The battle between Abel and Ryo over Ryo, that's not a sight I'd want to see. As Lin shook her head, Warren silently nodded in agreement from behind. Yeah, I have no such intentions. Ryo is a high-ranking priest, right? Yeah. Did someone sustain a serious injury or a limb loss? There's a time limit of 24 hours for limb loss, you know. Otherwise, well, Ryo can usually manage. Upon hearing Lin's response, Ryo nodded vigorously as if he finally understood. Then he turned toward Gecko, who had been listening to their conversation nearby. Gecko-san, this is Lin and Warren from the adventurers group, Red Sword in the city of Run. Lin, Warren, this is Gecko-san, a merchant from the Duchy of Inberri. For a guard request, Ra-san and I are being hired by Gecko-san to head to the Duchy of Inberri. Ryo introduced them to each other. B-rank party, Red Sword. Yes, I am aware of you. I often do business with Master McGrath from the city of Run, so please take care of us if anything comes up in the future. As Gecko introduced himself, Lin and Warren also made brief introductions, with Lin speaking on behalf of Warren as well. Ryo-san introduced you too, so that means the priest Ryo's healing magic will likely resolve the issue, right? Yes. But if Gecko-san has some thoughts and wants to deal with that matter after arriving at the public capital, I don't think it's necessary to do it here in this town. Ryo responded with a somewhat probing expression to Gecko's inquiry. Hearing that, Gecko laughed. No, I'm not considering that. If it can be resolved quickly, that would be best. If Red Sword can assist, I would like to request that. Of course, we will prepare proper compensation. Saying this, Gecko bowed to Lin and Warren. I can't make any judgments, so they will return soon, so please ask them directly. Lin glanced at Warren, confirmed he nodded, and then answered that she didn't know. After a while, Abel and Ryo returned to the inn. They gathered in the cafe within the inn, a place that could be likened to a hotel lounge in modern Japan. There they began to discuss matters, the four from Red Sword, Ryo, Gecko, Max, and Shafi. Greetings and explanations of the situation were exchanged. In other words, you want to remove the cursed tattoo on Shafi's chest and have Ryo heal that wound. Abel, after understanding, rephrased the statement in his own words. This process is important. It's to check if there is any misunderstanding before any confusion arises. Yes, that is correct, and of course, we are prepared to pay an amount equivalent to the donation to a high-ranking priest. Gecko nodded once before answering. Abel turned to Ryo as if to ask her opinion. I don't mind. Our party was just about to finish our request and return to Run tomorrow. However, I showed it to you earlier, but can that tattoo really be removed? Oh, I've had a friend who was an alchemist check it out before, and they said that ordinary tattoos just have ink inserted into the skin, so if you peel off the skin, it comes off completely, but this one has apparently infiltrated beneath it. In other words, it will require peeling away a significant amount of flesh, but they said it's important not to hurt the heart. In response to Ryo's confirmation, Shafi remembered what he had been told in the past. At this point, many in the room were imagining the actual scene of peeling it off in their minds. After all, they were adventurers. It likely has something to do with regularly extracting magic stones from monster hearts. That sounds quite troublesome. Hey, Ryo, didn't you produce a thin jet of water? Can't we use that? Abel turned to Ryo and asked. He was probably referring to the water jet. Huh, have I ever used the water jet in front of Abel? At the dungeon where we encountered those three, I figured out later that you must have used it to sever their heads. I had no clue when I saw it at that moment. By the way, the first time I saw it was when you cut the golem. Ryo didn't recall using the water jet to cut anything for Abel, but it seemed he remembered using the abrasive jet to cut the golem and retrieve the magic stone. It seems he also remembered the time when he swiftly severed the heads of 3 strong devils on the 40th layer of the dungeon. That's a special secret magic, so it's prohibited to disclose, Ryo said as he raised his right index finger in front of his mouth. What do you mean by special secret magic? Abel was astonished. Nevertheless, the others looked at Ryo with curiosity, wondering if he could handle it. It seemed he needed to provide an answer. Unfortunately, that magic wouldn't work. At first glance, it can cut flesh smoothly. However, in reality, water seeps into the area around the cut, damaging surrounding tissues. I'm not sure if healing magic can repair that afterwards. Injuries caused by water jets existed even on modern Earth. The damaged area and its surroundings reportedly sustain a unique type of destruction, to the extent that water jet manufacturing companies have provided information specifically for medical professionals. Well, Ryo felt that if Rhea's healing magic was amazing, it might be manageable. After all, she could even heal limb loss. I wonder if I could use it for surgery once I become more skilled. I heard there are surgical tools that use water jets, but at this point, it would likely just increase the risk. It was better to have fewer risks. If absolutely necessary, he was considering adopting it as a last resort. How about we expand the range of the ice membrane set up in front of the heart to cover the heart and important blood vessels around it, just in case the knife goes in too deep while removing the tattoo? I think that's a good idea. The first to agree with Ryo's suggestion was Max. Given the current flow, Max likely felt that he would be the one using the knife to peel it off. After all, he was the only one who had previously peeled off a tattoo, even from a corpse. Hey Ryo-san, I have a question. Shafi raised his hand, looking hesitant to speak. Yes, my heart has the ice membrane, right? Is that not cold? Lin unintentionally nodded at Shafi's question. It seemed she had the same doubt. If it were cold, Shafi's heart would have stopped, right? Why, yeah, I get that. It's definitely not stopped. It's beating. That's why it's strange. Since it's about my own body, I'd appreciate it if you could explain it to me. In response to Ryo's perfectly reasonable answer, Shafi made an indescribable face. First of all, ice absorbs heat from the surroundings when it turns into water. That's why when you hold ice in your hand, it feels cold. But the ice generated inside Shafi's body remains permanently frozen due to magic. It doesn't turn into water, so it doesn't absorb heat from the surroundings. That's one reason. The other reason is that I have prohibited the movement of heat to and from the generated ice membrane, so there's no change in temperature. You can prohibit the movement of heat? The one who reacted was Lin, the wind attribute mage. Well, since it's related to water, I can do that as a water attribute mage. In reality, Ryo should have been explaining molecular vibrations. He maintains the molecular vibrations of the ice membrane, which is small at low temperatures, at a constant rate, preventing vibrations from transferring from the surrounding areas that are high in temperature. However, Ryo didn't have enough knowledge of chemistry to explain that here. If they asked detailed questions, he wouldn't be able to answer. So he simply stated, I can prohibit the movement of heat. If it's something related to wind, could I possibly do that too? Could I manage to survive cold days? Lin muttered softly, but her words didn't reach Ryo. Good deeds should be done quickly, or with a spirit of, let's just try it for now. With that mindset, the group borrowed a meeting room at the inn and decided to take immediate action. No, we should think this through a bit more carefully, the test subject Shafi had said, but even Gecko replied, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. By then, Shafi had already taken the painkiller, a general anesthetic, and was deep in sleep. Rhea had also completed her long incantation and was ready to activate the magic with just the trigger word. Additionally, there was hot water prepared for some unknown purpose. This was based on Ryo's dubious medical knowledge that such procedures required hot water, which of course was prepared by Ryo, the water attribute magician. Now all that was left was for Max to prepare to actually peel off the tattoo. The knife to be used was already decided. It was a knife used for extracting magic stones. Well, it was the same knife used last time when peeling off that cursed tattoo. Max was the type of person who believed in omens. Essentially, those not related to this procedure, Gecko, Abel, Lin, and Warren, were watching the sleeping Shafi from a distance. Warren had his shield up, with Lin peeking out from behind it. If a situation arises where we actually need the shield, we won't come out of this unscathed. Ryo muttered quietly in his heart as he observed the scene. Max was pulling on Shafi's skin and pressing on his muscles, checking various things. Next to him, Ryo began the work of expanding the ice membrane around Shafi's heart, the heart itself and the blood vessels surrounding it. Those large blood vessels that come with the heart when it's pulled out in comics and anime. The great veins that run vertically, the great arteries that loop around, 3 carotid arteries that branch from them, and the left and right pulmonary arteries that loop around, finally leading to the 4 left and right pulmonary veins. As long as he covered those areas, he wouldn't die instantly. If it came to anything other than instant death, Ryo was there. Ryo thought this and encased it. "The ice membrane is ready," Ryo informed Max. "Got it. Then Gecko-san, we will begin." "Yes, please." With Gecko's permission granted, taking a breath, Max plunged the knife in. Without hesitation, he sliced through skin and flesh. However, when he had cut about a quarter of the way through as planned, the tattoo underwent a change. The design of the tattoo was a sword piercing a double-headed eagle, and that sword began to glow. Then a stone spear started to form. It looked like the stone spear was aiming for Shafi's chest. "Ryo, don't worry, I will protect Shafi's heart," Ryo calmly responded to Max's call. The tattoo had a mechanism capable of killing its host if one attempted to peel it off. However, that was also taken into account with the ice membrane. Max's knife continued to cut, aiming to slice through about half of the planned area. In the meantime, the stone spear generated by the tattoo clashed against Ryo's ice membrane as it targeted Shafi's heart. Kiri, 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 it was supposed to be the sound of ice clashing against stone, yet the sound echoed in the meeting room as if metal were grinding against metal. "The ribs are pretty much shattered, but there's nothing I can do about that. I hope Ryo can manage something." While the heart was being protected, the ribs outside it were becoming victims of the stone spear. However, at that moment, a bigger problem arose. What? Someone is coming towards us at a tremendous speed and in a straight line. Ryo's passive sonar, which he had activated just in case, reacted. "Something is coming through the window," Ryo shouted out loud enough for Gecko and Abel, who were watching from a distance, to hear. "Abel, protect Gecko-san. There's a possibility someone is targeting Gecko-san's life." "Leave it to me." Abel had his doubts, but he understood that this was not the time to ask questions. Ice Wall Layer 10 package, Ryo surrounded Max, Rhea, and himself with ice walls. At that moment, something leaped through the 3 open windows. "All in black," Rhea muttered upon seeing the 3 who jumped in. 2 of the 3 headed towards Gecko, while the remaining one faced Shafi. "Gecko-san," Max, who had plunged a knife into Shafi's chest, shouted. "Gecko-san will be fine if we leave him to Abel and the others. Let's focus on peeling off the tattoo here." "Why, yeah, understood." Saying that, Max turned back to Shafi and began moving the knife again. Though the 3 thieves had split up, they took the same action. They pulled out something the size of a fist from their pockets and slammed it onto the ground. But that was something the Gecko merchant group had seen not too long ago. "Smoke bomb?" Yes, it was the smoke bomb used when Shafi attacked the merchant group. "Wind, swirl within my palm. Tornado," Lin chanted the wind magic. The smoke that had been spreading in the room was gathered by Lin's magic and expelled through the broken window. As expected of Lin, quick judgment. Ryo was honestly impressed. Previously, Ryo had used downpour to smash the smoke to the ground, but Lin, a wind attribute magician, chose to carry it outside with tornado. Correctly and swiftly executing judgment and action can mean the difference between life and death. But using smoke as a means of attack is something Shafi did too. Could it be a signature move of assassins? Ryo chuckled softly in his heart. Indeed, it was effective, but if someone like Ryo or Lin was around, it could easily backfire. Of course, they must have had a plan B in mind. However, the red sword was not so gentle as to allow for the execution of Plan B. The moment the smoke was gathered with tornado, Abel had already kicked off the floor and charged at one of the thieves. The attacked thief managed to deflect Abel's strike with a reverse grip dagger, but with a flowing second strike, his arm was severed, and with a third strike, he was cut down crosswise and breathed his last. The attack from the other thief was completely blocked by Warren, the shield user. As they bought time, Abel decapitated the first thief who had fallen and was closing in from behind. Had the smoke bomb been successful, and the battle occurred within this not-so-large meeting room, those assassins might have displayed considerable power. However, they were up against the B-rank party, Red Sword. Easily brushing aside the 2 assassins, it was clear they were from a different battlefield. By the way, the lone thief heading towards Shafi never even touched the ice wall and found himself trapped in the coffin of ice. "Just a little more. Hang in there, Shafi," Max urged as he continued to slice into Shafi's chest with the knife. To an outsider, it would have been a very macabre scene. Moreover, there were the corpses of 2 thieves and a black-clad man frozen in ice surrounding them. But Max, serious and focused, had no time to think about such things. Even while the thieves were attacking, the stone spear still aimed for the heart without giving up. A race between the stone spear and Max ensued, and finally, "All right, I've cut it off." Coffin of ice. As Max cut it off, Ryo surrounded the tattooed flesh with the ice coffin. Extra heal. Confirming that, Ryo activated extra heal on Shafi's chest, which had been severely gouged and even exposed the heart. This was one of the highest-tier recovery spells, said to even repair missing body parts. It was said that only a few priests in the country could use it. Ryo didn't know why Rhea could use it. He didn't know, but he figured it was fine as long as she could, and it had excellent effects. Muscles and blood vessels regenerated, and finally skin was formed. The newly generated skin bore no tattoo. Rhea took Shafi's pulse and finally informed Gecko that there were no issues. Upon receiving that report, Gecko visibly relaxed. Ryo, what about those men in black earlier? Yes, they belong to the cult that Shafi was associated with. In response to Abel's question, Ryo nodded once. A cult that makes a living through assassination? Assassination cult, Lin asserted in reaction to Rhea's mutter. Yes, assassination cult. It's more like a legend than just a rumor, Rhea said, deep in thought. This world has an assassination cult too? Ryo felt a slight sense of amazement. When one thinks of assassination cult on Earth, they think of Hassan-i Sabbah, the founder of the assassination cult, also known as the Elder of the Mountain. A real historical figure adorned with numerous anecdotes and legends. He is recorded to have died on May 23, 1124, at Alamut Castle in central Iran. Among his anecdotes, there's one that describes his relationship with Nizam al-Mulk. It was documented by the Persian historian Hamdullah Mustafi Kazvini during the Ilkhanate period. In it, he writes that Hassan-i Sabbah served under the second sultan of the Seljuk Empire, Alp Arslan, while the chancellor at that time was Nizam al-Mulk. The Seljuk Empire, founded by the first Sultan Tughril Beg, reached its greatest extent during the era of the second Sultan Alp Arslan and Chancellor Nizam al-Mulk, and flourished into the third generation. There's no doubt that Alp Arslan and Nizam al-Mulk were both exceptional. Now, at one point, Hassan-i Sabbah was tasked by Alp Arslan with summarizing the National Expenditure Report. However, it was an extremely difficult job, one that Nizam al-Mulk said would take a year, and Hassan-i Sabbah claimed he could do it in 40 days. Yet Hassan-i Sabbah accomplished it. The flustered Chancellor Nizam al-Mulk, on the morning of the day Hassan-i Sabbah was to report to Alp Arslan, tampered with the contents of the report. As a result, Hassan-i Sabbah was unable to answer Alp Arslan's questions and lost face. Of course, Chancellor Nizam al-Mulk did not let it go at that. As a result, Hassan-i Sabbah was banished from the court. After that, Hassan-i Sabbah organized the assassination cult. Chancellor Nizam al-Mulk, a famous figure that even appears in high school world history textbooks, had the Nizamiya Academy he established frequently appearing in regular tests. Such a well-known figure, Chancellor Nizam al-Mulk, met his end through assassination in 1092. Who was it that assassinated him? Wasn't the emblem of the Seljuk Empire a double-headed eagle? Shafi's tattoo is also a sword piercing a double-headed eagle. Is this a coincidence? There have been many kingdoms and families throughout history that used the double-headed eagle as an emblem or national symbol. Whether it was the Holy Roman Empire or the Romanov dynasty of Russia, this design has been common since ancient times. Ryo's knowledge of these things comes from Earth, but he thought it was likely that in Phi, there were also kingdoms and families using the double-headed eagle design. If one considers it that way, it would be a coincidence. However, if it were not a coincidence, that would be quite serious, because that would mean a reincarnator is involved. Well, there's no point in thinking about it here. I'll ask Shafi when he wakes up. After all, the existence of other reincarnators like curry, cafe, or crepe has already been confirmed in Ryo's mind. The only question is whether are they still alive, and even if they are, Ryo honestly thinks it doesn't really matter. Ryo tends to be quite laid back in various aspects. The still sleeping Shafi was carried over to Ryo and Ra's room for now. Ra, who had been guarding the rest of the merchant group, seemed to have been waiting anxiously. Because Gecko had given the strict order, do not leave this place and protect them. He couldn't move even when the commotion happened. However, Ra trusted Abel more than anyone else. When he heard that Abel and the others had defeated the assassins, Ryo saw him say with delight, as expected of Mr. Abel, as if it were his own matter. Abel and the others were thanked by Gecko and promised that their reward would be transferred to the guild account for protecting them. Ryo didn't know the going rate, but Max had muttered that as B-rank adventurers and high-ranking priests, it was likely to be quite a significant amount. One of the thieves trapped in the coffin of ice remained locked up until the next morning. The morning after Phi had the tattoo removed from Shafi's chest. The conscious bandit trapped in the ice coffin was being interrogated by Max and the others for information. Until now, the assassins had shown no signs of breaking their silence, but perhaps being frozen overnight had an effect, as he answered their questions honestly. However, the information obtained was not much. To summarize, they were a unit that had a base in Red Post. The objective of the intrusion last night was to confirm the death of a person who activated the tattoo after receiving news of its activation. However, since Gecko, who was currently the top priority target, was present, they also attacked him simultaneously. They did not know the reason for the assassination of Gecko. As for activities in the Eastern Kingdom, after the collapse of Ryo Bridge and the attack on Slanzewi, the top priority target had become the assassination of Gecko. Currently, there were only the 3 of them in Red Post. They were not informed about how many other units were scattered in other towns. That was all. After extracting the information, they handed the bandit over to the guard squad responsible for maintaining public safety due to the ambush in town. That was pretty much as expected, said Max. Gecko's life is the top priority, Shafi added. There are various mechanisms incorporated into the tattoo, Fi remarked. Gecko's thoughts, Max's determination, and Fi's interest in the tattoo, which indirectly related to his interest in alchemy. For now, they watched Shafi, who was eating a large breakfast as if nothing had happened. The Gecko Merchant Association had breakfast at the inn and then departed Red Post. Red Post was the easternmost town of the Natore Kingdom, with the border to the Duchy of Inberri to the southeast. From the moment they left Red Post, there was a slight change in their formation. Fi and Shafi switched places by the front cargo wagon. In the front cargo wagon, Gecko was on the driver's seat, while Max was walking alongside as a guard. In short, this was a change in formation so that Gecko could obtain information from Shafi, who had saved his life as promised. Fi was serving as a watcher for Shafi. Ryo, having you as a watcher is kind of, Shafi said while looking at Fi walking beside him. It seems Shafi has some complaints, Fi replied, unfazed. My heart probably still has an ice membrane around it, right? That means you, Ryo, if you feel like it could crush my heart right away, couldn't you? Well, I wouldn't know since I've never tried it. Should I give it a little test? No, please spare me. When Shafi confirmed this, Fi suggested trying it out. But the negotiation did not go well. Shafi, over 60% of the human body is water. That water permeates every corner of the body. Therefore, for a water attribute mage, rather than going to the trouble of crushing the heart, just freezing the tendons would easily stop the movement. My fingers aren't moving. The moment Fi said that, Shafi found himself unable to move his fingers. If that's the case, even if Shafi suddenly returns to being an assassin, we can subdue him before he harms anyone else. Fi nodded repeatedly, seemingly satisfied. Shafi looked at Fi with eyes like he was something other than human. Hearing this from the driver's seat, Gecko offered a comforting word. As long as Shafi doesn't do anything bad, Ryo won't do anything either, right, Ryo? Of course, Fi nodded vigorously. That's good to hear, Shafi. Let's thank Gecko-san for that, Shafi. Both Gecko and Fi smiled, but to Shafi their smiles appeared quite eerie. During their travel, it was always a time for questioning Shafi, or rather, for sharing information. Of course, Shafi was actively cooperating in sharing information to repay the favor of having his tattoo removed and being saved. In that respect, he didn't seem like a bad guy, even though he was an ex-assassin. Originally, Shafi's main objective given by the cult headquarters was to carry out destructive activities in the second-largest city of the Eastern Kingdom, Slanzewi. That's why the ambush on the Gecko Merchant Association was the first attack in Slanzewi, and he hadn't heard of any previous attacks on other units. I believe the destruction activities in Slanzewi and the collapse of Ryo Bridge are related, but what is the objective? I don't know the details. No, wait, Ryo, hold on, I really don't know. That squeezing of my hand is literally bad for my heart. However, there was talk of increasing destructive activities in the Eastern Kingdom, including those 2 events. Shafi answered Gecko's question honestly. Is that a request from somewhere? Of course. Well, I think you can guess from the context, but it was a pretty big request and the amount paid was enormous. There aren't many organizations that could manage something like that, right? An alliance or the Empire. The Duchy Empire? Gecko brought up realistic candidates based on Shafi's explanation. Then Fi overly reacted to some of the phrases. The Duchy of Inberri also has a base of the cult, right? At Gecko's question, Shafi made a bitter face. He wouldn't say he was selling out his comrades, but it would still weigh heavily on him. It's not easy to push someone who was once an ally into a dangerous situation. Is it hard to say? No, it's not a problem, Gecko asked kindly, but Shafi's reaction seemed to be one of acceptance of the situation. He had accepted that he had become someone who would be called a traitor by his former comrades. There are bases in all the cities in the Duchy. Typically, 3 members are stationed there. However, only in the capital city of Aberdeen, which is relatively large, there should be 2 units, about 20 people. I will tell you the location once we arrive at the capital. Hearing that answer, Gecko nodded deeply. Getting Shafi on their side was crucial for obtaining one of the pieces of information they wanted the most, which was the locations of the cult's hideouts in the Duchy. By the way, where is the cult's headquarters located? The headquarters is within the Natore Kingdom. In response to Gecko's question, Shafi answered as if it were nothing special. However, that answer was also something that could not be ignored by Phi, who lived in the kingdom. Where in the kingdom? Wait, I'll tell you, I'll answer. Ryo, please stop squeezing my hand. Phi's intense question and accompanying action made Shafi tear up. It's a small village in the Eastern Kingdom. 1 day's walk north from the largest city, Wingston. It's on a mountain and is called the Village of Avan. Everyone living in that village is a member of the cult. The Eastern Kingdom. I can't believe they were so close. Phi was astonished by Shafi's answer. Speaking of the Eastern Kingdom, it was the place they had been traveling through until today. They had fought Nils, Edo, and Ammon in room 10 of Witnesh, and during this bodyguard duty, they had been attacked multiple times by the Assassination cult. Shouldn't they strike before they are attacked again? If I weren't on a request, I would go there right now and crush them. The Assassination cult was lucky this time. Seeing Phi's frustrated expression, Shafi murmured, "That's truly scary because you might actually do it." Remembering something, Shafi turned to Phi and said, "Ryo, your water attribute magic is indeed incredible, but the leader of the cult is also extraordinary. If you end up facing him, be careful. Shafi, I want to confirm something. You said that the tattoo on your chest was related to alchemy, right?" "Yeah, I said that. Is that alchemy something the cult's leader possesses?" "That's correct. He excels in both alchemy and earth attribute magic. Both are skills I would love to have. Of course, just because they defeated someone doesn't mean they could acquire skills. Phi had no such mechanics. Even if they couldn't gain skills, there might be alchemical documents or something related. At the very least, the alchemy used for that tattoo wasn't found in the library Phi had researched. By the way, the tattoo that was removed had been frozen in an ice coffin and was placed in Phi's usual shoulder bag. Phi had asked Gecko to hand it over as research material. It was a special reward for this surgery. As Phi was lost in various imaginations, grinning to himself, Shafi glanced at him and murmured again, "Even if I defeat someone, I can't get their magic or anything, right? Right. You wouldn't be different or anything like that, would you, Ryo?" One ex-assassin fell into a state of paranoia. The Gecko Merchant Association completed the border crossing process into the Duchy of Inberri without any issues. Gecko himself was the most famous merchant in the Duchy and was even informally referred to as the trade advisor to the Duke. With such a merchant company, they almost had a free pass. An ex-assassin with a free pass at the border. Only because he's an ex, okay? Ex. Now he's a proper bodyguard for the merchant company. Shafi vehemently rebutted Phi's too loud murmuring. Gecko smiled at that from the driver's seat, while Max, the captain of the guard, continued walking with a frown, shaking his head. "Oh, by the way, I wanted to ask Shafi. Gecko-san, is it okay if I ask now?" "Sure. I've already asked most of what I wanted to know anyway." Phi understood that Gecko's questions took priority. The employer's intentions are important. "I'm feeling nothing but fear from Ryo's questions." Upon hearing such words from Shafi, Phi's face dropped in a dramatic manner. "I've been doing my best for Shafi until now. What a thing to say. Maybe I should crush your heart once." "See, that's what's scary. Why is there still an ice membrane around your heart even after removing the tattoo? To respond quickly if you betray." "Oh, I see. I knew you wouldn't trust me, but I really understand now that you completely don't trust me, Ryo." Shafi hung his head. "So, what's your question?" "Ah, right, I'm down in the dumps, but feel free to ask your question." Shafi half-heartedly replied to Phi's inquiry. "Why did the assassination cult carry out such an ambush in Witnesh?" "Eh?" At Phi's question, Shafi's expression fell not in an act but genuinely. That change surprised both Max and Gecko. Ryo, how do you know that the cult was behind the Witnesh incident?" "Huh, was that a weird question? Only the assassins involved and we, the executives, should know about that." "So how does Ryo know?" Shafi's expression shifted to one of mixed awe and anger. The awe came from knowing something that shouldn't be known. The anger, perhaps, was directed at whoever leaked that information. "The reason I know is that I was at the scene. They were targeting the princess of the Empire. Thanks to that, my roommate got caught up in it. Well, I did defeat the assassins, though." Phi casually revealed his answer as if it meant nothing. "You even know they targeted the princess? But I'm sorry, I don't know the details. That operation was led by the aide Kuro. It was quite a large-scale operation, but in the end, we weren't informed about how successful it was." Shafi answered apologetically. To Phi, he didn't seem to be lying. carrying out destructive activities in the Eastern Kingdom and attacking important figures, including the Empire's princess in Whitnash. It really sounds chaotic. After that, it took them 10 days to reach the capital city of Aberdeen in the Duchy of Inberri. Strangely, once they entered the Duchy of Inberri, they were not attacked even once, as if another top priority target had appeared. However, for Phi, Ra, and the others, their bodyguard request, which had lasted 22 days, was nearing its end. In front of the Gecko Merchant Association's main building in the capital city of Aberdeen, "We have safely arrived. Ryo and everyone from Switchback, thank you very much." With that, Gecko bowed respectfully. Seeing their employer bow so deeply, Phi and Ra were slightly taken aback. "We will now deliver the goods to the Duchy Castle. Therefore, we may not be able to offer you much hospitality, but please accept this small token of gratitude from our Merchant Association." With that, Gecko led Max and Shafi, who had somehow settled into the role of a subordinate, toward the Duchy Castle. By the way, it should be noted here that the ice membrane around Shafi's heart was properly removed. It goes without saying that Shafi was overjoyed when it was taken away. Phi and the members of Switchback received their token of gratitude, a small temporary reward from the Gecko Merchant Association, all wearing satisfied expressions. "That's great, Ra. Even though you're the leader, you were trying to leave the country without withdrawing money from the guild account, right? That was close. If it had gone on like that, we would have had to return to the kingdom with just this token of gratitude. That's absolutely impossible, right? I'm sorry, the money in the guild account can only be withdrawn domestically. I tend to forget about that. That was close." The voices of Su and Ra reached Phi's ears, and as he understood their conversation, he turned to look at them, his eyes wide open as if he might make a squeaking sound. "Ryo, you can't possibly be making that face because you forgot to withdraw it, right?" "In no way." Phi's expression turned emotionless. "Ryo, how much money do you have on hand?" "1 gold coin and 2 large copper coins. That's 12,000 florin. You won't be able to cross the border." Ra asked, Phi replied, and Su concluded. But then Ra remembered and asked, Ryo, didn't you say you received a special reward from Gecko-san for doing well?" Ra was referring to the incident where Phi had first captured the assassin in the ice coffin, and Max had gouged out the tattoo from his chest. "Yes, 1 large gold coin." "Oh, that's 100,000 florin, so what about that?" As Phi answered, Su asked in admiration, "I'll deposit it into the account as soon as we reach the next town." "Oh," Phi replied, hanging his head. The members of Switchback spoke words of sorrow in unison. Carrying a hefty sum of 100,000 florin while on a bodyguard request was far too frightening. Phi's feelings about that were something any adventurer could understand. Thus no one blamed him. "I'll lend you a little." "No, that's a bad idea. Lending and borrowing money is a poison that can ruin good relationships." "Oh." Phi stopped Ra as he was about to lend him money. Ra backed off due to Phi's overwhelming intensity. "Well, the most realistic way to cross the border without borrowing money is to take on a bodyguard request for the kingdom." "I see." Su presented the answer that Phi had been seeking the most. "The duchy has a good relationship with the kingdom, and since there's active trade between the two countries, I believe there will be bodyguard requests. However, where to? Could it be the Duchy Empire? There's no way. I've been thinking this for a while, but Ryo really seems to hate the Empire. Well, the destination is probably the largest city in the Eastern Kingdom, Wingston. It's slightly north of the Eastern Road we traveled on. So returning to the city of Run from there will be a bit troublesome too. Yes, we can't afford to be picky. If we can enter the kingdom, there won't be any problem." Su looked a bit apologetic, but for Phi, any minor geographical issues were of little concern. As long as they could enter the kingdom, the money would somehow work out. But there's one big problem. "What is it?" "Whether a bodyguard request that crosses the border can be accepted at D rank or above." Phi was completely at a loss for words at Su's statement. "If it's us or the city of Run, we know Ryo's capabilities. Well, to be precise, we might not know exactly, but we know that he's at least C rank or above, so we can negotiate various things, just like this time. But in the foreign Duchy of Inberri, I don't think they would have that sort of leeway." Su grimaced. She didn't want to say such things, but the facts were facts. "Thank you, Su. Well, for now, I'll go to the guild. I'll look for a bodyguard request that can be accepted at D rank, one that crosses the border." As Phi said this, he tried to walk away, but he couldn't take a step. "That's right, we don't know where the guild is." "None of us know?" Indeed, no one there knew where the Adventurers Guild in the capital city of Aberdeen was located. After this, Phi and the members of Switchback would ask the Gecko Merchant Association for the location of the guild before heading there. The next chapter, 106, will be a short interlude commonly known as an SS. Therefore, it will be posted tomorrow 21st at 9 a.m., and at 9 p.m. the main chapter 107. Continuous bodyguard request will be posted. Thank you very much. It's a short intermission. The next chapter, 107, will be posted today, the 21st, as usual. The Red Sword, led by Abel, proceeded northwest after parting ways with the Gecko caravan in the eastern border town Red Post. In that direction lies the royal capital Crystal Palace of the Natore Kingdom. Hey, isn't this totally strange? Why did that letter arrive at Red Post and not the city of Run? Because of that letter, we're now forced to go directly to the royal capital from Red Post. Among the four, the mage Lin, who is the most self-aware about her lack of physical strength, starts grumbling for the umpteenth time since leaving Red Post. I don't know, you should ask Lord Ilalion about it once we reach the royal capital. Rhea, the priest with even less stamina than Lin, responds casually. Ha! There's a possibility that internal information has leaked. Surely there is a traitor among us. Lin, you're starting to sound like Ryo lately. Why would you say that? Abel interjects into Lin's banter. The four of the Red Sword changed their destination from Run to the royal capital due to a letter they received through the Adventurers Guild just as they were about to depart from Red Post. The sender of the letter was, as usual, Ilalion. Ilalion learned through connections from the Adventurers Guild that the Red Sword was currently in Red Post, but they were intentionally not informed of this. Ilalion's letter is typical, but this one has a rather unusual content, Rhea says to Abel, who is walking beside her. Yeah, meet my elder brother. Abel's expression is anything but bright. It's not a matter of his relationship with his brother, but rather due to the urgent nature of such a message, which he found suspicious. He shakes his head a few times and decides to forget about it. I wonder if Ryo and the others have already arrived at the public capital by now. Sensing this, Rhea changes the subject. Well, who knows? I just hope they arrive safely. At the very least, Ryo should make it. More importantly, I'm more concerned about whether the assassination cult that tried to interfere will be annihilated. Speaking of which, you froze those assassins that were coming at us in the inn's conference room, didn't you? Rhea recalls the bandits that attacked during Shafi's surgery. They were frozen before I even knew it, Abel responds. Yeah, that. I heard before at the Magic Academy that you can't freeze living people with water attribute magic. But since Ryo froze them, I wonder how he did that. Lin interrupts their conversation. Oh, you can't freeze them? Of course not. If you could, you'd be the strongest in combat just by specializing in that magic. Lin promptly answers Abel's question. Apparently, humans have a trait that prevents the intrusion of others' magic up to about 10 centimeters beneath the surface of the skin. The magic barrier is said to be an extension of that trait. Now that you mention it, we learned that at the temple too. The best way to use light attribute healing magic is to touch the target's body. Rhea adds that she's heard about this as well. What about someone like me who can't use magic? Abel, the swordsman who cannot use magic, wonders. Yeah, it seems to be the same for those who can't use magic, Lin replies, nodding vigorously. So despite that, Ryo can freeze them. While they're still alive, Abel remarks. Thinking about it is terrifying. Abel mutters, and Lin shakes her head while saying, previously he tried to freeze the Empire's princess. Yeah, Abel, if a war were to break out between the kingdom and the Empire, Ryo would surely be the cause, Lin says ominously, nodding gravely at Abel's comment. Give me a break. On June 21st, at 9 a.m., I have posted the previous chapter titled 106 Interlude. This 107 continuous escort request is the second chapter for today. Capital City of Aberdeen, Adventurers Guild. Welcome, how can I assist you today? Ryo peeked into the vacant reception. Excuse me, I'm an adventurer from the Natore Kingdom. As he spoke, Ryo presented his guild card to the receptionist. Ah, you are Ryo, a D-rank adventurer from the Natore Kingdom. So what brings you here? Actually, I'm looking for escort requests for merchant caravans heading towards the kingdom. I see. Indeed, there are a few available, but all of them require C rank and above. I'm sorry. Yeah, I figured. The receptionist wore a regretful expression as she informed him that she couldn't meet his hopes. And that was exactly what Ryo had expected. To be precise, it was what Sue had expected. Ryo felt dejected. Guess I'll have to borrow money from Ra. I was careless, so it's my fault. It can't be helped. Even though it went against his principles, he thought it would be better than causing further trouble for others, as long as he could endure it. As he contemplated this, someone called out from behind. Considering your youth, being a D-rank means you've got some decent skills, right? How about accepting an escort request to the royal capital of the Natore Kingdom? When Ryo turned around in surprise, he saw a man in his mid-30s who looked every bit the adventurer. Mr. Kuhn, the receptionist turned to him with a questioning expression. It seemed the man's name was Kuhn. Ah, it's about that request. Your build is perfect. Honestly, I thought it was impossible, but this must be divine intervention or something. Ryo completely didn't understand. Was this some strange request or a suspicious employer? Just as he was thinking that, the receptionist quietly explained. This request is officially through the Adventurers Guild. Moreover, both the Duke and the Guild Master have instructed the reception to cooperate as much as possible. So Mr. Kuhn here is the coordinator for the Guardian Adventurers. Upon hearing that explanation, Ryo looked at Kuhn. Kuhn seemed to have overheard the explanation. He nodded repeatedly, then he added a remark. However, while it's an escort request, it is a request to be escorted. Huh. Kuhn's last comment only added to Ryo's confusion. As for the details, they would discuss them while moving, and Ryo was taken by carriage. The others from Switchback watched them off. Ryo thought he was perfect as Ryo, but the request wouldn't be valid unless the requester acknowledged it. Thus, he wanted to go with him to meet the requester now. After all, they were departing tomorrow morning, so today was the only time they had. So Ryo got into the carriage with Kuhn. In other words, you want to go with me as a shadow warrior for a certain important person to the royal capital. Well, that's how it is. Meals are included, and you won't have to walk inside the carriage. Once we reach the royal capital, you will receive 500,000 florin as a success reward. What do you think? It's a good request, right? It was indeed a wonderful request. But if it was such a lucrative one, many others would likely want to take it. Firstly, you need to be someone who can at least not be distinguished from afar from that important person. You see, all those so-called adventurers have a sturdy build. Ah, yes, I'm quite slender compared to other adventurers. Exactly. Oh, wait, I'm not insulting you, okay? From what I can see, you're a mage, right? Mages tend to have that kind of build, and appearance and ability don't necessarily correlate. As Ryo nodded, Kuhn hurriedly denied any offense, suggesting he wasn't a bad person at all. While they chatted, the carriage arrived in front of a particularly large gate. Where is this? This is the Duchy Castle. The requester is staying here. See, it's a proper request, right? Indeed, speaking of the Duchy Castle, it was the residence of the Duke ruling the Duchy of Inberri. Staying there meant they were likely connected to some royalty or high nobility. The carriage entered the castle without anyone peeking inside. After passing through several gates, Ryo and Kuhn got off in an area lined with the Duke's official residence and guest houses. That's the guest house on the second floor. With that, Kuhn walked ahead. Ryo followed him. However, before entering the building, Ryo encountered someone surprising. Hey, Ryo-san. Oh, Gecko-san, hello. It was Gecko, who he had just completed a request with and had parted ways only moments ago. What brings you here, Ryo-san? I'm here regarding a request for an escort back to the kingdom. Are you leaving already? I wish you could enjoy the duchy a bit more. I'm sorry, but I have my reasons, primarily financial issues. Ryo internally lamented while talking to Gecko. After parting ways with Gecko, Ryo entered the guest house with Kuhn. Do you know Gecko-san? Kuhn asked, curious about what he had just seen. Yes. I just arrived in this city as an escort for Gecko-san's merchant caravan from Run in the kingdom. Upon hearing that, Kuhn nodded several times in understanding. His judgment had not been wrong. That was the feeling. The two ascended to the second floor and arrived in front of the innermost room. This is Kuhn. Kuhn knocked on the door. Come in. A voice came from inside, and the two entered the room. It was a pair of rooms connected, with a reception set arranged in the front room. In modern Earth terms, it felt like a luxury hotel suite. There sat a boy around 16 years old in a chair, along with an older man who looked every bit the archetypal old servant, easily over 60 years old. The boy, about 16, was likely the important person that Kuhn mentioned. While he wasn't particularly fragile, he had a slender look and shared a vibe similar to Ryo's. His face gave a kind, soft impression, with chestnut hair and deep gray eyes that were almost black. Many older women would likely feel a protective instinct towards him. Your Highness Willy, Lord Rodrigo, we have found the perfect candidate for the request. This is Lord Ryo, a D-rank adventurer from the Natore Kingdom. He was just searching for an escort request to the kingdom at the guild. Moreover, I just passed by and learned that he is acquainted with the prominent merchant Gecko from this country, and he has also made a request for an escort. He is a trustworthy candidate for that reason as well. I have given a brief explanation of the request. I'm Ryo. With that, Ryo bowed. After saying that, old servant, likely Lord Rodrigo, looked Ryo up and down and nodded approvingly. Perfectly suited. To be honest, I had half given up since we were set to depart tomorrow, but we found someone. Well then, let me introduce you again. Lord Ryo, this is His Highness Prince Willy of the Jew Kingdom. He is heading to the royal capital to study abroad in the Natore Kingdom, and we want to hire you as one of his escorts for this journey. Would you accept the request? I understand. Wait, old man. Just as Ryo was about to accept the request after Lord Rodrigo's explanation, Prince Willy himself interjected. That explanation is insufficient. We must properly explain the dangerous aspects of this request. But your highness, Rodrigo frowned and looked at Kuhn. Kuhn also had a frown. It seemed there was some kind of issue. If you won't explain, I will. You are Ryo, right? This request is, to put it bluntly, extremely dangerous. In fact, you are not the first person I have hired as my shadow warrior. When leaving the country, the Adventurers Guild provided me with an adventurer similar in stature. However, we were ambushed by bandits, and that adventurer was taken. A few days later, his body was found. Prince Willy spoke with genuine sorrow, as if he felt responsible for having caused someone's death in his place. Thanks to his sacrifice, we were able to gain distance and eventually reach this capital city of Aberdeen, but there is no guarantee we won't be attacked again. That's why this request is dangerous. I see. Listening to Prince Willy's explanation, Ryo nodded. Neither Kuhn nor Lord Rodrigo had lied in their explanation. However, they simply hadn't conveyed the most daunting aspects. They probably thought that if they mentioned that, the perfect candidate they found would refuse the request. It was a terrible story, but on the other hand, it was also a common one. It showed how desperately they wanted to secure a shadow warrior for the prince before them. I have one question, Ryo decided to voice his doubts. Sure, ask anything. Prince Willy nodded once, encouraging Ryo to ask. You mentioned you are heading to study abroad in the royal capital, but if the journey is so dangerous, wouldn't it be wise to reconsider your study abroad? Hearing Ryo's question, a smirk of irony briefly crossed Prince Willy's face. That's not an option. While the official reason is studying abroad, in reality, I am being sent as a hostage to the Natore kingdom. If I don't go, it would create a very difficult situation for the country. We cannot just stop the journey due to the risk to my life. A hostage being kidnapped during the journey, it's just like Tokugawa Ieyasu. The first thought that crossed Ryo's mind upon hearing that was exactly that. Takechiyo, later known as Tokugawa Ieyasu, was sent as a hostage to the Imagawa family, but was kidnapped along the way and sent to the Oda family in Oeri. It was such a story. Nevertheless, at that Oda family, he forged a friendship with the young Nobunaga Oda, which would later change the course of history. History is indeed mysterious. Currently, since they didn't know the attackers' objectives targeting Prince Willy, it was only natural to think they could be ambushed again. But thank you for your explanation, Your Highness. However, I too must return to the Natore kingdom at all costs. It is indeed true that there are not many escort requests crossing national borders for D-rank adventurers. In this context, encountering this request is truly serendipity. I understand that it carries risks. However, factoring that in, I would like to accept this request. Oh! When Ryo announced his acceptance of the request, both Lord Rodrigo and Kuhn exclaimed at the same time. I see, then Lord Ryo, I'm counting on you. Prince Willy smiled, shaking Ryo's hand. Afterward, Ryo returned to the guild to report to Ra and the others that he had found a request. However, since he would be heading to the royal capital, he mentioned that returning to the city of Run would take quite a while, and asked them to inform the Adventurers Guild there. He also asked them to deliver a letter to Sera at the Lord's Manor. Ra was surprised, but Su took the letter from the side and promised to deliver it responsibly. At that moment, Su's enthusiastic nodding left a strong impression on Ryo. Though he didn't understand the reason, it seemed there might be some significant misunderstanding. Thus began the request to escort Prince Willy to the royal capital. Just when one might think it was over, a new quest follows. It feels somewhat like a continuous quest in a role-playing game. Last night, Ryo stayed in the guest house of the Duchy Castle, in the room next to Prince Willy. Please wear this outfit. It is tailored similarly to what the prince wears. Also, I would like you to conceal your face with a hooded robe when going outside the carriage. Ah, in that case, should I use this robe I always wear to cover my face? Ryo showed the robe he received from his usual Dullahan, responding to Lord Rodrigo's suggestion. That works well, so please conceal your face with that. While we are traveling, you will primarily stay inside the carriage. When we camp, we will set up a tent and you will spend time there with Prince Willy. Understood. There were 2 box carriages, 2 pack carriages, 4 guards from the Jew Kingdom, 6 adventurers from the Duchy of Inberri, and then Ryo with Prince Willy and Lord Rodrigo. This comprised the entire party. Feels a bit small for a prince's movement. Well, I don't really know that much about it. Does it feel small? Suddenly, Ryo was startled by a voice from behind, especially since it voiced his thoughts. And no, it's fine. In reality, this is quite a small group for royalty. However, our country is neither wealthy nor a strong nation, and on top of that, I am the 8th son. The 8th son? Prince Willy said with a wry smile. Hearing that, Ryo felt a mixture of emotions he couldn't quite express. While it's certainly better to have many children to continue the royal bloodline, when you're the 8th prince, after you become an adult, you must either join the Knight Order or the Magical Association and work. I have territories assigned to me, but I am merely responsible for managing the royal family's manor, so I have to entrust the management of the manor to my few subordinates, and I must earn my own living. It's a harsh world. Prince Willy chuckled bitterly, and Ryo lamented the misfortunes of the world. Even though he is a prince, he has to earn his own living. It must be quite tough. Ah, but up until the border of the Duchy of Inberri, 2 squads of 20 from the Duchy Knight Order will provide us with protection. The chances of an attack within the Duchy appeared to be extremely low. Inside the moving carriage, Prince Willy and Ryo began to converse about various topics. There was only Lord Rodrigo in the carriage, and he generally didn't speak unnecessarily. That left Prince Willy feeling rather bored. During this time, Prince Willy's way of addressing Ryo changed from Ryo Dono to Ryo-san. They were together in the same carriage. Naturally, they would become more familiar with each other. Prince Willy was currently 15 years old and seemed to be studying abroad at the Royal Academy of Natore. It was an academy for royals and nobles, and it appeared that other royals from different countries were also studying there, aside from Prince Willy. I wonder if I look similar to the 15-year-old prince. Is it true that Mongoloids tend to look younger? Ryo thought to himself. In actuality, although Ryo looked slender, he had solid muscles when touched. It was only natural, considering he couldn't wield a sword otherwise. Prince Willy, however, seemed not to be very skilled with a sword. I can use a bit of magic, but it seems I don't have much talent. After all, the Jew Kingdom is particularly a backward country when it comes to magic, Prince Willy said, looking down. But if you can use it even a little, if you practice every day, your magical power will increase and your magical control will improve as well. Really? Upon hearing Ryo's advice, Prince Willy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, I was terrible at first too, but I practiced every day. As Ryo said this, he recalled the nostalgic times in the forest of Rondo and gazed into the distance. In reality, it had only been about half a year since he left the forest. Do you think someone like me, who was told I lacked talent, can really do it? Your Highness, talent doesn't matter, effort is everything. A long time ago, a Kishi known as Gunsu said something like that. He continued to work hard and became a Kishi with multiple titles. That sounds impressive. Although Prince Willy didn't quite understand the titles, he comprehended that someone had achieved something remarkable through effort. But just being able to use magic already puts you in the talented category, right? Ryo thought to himself. By the way, what attribute do you possess, Your Highness? It's water. In response to Ryo's question, Prince Willy answered with downcast eyes. He had the impression that being of a water attribute was not very useful in battle and felt he couldn't contribute to the country. But, oh, I'm also a water attribute magician. Water attribute magic becomes amazing if you train hard. Really? With a genuinely happy smile, Willy replied. Seeing this, Lord Rodrigo also looked pleased. Actually, when I was told I was of the water attribute, I was a bit shocked. I thought it might pale in comparison to flashy fire magic, convenient wind magic, or earth magic that seems useful in battles. Listening to Ryo's story, Prince Willy nodded in agreement. But that wasn't the case. No, it was never inferior to other attributes. While it did require significant training, to be honest, I now think there's no attribute as convenient as water. I can confidently assert that water attribute magicians are amazing. Wow, Ryo, the instigator. Once we set up the tent during the camp, let's try various things there. Yes. That night, inside the central tent of the group's campsite, Prince Willy was practicing. Currently, the only water magic he could use was water generation. Source of life, water, appear, water generation. As he said that, water flowed from Willy's right hand and fell into the bucket he had placed on the floor. The incantation feels different. Your Highness, that incantation is? It seems to be unique to our country. I see. It appeared to differ from the Duchy incantation, used by the children of the Gecko merchant group. If you could teach me the kingdom's incantation, I will practice really hard with that. Prince Willy's face was filled with determination. However, Your Highness, incantations are just decoration. You don't need things like that. Huh! The determined expression on his face froze. Water, as Ryo chanted silently in his heart, water was generated from his right hand and fell into the bucket. You can create water without incanting. That's right. Once I asked the being who taught me the essence of magic. He answered me, the key to magic is in the image. Draw a clear image and accumulate experience. Image? Yes, the image. It's about how clearly you can depict a picture in your mind. If you do that, magic will be generated even without saying anything. Ryo said this deliberately, weighing his words. It somehow felt cooler that way. I'll try it, Prince Willy exclaimed, extending his right hand, closing his eyes as if he was concentrating on something in his mind. However, nothing happened. Your Highness, please open your eyes and look at your hand. Imagine water falling from your palm. When Ryo said this, Prince Willy obediently opened his eyes and looked at his right hand. Then, while keeping his eyes open, he thrust his right hand forward. After a moment, water flowed from the tip of his hand. It worked. Yes, well done. Praise is the path of education. After that, Prince Willy repeatedly generated water from his hand, until he reached mana depletion and collapsed. 8 days after departing from the capital city of Aberdeen, the group stayed at an inn in the border town of Rednall in the Duchy of Inberri. Due to his duty as a shadow warrior, Ryo was sharing a room with Prince Willy. Taking advantage of this, Prince Willy was once again deeply focused on practicing magic tonight. That said, it had only been 8 days since he began using Ryo's style of magic practice tentative. There weren't any significant advancements. After teaching him water generation, the next magic Ryo instructed was the ice wall. Ice wall. Even though he was the 8th son, he was still a prince, and since he would be spending some time in another country, it would be best for him to be able to protect himself. Moreover, it seemed he wasn't particularly skilled in swordsmanship. However, the truth was, even if he wasn't particularly skilled, it seemed he was capable of using a sword. Of course, he would be defeated in a few exchanges by the castle knights, but he seemed capable enough to handle the typical ruffians. Ryo had made that judgment from observing the swordsmanship he had shown. In any case, as a disciple of a water attribute magician, Ryo was giving him strict guidance. Your Highness, you should probably get some rest soon. Just a little more. I feel like I'm on the verge of grasping something again, but you said the same thing last night and ended up collapsing from mana depletion. Just a bit more. At that, Willy crumbled to his knees. Your Highness, I told you so. As a disciple of a water attribute magician, Willy was incredibly motivated to the point where Ryo had to intervene and stop him. There was no need for strict guidance at all. After laying Willy on the bed, Ryo moved to the adjoining living room. There he found Korn, who was spreading out a map, and Lord Rodrigo. Lord Ryo, how is His Highness? Yes, he has fallen asleep due to mana depletion. I see. Lord Rodrigo smiled as he prepared tea for Ryo. He didn't get angry at the Shadow Warrior for causing his master to collapse from mana depletion. It has been a long time since I've seen His Highness so wholeheartedly devoted to practice. I'm pleased. These were the words Lord Rodrigo had said when Ryo apologized for causing Willy to collapse from mana depletion a few days ago. It seemed that at the castle, being the 8th son had led to a variety of frustrations. Moreover, due to his overly kind nature, he didn't want to trouble others anymore, so he had decided to keep quiet. Considering that past, this study abroad might actually be a good thing. It could become a positive turning point. Lord Rodrigo mentioned that he had come to think this way. Korn, who had been looking at the map, turned to Ryo and began to speak. Ryo will cross the border tomorrow noon. The Duchy Knight Order will be providing protection only until then. So starting tomorrow, the main part of this journey begins. Ryo nodded. Just like tonight, using up all his mana until collapsing at night would no longer be allowed starting tomorrow. Since there was a possibility of being attacked, one must always keep some reserve of strength. Misfortune tends to strike when you are at your weakest. Tomorrow night we can stay in a town, right? More than just tomorrow night. From now on, we will definitely be staying in towns at night. Is that so? Ryo was surprised. He had the personal image that most of the journey would involve camping. In fact, it seemed that in previous escort requests, there had been significantly more instances of camping. Once we cross the border, the 2nd Avenue of Natore Kingdom continues all the way to the royal capital. It's the most frequently used trade route in the eastern part of the kingdom, surpassing even the Eastern Avenue. Because it's a major road, towns and large villages are scattered along it. It might sound strange, but it's different from the duchy, as expected of one of the 3 great nations. As Korn said this, he began naming the towns where they planned to stay, but Ryo didn't recognize any of the names. That was only natural. Aside from the Eastern Avenue that he had traveled while with the Gecko merchant group, the only place he knew along the 2nd Avenue was Redpost, the border town common to both the 2nd Avenue and Eastern Avenue. They would be passing through Redpost during the early hours of tomorrow morning. If we can stay in towns, the chances of an attack will decrease, right? Ryo expressed his thoughts, thanking Lord Rodrigo for the tea he had prepared. Well, it's far lower compared to camping. However, there is still a possibility of being attacked during the day. Even if it is a road frequently used, it isn't always teeming with people. In fact, if we were to be attacked while passing by, that would be troublesome. Korn replied while glaring at the map. Indeed, just like when Shafi attacked the Gecko merchant group, disguising themselves as a normal merchant group and launching an attack while passing by would be advantageous for the attackers. In the case of Shafi, because one of the attackers had a tracking device, Ryo was able to notice from a distance. But normally, that's not the case. Moreover, since they wouldn't know who the attackers were, they needed to be constantly on guard. Even though it was work, being an escort was tough. I once told my father that I wanted to become an adventurer. Huh! The next day, after safely crossing the border and entering the Natore kingdom, Prince Willy said this to Ryo. Being able to live freely. I had an image that adventurers symbolized that. That's why I said it, but my father looked very sad and apologetic when he replied. He said that being born into the royal family comes with responsibilities that one must bear simply because of their birth. It isn't something you can just throw away, so he couldn't allow me to become an adventurer. At the moment he said that, I honestly didn't understand it well. However, I couldn't throw a tantrum in front of my father's sad face. Responsibilities that one must bear just because they were born into it. In Ryo's case, it was a responsibility he had taken upon himself, but he felt a tiny bit of understanding. All the subordinates, their families, and even the families of people from other countries with whom they have relationships. Each of those actions brings responsibilities to many people. To Ryo's softly murmured voice, Prince Willy looked at him in surprise. Yes, that's right. Ryo-san, you're an adventurer, right? I'm sorry I was a bit surprised. Previously, another adventurer told me, if you don't like it, just throw away that status. I could only manage a wry smile at that. But you seem different. Having once been in Japan, Ryo couldn't throw it away, so he felt like he could somewhat understand. Tomorrow, June 23rd, there will be a very short interlude or SS, so I will post 2 chapters. Interlude 109, post at noon. Main story 110, post at 9 p.m. Both are scheduled, though. Thank you for your support. It's a very short intermission. About 1,000 kilometers south of Markdorf, the imperial capital of the Duchy Empire. A party of 7 was heading south along the highway. Hey Roman, are we really going to the Natore kingdom? Yes, I'm really curious about the water attribute mage that Lord Oscar mentioned. Gordon, how many days have you been saying that? We're right at the border of the kingdom, aren't we? Gordon, the fire attribute mage of the hero party, was indeed starting to want to return to the Western nations, but hero Roman wanted to grow stronger, and the scout Morris was exasperated with Gordon. I'm not good with cold places, so I'm in favor of heading south. Yeah, it's definitely better to be warm than cold. Belrock, the dwarf earth attribute mage, and Alicia, the wind attribute mage, both disliked the cold, so they were in favor of moving to the Natore kingdom located to the south of the empire. Meanwhile, the enchanter Ashkan remained silent, and Graham, the oldest negotiator, sighed inwardly for various reasons. Since then, the hero party had been at the empire's magic training grounds. Of course, it was to train and grow stronger, primarily due to hero Roman's wishes. In the first place, the purpose of the hero party is to defeat the Demon King. To achieve that, they mainly receive support in the form of funding from the Western nations and are actively engaged. Moreover, reports of the Demon King's emergence were coming from the eastern regions of the Western nations. That's why they previously set traps, such as creating an artificial altar. As a result, what they caught was not the Demon King, but rather Demon Leonor. From there, various gears went awry, and now the hero party found themselves in the Duchy Empire of the Central Nations. Well, we definitely became stronger by training with that division, but... Right, if we train with strong people, we can become even stronger. Hero Roman quickly latched onto Gordon's words. His driving principle at this moment was simply the desire to become stronger. But we don't even know the name of the water attribute mage from the kingdom, do we? Yes. In the end, Mr. Oscar didn't tell us. At Morris's words, Hero Roman hung his head. I hope we can get some valuable information in the royal capital. Honestly, the oldest Graham didn't want to spend more time on this, but seeing Roman motivated was a good thing, making it quite difficult to steer the course. At the very least, he didn't want to waste time on information gathering. This is the first part of today's chapter. I will post the main story 109 at the usual time of 9 p.m. Thank you for your support. On the 3rd day since they entered the Natore kingdom, Prince Willy and his group left the town of Basham and headed towards the royal capital along the 2nd Avenue of the kingdom. That dish from last night, was it called hamburger? It was exquisite. It was my first time eating it, but the overflowing meat juices and the exquisite match of the sauce on top. I was truly impressed by the cuisine of a great nation. Indeed, indeed. Inside the box carriage, Prince Willy passionately spoke about the hamburger they had eaten at the inn's dining hall last night. Ryo nodded happily, as if sharing in Willy's excitement. I'm so glad Ryo-san recommended it. If I hadn't tasted it, I would have surely regretted it for a long time. That's just like you, Your Highness. Food is a royal indulgence after all. Delicious things are justice. Please continue to enjoy delicious food in the kingdom. Encouraged by Willy's enthusiasm, Ryo continued nodding along. However, this peaceful scene was suddenly shattered. A response was detected by Ryo's passive sonar. Ryo opened the carriage window and spoke to the guard riding beside them, Korn. This time, all the guards and adventurers were mounted. They did this to increase their speed in case they needed to escape. However, Korn's son, we are being surrounded from all directions. It was as if they knew everyone was mounted, and the encirclement was beginning to close off their escape routes. Damn it, how many are there? Korn muttered a curse and inquired. There are 10 surrounding us. Additionally, 5 more have advanced from the forest behind. Those reinforcements might be ambush troops or reserves. They aren't joining the encirclement. 15 in total, that's quite a lot. Korn frowned at Ryo's report deep in thought. Ryo was concerned about the 5 reinforcements. It was common for a commander to be in a position that appeared to direct overall movements. Ryo, I'm sorry, but can you create a bit of distance from the enemy? There's no need to defeat them. If you can't rejoin us, it's fine to just leave. We've crossed the border after all. I'll be fine. If we get attacked, I'll pretend to be the prince and lead them away. That includes the 5 in the forest. Please give me a signal when the time comes. Once the enemy is reduced, increase speed and escape into the town of Wingston. Korn thought his own suggestion was rather extreme, but Ryo's counter-proposal was even more intense. No, that's a bit. I'm fine. Please make it to Wingston without stopping. Understood. After a moment, a voice called from the left side of the carriage line. Enemy attack. Ryo pulled up the hood of his usual robe. At first glance, it should be hard to identify him. Prince Willy and Lord Rodrigo didn't say anything more. They understood the situation after the earlier conversation between Ryo and Korn. Ryo peeked outside the window. The attackers were an assassination cult. Yes, they appeared to be dressed in the same black attire as the infamous assassination cult. However, it was hard to believe that all attackers were from that cult. There were surely others who made a living out of ambushing. Ryo, son? Tears welled in Willy's eyes as he called Ryo's name. Perhaps he was reminded of the previous shadow warrior who had been killed. Your Highness, I'm fine. Please run to Wingston. Finally, Korn's voice rang out. Your Highness, please escape. Then I will go. May fortune be with you. With those words, Ryo opened the carriage door and leapt outside. As he did so, he closed the door behind him to keep the inside hidden from view. He then dashed off the road and towards the forest. Using his passive sonar, he checked how many were pursuing him. 7, He had managed to separate more than half of the 10 attackers. Prince Willy's guard consisted of 4, and there were 6 C-rank adventurers. Against 3 assassins, they should have a good chance of winning. Now it depended on the movement of the 5 in the forest. At that moment, Ryo judged. He had probably distanced himself about 2 kilometers from the carriage. There were 12 pursuers, and the 5 in the forest were indeed after him. It could be that Ryo intentionally chose a route that allowed him to evade past the 5 in the forest. That meant those 5 were also chasing after Ryo. Indeed, it seemed they were part of the separate troop. If I can distance myself this much, it should be enough. Thinking this, Ryo came to a stop in a slightly open area in the forest, pretending to trip and fall. 12 attackers were closing in. Among the 5 who had come after him, the man who appeared to be their commander stood directly in front of Ryo. He likely had the most skill. His presence felt a bit different from the others. They began to form a half-encirclement around Ryo, gradually spreading their wings to move into a full encirclement. If they intended to abduct Ryo, cutting off his escape routes was the obvious move. Armor of ice. He donned a thin layer of ice armor. While doing so, Ryo carefully observed the attackers. As expected, they are from the assassination cult. Though dressed in black, their attire was common among Shafi and the assassination cult. Taking down Row Bridge, annihilating towns, attacking Gecko-sun, and even kidnapping the prince. The assassination cult is quite active. Ryo's thoughts drifted lazily, unfitting for the situation. As he reflected, the full encirclement of the attackers was completed. Good, ice wall. He mentally chanted the ice wall spell. A transparent wall of ice formed outside the attackers' encirclement. Now you can't escape. The 12 attackers were trapped like rats in a cage. After leading them this far, letting them escape would mean he achieved nothing. Ryo drew Murakumo and generated an ice blade. Here I go. Ryo charged towards the man who appeared to be the commander. The man likely realized it was dangerous to receive the ice sword with a knife and dodged with his body. Murakumo, swung down by Ryo, changed direction just before hitting the ground and slashed diagonally upwards to the left with almost just his left hand. The man was cut diagonally from below his torso without landing a single blow and fell to the ground. It was essentially a swallow reversal, but inexperienced. Not enough speed, Sasaki Kajuru, who did this with a laundry pole, is amazing. Having personally cut down a man, Ryo felt no particular emotional fluctuation. Is it because they are attackers, or rather assassins? I felt more during the time I took down that one-eyed assassin hawk. While Ryo was mumbling to himself, the remaining 11 attackers were rendered incapable of movement. They were completely intimidated, an unexpectedly formidable sword. The sword is terrible, but magic is usable, only able to produce water. That was the information regarding Prince Willy. Despite such information, Ryo cut down a comrade without allowing the first exchange. It was sufficient to intimidate them. In that situation, Ryo rushed towards the next attacker and thrust. A three-part thrust to the neck, chest, and again to the neck. For the third thrust, he turned the blade horizontally, thrusting in the direction the opponent dodged and then swept sideways. With brute force, he severed the opponent's neck. That won't do. Did the Shinsengumi really use such thrusts? Ryo's swordplay was based on his vague knowledge. The Tenon Rishin Ryu, known for the Shinsengumi, was famous for its three-stage thrusts, but in reality, there were multiple techniques in a series like four-stage and five-stage thrusts. However, Ryo had no way of knowing such things. It seems that makeshift techniques are ineffective, and I have confirmed that even when killing a person with my own hands, I do not feel disturbed. The fact that he spoke those words could mean he was trying to deceive himself about the psychological burden he felt. But it didn't seem to pose a serious problem. Now all that's left are prisoners, Ice Coffin 10. With that command, the surviving 10 attackers were instantly encased in ice. They're alive. If I don't forget, I'll thaw them out eventually, maybe in a month. By a month from now, he would surely have reached the royal capital. After defeating or encasing the attackers in ice, Ryo decided to return to where the carriage had been located. He thought that they had likely escaped successfully and that no one would be left, but confirmation was necessary. However, as he got closer, he noticed something strange. Ryo's passive sonar does not respond to things that do not move. It detects moving things that change over time. According to that, there was hardly any movement. But it was hardly. The attackers were people who would even incinerate corpses to dispose of them. There shouldn't be any surviving attackers remaining. Then what about Willy's group? If they had run away safely, there should be no one left. A slight possibility existed that they might have let Willy's box carriage escape first, leaving the injured behind on the road. Of course, that wouldn't align with Willy's character, but in a state of emergency, sometimes there are things that cannot be helped. After all, this was along the 2nd Avenue, reputed to be the best in the Eastern Kingdom. Ryo thought that other merchant groups would also pass through. In reality, no one would want to get involved in a commotion, especially merchants who prioritize profits. What Ryo discovered upon arrival was the sight of Prince Willy's guards and adventurers lying on the ground. He looked around and ran towards an elderly man collapsed on the road. "Lord Rodrigo?" "Ryo." "The prince." "The prince," Lord Rodrigo repeated as if in a daze at Ryo's call. "Please wait a moment," Ryo said as he climbed onto the box carriage and grabbed his usual shoulder bag. Inside were high-grade potions Ryo had made during his alchemy practice and standard potions he had bought during his free time. For now, he administered the most effective potion he had to Lord Rodrigo. After struggling to swallow it, he poured the potion directly onto Rodrigo's slashed abdomen, managing to keep him alive. He would probably be able to move again soon. But since time was of the essence, Lord Rodrigo pleaded with Ryo. "Ryo, the prince has been taken. You led a large group of bandits away, but then reinforcements came." Reinforcements? That was careless. The separate troop wasn't just the 5 in the forest. They had been positioned in places far enough that Ryo's passive sonar couldn't detect them. He should have simply defeated the bandits right there, in cooperation with Korn and others, while protecting Willy. Ryo could have certainly done that. Or, even if he intended to draw the enemy away, it would have been perfectly fine to enter the forest while surrounding the carriage with an ice wall. Had he done so, at the very least, Willy wouldn't have been abducted. Worried about the separate troop in the forest, he had distanced himself to take them down. And this was the result. To put it bluntly, he couldn't regret it enough. Ryo bit his lip in shame over his foolishness. It was a bodyguard request, and leaving the side of the protected target was the dumbest action he could have taken. However, there were more important matters at hand right now. Regret could come later. First, he must rescue Prince Willy. "Ryo, please go call for help and rescue the prince." With those words, Lord Rodrigo lost consciousness. He was still breathing. His pulse was normal. He was fine. After confirming that, Ryo looked around. The 4 guards and 6 adventurers, all were moving. Did they prioritize the abduction of Prince Willy over delivering the killing blow? It seemed they hadn't been annihilated during the previous situation with the Shadow Warrior. Ryo rushed over to the fallen Korn, gave him a high-grade potion, and sprinkled potion on his chest and neck wounds. Korn groaned slightly. "Korn-son, can you hear me? It's Ryo." Finally, Korn opened his eyes slightly and focused on Ryo. "Ryo, I'm sorry, the prince." "Yes, I heard from Lord Rodrigo." As far as I can see, everyone is still alive. I'll leave some potions here, so please give them to everyone. I'm going to rescue the prince." "Why, yeah." Pushed by Ryo's determination, Korn nodded despite his lingering doubts. "Wingston can be reached by following this road westward, right?" "Yeah, then I'm off." With those words, Ryo began to run west along the road. Lord Rodrigo and Korn likely didn't know where Prince Willy had been taken. But Ryo had an idea: the headquarters of the Assassination cult. It's a small village in the Eastern Kingdom, a day's walk north from the largest city, Wingston. It's on a mountain, and it's called the Village of Avan. Those were the words of Shafi, a high-ranking member of the Assassination cult. Even if they were not at the cult headquarters, he could simply ask someone from the headquarters. Ryo resolved to think in that way. After all, Prince Willy was just the 8th son of a small kingdom, and frankly, he didn't think he had much value as a hostage, yet he had been attacked twice, including this time. And by that Assassination cult. Perhaps some other nation, like Tokugawa Ieyasu, was attempting to seize him and commission the Assassination cult, or maybe there was something of value about Willy's body that required him to be captured alive. Given that it was likely a very special reason, it would be reasonable to assume he had been sent to a relatively high-ranking member. And thinking of a place where high-ranking members might gather around here, Ryo could only think of the cult headquarters. Village of Avan, headquarters of the Assassination cult. 2 executives were engaged in conversation. "Shikker, what did the leader say? About Natalia? No, nothing yet." They were the ones who led the kidnapping team that abducted Prince Willy of Jew Kingdom. "Last time we kidnapped someone, it was a fake, and we were in big trouble." "Please don't bring that up." Natalia chided Shikker for his previous failure. "So this time we had Bagabis's team launch the attack and only let his subordinates chase after whoever fled. We didn't pursue, and as expected, there was someone who looked like the real deal. But if I hadn't joined up, we wouldn't have defeated those guards, would we? I believed you would join." Natalia insistently pointed this out, while Shikker internally grimaced but expressed gratitude on the surface. In the end, over 30 people were mobilized. Securing the prince was that important. However, Shikker had something troubling him. 12 members of Bagabis's team that chased after the Shadow Warrior had yet to return. It was certainly common for them to be summoned only when necessary, and afterward, they would go straight to the next mission due to the nature of their work. As a lower-ranking executive compared to Shikker and Natalia, Bagabis was often sent around without returning to headquarters. Still, this was unusual. Did they get taken out by monsters in the forest? All 12, including Bagabis? That's impossible. It was unthinkable for 12 executives, who could likely hold their own against monsters, to fall behind against something like a Shadow Warrior. Just then the leader's aide approached to report. "Shikker-sama, Natalia-sama, the leader requests your presence." "The leader, you say?" Shikker and Natalia knelt before the leader. On the stone pedestal behind the leader lay the abducted Prince Willy. "Indeed, this time it was the real one. You both did well." Standing at a height of 190 cm, with long white hair and a beard, he had brilliantly shining black eyes that gave no hint of his age. Though said to be over 90 years old, he could easily pass for someone in their 50s, and yet he was still a being that none of the executives could surpass. Yes, Natalia thought to herself. Since the time she joined the cult, he had always been an old man, and even now as an executive, he remained the same. An eternal old man, and likely even if all the executives banded together. They still couldn't defeat the leader standing before them. Though they swore loyalty on the surface, Natalia was, so to speak, a member of the anti-leader faction. I really wish he would retire soon. It was true that he was the founder of the Assassination cult and the strongest man. But after reigning as the top for over half a century, it was natural for people around him to feel fed up. The strongest man had fixated on Prince Willy. For what reason, she did not know. Next to her, Shikker was the one most knowledgeable about alchemy after the leader, and while he had previously mentioned that the blood of Prince Willy was needed for something in alchemy, "I will now begin preparations for the ritual. Henceforth, no one is to enter this elder chamber. Understood?" "Understood." Shikker and Natalia bowed and withdrew from the leader's presence. As they exited the elder chamber, the sound of the door being locked from the inside echoed. "How strict," Natalia cursed inwardly. "I just found out that door had a lock." She stared at the door once more. At that moment, she heard Shikker mumbling. The leader has finally achieved his long-held ambition. Shikker himself was on the verge of trembling with emotion. "Hey, Shikker, what ritual is the leader going to perform?" Shikker's face was one of obvious dread. He suddenly realized he had let slip his emotional reaction. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. It must be done soon, right?" Natalia further prodded him. Well, those who know about alchemy would understand, but the leader has developed an alchemy called immortality, and that will be performed." "Immortality? You mean the kind that lives forever?" For a moment, Natalia couldn't grasp what Shikar was saying, but once she did, her face turned pale. However, Shikar was not looking at Natalia and did not notice her expression. Yes, that immortality. Finally, the leader will dominate us forever. That's not happening. Separated from Shikar, Natalia screamed in her mind, her expression like one chewing on a bitter bug. There's no way that can happen. What should I do? This isn't something I can decide alone. In that case, although I was told to use it as little as possible, I have to seek instructions or it will be irreversible. Natalia hurried back to her room and activated a special alchemy stone. With this, eavesdropping on her room became impossible. Then she took out a hand mirror-sized stone tablet from a locked drawer and placed her right hand on it. This would unlock the tablet and allow communication with a specific recipient. Both this eavesdrop prevention alchemy stone and the communication tool were originally developed by the leader. This communication tool had been modified by the recipient so it could facilitate long-distance conversations with Natalia. Black here. Black Sama, this is Natalia. An urgent matter needs to be reported. The recipient was the number 2 of the cult, known as Black. Additionally, the executives were informed that he had led the attack in Witnash. Speak, I have understood the reason for the leader's obsession with the Prince of Jew Kingdom. It seems he intends to use the prince's body to achieve his immortality. The atmosphere of Black, who had been listening without much inflection, became abruptly disturbed by Natalia's report. And Natalia understood that he believed immortality was indeed achievable. He is said to be starting the ritual soon and has locked himself in the Elder Chamber. What should we do? Natalia sought instructions. This was the kind of nightmarish situation for those who could be called the anti-leader faction. Honestly, she didn't know how immortal this immortality would be, whether it means not dying if they lived normally, or if they could come back to life even if killed. Including those uncertain factors, Natalia couldn't decide what to do. But, Natalia, do everything in your power to stop that ritual. It is not a simple ritual to prepare for. It will take at least 12 hours before it even starts. However, if the ritual is completed, our future will also end. You are permitted to use all the power given to you. Understand, you must definitely stop it. Yes. Understood. Once Natalia affirmed, the tablet reverted to just being a stone slab and the communication ended. Black Sama knew about the immortality ritual and yet commanded me to stop it. 12 hours, huh? Natalia plunged into her well of thoughts to devise a plan. I have prepared everything, but somehow I still need one more move. While pacing around her room, Natalia pulled at her hair in frustration. If only there was one more executive with high combat power. If that person were fighting the leader, I could do something. Why isn't Shafi here at a time like this? If he were here, I could use him as a decoy. She was someone who could think of terrible things so casually. Of my subordinates, none would be able to even buy time. Of course, even her subordinates were considered expendable. While Natalia was mulling over these thoughts, she heard rough knocking on the door and a voice from her subordinate that was almost a scream. Natalia-sama, what is it? Come in. At her voice, her subordinate tumbled into the room. It's terrible, the village is under attack. Huh! Natalia did not understand the meaning. Attack. She understood the meaning of the word, but surely such a thing could be easily eliminated, right? There were over 100 people in the village, and all were assassins. Even if they faced an enemy 10 times their number, as long as they were fighting in the village, they could easily repel them. This would be different if it were, for instance, an open desert or plains, but this village had been meticulously arranged for defensive warfare. It was a village of those who made assassination their livelihood. Since it was impossible to know when, from where, and who would come to attack, it was only natural that they would be as prepared as possible. Well, in the first place, it was impossible for armed groups like knights to approach the village easily. After all, it was a village of assassins. However, this subordinate said there was an ongoing attack. An attack on this village was currently taking place. Was it possible that a village which would be difficult to approach was under attack? Who are the attackers? What is their scale? At Natalia's question, the subordinate hesitated for a moment but steeled himself to answer. One person, you say? Natalia could only repeat the subordinate's response. A single water attribute magician. They are charging in from the front. That's ridiculous. What about the counterattack? Everyone has been frozen. It's him, the water attribute magician from the Gecko Trading Company, the one who turned Guy into ice. He is the attacker. Why would someone like that be here? Having reached the top of the mountain path, the village spread before him. He understood that he was being watched during the ascent, but he walked along the single path without doing anything special. However it may be, it was still a village, so travelers could visit. Adventurers who had received some request in town could stop by the village to gather information, or if they got lost. If a visibly armed group like knights approached, They might have had measures in place for vigilance or a counterattack along the mountain path. But the assassins watching Ryo never anticipated that someone would dare to launch an attack with just one person. Now that he laid eyes on the village, Ryo envisioned it in his mind. It was a world where everything was frozen, and then he chanted, "Permafrost, a wide area freezing magic he named Permafrost." It was a simple spell. It merely lowers the molecular vibrations of water molecules within the visible range, causing them to freeze. That's all there was to it. The range and effect were extraordinary, however. If Abel were to see this scene, he would likely say, "Wait, didn't you come to rescue people? Aren't they going to get frozen too?" Prince Willy must definitely be somewhere in a secluded spot. Ryo thought to himself that he surely wouldn't be frozen by the permafrost. Well, if humans were frozen, they should still be alive. Everyone who had been outside in the village was now frozen. Shafi said that everyone in the village is an assassin, so it shouldn't count as a massacre of civilians. Whether an assassin was a combatant or a civilian, Ryo didn't know the details. Ice Armor Ice Wall Layer 10 package. Just as Ryo finished chanting, 5 arrows came flying at him. Of course, they were deflected by the ice wall. Icicle Lance 5, he fired icicle lances back along the trajectory of the incoming arrows. From where they flew, several screams and moans could be heard. Further incoming attack magic was similarly countered with icicle lances. Active sonar. Due to an overwhelming amount of information flooding his brain, he activated the active sonar, a magic he usually didn't use. Unlike passive sonar, active sonar emits stimuli from Ryo himself, allowing him to analyze what those stimuli hit and reflect back to understand the surrounding situation. It was excellent in that it could even detect unmoving objects, making it a highly capable magic. With the information gathered from the active sonar, Ryo boldly advanced from the main entrance of the village. By the time he arrived at the front of the notably large mansion in the center of the village, all long-range attacks directed at him had ceased. Instead, the remaining soldiers were lying in wait in front of the mansion. In the end, it's close combat, right? He smiled slightly, pleased with the normal flow of combat. As Ryo approached, a flurry of objects was thrown at him from the concealed assassins. When the thrown objects hit the ground, a large amount of white smoke billowed up. Not again! Honestly, Ryo thought to himself that he wished for a little more originality. However, since this was not just ordinary smoke and could very well contain poison, he certainly didn't let his guard down. Downpour! An instantaneous downpour fell over the area, knocking all the smoke suspended in the air back down to the ground. Normally, Ryo would have used that moment to dash in and close the distance with the enemy, neutralizing them while they were caught off guard. But this time, he simply dissipated the smoke with the downpour and continued walking. With each step, he approached the mansion. Under normal circumstances, I should scatter and try attacking in another way, but the fact that the assassins aren't doing that means this mansion is indeed the most important stronghold. Using active sonar, he could not find any reaction from Prince Willy. Although he did not know where he was, Ryo thought that he might be secured within the important stronghold. Even if he wasn't there, he thought it might be good to ask the highest-ranking person who was likely in the important stronghold. Then, based on the assassin's actions, he became convinced that the mansion right before him was indeed the most crucial stronghold. All right, then freeze everyone. Ice Coffin 13. In the end, close combat did not occur. Natalia, who had stepped outside the village to observe the attackers' battle, was astonished. What on earth is that abomination? An invisible ice shield that blocked all attacks. Ice spears launched from outside that ice shield. These two alone make him invincible. Moreover, when she attempted to initiate close combat with a smoke screen, it was effortlessly neutralized in an instant. It was nothing short of a nightmare. Is that the magician who was with Gecko? Natalia asked her subordinate beside her. Half of her subordinates had attacked Gecko and failed at that time. Yes. It was from a distance, but it was definitely that robed man. The subordinate nodded in response. So Willy and Gecko are connected. Or perhaps Duke of Inberri requested the rescue of Prince Willy, and Gecko dispatched that man. Prince Willy's group had indeed passed through the Duchy of Inberri on their way to the Natore kingdom. In the Duchy, they had an audience with the Duke, who was the head of state. Wait, that's not the point right now. Deliberately, Natalia stated aloud. That water attribute magician's aim is the retrieval of Prince Willy. This means he's headed to the Elder Chamber. I'll take him down using the traps set in the Elder Chamber. But those traps can only be activated by the leader. I can do it. Half of the preparations are already complete. I'll finish the remaining preparations, so don't take your eyes off him. From the leader, too. Natalia decided to take down both the water attribute magician and the leader in one fell swoop. Both were troublesome existences that could not be left alive, so she would eliminate them at this timing. The interior of the mansion was extremely quiet. From the outside, it appeared to be a large mansion, and upon entering, the impression was the same: the wide hallways and, above all, the very high ceilings. It felt more like a monastery on earth than a lord's mansion. Ryo felt this way. Usually, the most important place is at the very back. This is a basic religious concept in building design. After all, it is an assassination cult. It's not surprising to have such a religious, monastic image in a place like this. As Ryo proceeded down the corridor, a pair of large double doors appeared before him. That must be it. This was Ryo's assumption. That said, it would be impossible for there to be nothing behind such a door in a structure like this. Icicle Lance, a massive ice spear over a meter in diameter, was created. The icicle lance, thicker than anyone would accept, smashed through the door. At the same time, Ryo burst into the room and checked inside. At the very back, there was a huge stone pedestal with a person lying on top of it. Your Highness. Ice wall. He attempted to generate an ice wall to protect Prince Willy, but it didn't work. The magic activated, which meant it wasn't magic nullification. It didn't disappear after being created. In other words, he wasn't being deprived of magical control like the sea monsters. The magic activated, but as the ice wall was about to be formed, it vanished as quickly as it was created. A visitor at this timing is quite interesting. Of course, you came to save the prince, but you cannot provide protection with magic. A man with long white hair and a white beard, who had been working a little away from the stone pedestal, spoke to Ryo. Can you tell me why it won't work? I refuse. Despite Ryo's polite request, the man flatly refused. I see. Ice wall package. Ryo generated an ice wall around the man to bind him. Sand mixed into the created ice wall, causing a failure in its formation. Eventually, the ice wall disintegrated without taking shape. Mixing your magic to interfere with the enemy's magic generation. I hadn't thought of that. Ryo was genuinely impressed. However, alongside that admiration, he also felt a chill. He realized that the technique allowed for the rapid generation of magic at a terrifying speed. The time it took for Ryo to finish chanting and generate the ice wall was less than 1/10 of a second. Ryo's magic was that fast, yet the opponent activated his magic after understanding Ryo's magic and could still mix it into Ryo's ice wall generation. It was not normal speed. Feel free to use it as I haven't patented it. The man gestured with both hands, indicating to do as he pleased, and then he uttered a decisive word. Patent, of course, in Phi the concept of patent didn't exist, Ryo thought, but he realized there was a possibility he simply didn't know. Yes, Ryo still had much to learn about this world. Patent, Ryo couldn't help but mutter. I apologize, that's a word you don't need to know before you head to your death. Stone Lance, in an instant, 6 stone spears were generated around the man and launched toward Ryo. Ice wall layer 10, this time without being interrupted, a wall of ice was generated right in front of Ryo, deflecting all 6 stone spears. Ho, that ice wall is quite hard. As soon as the man said that, a massive rectangular stone fell from above onto Ryo. To anyone watching from the side, it might have seemed as if the ceiling had collapsed in an instant. A roaring sound echoed. Dust swirled up. Ice wall layer 10, before the dust settled, an ice wall was generated parallel to the floor above the man, causing it to fall freely. Once again, the roaring sound echoed. Dust swirled up, and the ice shattered into pieces. Everything that had been swirling in the room disappeared, leaving 2 men standing as if nothing had happened. One had sliced the falling massive stone with an abrasive jet, appearing unharmed above. The other generated a super high-hardness stone cone centered around himself, piercing through and shattering the falling ice wall. It's quite shocking to be split by stone. It's my first time being sliced by water. Both Ryo and the man smirked. Shall we crush from the front first? Stone spear barrage, layered ice wall layer 10 from the man's palms. Stone spears were fired in rapid succession. But it didn't end there. Numerous magic circles appeared around the man, and stone spears were launched from there as well, coming toward Ryo. The sight resembled a magical battle straight out of an anime or game. While Ryo defended against the incoming stone spears with a continuous generation of ice walls, he felt a bit moved by the man's magical combat. The blazing flame mage, and even Demon Leonar, didn't create such magic circles. It's so cool. Coolness was an important element, no matter the context. Generating that ice wall continuously is impressive. Are you okay on mana depletion? I'm fine. More importantly, that attack with floating magic circles is cool. Even though they were exchanging life and death threats, their conversation had no hint of that atmosphere. Oh, you can appreciate this. That's great. My apprentices don't understand this at all. It's pitiful. By the way, would you like to be my apprentice? You could inherit this technique. No, joining the assassination cult is a bit. For some reason, the man was trying to recruit an apprentice. In response, Ryo was not inclined to pursue coolness to the extent of becoming an assassin. Mew, what a pity. The man looked genuinely disappointed. Then next I'll go. Water jet 256. 256 water jets that had formed around the man moved in random trajectories, slicing everything in their path. Floating stone wall active, numerous palm-sized stones that had appeared around the man moved at terrifying speed, crashing into the water jets. The collision between the water and stone caused annihilation, and both disappeared. In just a few seconds, the 256 water jets were eliminated by self-detonation with the stones, and the man remained standing without a scratch. To defend like that, Ryo felt a certain sense of admiration. The 256 water jets moving in random trajectories. Honestly, even Ryo couldn't think of how to defend against them. Yet the man caused annihilation by crashing countless stones together, like destroying a fire javelin with an icicle lance. He eliminated the water jets by crashing them into stones. It might be the most plausible countermeasure if one were to experience it. Heh, that was quite impressive, wasn't it? It was quite difficult to ensure that each stone didn't collide. With this method, even attacks that rely on numbers can be fully defended against, just like now. Once a technique is acquired, it doesn't fade with age. Skills do not diminish, the man explained proudly. That is indeed profound. However, such magical control must have required considerable training. Indeed, I spent my youth in training. However, it's not that difficult now. That was because I was using alchemy. It's a combination of earth attribute magic and alchemy. Is your water line different? That is alchemy. Mine is purely water attribute magic. I'm quite interested in alchemy. To achieve such control with magic alone. I find that aspect more intriguing, the man replied half in disbelief to Ryo's answer. Now, let me ask you one last time. Do you still have no intention of becoming my apprentice? If you say you want to return the prince, I can return him unharmed. It may have been necessary for my eternal life, but if I can raise you in the end, I can accept death. So what do you say? Unfortunately, I am not inclined to become an assassin. Ryo briefly entertained the thought of wanting some of this man's alchemical skills, but that thought was fleeting. He had no intention of becoming an assassin. Is that so? What a pity. Then I'll go all out, die, meteor bomb. But nothing happened when the man chanted. Did it fail? No, that's not it. What did that man just chant? Meteor, bomb? No way. Ryo looked up and chanted. Abrasive jet 128. He slashed through the ceiling with the abrasive jet. Active sonar. 4 objects approached from above. Meteors. So now it's a pure mass attack, Ryo shouted. To notice, as expected. The moment he heard that voice from behind, Ryo reflexively twisted his body, dove forward to take cover, and quickly stood up. At the same time, he drew Murakumo from his waist, generated the blade, and turned around. He was pierced in the back the moment he heard the voice, but the ice armor and robe of the Fairy King seemed to have prevented a fatal injury. And there stood a man with a slender, curved, single-edged sword, twisting his neck. Was it blocked? I had applied an elemental attack to the sword, but it seems that robe defended against it. Perhaps a normal sword without attributes would have been better. Intriguing. Those 4 mass attacks were a decoy, and the close combat was the main event. Ah, that's right. Of course, dropping that against an army or to destroy a city would be effective, but if it were to fall here, it might catch the prince in the blast as well. So I thought close combat would be best, but you did well. Well, it wouldn't be fitting if a mage couldn't do close combat. Saying this, the man chuckled. You, being the top assassin, must certainly be capable of close combat. Ryo kept Murakumo in a ready stance without relaxing. Of course, I trained them myself. More importantly, you... With that stance and black hair, you resemble someone from my homeland, and that ice sword, is it not curved? Have you only just realized? I also came from another world, just like you. Moreover, I seem to be Japanese. Ryo's admission was made with the understanding that he wasn't entirely certain about it, but he decided that revealing he was also from another world might weaken his opponent's resolve. The man, however, widened his eyes in surprise, evidently shocked. For a good 10 seconds, neither of them spoke. The man was the first to break the silence. First, let me confirm. Is your aim to kill me? No, my goal is to rescue the prince. The man nodded once and sheathed his sword. Then I will not fight. You may take the prince. Huh, that development was quite unexpected for Ryo as well. He had disclosed he was also a being from another world, thinking it might dull the edge of the sword, but he never expected the fight itself to come to an end. I heard that before I reincarnated in this world, a man had reincarnated before me. As Ryo pondered whether to go to Prince Willy, the man began to recount. The one who told me was someone named Michael Kame, who is said to serve a role akin to an angel. Michael, is he doing well? I can't imagine such a being falling ill or anything. Saying this, the man smiled. Of course he's well. The man who reincarnated before me said he would call himself Michael Kame, so that's what he named himself. You must have called for him, didn't you? Indeed, I did say Michael in my heart, but Kame. Oh, Kame is just a pseudonym. Ah, yes, I am the one who named him. Even though Ryo felt a hint of dissatisfaction about it, he was a little pleased that Michael himself seemed to have liked it. I reincarnated at the western edge of this continent, but somehow I settled in the central nations. There was an event that made me realize I was the reincarnation of Hassan-i Sabbah, and then I formed the Assassination cult. Elder of the Mountain, when Ryo spoke of Hassan-i Sabbah, the man laughed. Ah, indeed, I was able to use earth attribute magic and I honed that, and because I met a good teacher for alchemy, I honed that as well. By the way, are you, perhaps reincarnated as an elf? Suddenly questioned in a strange manner, Ryo was confused. No, I should be human. I see, yet you look quite young for that. I have been reincarnated here for 75 years, and you should be older than me by that time. Huh! What was this man saying? Ryo believed he had been reincarnated for about 20 years. He had spent that time in the forest of Rondo, or so he thought. Thought being the key word since he hadn't kept an exact record of the days. Even so, 75 years or more was quite a stretch. After all, he didn't look that old, did he? Well, he had thought about how one didn't age after being reincarnated, hadn't he? Surely he would notice such a thing, but still, 75 years or more seemed excessive. Ah, that's right. Michael mentioned that time axes can change. Time axes? The man spoke as if recalling something, which pulled Ryo back from his confused thoughts. Those who come to that white world may sometimes reincarnate long before this world. What does that mean? I arrived at Michael's place after you, but I must have reincarnated in an era before you. This means that there might be people from the same era as us who reincarnated hundreds of years before us in this world. The first thought that crossed Ryo's mind was the coffee set from Café de Chocolat. Or perhaps someone reincarnated long before him had spread the culture of bowing. Many would bow as if they were living in modern Japan. He felt the shadow of reincarnators. Could this be a flash of thought typical of light novel reasoning? Well, changing time axes may be something like that, the man concluded on his own, and continued his words. I reincarnated at the age of 25 on Earth, so that makes me 100 years old in total. I can no longer move my body as I used to. I can't win against the ravages of time. I was aware that death was approaching. I needed the blood of that prince for that. Why does Prince Willy's blood relate to your lifespan? Ryo asked, naturally curious. Well, it doesn't have to be Prince Willy specifically. Any direct descendant of the royal family of the Jew kingdom will do. By using the blood of that royal family as one of the materials in alchemy, a potion that grants immortality can be created. Immortality. So it means you won't die. That's right. Moreover, even if you receive a fatal injury, you won't die if you rest and heal. It's quite an extraordinary performance, wouldn't you say? Yes, it certainly is extraordinary. But you're trying to kill him for that reason? Well, that is indeed the reason. Saying this, the man smiled slightly. When he smiled, Ryo felt an odd sense of discomfort, not toward the man, but toward something behind the man. The wall, before he could clearly perceive it, Ryo had already instinctively chanted. Water Jet 1024, the propulsion of water burst forth from his entire back, from head to heel. For the first time, he succeeded in high-speed movement that he had never managed in practice. With it, Ryo reached Prince Willy in an instant. The discomfort Ryo had sensed spread throughout the entire room, and simultaneously arrows were shot from every wall. Fire lances, stone spears, and invisible wind lances were unleashed. Hundreds of attacking spells slashed through the entire room. Under normal circumstances, even if there were hundreds or thousands of attacks, someone of Ryo and the man's caliber would hardly sustain even a scratch. However, the first discomfort Ryo felt was magic nullification. The first time he experienced it was with the one-eyed assassin Hawk, and he saw it again with the behemoth known as Bahai during Abel's escort. That magic nullification, it was that discomfort, and as expected, Ryo couldn't use magic. He slashed down all incoming arrows and attack spells with Murakumo. The lucky aspect was that from the wall directly in front of him, where Prince Willy lay, nothing was fired. Even Ryo wouldn't have confidence to deflect such a sheer number of attacks from all directions. Especially while also protecting sleeping Willy, it would have been impossible. However, with only 3 directions, it was manageable. It might have been significant that the ceiling had been destroyed by Ryo's abrasive jet. Had magic spells been raining from the ceiling as well, the situation would have been utterly hopeless. But even without spells from above, it was still troublesome. Even the man might struggle to defend against such a barrage from 4 angles. Yet to Ryo's astonishment, the man was managing. In this situation where he couldn't use magic, he was evading with body movement and just his sword. Impressive! Admiration slipped from Ryo's lips. The human body, when pushed to its limits, could exhibit such incredible abilities. From the bottom of his heart, Ryo was amazed. However, as the density of attacking spells increased, and Ryo focused on defending against attacks toward himself and Willy, a peculiar, thin, truly slender stone spear pierced through the man's chest. Gwa, that allowed an opening in the man's defense, and an invisible wind attribute attack spell stabbed straight into him. And once that high-density attack ended, everything became eerily quiet. Ice Wall Layer 10 package, Ice Wall Layer 10 package. Confirming that he could use magic again, Ryo encircled Prince Willy with an ice wall and then surrounded the entire room too. In that way, he secured safety for the time being. With that done, he rushed to the man's side. "Hey, stay with me." The slender stone spear was lodged in his heart. When Ryo got closer and spoke, the spear disappeared and blood began to gush from where it had been. Ryo placed his hand on the man's chest, using ice to seal the hole in his heart. Similarly, he encased the injured blood vessel in the right side where the wind magic had pierced. However, these were not healing magic. He was merely sealing the hole and coating the cut blood vessels. Even Ryo understood that the wound to the heart was fatal. "I was careless. To be killed by my own subordinate, I have truly aged. I've stopped the bleeding, but probably. I understand my own body. This is undoubtedly a fatal wound. This injury cannot be healed by a potion." The man stated clearly what Ryo struggled to say. "That's fine. I've killed countless people until now, so the retribution may still be insufficient. However, to die by the trap I set being taken away by a subordinate is quite pitiful." The man mocked himself. "A trap? Yes, it was a trap I set to ensnare enemies in this hall, though it was a trap set over 20 years ago. I maintained it well, so it activated splendidly." The man chuckled. "However, that stone spear that pierced your chest seemed different from the others, didn't it?" "Ah, that was Natalia's magic. I was probably used by those enticed by black." That mockery seemed directed not at Natalia, but at himself, as Ryo perceived. "Oh, I have a request for you." The man looked directly at Ryo and spoke. "Will you inherit my alchemy?" "Inherit?" Ryo tilted his head. But it's not like I can pass on skills like in Earth's anime or comics. I want to entrust you with the materials and techniques I compiled regarding alchemy." "Why me?" "Of course, it's because you said the attack with floating magic circles was cool, right? I want someone who resonates with my sensibilities to inherit it." Is that alchemy?" "Yes, therefore even you can use it, though mastering it won't be easy. Even if it is soaked in blood, the technique itself should carry no sin." The man struggled to catch his breath a few times. It was only natural to be in pain with a fatal wound. "By the way, how skilled are you in alchemy? Can I perform such cool magical combat? It's assassin's alchemy, but yes, the technique itself has no sin." Ryo interpreted it favorably and found himself quite excited inside. "Well, I can make advanced potions and magic potions now." "What, still just advanced potions? You were a beginner. That's quite a long road ahead of you." "Really? Is that so?" Even though he had been thrilled about being able to perform cool magical combat, being told it was still impossible brought him down. As an alchemist of the common folk, he should be above average. But in comparison to this man's level, he was considered a beginner. "Well, it can't be helped. How far can you reach while alive?" "So how long did it take you to tackle alchemy to make an advanced potion?" About 6 months or so, I guess," Ryo answered while reminiscing. 6 months, you truly were a beginner. But if it took only 6 months to produce an advanced potion, you seem to have potential. If you train without slacking off, it could turn into something." With that, the man attempted to rise. "No, you can't move with that injury." Ryo hurriedly supported the man. "I'm going to die anyway. I must pass on my materials. Come on, lend me a shoulder to the wall where the prince is lying, to the front wall." With that, the man walked, supported by Ryo, to the wall beyond where Prince Willy lay, the only wall that hadn't triggered the trap. Once at the wall, he chanted something, and a 2-meter square hole opened in the wall. After descending about 20 steps, they arrived in a room resembling a study or library. The man sat in a chair in front of a desk and took out 3 black notebooks from a drawer. "Notebooks? Well, these 2 are the basics, and this one with the gilded edges is what you might call the secret techniques." The 2 basic books were as thick as college notebooks on Earth, while the one referred to as the secret technique was about 3 times thicker. "However, with your current abilities, you probably won't be able to reach even these basic 2 books yet. Take your time and do your best." Receiving those words, Ryo opened the first page of one of the basic books. It was nearly unintelligible. It felt as if a pure humanities person were attempting to tackle one of the Millennium Prize problems in mathematics. It contained content that suggested it would take a while to grasp. "Put it in that bag over there. It's the bag I was once granted by your majesty." The man's complexion was pale. Moreover, his eyes were not even open. Back then I was praised by your majesty, saying I had done well, Hassan. The man smiled faintly. He might be beginning to lose consciousness. He was Hassan-i Sabbah. He must have held a deep-seated hatred for the dynasty itself, to the point of wanting to stab it with a sword. But he may have had respect for Alp Arslan, whom Hassan served. However, after a moment that expression twisted, becoming bitter, and words spilled from his mouth. But that one, I can never forgive that one. I can't die until I kill him. The man trembled with anger, his eyes wide, seemingly looking somewhere far away. I can't die yet, not until I kill him. Still, Ryo understood that the man's time of death was imminent. He approached the man and whispered in his ear. Hassan, you did assassinate Nizam al-Mulk properly, didn't you? Those words struck the man like a bolt of lightning, and his expression changed completely, becoming calm. That's right, the assassination was a success. The man's voice trailed off, and with a satisfied expression he took his last breath. End of Chapter 7, Duchy of Inberri. The next stories will be a 3-part interlude from 113 to 115. So I will post 2 chapters a day. For now, I plan to post 113 and 114 tomorrow, scheduled for noon and 9 p.m. Chapter text: Markdorf, the imperial capital of the Debuhi Empire. That afternoon, Count Hans Kirchhoff, the imperial governor, delivered urgent news to Emperor Rupert VI. Your Majesty, as reported yesterday, it has been confirmed that the attackers in the Witnash incident were members of the Assassination cult. I thought as much, but they must be being paid to carry out that plan, right? With Hans's report, Rupert sighed softly and nodded. Yes, it's regarding the Eastern Kingdom. It seems they have taken on Witnash as a separate job as well. Well, they are the kind of people who will do anything for money. So it seems they are collecting from both sides and doing both jobs. They're certainly busy fellows, but if that's the case, we can't afford to let them take a break. The Witnash issue is frustrating, but we need their activities in the Eastern Kingdom to continue for now. Saying this, Rupert took a sip of tea. You're right. For that reason, as I proposed yesterday, I sent someone to directly confirm with the Elder of the Mountain at their stronghold in the village of Avan. Ah, that's what you mentioned. If it's true, you will question the leader directly about the matter. They must have been surprised that we know their stronghold. When Rupert said this, for some reason, Hans hesitated with his next words. This was an extremely rare occurrence. What's wrong? When Rupert prompted him again, Hans steeled himself and opened his mouth. Yes, the thing is, the village of Avan was completely frozen. What? The entire village was frozen. Upon hearing this, Rupert remained silent for a solid 5 seconds. After finishing the last of his tea, he slowly opened his mouth. Is it a natural disaster or the work of some unknown monster? Otherwise, could there be an abominable mage involved? Ah, that's right, there was a mage that Oscar underestimated. Hearing this, Hans was astonished. Could it be a mage capable of freezing an entire village? Humph. If Oscar were enraged, he could probably burn a city to the ground with infernal flames. This is just the ice version of that. However, I didn't expect it to be this severe. I should have taken Oscar's report more seriously. This is my blunder. The latter part was mumbled so quietly that even Hans could barely hear it. Hans, investigate that water attribute magician immediately. Pass this information to the Imperial Mage Brigade and also get direct information from Oscar about that water attribute magician. Understood, I command you? Yes, sir. A short interlude 114 will be posted today at 9 p.m. It's about what happens to Ryo and the others after this. I apologize for the continuous interludes. When Ryo and Prince Willy arrived at the site of the attack, there was almost nothing left. It seemed that someone had collected everything. After confirming that nothing remained, the two decided to head towards Wingston. Wingston was the largest city in the Eastern Kingdom and the closest town from their current location. It would be best if they could meet up with Lord Rodrigo and Korn. Even if they couldn't meet, the worst-case scenario would be to hire a carriage to take Prince Willy to the royal capital and inform them afterward. No, we must prioritize meeting up no matter what. I don't mind if my arrival is a bit delayed, Ryo suggested. However, Prince Willy immediately rejected the proposal, placing the highest priority on meeting Lord Rodrigo and the others. The wishes of the employer came first. Moreover, it was genuinely admirable to see someone who cared for their subordinates. Understood, let's do that. Upon arriving in Wingston, the first place they headed to was the Adventurers Guild. The leader of the Guardian Adventurers, Korn, was a C-rank adventurer from the Duchy of Inberri. Since he knew that Ryo was an adventurer from the kingdom, he judged that there was a possibility of contacting him through the Adventurers Guild. Unless they planned to hide their identity, adventurers actively utilized the guild. Yes, I have a letter for Ryo, the D-rank adventurer, addressed from Korn, the C-rank adventurer of the Duchy of Inberri. After confirming Ryo's guild card, the receptionist said this and brought a letter from the back. Inside was a line indicating their accommodation. Thus, Ryo and Prince Willy were able to reunite with Lord Rodrigo, Korn, and the other guardians and adventurers after several days. A few days later, the group departed Wingston. However, there were some changes, although their appearances were back to normal. Due to the attack, all the letters of credit issued by the Jew Kingdom had been lost, leaving Prince Willy and Lord Rodrigo unable to freely withdraw money. With this state-issued letter of credit, they would have been able to procure local currency from merchants' guilds in various countries. Currently, Ryo was covering the necessary expenses for the two. "I'm sorry, Ryo-san," Prince Willy apologized once again. "No, Your Highness, please don't worry about it." By the way, the accommodation fees before Ryo and Prince Willy met up had apparently been covered by the money in Korn's wallet. "Once we reach the royal capital, we can withdraw money from the embassy, right? Then it's fine. For now, we are not in need of money." Once they enter the kingdom, things would be easier for them. The Ryo, who had once been a captive of despair due to lack of funds in the Duchy of Inberri's capital city of Aberdeen, was no longer there. In his place stood a confident Ryo. "I apologize for the shortness. It's an interlude. Tomorrow 27th at 12 p.m. I will post another interlude. After that, at 9 p.m. I will post the main story, 116, the royal capital. With that, a new chapter will begin. The new chapter is titled Chapter 8, Royal Capital Turmoil. Look forward to it. Today, June 27, this is the first part of the two-part posting. It's a short interlude. The economy is deteriorating as planned. It's about time we consider economic stimulation measures. It's still too early. If this document is to be believed, we should maintain the status quo through spring and then revert the tax increases as we enter summer. After that, we will observe for a while. Understood. With that, the Minister of Finance left the Emperor's office. In his place, Regent Count Hans Kirchhoff entered the office. "Your Majesty, there is a matter I wish to report." "Ah, I see you were discussing economic trends," Hans said, looking at the documents spread across the desk. Rupert let out a deep sigh and replied, "Leon is certainly not incompetent, but as the Minister of Finance, he seems to always want a booming economy. Well, that's something everyone in the Empire would wish for, though it's practically impossible. If the economy overheats too much, it will burst. Once it bursts, there won't be a normal way to recover." Rupert shook his head repeatedly. "It's all due to that great war." What Hans pointed out was the war between the Alliance and the Kingdom that took place 10 years ago. During that war, we exported products that the Alliance couldn't make, which led to an overheating economy in our empire. The production capacity that decreased due to the war will recover after some time post-war. This applies to both the Alliance and the Kingdom. Meanwhile, our empire has an excess production capacity. Honestly, we should wage wars that do not inconvenience other countries. Hans could only smile wryly at Rupert's unreasonable grumbling. "My heart aches at having to raise taxes to cool down an overheated economy. No one will understand that." This time, Rupert spoke with a bitter smile. "The economy of the nation may be beyond the comprehension of the common people." Hans nodded slightly as he spoke. "It would be great to always maintain a booming economy, but that's not feasible. However, I've heard that tax revenue has increased somewhat due to the tax hikes. Humph, tax revenue follows later. In 3 years, the economy will worsen compared to before the tax increase. The purpose of raising taxes isn't merely to increase revenue. It's done to cool down an overheated economy. Once the economy cools sufficiently, we can lower taxes and initiate public works to return to a period of prosperity. That is how the nation's economy works." Rupert sighed deeply and continued. "Of course, there are several things that must be done while the economy is still bad. Until then, we cannot afford for the economy to recover. Is managing the economy really that simple? Of course, this is a technique that has been established for hundreds of years. Even without knowing the techniques, anyone with a decent level of reasoning can understand it. If there is a country where the economy never recovers, what if there is? That means they are deliberately maintaining a state of recession. It's more convenient for certain individuals. Such individuals? Hans couldn't think of anyone who would prefer a bad economic situation. Hans, you sometimes miss the point. Look, there are those working for the country around here. Ah, yes, the bureaucrats and officials. Even if the economy improves, their salaries will hardly increase, won't they? But for the common people, especially merchants, their income will rise significantly. As the income of the populace increases, the salaries of those officials remain unchanged. That means they relatively become poorer. Therefore, they wouldn't want the economy to improve, would they? Even though they are dedicatedly working for the country. That's a flaw in the system. Saying this, Rupert finished the last of his coffee. So, Hans, you came to report something, correct? Yes, regarding the water attribute mage of the kingdom that was mentioned the other day, I have new information. The Empire is intentionally keeping things in a recession, huh? This interlude is merely to convey that point. The second part, 116 Royal Capital, will be posted at 9 p.m. today. The new chapter, Royal Capital Turmoil, is about to begin. A rather common title, isn't it? For a while, the story will revolve around Abel. Please wait a little longer until Ryo arrives. Today, I am posting the second episode. The previous chapter, 115, was posted at noon. A new chapter begins. For a while, the story will progress centering around Abel. Please wait a moment for Ryo's reunion. In a village about 2 kilometers from the Crystal Palace in the royal capital of Natore Kingdom. In the evening, 4 adventurers visited the church in that village. The priest who opened the door showed a momentary expression of surprise, but without saying anything, welcomed the 4 inside. Then, he took one of them and entered the study in the back. The priest placed his hand on the side of the bookshelf at the back of the study and recited something. Then, the bookshelf moved, revealing a wall behind it. On that wall, there was a hole large enough for a person to pass through. When the man entered the hole, the priest placed his hand back on the bookshelf, returned it to its original position, and left the study. The man who entered the hole placed his hand on a stone nearby and recited something. Then light began to illuminate the hole all the way to the back. It seemed that the passage ahead was very long, making it impossible to see how far it continued. The man let out a small sigh and began to walk toward the end of the passage. After walking for about 30 minutes, he reached a place where the previously straight passage split into 3. Without hesitation, the man entered the right passage. After walking for a while, he found a spiral staircase and climbed up. At the end, there was a stone door, and the man placed his hand on the door, reciting something again. Then, the stone door opened on its own, and the man entered. After walking about 50 meters, he encountered another stone door. The man slid his sword halfway out of its sheath and knocked on the door 3 times with the hilt. After a moment, he heard a knock in response from the other side of the door. Confirming that, the man knocked 7 times this time. Finally, he heard the sound of a key and bolt being removed on the other side, and the door opened. "Welcome, Albert. I apologize for the intrusion, Your Royal Highness." Inside the room was a pale-faced man in his 30s referred to as the Crown Prince. And the one who entered the room was Abel, the B-rank adventurer from the city of Run. "Since it's just the 2 of us, call me elder brother again after a long time," the person referred to as the Crown Prince said, slowly sitting down on the bed with a wry smile. "Understood, elder brother," Abel said shyly. Hearing that, the Crown Prince nodded happily. "The reason I asked you to come discreetly, away from everyone else, is because a very important and troublesome issue has arisen." The Crown Prince spoke, slightly out of breath, as if the walk to the hidden door had taken its toll. "His Majesty has abandoned the key to the Chamber of Heroes." "What?" At the Crown Prince's words, Abel found himself at a loss for words. The Chamber of Heroes. It was a place that could be called the true treasure vault, located deep within the royal castle's treasure vault. It was created by King Richard, the restorer of the Natore Kingdom, who was said to have mastered all attributes of magic and alchemy to an extreme, and has existed for hundreds of years since then. Many treasures that are said to disrupt the balance of the world have been housed there since King Richard's time. Additionally, there is a testament from King Richard stating that none of the items within the Chamber of Heroes should be bestowed upon anyone. It is said that the items contained within are not meant to be exposed to the world. Only 2 individuals registered within the Chamber of Heroes can open it. The key has been held by the king and the Crown Prince for generations. Abel recalled the words he had been taught when he was still at the royal castle. "Ah, that's right. His Majesty has abandoned that key, which means he has relinquished the right to open the Chamber of Heroes." Upon saying this, the Crown Prince stood up, poured water into a glass from a water jug on the desk, and took a sip. "The 2 who hold the key will know if one has abandoned it or died. That's how we found out this time. But I don't know why His Majesty did such a thing. Still, there are some possibilities that come to mind." "What do you mean?" Abel asked, seeking clarification on the Crown Prince's words. "His Majesty has been in a state of lacking vigor for about the last 2 years. It's as if he is often in a daze, and yet sometimes he appears lively. In short, it's unstable." "Is that a sickness?" Hearing the Crown Prince's explanation, the first possibility that came to Abel's mind was that. That could be a possibility, but there is also another possibility. Another possibility? Yes. Poison or magical mind control. With just that one comment from the Crown Prince, Abel's eyes widened. "That's absurd. We, as well as His Majesty, are supposed to always wear the Necklace of Serenity. That necklace eliminates all poisons and interferes with mind-affecting magic. To think that he could be affected by poison or magic while wearing it. Only if it's the real Necklace of Serenity." The Crown Prince continued calmly, contrasting sharply with Abel's excited demeanor. Although we always wear it, His Majesty conducts royal ceremonies. Some of those ceremonies are conducted without any garments at all. Oh! At the Crown Prince's calm observation, Abel imagined that scene. Indeed, during those ceremonies, the necklace would be removed. If it were to be swapped out during that time, could it be? That's just a possibility. It could very well be just an illness. We have had the high priest from the central sanctuary come a few times to administer cure on him. Healing an injury is done with heal. Curing poison or illness is done with cure. The high priest has been an acquaintance of His Majesty for a long time. Yes, he manages to come in between his busy schedule. While cure certainly makes things better for a while, after a few days it reverts back. Compared to heal, cure is not omnipotent, and it seems that distinguishing between poison or illness is difficult as well, the Crown Prince said, frowning. If it is poison, then someone close to His Majesty may be administering it? Abel thought that and looked at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince nodded slightly. The things Abel was contemplating were, of course, already considered by the Crown Prince, who was taking measures. Well, in any case, it seems that he relinquished the key while he was still conscious. The Crown Prince took another sip of water. This leads to why I called you, Albert. Currently, I am the only one holding the key, so I need to register you as the second person. Me? Yes, His Majesty has relinquished the key of his own volition. The registration or abandonment of it is impossible in a state of unclear consciousness. I don't really understand the mechanism, but it seems to be something from King Richard's alchemy. Therefore, we should consider that the abandonment was done with clear intent. Once it is abandoned, it can never be registered again. Therefore, as the next in line for the throne after me, Albert should be registered, and it needs to be done as soon as possible. With that, the Crown Prince shrugged and added jokingly, given my condition, who knows what might happen? Elder brother, please don't say such things, even as a joke. At the Crown Prince's jest, Abel frowned and said somewhat angrily, I apologize. The Crown Prince lightly brushed off Abel's anger. Then, with a slightly serious expression, he continued, also, although it's not immediate, you may have to return home sooner than planned. Is that so? Abel nodded slightly at the Crown Prince's words. He had suspected since being called here that this might happen. After all, I have achieved my initial goal of becoming a famous adventurer. As Abel, a B-rank adventurer from the city of Run, I am likely to be respected by adventurers across the kingdom, right? The Crown Prince said with a small laugh. Upon hearing that, Abel turned slightly red. Since the time of King Richard, this kingdom has been a land of adventurers. In times of war, the kingdom's adventurers are a formidable force. Therefore, I, who will eventually lead the royal army, must capture the hearts of the adventurers. Thus, I will return to the royal family after gaining experience as an adventurer. In doing so, the kingdom's adventurers will become an even stronger force for the kingdom and its people. When Albert said that once, I was convinced. My brother is a genius. Elder brother, please don't tease me. The Crown Prince smiled as he recalled words spoken by the young Abel, who was the second prince, and Abel's face turned completely red at that. I'm not teasing, I genuinely think so, the Crown Prince said, gazing gently at Abel. It was an ideal for me to govern and for Albert to lead the royal army. Yes. A moment passed in silence as neither spoke. Perhaps each was reminiscing about past times. The first to break the silence was the Crown Prince. Well, in any case, let's go together to the Chamber of Heroes now and register the key. Is it all right for me? I am currently outside my standing as part of the royal family. Wouldn't Harold be more suitable than me? Harold is the Crown Prince's son. Harold is only 12 years old. He is too young. When Albert returns home, he will become the second in line for the throne, right? I will be first, Albert will be second, and Harold will be third. Logically, it makes sense for Albert to be registered. Understood. Abel decided to accept the task. However, there was something concerning him. Elder brother, I don't mind registering, but about your health. I'm feeling better today. If Abel supports me, I can secretly go to the Chamber of Heroes and return without issue. With that, the Crown Prince held 2 robes in his hands and handed one to Abel. This is the so-called Robe of the Hermit. It was made at the Royal Alchemy Workshop, and it must not be misused. It is crafted with wind, magic, and alchemy, and even if you make a considerable amount of noise, you won't be noticed. Thus, the brothers quietly left the room. After the task was completed, Abel entered the underground passage through the same hidden door he came from, walked the 2-kilometer distance underground, exited the royal capital's Crystal Palace, and returned to the village church. When Abel entered the church's dining hall, the 3 members of the Red Sword were having dinner. Welcome back, Abel, the Wind Attribute Mage, Lin said. Yeah, I'm back. They've prepared dinner for you as well. Saying this, the priest Rhea indicated Abel's seat. Abel sat down and began to eat in silence. During that time, the other three also ate their dinner without speaking. After finishing the meal, Abel said, "I'm going to the royal capital tomorrow. I have some things I want to investigate." "I see. Are you going to show your face at the guild?" "No, I want to operate without showing my face for a while." In response to Rhea's confirmation, Abel shook his head. "But you know the royal capital has strict checks at inns no matter where you stay. What are you going to do?" Lynn asked. "The royal capital is known for its strict checks on accommodations. You can't stay at an inn without presenting identification, and the guards frequently check the guest lists. In the case of Abel and his party, the identification to be presented would be the guild card. But if they present the guild card to stay, the inn would notify the guild of their identities on the same day. In other words, there is a high possibility that the B-rank party, Red Sword, would be known to the guild to be in the royal capital." "That's all right. I have a plan." With that, Abel grinned. Seeing that smile, Lynn had an ominous feeling. Entering the royal capital without any issues, the 4 members of Red Sword arrived at their destination. "Just as I thought." Upon reaching their destination, Lynn collapsed and knelt down. It was the Kingdom Magic Research Institute, also known as the Ilalion Mansion. It is a research institute led by Ilalion Baraha, the chief court mage of the Natore Kingdom, and it is a facility that has numerous accommodations for overnight stays. After all, the so-called researchers are individuals who devote themselves to their studies, often reluctant to return home. And if they aren't that dedicated, they can't even become second-rate. For such people, having their research facility and sleeping quarters in the same place is nothing short of heaven. However, for Lynn, the Wind Attribute Mage of Red Sword, who had once assisted in Ilalion's research while conducting his own research here, it was also a place that brought back heavy memories. The Research Institute is equipped with a research building, an experimental building, outdoor experimental facilities, and indoor experimental facilities, covering a vast area within the royal capital. The 4 headed to the top floor of the research building, the laboratory of Ilalion Baraha, which is also the source of its nickname. Upon arriving outside the laboratory, Abel did not knock but opened the door and walked in. "Hey, old man, are you there?" That would suffice to announce his presence. Such is the relationship between Abel and Ilalion. "Is that you, Abel? Just sit in one of those chairs." For some reason, the voice was coming from behind the desk. There was no one there, but the voice was audible. Abel, told to sit, ignored it and peeked over the desk where the voice was coming from. There was a chair for conducting work, and on it sat a slightly rounded wooden box the size of a human head. The voice seemed to be coming from inside that box. Just as Abel reached for the box to grab it, the door to the adjacent room opened, and an old man appeared. "I told you to sit in a chair?" At that moment, Abel jumped and withdrew his outstretched hand. Of course, the other 3 had already obediently sat in the chairs as instructed from the start. "Honestly, you haven't changed a bit since childhood?" The old man who entered, Ilalion Baraha, shook his head as he sat down on the reception set. "Well, I've grown a bit in my own way. No one would believe that." Ilalion said this and rang a bell on the table twice. Then exactly 10 seconds later, there was a knock on the door and a young woman entered. "Did you call for me, Director?" "Yes, we have visitors. I'm sorry, but please prepare tea." "No coffee for 5 people." "Certainly." The woman bowed and left. Abel looked at Ilalion, who had corrected himself with interest. "Finally, coffee is being served at the Research Institute." "Yes, the one who just appeared, Sula, is originally from the south. She brews delicious coffee." Ilalion nodded while answering Abel's question. When Sula re-entered, she placed 5 cups of coffee on the reception table and then left. Ilalion placed a palm-sized box on the table of the reception set and pressed a switch. "This is an alchemical box that prevents eavesdropping. It has finally been provided here as well. The development of alchemy is remarkable. My friend was deeply into alchemy. Will he eventually be able to create something like this?" Abel remarked, gazing in admiration at the eavesdropping prevention alchemical box. "To have a friend like Albert, you may have indeed grown. Speaking of which, Arthur mentioned the water attribute mage." Arthur refers to Arthur Velasquez, the advisor of the Royal Magic Guild. He had visited the city of Run to investigate the Great Tsunami, and Abel and the others had survived a near-death experience in the dungeon. "Really, old man, you know about him? He's my lifesaver." "Indeed. Lynn, from your perspective, how is that water attribute mage? Ryo, was it? Is he excellent as a mage? Why are you asking Lynn instead of me?" Abel complained about Ilalion confirming with Lynn instead of him. "Even if I asked you, you wouldn't understand what a mage is. Lynn knows far more," Ilalion stated firmly, causing Abel to pout with dissatisfaction. Rhea, who was watching from the side, smiled. "Master Ryo is, when it comes to magic, an abomination," Lynn asserted in response to Ilalion's inquiry. At that answer, Ilalion's eyebrows raised slightly. To be called an abomination by Lynn. So what makes him an abomination? Ryo wields many original magics. I don't know how he can do that. As Lin reported, Abel nodded repeatedly, for some reason, as if it were his own matter, while crossing his arms a bit arrogantly. I had heard from Arthur, but that is indeed intriguing. I would love to meet him and talk. At those words from Ilalion, Abel was taken aback and looked at Ilalion. Old man, it's fine to meet and talk, but just keep it at that. You absolutely must not anger Ryo. What happens if I anger him? A town or village could easily freeze over. Though he had not witnessed it, Abel voiced what he felt. Without knowing that it was actually happening in the Eastern Kingdom, a water attribute mage who can freeze an entire town, I would love to see that. I can't believe you take that seriously, Ilalion said while drinking coffee, and Abel looked at him with a perplexed expression. No, there are also blazing flame mages out there. Didn't you hear the tale about the one who burned down a town? That was probably the magic called Heaven and Earth Collapse. At Abel's words, Ilalion's eyes widened in surprise. For the first time since this meeting began, Ilalion was genuinely astonished. Albert, no, Abel, how do you know the name of that magic? With an intensity that suggested he might pounce at any moment, Ilalion questioned Abel. The pressure he exerted was extraordinary. As a researcher of magic, the notion that there exists magic he has never seen before. Just hearing that excited him, especially since the Abel before him possessed that information. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Ilalion had devoted his entire life to the pursuit of magic. He was feeling as if he would tear Abel apart to extract that information. Well, I encountered it in Whitnash. An enraged blazing flame mage used that magic to rain down countless explosive flames from the sky. The target was narrow at that time, but normally it is a magic that destroys a wide area, and indeed I thought that it could easily turn a town to ashes. Abel recalled the incident in Whitnash as he spoke. That incident of the attack, I had heard that there were imperial princes and princesses present, but that a blazing flame mage was there as well. Well, considering that you were targeted so closely, it's impressive that you survived. Yes, Ryo was the one who intercepted all of those heaven and earth collapses. What? Abel asserted quietly, and Ilalion was left speechless in shock. And then, all right, I'm heading to the city of Run now. Goodbye. Ilalion stood up and began to leave the room. The ones who panicked were Abel and the others. Wait, old man, Ryo isn't even in the city of Run right now. What do you mean? Before we arrived, we parted ways at Red Post in the east, but Ryo and the others were heading to the Duchy of Inberri on a request. Even if the request goes smoothly, they definitely won't have reached the city of Run yet. What do you mean? Saying that, Ilalion knelt down, placing his knees and hands on the ground in a pose of despair. I really can't understand researchers, Abel muttered, but Ilalion did not hear him. After some time passed, Ilalion finally stood up. Then, as if nothing had happened, he returned to his seat in the reception set. By the way, I haven't heard the reason why you all came here. It's as if nothing had happened, and now you're asking for the reason? Having recovered from the shock, Ilalion asked about the reason for Abel's visit, and Abel answered while sighing. Well, there were some matters at the royal palace. I wanted to investigate a few things in secret, so I would like to use this place as my lodging during that time. I don't mind at all if you use it as lodging. After all, there are plenty of rooms available. However, regarding the matters at the royal palace, is it true that His Majesty has changed significantly lately? Yes. So you noticed too, old man? Ilalion pointed out, and Abel affirmed without surprise. Well, yes, as the chief mage, I do have opportunities to visit the royal palace. However, I no longer have chances to speak one-on-one with His Majesty as before. With that said, Ilalion's expression turned slightly melancholic. Unlike Abel, the current king, Stafford IV manipulated magic himself and had a deep understanding of it. He and Ilalion had often discussed magic together in the past. Although his position had risen, the late-night debates had ceased, yet they still shared casual conversations. However, for the past 2 years, even that had come to an end. Hey, old man, who do you think has gained the most power in the royal capital over the last 3 years? Beware of those who have gained benefits. It's fundamental. Those who have gained power. Names like Knight Commander Bakala, Chief Steward Sorrel, and Treasurer Fuka come to mind immediately. I see. All 3 names mentioned were known to Abel. They had already been in service when Abel was still at the royal palace 8 years ago. However, their positions at that time must have been considerably lower compared to now. Well, thank you for the information. Just don't take unnecessary risks. With that, Ilalion finished off the remaining coffee. It was long, wasn't it? Over 8,000 characters? I'm sorry. Since it's the beginning of the chapter, please forgive me. In the Natore Kingdom's royal capital, Crystal Palace. Originally, the name of the royal castle was Crystal Palace, but before anyone realized it, it became the name of the capital, and the royal castle was simply referred to as Palace. True to its name, the royal castle features windows embedded with crystals, making it a dazzling building. In the kingdom, various local lord manors also have glass panes fitted in their windows. As a grand castle of a large nation, the palace uses a wealth of crystals and glass, and the interior is always illuminated by magical lights, attracting admirers among foreign envoys and resident ambassadors alike. In one corner of this royal castle lies the headquarters of the Royal Knight Order. Currently, there are a total of 500 knights belonging to the Royal Knight Order, but about 200 of them are stationed at the headquarters, while the rest serve at knight barracks and training grounds within the royal capital. Most of the knights in the Royal Knight Order are heads of noble families, heirs, or younger sons, those who carry noble blood. However, there are clear distinctions between heads, heirs, and younger sons, which sometimes manifest as blatant discrimination. Even if one simply calls them nobles, there are various types. The top of the Royal Knight Order, the Knight Commander, is Count Bacala Ware. He is the head of the Ware family. With a grand physique, he is said to unleash a magnificent sword technique that is easy to imagine given his stature. Originally the second son of the Ware family, he ascended to the title of Count 10 years ago when his father, the head, and his older brother, the heir, were killed in the Great War. From there, he used the inherited wealth to bribe various people, and finally succeeded in seizing the position of Knight Commander. Of course, even though he gained the position through a considerable amount of bribery, he was originally one of the top knights in the kingdom. Though it is said he has significantly declined in strength since becoming Knight Commander, today he was conducting sword training in a corner of the Knight headquarters. "Commander, Count Peer Gynt is here." Did we have an appointment?" The deputy rushed over to inform Bacala of the guest's arrival. "No, it was not scheduled." "I see. I'll be back shortly. Have some drinks prepared." Saying that, Bacala wiped his sweat and headed toward the room. "Count Peer Gynt, I hope I haven't kept you waiting." As Bacala entered the reception room, he immediately greeted the visitor. "Not at all, Commander. I barged in unexpectedly, so no need to worry." Count Peer Gynt is known for his ill reputation even within the court. However, he is simultaneously known as someone who can resolve most matters if sufficient money is offered, making such individuals valued by certain people in every era and society. Of course, they are also detested like poisonous snakes by another group. It goes without saying that Bacala received help from him while climbing to his current position. "So what brings you here today?" After the deputy prepared tea for Bacala and exited the room, Peer Gynt began. "Well, I actually have a favor to ask of you, Commander." With that, Count Peer Gynt placed a bag filled with something on the edge of the desk and began to speak. Most people would likely understand that it contains a sum of money. As a matter of fact, the third son of Baron Washer is looking for employment. He asked if he could possibly join the Royal Knight Order. "I see. What do you think? Could you use your influence to make this happen? The member slots are already filled." When Bacala said this, Count Peer Gynt produced another bag similar to the one before and placed it on the desk's edge. "I am fully aware of that. I am asking you to make an exception." "Even so," as Bacala said this, Peer Gynt retrieved yet another bag and placed it on the desk. Now there were 3 bags lined up. "Well, if a request comes from Count Peer Gynt, I suppose I have no choice." Bacala shook his head as he said this. "Oh, as expected of you, Commander, I sincerely thank you." With that, Count Peer Gynt stood up as if to say there was no need for a long stay, shook hands with Bacala, and left the room. During this time, both Bacala and Count Peer Gynt completely ignored the bags left on the desk. Once Bacala confirmed that Count Peer Gynt had exited, he took the 3 bags and carelessly tossed them into a large box in the corner of the next room, large enough for a person to fit inside. This box already contained about 70% of similar bags. To put it plainly, these were the bribes Bacala had received. Since becoming Knight Commander, Bacala had made a splendid transformation from someone who gives bribes to someone who receives them. Whether one gives or receives bribes, this might be an indicator of status in the current Natore kingdom. Once upon a time, the Royal Knight Order was the most popular profession among the kingdom's young men. In fact, during the tenure of the previous Knight Commander, the Royal Knight Order of the Natore Kingdom was feared for its valor. However, despite it only being about 10 years since the previous Knight Commander, Alexis Heinlein, retired, the core of the order was already beginning to rot. About 100 meters in a straight line from the headquarters of the Royal Knight Order lies the center of the Royal Castle, Palace, where King Stafford IV's office is located. 2 rooms adjacent to that office is where Chief Steward Sorrel is stationed. Chief Steward Sorrel, 55 years old this year, has become slightly rounder and is losing some hair, but he is said to have the king's deep trust. It is the chief steward's job to oversee the king's public duties. If the king is upright, the chief steward's power should not normally become strong. However, due to the historical reality that those close to the highest authority often mistakenly gain power, it can happen frequently. And the current Natore kingdom was heading in the wrong direction. Today as well, a mountain of bribes was at Chief Steward Sorrel's disposal. If he glared at you, it could obstruct everything from audience with the king to the approval of documents. This is because Sorrel would conduct harassment by pulling out documents or withholding signatures. If a minor bribe could ensure swift approvals, then there would certainly not be a shortage of people choosing that route. No one is going to listen to excuses like, it wasn't approved due to harassment from the chief steward. However, there is someone even Chief Steward Sorrel cannot stand up to. That is Treasurer Fuka, who oversees the Ministry of Finance. To oversee the Ministry of Finance means to hold the power of tax collection. Taxes are levied on income, but Sorrel, of course, is evading taxes. There is no way he could declare money obtained through bribes, and Treasurer Fuka is aware of this. He is aware and is turning a blind eye to it. For Sorrel, the current situation of being aware yet overlooked is humiliating. Yet he deliberately tried not to think about it. If he thought about it, it would frustrate him, but if he didn't think about it, it would just be a matter unrelated to him. He could compartmentalize it that way. Since he cannot have everything go his way, he had experienced more than enough throughout his life the necessity to let go of certain things. In front of Chief Steward Sorrel stood the person he could not oppose, Treasurer Fuka. Alongside him was Secretary of Internal Affairs Harold Lawrence, Count Lawrence. Chief Steward, I must convey something to the king with utmost urgency. May I speak with you now? Although this was posed as a question, it was undoubtedly a command to forcibly meet with the king. Sorrel had no choice in the matter. Of course, Treasurer, Secretary of Internal Affairs, please this way. Sorrel led the way and knocked on the door to the king's office. Your Majesty, Treasurer Count Fuka and Secretary of Internal Affairs Count Lawrence are here with matters they wish to seek your approval on. Very well. Let them in. Upon receiving those words, Sorrel guided the two into the office. Sorrel's job ends here. He must exit promptly. Especially Treasurer Fuka is very strict in that regard. Yet he could still hear the voices coming from behind him. Your Majesty, the repair costs for the collapsed Ryo Bridge have turned out to be higher than we anticipated. Therefore, we would like to temporarily allocate the development costs of Vedra to cover the bridge repairs. That was as far as Sorrel could hear. Vedra, what is that? I've never heard of it. As the chief steward managing the king's duties, it was concerning that something he had never heard of existed within the royal castle. It intrigued him greatly. However, Sorrel chose to seal that feeling intentionally. There are many things in the world that are better left unknown, especially in the world of nobility, and when it comes to the royal castle, it is even more so. Often knowing can put one's life in danger. Yes, it is better not to know about things like Vedra. Thanks to the Secretary of Internal Affairs, we have managed to reach some conclusions. I appreciate it. No, this is also for the kingdom. Everything relies on the flow of goods within the country. The prompt restoration of the Ryo Bridge is the top priority. I respect your efforts in securing the necessary funding, my lord. After leaving the king's office, Treasurer Fuka and Secretary of Internal Affairs Harold Lawrence walked through the royal castle. As expected of you, Lord Harold, known for your keen insight. Truly, the other ministers do not grasp this matter at all. Fuka was fed up with the negotiations with various ministers who were reluctant to cut their secured budgets. While it is certainly true that the swift development of Vedra is crucial for national defense, it can only be successful with the revival of smooth distribution. The fact that you, as the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs overseeing the development of Vedra, understood this best is what I respect. Having managed to secure an increase in the funds for the Ryo Bridge repairs, Treasurer Fuka was in good spirits. I am flattered. Harold Lawrence lightly bowed his head. While Treasurer Fuka was already over 50, Secretary of Internal Affairs Harold Lawrence was still only 35. There was a considerable age gap, though not quite like that of a father and son. Moreover, there was a hierarchy within the ministries based on budget authority and domestic tax collection. That difference was evident in the disparity between the Treasurer and the Secretary of Internal Affairs. Of course, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, responsible for domestic security and defense, was by no means a small ministry. In terms of the number of staff, it was arguably the largest, as it also bore responsibility for developing guards and national defense weapons. Given that Harold Lawrence was managing this substantial ministry in his mid-30s, he was widely regarded as highly capable. "Oh, Treasurer, we have been searching for you. There seems to be a problem with the Eastern issue." "Not again." Upon hearing the words of a subordinate who had been looking for Treasurer Fuka, his earlier good mood evaporated and Fuka frowned. "Lord Harold, I apologize, but I must leave first. Until next time." With that, Fuka hurriedly left while hearing the report. Watching this from the side, Harold Lawrence couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. Then he walked towards his office. Abel had gathered a range of information over the past few days. After doing so, he muttered softly, "Completely corrupt." Lynn and Rhea, who had been talking beside him, stopped their conversation and turned to Abel. Knight Commander Bacala and Chief Steward Sorrel are deeply mired in corruption. Treasurer Fuca is still unclear. Although they are corrupt, I feel like he wouldn't dare to touch His Majesty the King. That would be committing high treason, and I don't think it's come to that. Abel felt this way. It's only been about 5 days since then, right? You managed to gather such information quickly. Lynn remarked, impressed, while looking at the papers on the desk. It's information from old acquaintances. Of course, the Night Order and the King's surroundings. It makes sense that Abel's old friends would be involved there. That's why no one from the Ministry of Finance is present. As Abel revealed the source of the information, Rhea teased him. Shut up, it can't be helped that the strong numbers don't enter the Ministry of Finance. No matter how much I think about it. Somehow, I can imagine what you and your entourage looked like when you were small, Lynn said, clasping her hands in front of her chest and nodding repeatedly. A few days after Abel read the report, "What is the meaning of this?" A voice rose from the design room of the Royal Alchemy Workshop, located near the east gate of the royal capital. "Chief, it says exactly what it means," a subordinate replied to the angry voice of the man called Chief. Of course, he understood that the chief was not reprimanding him. It was anger directed at the unreasonable paperwork. "The funding for the development of Vedra has been temporarily frozen." "Yes," the chief read it out slowly, and the subordinate nodded with a look of grievance. "Do they not understand? This Vedra is our trump card against the Empire in a situation where we are overwhelmingly outmatched." "Chief!" Once again, the chief raised his voice, and the subordinate replied with a face that declared he was at a loss. "Besides, this development is a project directly under His Majesty the King. However, it was transferred to the Ministry of Internal Affairs last year." The subordinate's calm observation made the chief grimace. I know, but," the man referred to as Chief muttered while frowning. Then he suddenly stood up. "I'm going to the Ministry of Internal Affairs." With that, Chief Researcher Kenneth Hayward burst out of the design room. "Your Excellency, Baron Kenneth Hayward, Chief Researcher of the Royal Alchemy Workshop, requests an urgent audience." "Let him in." Secretary of Internal Affairs Harold Lawrence answered the messenger. As Kenneth entered the office, he immediately spoke. "Your Excellency, this is Kenneth, the Chief Researcher. I've come today after hearing that the funding for the development of Vedra has been temporarily frozen." "Baron Hayward, I was just about to explain the situation to you. Please have a seat over there." With that, Harold moved to the reception area and sat across from Kenneth. "Your Excellency, the development of Vedra is the most important means to solve our country's urgent defense problems. To be frank, without Vedra, we cannot stand against that empire." "Baron, I believe so as well, but it's best not to speak too loudly about it, especially in this royal castle." Kenneth realized that his words could directly undermine the reputation of the Night Order and the Magical Association. "I understand what the Baron is trying to say, and I agree with you. However, there are those in the core of the government who cannot grasp this matter. The purpose of this freeze is to divert the development funds to the restoration costs of Ryo Bridge." Ryo Bridge. Kenneth knew that the collapse of Ryo Bridge was causing disruptions in transportation and distribution between the southern and eastern regions. He also understood that the restoration of the massive bridge would require a significant amount of funding. But even so, yes, but still, national defense is important. The urgency for the development of Vedra is precisely for that reason. But I apologize, my lack of power has led us to this situation where we must swallow our tears. With that, Harold bowed his head. Indeed, it was significant for Harold Lawrence, the Secretary of Internal Affairs and a baron, to bow his head, which Kenneth, a newly risen noble, could not overlook. "No, Your Excellency, please lift your head. I was also getting worked up. I apologize." Baron, I'm glad you understand." As Kenneth lowered his head, Harold smiled and took both of his hands. "Also, Your Excellency, just to confirm, the budget for the purchase of the second magic stone is still approved, right?" "Yes, it's that Wyvern magic stone. We've succeeded in purchasing the second one. However, that will be the last one. It is scheduled to be sent from the city of Run within a month." Hearing Harold's response, Kenneth rejoiced. Securing the second one was good enough. This would finally provide a solution to the issue of low output that had been an ongoing problem. "I understand. Thank you for today. I will take my leave now." With that, Kenneth left the office of the Secretary of Internal Affairs. As he walked away, Harold Lawrence watched him with an indescribable light in his eyes. "Oh, is that you, Kenneth? It's been a while." As Kenneth exited the Ministry of Internal Affairs, he was called from behind. Hey Zach, that's Baron Kenneth Hayward. Bron, we're different from those of us who can't inherit a noble title because we are second sons. Keep your manners in check. Oh, right. Baron Kenneth Hayward, it's been a while. With that, the man called Zach dramatically bowed with exaggerated politeness. Zach, that's too over the top. Besides, you've been saying that for the past year. I mean, being a baron is fine, but I only got recognized because of something I just happened to create. I'm just a social climber. Kenneth approached the two while shaking his head. Zach Cooler and Scotty Kabuk. Both were second sons of nobles and knights in the Royal Knight Order. Additionally, they were longtime drinking buddies of Kenneth and members of the unofficial drinking group known as the Second Son Association. We want to rise up too, you know. Just being able to get a salary from the Knight Order is something to be grateful for. Knight Zach grumbled, and Knight Scotty chimed in. That said, it's rare for Kenneth to visit the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Come to think of it, the alchemy workshop is currently under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Zach remarked, and Scotty speculated on the reason. Yes, I had a complaint about the budget. Kenneth the alchemist sighed as he spoke. Being a chief researcher must be tough. Zach placed a hand on Kenneth's shoulder, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Then, as if recalling something, he said, Oh, by the way, Kenneth, Abel is in the royal capital now. Did you know? Abel? Yeah, he's the president of our Second Son Association. Saying this, Zach burst into laughter. Now that I think about it, even though I'm in the Second Son Association, I don't think I've ever met the president. Kenneth pondered, tilting his head as he tried to remember. Oh, that's because Abel is active in the remote city of Run. He only comes to the royal capital when he happens to have a request like this time. Scotty answered Kenneth's question. However, Kenneth's reaction was unexpected for both of them. Run! Alchemist Kenneth sometimes had large reactions. Come to think of it, you are from Run, aren't you? Scotty recalled a story he had heard from Kenneth before. All right, then let's drink tonight with the four of us. We can invite Abel, and since both Abel and Kenneth are connected through Run, you two must have a lot to talk about. Besides, meeting the president of the Second Son Association at least once is a must. Zach unilaterally decided on a drinking party. Hey, Zach, I don't think Abel is that free. If he's not, then the three of us will have a drinking party. Kenneth the alchemist was left speechless at the spontaneous decision, while Scotty the knight expressed his concerns, and Zach the knight even proposed a plan B. Let's drink and have a good time. It's better for Kenneth to relieve his worries. With that, Zach laughed heartily. Alchemist Kenneth Hayward arrived at the usual tavern the Second Son Association frequented right at the promised time of 7 o'clock. Those who drown should drown in alcohol. It was quite a distinctive name for a place, but the private rooms were abundant, the alcohol was good, and the food was delicious. Thus, it was a very popular establishment among a certain crowd. Having a private room was important for nobles enjoying drinks or for knights who had to maintain their decorum. The familiar hostess, raising 4 fingers to indicate that table number 4 was ready, greeted Kenneth, who thanked her with a raised hand as he opened the door to the private room at table 4. Oh, you've arrived. The first to notice was Zach Cooler. The other, Scotty Kabuk, was engrossed in the menu and had a slightly delayed reaction. You both are early. No, we just got here, Scotty replied as he lifted his face from the menu. As Kenneth took his seat, almost simultaneously there was a knock on the private room door. Your guest has arrived. As the hostess said this, the door opened and a man entered. Didn't we come here 3 days ago? Zach, Scotty, it's been 3 days. The one who came in was Abel, a B-rank adventurer from Run. Today is a face-to-face meeting between Abel, the president of the Second Son Association, and Kenneth Hayward, a member of the association, who captured the Baron title with his own hands and is making a name for himself in the royal capital as a genius alchemist. A Baron from alchemy. That's impressive. Zach, you're exaggerating. Zach's dubious prelude, Abel's honest impression, and Kenneth's embarrassed rebuttal. What are you saying, Kenneth? You are the first and currently the only noble among our association members. There's nothing to be shy about. For some reason, Zach proudly responded. That means none of the other 14 have managed to obtain a noble title yet, including Abel. Indeed. That's correct. Abel confirmed this and Zach affirmed it as well. The two then burst into laughter. Well, let's drink for now. Beer is good to start with, right? Isn't it ale? Abel tilted his head at Zach's words. Ha ha ha, Abel. The trend in the royal capital is start with beer. After that, it flows into wine, ale, and other drinks. As Zach raised his index finger, he explained in a teacher-like manner. I didn't know that. Abel realized how time had passed. You 3 met here 3 days ago, right? That's right. Abel demanded some top-secret information, so we secretly handed it over here. Since it was such a gloomy meeting, we even skipped the start with beer part. A sad tale. In response to Kenneth, the alchemist's inquiry, Knight Zach dramatically answered in an exaggerated manner. What is this, making Abel the culprit for everything? Abel looked at Zack with a disbelieving expression. Kenneth, you should be careful too. Abel is the type to forcibly take from those he dislikes. Zack said in a hushed tone, yet with a voice that was quite audible to Kenneth. Got it, so Zack is picking a fight with me. Scotty, please consider Zack as if he was never here. After today, he will disappear from this world. That's too bad. Zack, you were a good person. No, when you say that, it sounds like a joke, so please stop. Abel threatened, Scotty affirmed, and Zack apologized. Kenneth watched all of this and laughed heartily. Speaking of which, Abel, you're an adventurer from the city of Run. Yeah, that's right. Even though you look like this, you're quite a skilled B-rank adventurer. Kenneth asked, Abel replied, and for some reason, Zack boasted. In fact, my family also lived in the city of Run. Oh, to think such a connection would arise here, I established my base in Run about 7 years ago. Oh, then we just missed each other. I came to the royal capital just around that time after leaving Run. Abel and Kenneth confirmed that they had just missed each other. I called my parents about a year ago. You're letting your parents live in the manor that came with your baron title, right? Yes, they were originally farmers, but my father's legs became weak, and it became difficult for him to work on a large plot of land. So I invited them to come as the acting lord of the manor in my place, and they agreed. Now they enjoy living with the residents. Kenneth replied happily to Scotty's question. In the Natore kingdom, a manor is essentially a village granted to a noble. The origins can vary, whether it's royal territory or part of a territory that was confiscated from a noble house, but generally they are not very large. However, the taxes collected from the manor belong to the noble, the manor lord. So as long as one does not lead an extravagant lifestyle, one can live comfortably solely from the manor's taxes. In the case of Baron Kenneth Hayward, he also had income as the chief researcher of the Royal Alchemy Workshop, so he was relatively well off for a newly minted baron. That's quite impressive. As Abel ate the bandit-style grilled chicken, he admired Kenneth's filial piety. The house I left in Run finally sold recently, so I feel completely relieved now. Kenneth's story brought nods from Abel, who didn't stop eating. Ah, that house, right? The one with that big stone in the kitchen? Yes, my mother loves cooking, and she wanted a spacious cooking counter, so my father had a stone-mason friend custom-cut it for her. At that, Abel, who had been eating continuously, suddenly froze. Wait a minute, Kenneth, is that kitchen the one with that big black stone called Mickage Stone? And does the house have 3 doors? Ignoring Zack's suspicious look at Abel's unusual pause, Kenneth was asked by Abel. I'm not sure about that Mickage Stone, but it is indeed a nice big black stone. The house definitely has 3 doors. How do you know? Well, the person who bought Kenneth's house is probably my friend. Abel spoke somewhat awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Kenneth's eyes widened in surprise. Is that so? Please thank the person who bought it for me. It hadn't sold for over 6 months, and just the other day, my parents and I were talking about lowering the price. So I'm really grateful, and they even paid the full amount in cash. Well, he's a guy with money. Abel seems a bit off. Noticing the sweat on Abel's forehead, Scotty pointed it out. The guy who bought Kenneth's house, he sort of remodeled it a bit. No, the appearance didn't change. Well, Kenneth's house didn't have a bath, right? Yes, there's a river flowing right next to the house, so everyone would wash there. In winter, we'd place a tub in the garden and fill it with hot water to bathe. Kenneth recalled and answered Abel's question. The guy who bought it needed a bath, so he converted part of the house into a big bathroom. And since Kenneth has sentimental attachments to that house, he modified it. Oh, I see, I don't mind. I don't think it's bad to change things for better usability. I see. Kenneth's words visibly relieved Abel. Is he a friend of Abel's in the city of Run? Scotty muttered to himself. Yeah. He's even saved my life, plus he's saved me twice. Abel resumed eating, moving both his hands and mouth while talking. He was quite adept. An adventurer? That's right. Uniquely, he's a water attribute mage and an adventurer. That's rare, Zack exclaimed in surprise. Is it really that rare? Kenneth, who wasn't very knowledgeable about that area, asked Zack while looking at the menu. Yeah, it's extremely rare. Water attribute magic is said to be generally unsuitable for combat. There were hardly any in the Royal Magical Association either. As for adventurers, there are probably none in the royal capital, Zack answered while recalling various things. So he's my lifesaver. Oh, being saved doesn't always mean through combat after all. Water is essential for survival. Scotty speculated that it was likely a non-combat rescue. Well, that's true, but he actually saved me purely through combat. Speaking of which, he's currently into alchemy. Hearing Abel's words, Kenneth eagerly looked up from the menu. The one who bought the house, he's into alchemy, right? Oh, if there's anything I can help with, I'd be glad to assist in any way, Kenneth exclaimed energetically. If you get the chance, help him out. His name is Ryo. He's an adventurer and a water attribute mage from the city of Run. Abel had noticed that he was being followed from the moment he parted ways with the three outside the tavern, drowning in alcohol. I don't mind being followed, but I wonder if those three will be okay. He was worried about the three who had just separated from him. Kenneth was being escorted back to the alchemy workshop by the other two. I don't think they would dare to harm a baron. The alchemist Kenneth Hayward was a proper nobleman holding a baronial title. Attacking a noble would attract extremely severe punishment. Thinking that way, the likelihood of an attack seemed low. The other two would probably figure something out. Abel wasn't thinking too seriously about it. The three he was probing were the Knight Commander Warren, the Chief Steward Sorrel, and Treasurer Fuca. Could they be associates of one of them? 3 people were following him. There were supposed to be 5 at first, so 2 of them went that way. With 3 here, it seems I'm the target after all. Abel veered off from the main street and entered further into the back alleys. This area was one he had played around in since he was young, and even after almost 10 years, his body remembered the paths. A few minutes later, using the shadows of the alleys and a dilapidated door that just happened to be in the way, Abel successfully incapacitated the 3 without taking a scratch. By the way, the group consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. "Now then," Abel said as he whistled and waited for a moment. Within a minute, a large shadow approached. "Sorry, Warren, but can you help me carry these?" Warren nodded and hoisted the 2 men onto his shoulders. Abel then picked up the remaining woman. After turning twice in the alleys, they arrived in front of the Kingdom Magic Research Institute, also known as the Ilalion Mansion. "Let's take them to the underground laboratory and interrogate them," Abel said with a smirk. One of the men woke up. He found himself in a vast space, seated in a chair. His hands and feet were tied to the chair, making it impossible for him to move. Damn it! He had been following Abel. But suddenly, out of nowhere, his target appeared from behind and knocked him unconscious in one blow. I didn't hear anything about such a skilled person. But it was too late to say that now. 3 had attacked and taken 1. To be honest, he thought they would have an easy time of it. The only problem was the means of transporting the captured man, but reality was different. "What am I supposed to do now? If you confess everything, it will be easier for you." Unexpectedly, a response came to his muttering. Hearing that voice, he was startled. There didn't seem to be anyone else around, and the voice he heard wasn't from the young man who was supposed to be attacking him, but from an old man instead. The old man, presumably the owner of the voice, approached, coming within recognition distance. "No way, Ilalion." The moment the man whispered, the old man closed the distance in an instant and lightly tapped the man's head with his cane. "Ow, don't forget to add sir when you address me. It's Sir Ilalion." Really, the younger generation has no manners. Ilalion's anger was such that it made one want to add sound effects to his outburst. Seeing this, the man fell into a daze once more. Then he whispered, "Why is such a big shot here?" Ilalion Baraha, the chief court mage of the Natore kingdom. When referring to the kingdom's powerful mages, Ilalion Baraha is likely to be the first name mentioned. However, since he rarely appears in public, not many knew his face. But this man, who was being interrogated, recognized Ilalion the moment he saw his face. So you realize I'm a big shot. The person you were trying to attack has close ties with that big shot. I won't say it again. You should spill everything you know." Ilalion exaggeratedly tapped his palm with his cane. "Damn, I can't betray my client." The man turned his head away and shut his mouth. Even knowing I'm Ilalion, you still have that attitude? You're underestimating magic, are you not?" What do you mean?" "Despite how I may look, I am known as the kingdom's #1 mage. The magic wielded by the #1 mage. You will have the opportunity to experience it while bound to that chair. Do you think you'll be leaving here in one piece afterward?" As Ilalion threatened him, the man's face turned pale, and he began to chatter his teeth. That's unfair. Untie me." "What? If I untie you, can I freely unleash my magic? Will your body be fine with that?" Ilalion had a relaxed expression. Using his own fame to intimidate, perhaps it was due to his age. "First, why don't you start by telling me your name?" When Ilalion returned to his office for a break, for some reason, a girls' gathering was taking place there. "Ah, master, welcome back." The first to notice Ilalion was Lynn. What are you 3 doing here?" Indeed, there were 3 girls present. Lynn, Rhea, and a girl he didn't recognize. Somehow he felt that Lynn and Rhea had been entrusted with interrogating one of the assailants. Ilalion thought so. "We're having a tea party. Oh, this is Oriana from the city of the royal capital's C-rank adventurers. The attack earlier seems to have been a request from one of the treasurer's subordinates." When Rhea said this, the introduced Oriana stood up. "I'm Oriana. I'm glad to meet you, the renowned Sir Ilalion." With that, she bowed deeply. Please make yourself comfortable." Ilalion could only manage to say that much. The information he had worked so hard to acquire was easily obtained by these girls. Moreover, he had come here after deliberately knocking one of the assailants unconscious to leave behind. For some reason, they were incorporating one of the assailants as an informant through suites here. Somehow, he managed to hold back from collapsing to his knees, but what struck him was an indescribable sense of defeat. Just 30 seconds later, Abel returned from interrogating another man and heard a report similar to that of Ilalion from earlier, causing him to collapse to his knees as well. We are the C-rank party Morning Star, belonging to the Adventurers Guild in the royal capital. This request was initially accepted as a formal request through the guild. It was for the protection of an individual and the elimination of a suspicious person. Encouraged by Abel, Oriana explained, "So tonight we were told to capture the suspicious person because their location had been identified. And that's why you followed me?" "Yes," Oriana replied, looking somewhat downcast. "You also followed the three who separated from me, right?" "Yes, we were just following them to confirm who they were." Hearing that the three over there were safe, Abel felt relieved. "I'm really sorry. It was an order and directive from the treasurer's direct subordinate, so I thought it was fine from the start." With that, Oriana bowed her head once more. It was a request from the center of the country. It would be unreasonable to doubt it. The difficulty of the situation was something that the three of the Red Sword Party understood well, as they had dealt with similar requests many times before. Perhaps because of that, no one blamed Oriana and the others. They understood who the mastermind behind the attack on Abel was, but it seemed they didn't know the detailed reasons for the abduction. However, the impression of Treasurer Fuka was undeniably turning darker for Abel. "This means I have to get caught and infiltrate," Abel muttered softly. Reacting to that were indeed Lynn and Rhea. Yes, that's a big no. Abel's safety is too at risk." Lynn asserted her opposition while oddly stretching her words. "I'm against it too. Abel, don't you remember what happened the last time you infiltrated?" "Huh. During the last infiltration, you snuck aboard a smuggling ship and ended up adrift. If Ryo hadn't been there, you'd be dead." Indeed, Abel had infiltrated a smuggling ship for a request to capture smugglers, but the ship had set sail earlier than expected. Moreover, the smuggling ship encountered a storm and was attacked by a kraken, ultimately being washed ashore on the coast of Rondo. Fortunately, Abel was still alive, but if Ryo hadn't rescued him quickly, he would have surely been dragged back into the sea like the other corpses. Given how the last infiltration had gone, Rhea's emotional opposition was understandable to Abel. That said, he couldn't think of any effective alternatives. This time it was on land. There were no comforting explanations to be made, so he simply glanced at Ilalion. "What's wrong? Do you want to borrow the wisdom of an old man?" Ilalion answered with a hint of confidence. Although his way of speaking was irritating, Abel couldn't think of any other means. "Old man, do you have a good idea? The point is to ensure that Abel doesn't go missing and can avoid danger, right?" With that, Ilalion stood up and headed toward a cupboard. What he brought back was a thumb-sized sphere and a box made of iron, about the size of 2 palms and 5 centimeters thick. The surface of the box had something like a clock embedded in it with only a short hand. "This is a tracking device created by a certain alchemist. It seems that we can use this box to sense the one holding the sphere." With that, Ilalion flowed just a little magical power into the sphere. It shone for a moment before quickly losing its light. However, at the same time, the clock part of the iron box began to emit light, and the short hand turned towards the sphere. Then the light on the clock began to flash at a considerable speed. If Ryo had been here, he would have shouted, "It's a transmitter!" This short hand indicates direction, and the speed of the blinking shows the distance. It uses wind magic's detection. You used it when you were examining the dungeon, right? That residual magical power detector, it's based on that mechanism. However, it seems that minimizing the receiver part of the box was quite a challenge. With that, Ilalion flicked the sphere with his finger. The sound echoed from the box. What's notable is that the sound picked up by this sphere gets transmitted to the box. With this, those holding the box can easily understand what is happening. If Ryo had seen this, he would have likely exclaimed, "It's a listening device." Ilalion placed the box on the table and handed the sphere to Abel. "That's amazing. Alchemy has advanced to the point of creating something like this," Abel said, almost in awe. "Ho, ho, ho, the one who made that is just a genius. Even in the royal capital, there are only 2 genius alchemists." Ilalion laughed as he answered Abel's muttering. "Could one of them be a person named Kenneth?" "Oh, you know him." "Indeed, it is Baron Kenneth Hayward." Ilalion nodded vigorously in response to Abel's question. The partner of the royal capital's adventurers who followed you was that Baron." Abel glanced at Oriana, the C-rank adventurer from the royal capital, who was sitting small and quiet. "No way. The Baron personally appointed by His Majesty the King was followed. If that becomes known above, it would be problematic." Ilalion said it theatrically, while Oriana turned pale. no matter how much it was an order from the treasurer's subordinate, touching a noble appointed by the king. Once that was done, it would surely come to the king's knowledge. Who would protect an ordinary adventurer caught in the king's wrath? It was plain to see that both she and her party would be discarded. Ilalion then looked at Oriana. If you all will cooperate, I could intercede on your behalf. Ah, really? Oriana jumped at Ilalion's proposal. Of course. I swear on the name of Ilalion, so will you cooperate? Yes, of course. With that, Oriana nodded repeatedly. Abel watched the interaction between the two. This old man, truly unpredictable, was what Abel's eyes were saying. Ilalion and Abel moved to the underground interrogation room temporary. There they found the members of the Morning Star that Ilalion had knocked out, but they were already waking up. Oh, you're awake already. That was quick. You bastard, you knocked me out suddenly. Untie me from this restraint. There's no way I would untie you just because you asked. Abel watched the argument between them without getting involved. Just then Ryo and Lin entered, bringing Oriana with them. Oriana, are you okay? Did they do anything terrible to you? The restrained man, who had been arguing with Ilalion until then, changed completely, showing concern for Oriana. Hector, I'm fine. Then the last captured member of Morning Star was being carried in by Warren. Izia, the man called Hector, who had been knocked out by Ilalion, could barely manage to call out just his name. Izia, who was brought in by Warren, had his head sticking out but was otherwise completely wrapped up in ropes, looking more like a caterpillar than anything else. From the start, the restraints were designed with the assumption that he would be carried by Warren. Now then, C-Rank Party Morning Star, from the royal capital, I have the three of you, Leader Hector, Oriana, and Izia. It's already clear that you were hired by the treasurer's subordinate. Oh, I should introduce myself. Though it goes without saying, I am Ilalion Baraha, the chief court mage of the Natore Kingdom. He then pointed at Abel. The person you were trying to capture is Abel from the B-Rank Party, Red Sword, from the city of Run. Ilalion revealed Abel's identity. B-Rank, that explains it. MMMPH. About one person, not only was he bound like a caterpillar, but he also seemed to have a gag around his mouth. Now the problem you are facing is... He deliberately took a breath and paused. The issue is the fact that you have aided the treasurer, who is suspected of high treason. Those words were powerful. All three shook as if they had been struck on the head, nearly falling over. High treason refers to the crime of rebellion against the royal family, and in the kingdom, it can sometimes carry heavier penalties than national treason. In almost all cases, it results in either the death penalty or life imprisonment. If they had aided in that, the sentence imposed on them would also likely be death or life imprisonment. No way. Finally, the leader Hector managed to squeeze out his voice. That said, it's too pitiful to see you forced to cooperate without knowing anything and then being used as disposable. If you cooperate with us, I'm willing to intercede with His Majesty the King for you. How about it? Is that really true? Hector responded, showing the most responsibility as the party leader. Of course, I swear on the name of Ilalion Baraha. Ilalion nodded emphatically. Hector glanced towards Oriana and Izia, both nodded small affirmations. Understood. I will rely on the grace of Sir Ilalion. Hearing that, Ilalion smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, there's one more thing I must inform you of. Your companions, the two who followed someone else. Ah, yes, they are following. Hector responded to Ilalion's question. One of them is Baron Kenneth Hayward, personally appointed by His Majesty the King. He is a proper noble, and if anything happens to him, it would be a serious matter. And no, we only sent them to confirm identities. There's absolutely no intention to do anything to His Majesty's noble, Hector shouted desperately. I can only pray that is the case. Now what I want you to help with is to assist Abel in infiltrating. Infiltrate? Hector tilted his head at Ilalion's explanation. As I mentioned earlier, it's to gather evidence of the treasurer's high treason. Being a key figure in the country and involved in high treason requires multiple pieces of evidence. You will capture Abel as planned and bring him to the treasurer's subordinate. That's basically it. That's it, Hector replied, caught off guard. After being threatened like this, he had braced himself for a significant, unreasonable task, but what was proposed was simply to capture him and bring him along as initially planned. Yes, can I count on your cooperation? Understood, no second thoughts. The body checks from those guys are quite strict. It's impossible to have weapons on us. As everyone finished their preparations and they were about to conduct the final checks, Hector glanced at the dagger Abel had concealed. About that ball, wouldn't it be better to hide it in a more difficult place? He was referring to the so-called transmitter ball. It was a ball the size of a thumb. Abel thought that if he kept it in his pocket, it would just look like a stone or something, but Hector's comment put a damper on that idea. I see, now where should I hide it? Abel muttered to himself. If you sew it into your clothes, I think it's better to keep it in your mouth the whole time. Better yet, just swallow it and keep it in your stomach. Hector made a reasonable suggestion, Rhea made a harsh suggestion, and Lynn expressed an extreme opinion. After saying that, Lynn immediately hid behind Warren. Am I really okay leaving my life in their hands? Abel sighed as he looked up at the ceiling. In the royal capital, the hideout of the Morning Star. Hector, Oriana, and Isia had tied Abel with ropes and were carrying him in a bag, making sure he couldn't be seen from the outside. Hector, you took quite a while. The two who had arrived earlier, Kenji and Tarlo, welcomed Hector and the others. Yeah, there were a few things going on. Hector said this and let out a deep sigh. We followed those three, but one went into the Royal Alchemy workshop, while the other two entered the Royal Knight Order's dormitory. We were only tasked to confirm where they went back to, so that's why we returned. That's good, right? Kenji confirmed with Hector. Yeah, that's enough. For now, let's not touch those three at all. Kenji tilted his head at Hector's instructions. It turns out a noble and one that was appointed by His Majesty the King is mixed in. So we won't touch them at all. No reports to the higher-ups about those three. We saw nothing. Got it? Why, yeah. Kenji nodded involuntarily at Hector's insistence. What the higher-ups wanted was just the capture of this man. If we hand him over safely, we won't hear anything else. This man was drinking alone. We caught him on his way back. Let's keep it that way. Got it, Kenji replied, and Tarlo nodded in agreement. When Hector spoke like this, the two had learned from long acquaintance that it meant something troublesome was happening. And in such cases, waiting for Hector to resolve it had proven to be the most successful approach. Abel was taken out of the bag about 30 minutes later. From behind the left door, the sounds of drunken laughter could be heard. This is the hired adventurer's den. As Hector pulled Abel out of the bag, he whispered softly. At that moment, the right door opened and a man stepped out. Is that him? Yeah, that's right, Hector answered the man's question. I'll take him. You guys rest over there. Good job. With that, the man called another from deeper inside and flanked Abel. Then came the body check. Indeed, as Hector had said, it was a rather detailed inspection. All right. Start walking. Finally, after the body check was completed, Abel was made to walk. Hector glanced at him with concern and opened the left door with his companions, entering the adventurer's den. Abel, sandwiched between the two men, walked down the hallway for a while and then entered a vacant room. It was about the size of 2 school classrooms. In the center stood a chair, surrounded by 3 men. Sit. Abel was made to sit in that chair. His arms were tied with ropes, but that was all. Perhaps the men were quite confident in their strength, or maybe they were just careless. Just as the leader-like man standing in front was about to speak, another door, separate from the one Abel had entered, opened, and 2 men carried in a barrel. Seeing this, all 5 men in the room shouted in a panic. Idiot. That's not for this room. Take it to the furthest room. Hurry up. The men who brought in the barrel apologized and bowed their heads as they left. That panic. What could possibly be inside? Abel felt he had found something worth investigating. Now then, the leader-like man standing in front of Abel began to speak. There are 2 things we want to know from you. Who are you working for? And how far have you investigated? In truth, what I want to know is, who are you working for? And what are you trying to do? Abel mentally rephrased. He had been observing the items the men were wearing, trying to find anything that might connect to their status or affiliations, but they were not wearing anything visible that suggested such. You'd better start talking before you get hurt, the leader said, at which point the man next to him ostentatiously drew a knife. Seeing that, Abel opened his mouth. All right, I'll talk. Oh, you can be reasonable. I don't want to feel pain either. My employer is the Knight Commander. Of course, it was a complete fabrication. He knew the men before him were connected to the finance minister. Abel had also investigated Chief Steward Sorrel and Knight Commander Bakala. Both were deeply corrupt due to accepting bribes, but in terms of treason or rebellion, the Chief Steward didn't seem to reach that level. As for Knight Commander Bakala, Abel honestly had no idea how deep his corruption ran. That was part of why he made the gamble. However, the leader's reaction to Abel's lie was intense. What did you say? He fell silent after that. The reaction surprised his subordinates and even Abel internally. Huh. What was that reaction? It's as if I'm implying there's some connection between the finance minister and the Knight Commander. Just like earlier with the barrel, luck seems to be on my side. It really pays to infiltrate. Abel repeatedly nodded in his heart, convinced that his decision had not been wrong. After a while, it seemed the leader gathered his thoughts as he looked at Abel and continued questioning. So the Knight Commander is your employer. Then what were you snooping around for? In case something happens, I wanted to have proof of the finance minister's corruption. If there was corruption evidence, it was certainly something one would want to hold on to. Whether they were an enemy or currently an ally, it was always wise to have proof, as allies might not always remain so. Abel gave an answer that could not possibly be wrong, no matter how it turned. I see. So did you find the evidence? I found a few pieces, Abel answered, pretending to be candid in response to the leader's question. Where is it? I've handed it over to a reliable companion. If I don't make regular contact, arrangements have been made for it to go to an internal investigator. Hearing those words, the leader didn't change his expression, but his subordinates showed surprised expressions. The internal investigators belonged to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and were tasked with investigating the corruption of government officials. In some cases, they were even granted the authority to crack down on nobles by imperial decree from the king. Very interesting. Why did you arrange for it to go to the internal investigator instead of the Knight Commander? Well, that's for my own protection. In response to the leader's question, Abel gave a vibe of a snake knows a snake. Having been an adventurer for a long time, he made it sound very convincing. This leader is certainly different from the others. If I'm going to take someone hostage, it should be him. Now, how do I deal with the remaining goons? Abel was thinking dangerous thoughts in his mind. Realistically, being surrounded by 5 men without weapons and having his hands tied with ropes wasn't a favorable situation. He needed to reduce their numbers a little more. What do you say we buy that evidence from you? Of course, there's the option of force. With that, the leader looked at the companion holding the knife next to him. No, I said I don't want to feel pain if you give me some money and help me escape the country. All right. That's a deal. Now let's talk about the contents of the evidence. Abel was troubled. Naturally, he didn't have any evidence to begin with. That, so to speak. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Abel began to cough. He looked like he was in distress. What's going on? Hey, someone bring water. The leader gave the order, and one of the subordinates left the room. Abel continued to cough, eventually falling out of the chair and rolling on the floor. What the hell? Hey, bring the priest. Another person exited the room. This should work. Abel grabbed the leg of one of the approaching subordinates from his rolling position and pulled him down. As he threw the man over, he swiftly turned on the floor and brought his right foot down on the downed man's neck to knock him out. Then he took the knife the man had at his waist. Seeing this, the last remaining subordinate charged in. With his hands tied with ropes, Abel held the knife. He dodged the incoming punch from the subordinate and, keeping the knife sideways, stabbed it under his armpit. Gudjia, letting out a pitiful cry, the stabbed man rolled on the floor. The nerve was concentrated in that area, and for some people, being stabbed there could lead to unconsciousness. As a swordsman, Abel knew that from experience. Finally, Abel was able to create a one-on-one situation with the leader. I thought it was about the money and escaping the country. The leader was backing away slowly. He was likely considering escaping through the door behind him. Sorry about that. With just that, Abel lunged at the man. From the very beginning, he sensed that this man wasn't suited for rough work. As expected, the man couldn't evade Abel's charge and ended up doubling over in agony as Abel struck his elbow into the pit of his stomach. In that state, Abel kicked up the leader's head, knocking him out. Only then was Abel finally able to cut the ropes binding his hands with the knife. Just at that moment, the door Abel had come through opened, and people rushed in. It was the 3 from the Red Sword and Ilalion. They had rushed into the building after learning that Abel had finally taken action from the ball sewn into his clothes. Hey, wasn't there a room near the entrance where adventurers were hanging out? Didn't you notice? Abel asked casually. I used my magic to conceal our presence, so it's all good. Really, Abel, don't make us worry, Ilalion responded proudly, and Rhea clung to Abel. Why, yeah. Sorry, Abel apologized sincerely. So did you find any evidence? From what I heard, it seemed like there was nothing. Yeah, first this guy. In response to Ilalion's question, Abel indicated the knocked-out leader with his chin. This one seems to know a lot, so we're taking him with us. Warren, sorry, but find a bag around here that he can fit in and carry it. Also, earlier a barrel was mistakenly brought into this room, and those guys were seriously panicking when they saw it. I want to check that out. It was the one they were told to take to the furthest room, right? Abel, myself, and Rhea will go. Warren and Lynn, you take care of this guy. With that, Abel, Ilalion, and Rhea passed through the back door. Once they exited the door, there was a wide hallway. The room where Abel had been interrogated was at the end of this hallway, so they decided to proceed down the hallway for now. Along the way, they knocked out the man who had come back with water and the man who had brought the priest, and the 3 advanced deeper into the hallway. Is this the place? They reached a set of double doors. Putting an ear to the door to listen, they heard no sound. Here we go. O life's beating pulse, deliver thy presence unto me. Search. Ilalion cast the wind attribute magic search. It was indeed a search, but delivered at an astonishing speed. The entire incantation took only about a second. Every time I hear it, I can't help but think you're just saying it randomly, old man. Abel remarked incredulously at his rapid incantation. What are you talking about, you fool? This is the result of years of training and refinement. There's no one inside the door. With Ilalion's words, Abel opened the door and stepped inside. The inside was about twice the size of the room where Abel had been interrogated. At the far end, there were about 50 of those barrels lined up. Ilalion lightly tapped on a barrel to check its sound. It's definitely not wine. That's obvious. Abel replied with an exasperated tone to Ilalion's comment. As he inspected several barrels, he noticed that some had what appeared to be black sand stuck to the lids, likely from contents having spilled. Black sand? No way. As Abel tilted his head in confusion, Ilalion touched the black sand and while sniffing it went speechless. Abel, we need to leave here quickly. What? Ilalion, who rarely panicked, was sweating and urged them to retreat with a tense expression. Abel understood that whatever it was extremely dangerous. The group hurriedly returned to the interrogation room, where they joined Warren and Lynn, who were carrying the bagged leader, and reached the door to leave the building. Wait a moment, let's inform them too. Ilalion said this and slightly opened the door to the room where the adventurers were hanging out chanting. Whisper, O wind, deliver the voice. Whisper, Hector, this is Ilalion. As quickly as possible, take the party members and get as far away from this building as you can. With just that, the 5 of them exited the building. The Red Sword and Ilalion returned to the Kingdom Magic Research Institute 15 minutes later. They were only about 1 kilometer away. Since they had brought the leader wrapped in a bag, Abel, Warren, and Ilalion headed straight down to the basement. It was the room where they had interrogated Hector from the Morning Star. They laid the still unconscious leader down on the floor, and Abel asked Ilalion, Old man, what exactly was in that barrel? It contained something that would make a man like Ilalion anxious. It would be a lie to say he wasn't interested. That is what is called black powder. Black powder? Abel recalled that it was indeed black, more like sand than powder. It is something that should not be in a place like that. We need to get him to spill the beans. At that point, Ilalion's words halted. For the first time, he really looked at the leader's face. It was a familiar face. This guy is Treasurer Fuca's half-brother. Brother, Ilalion exclaimed in genuine surprise, and Abel looked at him with suspicion. Involving a brother in a conspiracy. If this came to light, he would immediately be suspected of involvement, right? Abel thought of it that way, based on common sense. Yes, he is a brother, but there should be around 15 of them. Their father was a vigorous man. This one is the youngest brother. There is more than a 30-year age difference from his eldest brother, Fuca. Still, you know a lot. Abel was genuinely impressed by Ilalion's knowledge. His immediate elder brother works here, in other words, at this place. He is a researcher here. Back when he was still commuting from the mansion, this kid would sometimes come along. His name was Seeker, right? By the way, the elder brother is Sarka. It wasn't that Ilalion's knowledge was impressive. It was that he had a subordinate's brother. Firstborn Fuca, 14th Sarka, 15th Seeker. Is that right? Is this accurate? Abel was sorting through the information. Primarily, it was just the names of the brothers. According to Ilalion, the leader's name, Seeker, regained consciousness. Where is this? You've awakened. Ilalion Sama. As Seeker mumbled, Ilalion responded. Seeker quickly recognized the old man in front of him as Ilalion. It's been a long time, Seeker. Are you here? Well, just look at this guy and you'll understand. Ilalion said this and called Abel over to stand next to him. You are the one from earlier. Seeing that, Seeker, who had been the leader, was speechless. Well, that's how it is. Now, Seeker, as you know, your brother Sarka works under me. More accurately, he works in this building. So this is the Ilalion mansion? Yes, it's tough for me to tell Sarka that you have betrayed the country. Saying that, Ilalion shook his head. W8, I did not betray the country. What was hidden in that place earlier, that must be black powder. That is, Seeker could not continue his words. You must understand what that is. It is not something you can just place in a place like that. Under Ilalion's words, Seeker hung his head and muttered. That is something I reclaimed. Reclaimed? From whom? Seeker remained silent in response to Ilalion's question. Unable to endure that silence, Abel moved to resolve the doubts he had been thinking since he saw the barrel earlier. Hey, old man, while Seeker is being quiet, tell me, what is the black powder in the barrel? It became mass-produced after you became an adventurer, Abel, so you probably don't know, that is. Powder that explodes when exposed to fire. Ilalion answered Abel's question gravely. Explosion, so it's something like the fire attribute magic explosive flames? Yes. In the Central Nations, it is only mass-produced in the Eastern Kingdom. Though when I say mass-produced, it's not in large quantities. However, depending on how it's used, it can change the nature of wars. For that reason, it is not exported, and its existence is a closely guarded secret within the kingdom. The only storage places are in the eastern Slanzewi and here in the royal capital. I know this because I created the storage facility in the royal capital with Baron Kenneth Hayward, but it requires the utmost care to store. Even though that barrel has undergone alchemical processing, it is still quite unstable. During Ilalion's explanation, Seeker shook his head several times. It seemed he was struggling internally. Seeing that, Ilalion gently spoke up. Seeker, the fact that you are troubled means that some brother is involved, doesn't it? That single word struck Seeker. Moments later, he raised his face vigorously and looked at Ilalion. His eyes were wide open. I understand. You were cherished by all your brothers, even the eldest Fuka, who is nearly 30 years older than you. At this point, Ilalion deliberately paused. It seemed he already had an idea of which brother was involved. Abel, may I reveal your identity? I will vouch for you. What? With Ilalion's sudden proposal, even Abel was surprised at this timing. The look Abel gave Ilalion seemed to say that. However, it took him only a few seconds to hesitate. Well, let's do it. Abel shrugged and gave his permission. I appreciate it. Seeker, this adventurer Abel's real name is Albert Besford Knightley. He is the second prince of King Stafford IV. Upon hearing this, Seeker's eyes widened even more than before, and this time he slumped down. Do you understand? It's best to speak everything here now, before it's too late. What you testify can be backed by Ilalion Baraha and Prince Albert as witnesses. If you wish for leniency, there is no better support than this. I see that's why my identity was necessary, to seek leniency for one of the brothers. Or even if that is impossible, it might be able to prevent the entire family from being crushed, because Seeker was cooperative. Abel thought that way. I understand. 20 seconds after Ilalion's persuasive words, finally Seeker opened his heavy mouth. Ilalion Sama has already noticed, but it is to help my elder brother Fuka. After saying that, Seeker bit his lip. Is Captain Bacala involved in this as well? Yes, rather the captain is at the center of it. That would be the case. That barrel had the Royal Capital Storage's mark, and the Royal Capital Storage is managed by the Royal Knights. Abel listened to Ilalion and Seeker's conversation without interrupting. He was trying to understand what had happened during the 8 years he had spent away from the palace as an adventurer. Yes, the black powder stored in the Royal Capital Storage was being diverted by the captain. We were reclaiming it. At Seeker's explanation, Ilalion looked a bit surprised. You managed to do that against the Knights, huh? No, the transport was not by the Knights, it was by a trading caravan. As the trading partner. And who was the recipient of the diversion? Without changing his tone, Ilalion asked the crucial question somewhat casually. Depending on the answer to this, it could become a significant problem. To be precise, I do not know who they were. That response left both Ilalion and Abel bewildered. However, the meaning of the words that followed was very serious. However, we have pinpointed the destination. It is the northern city, Carlisle. Those words literally sent shockwaves through both of their minds. The northern city, Carlisle. It was the capital of the Duchy of Flitwick and boasted the second-largest scale in the north. And the current Duke of Flitwick is Raymond, the brother of King Stafford IV. In other words, Seeker's testimony indicates a rebellion by the younger brother of the king. This is, realizing the gravity of the situation, even Ilalion couldn't continue speaking. Originally, the relationship between Stafford IV and his brother Raymond was not good. Each of them was a half-brother, sons of the former king's first and second queens, which added to the reasons for their rift. Furthermore, since Stafford IV was skilled in both magic and swordsmanship and had high political acumen, it must have been tough for Raymond to be compared to his brother. Raymond was not incompetent either, but compared to the charismatic and engaging Stafford, he was somewhat more introverted, lacking in charm or charisma. However, it was sufficient for the royal family. A younger brother is still a younger brother, a spare for the elder brother. If the younger brother were to surpass the elder, it could lead to family strife or worse, civil war. If the empire intervened, it would put the state's very existence at risk. However, even if it was sufficient for the royal family, the younger brother Raymond was still a human being. He had feelings and pride. Being part of the royal family only amplified that. Even in ordinary families, complex emotions can arise between brothers. In a royal family, that would be even more so. Prince Raymond, if the Duke of Flitwick is involved, it's serious. So, Seeker, how does Fuka relate to this? Ilalion asked how Treasurer Fuka was connected to this issue. My brother is paying the captain for the black powder on behalf of the Duke of Flitwick, and in the tax report concerning Carlisle, he is suppressing the matter regarding the black powder. The treasurer holds the rights to tax the nobles. Of course, the tax amounts are not uniform, but also vary and change yearly based on the power dynamics within the kingdom. A powerful noble could exert pressure to minimize the tax amount significantly. This would be a story that would likely anger the citizens of the kingdom. In any world, taxes are not fair. Conversely, if a noble loses power, they will be heavily taxed. Fuka's excellence as treasurer lay in this adjustment. During taxation, tax officials submit various reports upwards. As treasurer, Fuka has the duty to compile these and report to the king. Among these, particularly military matters, magical matters, and relationships with other countries are three things that must absolutely be reported. This was necessary from the perspective of national defense. However, Fuka has been suppressing the tax report concerning Carlisle and has sent it up as no issues. According to the laws of the kingdom, this clearly constitutes a crime of treason. I see if he fails to report on the black powder, which is a top military secret within the kingdom, and is even paying for it, it becomes difficult to defend him. At Ilalion's words, Seeker slumped down even further. Then why is Fuka so invested in the Duke of Flitwick? It is for my brother Luca, Seeker answered while still hanging his head at Ilalion's question. Luca, was he the fourth son? Since the second and third sons died in the last Great War, he is now the younger brother just below Fuka. What happened to Luca? Firstborn Fuka, fourth Luca, 14th Sarka, and the man in front of me is the 15th Seeker. Updating name information, Abel groaned inwardly and shook his head internally. My brother Luca is currently captured by the Handalu Federation. What, the Handalu Federation? It is one of the three major powers of the Central Nations, alongside the Natore Kingdom and the Debuhi Empire. Its territory borders the eastern region and part of the northern region of the kingdom. 10 years ago, it had a large-scale war with the Natore Kingdom and suffered a crushing defeat. As a result, surrounding nations that had been treated as vassals, such as the Duchy of Inberri, completely gained independence. Furthermore, some territories of the Federation were ceded to the kingdom, causing significant damage to the state. Given this background, it's no surprise that the relations between the countries are not good. However, a peace treaty has been signed, diplomatic relations have been restored, and people can travel between the nations. What relation does my brother, who is captured by the Federation, have with giving black powder to the Duke of Flitwick? As he said that, it seemed something sparked within Ilalion. Don't tell me, that rumor. Yes, that rumor is true. What rumor? Ilalion murmured. Seeker affirmed it, and Abel asked. There is a rumor that Duke Flitwick, that is, Prince Raymond, has made a secret agreement with Lord Aubrey of the Handalu Federation. Seeker explained the rumor. A secret agreement? Lord Aubrey, who became the regent after the Great War and is now the de facto leader of the Federation? Yes, he is a man not to be underestimated. During the war, Abel was still in the palace, so he had access to quite a bit of information about the situations in other countries. Although he was not as formidable as his elder brother, who was weak but possessed a brilliant intellect and was already gaining a reputation as a sharp strategist, he still studied the circumstances of various countries as one of the princes. A secret agreement. The Duke of Flitwick desires the throne and Lord Aubrey desires the territories lost in the Great War. Abel outlined a likely scenario. Well, that is what is said. The diplomat who reported it committed suicide after the initial hearing while protected in a residence, leaving various mysteries behind. A cover-up disguised as a suicide. Apparently, such things exist in every world. However, if it's such a large-scale operation and significant figures are involved, isn't what you did by taking the black powder rather problematic? Eventually, it will come to light. Yes, we are prepared for that. Right now, a separate team should be carrying out the rescue of my brother Luca. That operation is being commanded by Fuka's elite under his direct command. The transaction of the black powder was merely to buy time for the rescue operation. The black powder we took serves as evidence, but it is also a product that many do not know the actual quantity of, remaining unreported. Therefore, no one can openly pursue it. Seeker completely affirmed Ilalion's concerns. Hey, I want to confirm something. Yes. As Abel stated his desire to confirm, Ilalion tilted his head. The Captain Bacala took the black powder from the storage and sent it to Duke Flitwick. Seeker, who is the treasurer's assistant, took it from the side and stored it in the earlier location. Treasurer Fuka is being held hostage through his brother, so he is covering the payment for the black powder to the captain. Furthermore, he is suppressing reports regarding the black powder. Is this understanding correct? Yes, that's how it is, Seeker confirmed Abel's explanation. What about Duke Flitwick, who is having the black powder stolen from him? What actions is he taking? The captain takes the black powder from the storage as promised and gives it to Duke Flitwick's men while receiving money from the treasurer. So that's not a problem. However, since Duke Flitwick has not received the goods, initially he had the real black powder transported, but now he is exchanging it for a fake, and the fake is being sent to the public capital, Carlisle. I see. That makes sense. Abel accepted Seeker's explanation. After retrieving my brother, the stolen black powder will serve as evidence, and various political maneuvers will unfold against the captain. Politics is complicated. Abel honestly thought he did not want to be too involved. Of course, he understood that as a member of the royal family, he probably wouldn't be able to avoid it. Just then, when they had finished confirming the series of information, the ground shook. An earthquake, that's rare in the royal capital. No, that wasn't an earthquake. With that, Ilalion rushed out of the room. Seeker and Warren stay in the room. It would be problematic for others to see Seeker. After giving this instruction, Abel also dashed out of the room and rushed up the stairs to the first floor. The two of them exited the building almost simultaneously. They both looked around. They saw smoke rising from the eastern direction. Is that it? With that, Ilalion began to chant, "Wind, carry me upon your hands, float." After a super-speed incantation, Ilalion's body floated up on the spot. 10 meters, 20 meters. It rose higher than Ilalion Mansion. "Old man, what's going on?" Abel heard Ilalion's voice calling from below. Prompted by that, Ilalion slowly descended to the ground. That building. This explosion is likely due to the black powder. It seems damage has occurred around that area. Damn it, has the evidence been destroyed first? They did not know who had acted. Perhaps it was just an accident. However, the timing was too perfect for that. It was natural to think it was an explosion due to some human action. I will check the scene later. Abel, especially ensure Seeker's safety. That means there's a possibility Seeker could be eliminated, right? In response to Ilalion's words, Abel nodded as he answered. Yes, by the way, did the Morning Star members escape properly? When escaping from that building, Ilalion had whispered to Hector, the leader of the Morning Star, to evacuate immediately. They should be fine. Even in the worst case, they are C-rank adventurers. Ilalion himself told them to hurry and escape. They must have sensed a dangerous atmosphere. If they had reached C-rank, their ability to avoid crises should be high. As someone who was also an adventurer, Abel held a high opinion of other adventurers. Sorry for this heavy and troublesome story. After all, it is a tale that connects to the final chapter still ahead, so I had to include it somewhere. In the next chapters, we will finally return to focus on Ruka. The job of the guards at the accident scene is to keep bystanders away from the area. In cases like this, where a flashy accident occurs in the royal capital, the number of onlookers is extraordinary. As a result, even guards who were supposed to be on vacation were called to the scene. Still, in comparison to the number of bystanders, their presence was negligible. Because of this, a type of alchemy tool known as the no-entry rope was set up around the scene. Touching this rope would cause a sharp shock. This was meant to inform the onlookers that they could not enter any further. However, the old man grasped the no-entry rope and walked right in front of the guards. "Hey, old man, you can't come in here. Besides, how are you okay grabbing that rope?" One of the guards tried to shoo the old man away. "Humph, this is a tool I helped create. I know its principles better than anyone." "What? I am Ilalion Baraha, the chief court mage of the kingdom. Hurry up and call the person in charge here." When Ilalion said this, no one moved for a few moments, but one person who understood what was said hurriedly ran off. The remaining guards exchanged glances, all silent. No one had the confidence to deal appropriately with a sudden appearance of a figure of such importance in the kingdom. After all, the guard who initially approached him had addressed him with, "Hey, old man." The guard's face had turned pale, clear enough to see even at night. A minute later, a person who seemed to be in charge arrived in a rush. "Thank you for waiting, Ilalion-sama. I am Rex, the vice-captain of the Royal Capital Guard overseeing this scene." Vice-Captain Rex saluted and introduced himself. Vice-Captain Rex, I apologize for bothering you during a busy time, but could you explain the current situation? After all, the explosion earlier shook our research lab as well. The researchers are in a panic, claiming they saw smoke and it's hard for us to work. As the person in charge, I need to explain various things. Just give me what details you can, please. Why, yes. Currently, accident investigators are on site, but there hasn't been a report on the situation yet. I can explain that. Someone interrupted Rex, who was about to explain. Count Harold Lawrence. Has the Minister of Internal Affairs already arrived? That was quite fast. Given such an explosion, there's chaos at the royal castle as well. I had to hurry over here. In response to Ilalion's comment, Minister of Internal Affairs Harold Lawrence explained why he had arrived so quickly. Still, that was quick. No, it's too fast. A slight doubt surfaced in the back of Ilalion's mind. The accident investigators say it was likely due to a runaway fire attribute magic. Is there a type of magic that can cause such a massive explosion with fire attribute magic? I was unaware of that. Ilalion didn't hide his disbelief towards Harold Lawrence's explanation. That's a harsh assessment. There's no magic that Ilalion-sama doesn't know. This time, it could be a failure of fusion magic with alchemy or a runaway due to simultaneous activation by multiple people. Humph. Fusion magic with alchemy, is it? Hearing that, Ilalion fell into thought. Of course, he knew that the actual cause was an explosion from black powder, but the recently announced fusion magic with alchemy was a research subject that Ilalion was also interested in. That being said, Ilalion also knew that even that kind of fusion magic couldn't produce that much destructive power. However, there was no point in pursuing that matter. More importantly, there was something he wanted to confirm now. I understand what's going on. Were there any casualties? The state of this building is terrible. It seems buildings around it have also suffered damage. Yes, it's dreadful. 10 bodies have been found on the first floor of the building at the center of the explosion. From the debris scattered around, they appear to be adventurers. This is one of the bases for the fusion magic theory. Adventurers capable of using fusion magic don't exist yet. There's no way that could happen. Ilalion cursed silently in his heart. 10 adventurers, huh? Do we know their identities? No, not yet. Are you concerned? At that moment, Harold Lawrence's atmosphere changed. Even if just for an instant, Ilalion thought he perceived it. Being overly inquisitive is dangerous. If they are adventurers capable of working on fusion magic, I'd want to recruit them to my lab after they retire. If they were some of the ones we had previously picked up, if they are dead, I need to mark alternatives quickly. Ilalion responded with a carefree tone. I see you make a valid point. Right now I'm calling in staff from the Adventurers Guild to confirm identities. The verification should be done soon. Just then, a man arrived. It was Josiah Onserger, the submaster of the Royal Capital Adventurers Guild, whom Ilalion also knew. Minister of Internal Affairs, we've managed to confirm. Ilalion Sama, it's been a while. Josiah, the submaster. It's been a long time. So, Josiah, what about the adventurers? At Harold Lawrence's question, Josiah frowned. They were indeed adventurers from the Royal Capital. 6 from the C-Rank Party, Dragon's Claw, and 4 from the D-Rank Party, Black Shadow. Josiah felt pain in his heart over the deaths of his companions. Ilalion felt relieved that the Morning Star had not been involved. The 6 were probably those who were at the adventurers' rest area. The 4 were the ones that the Seeker had hired. Ilalion cross-referenced the information he had. I see. That's unfortunate. Thank you for the confirmation. Once our inspection and procedures are completed, the bodies will be returned to the guild. Please wait a little longer. Understood. Thank you for your assistance. Harold Lawrence and Josiah's conversation came to a close, and Josiah walked back towards the guild. Well then, I should return as well. Apologies for the trouble, Count. Not at all. As Ilalion stepped forward in front of the bystanders, they naturally parted left and right. Then he headed back toward the research lab. Seeing that, Harold Lawrence slightly revealed an indescribable light in his eyes before returning to the accident scene. In the next chapter, 123, the story will again revolve around Sue. The day after the explosion incident in the royal capital, on the 2nd Avenue of the kingdom. This road extends from the royal capital, Crystal Palace, through the largest city in the east, Wingston, all the way to the eastern border town, Redpost. The eastern border is adjacent to the Duchy of Inberri and the Handalu Federation. Ryo, Prince Willy, Lord Rodrigo, and 4 bodyguards, along with 6 adventurers led by Korn, a total of 13 people, were making their way west along the 2nd Avenue, heading towards the royal capital. The box carriage carrying Prince Willy and the others was relatively large and quite sturdy. Due to the many towns along the 2nd Avenue and the abundance of lodging facilities, they would essentially stay in towns at night, which was a relief for everyone as they didn't have to keep watch while camping. However, this meant they had to cover a good distance during the day. Basically, Korn was the driver. This was a result of Korn's suggestion, as he thought it would be better than hiring an inexperienced coachman. Since the destruction of the Assassination cult's village, they had not been attacked even once. In the first place, considering that the reason Prince Willy was targeted was due to the leader's quest for eternal life, the current absence of that leader meant there was no longer a reason for them to be targeted. That said, the possibility of a retaliatory attack was not zero, so they could not let their guard down while traveling. Perhaps because of this, Korn noticed the sound of sword fights carried by the wind and the neighing of horses. Hey, something's going on in the forest to the north. Korn opened the partition of the driver's seat and called out to the 3 inside. The bodyguards and adventurers heightened their vigilance around the carriage. I can certainly hear it. It sounds like trouble. Your Highness, what should we do? Ryo had a rough idea of what Prince Willy might say, but he still asked. If someone is being attacked, I would like to help. When they were attacked, no one came to their aid. That was understandable. No one wants to get involved in trouble, or perhaps at that time no one was traveling along the road at all. However, if there were people being attacked like they had been a few days prior, they wanted to extend a helping hand. Prince Willy thought so. As a result, there was a possibility that someone might get injured or lose their life, but perhaps he hadn't considered it that far. Even so, the adults around them thought that the prince's sentiment was admirable. They did not want him to grow up thinking that he was entitled to service simply because of his status as a prince. I understand. Then the 6 of us adventurers will go take a look. Ryo and the bodyguards will stay by your side. Korn gave the order. There was already absolute trust in Ryo at that point. Currently, the most important thing was Prince Willy's safety, and the one who could ensure that was Ryo. That is why Ryo was left with the prince while the others went to investigate. I understand. I will definitely protect your highness, Ryo promised Korn. When Ryo used his passive sonar to probe, he could sense about 10 people moving around. They were 400 meters away. In a place with many trees like a forest, that distance was close to the limit of passive sonar's range. Since they were inside the carriage, Korn, who had keen hearing, might have noticed it first. Korn's ears were formidable. After relaying the distance and number to Korn, he nodded, and the adventurers ran off. For the time being, the carriage was parked in the shade along the road. Ryo stood on the roof of the box carriage, while Prince Willy and Lord Rodrigo waited inside. As Ryo kept an eye with his passive sonar, Korn and the others, who seemed to have been observing for a while, charged into the group. However, what caught Ryo's attention was not that. What about these 5 who have moved to a delicate distance? 5 people had moved about 200 meters away from the scene of the conflict, but those 5 were not moving from that spot. They might be watching the situation. Are they unrelated people who came to take a look? Are they observing? That's a possibility. There are people who wouldn't want to get involved in trouble. While he was contemplating this, it seemed that a conclusion had been reached. All 6 adventurers were unharmed, and in addition, 2 people were still alive. Your Highness, everyone is coming back. It seems they are bringing 2 survivors as well. Is that so? I'm glad everyone is safe. And to save them. At that point, Prince Willy's voice had become very small. Your Highness, Ryo-san, was my judgment wrong? Even though it was to save people, he had put his subordinates' lives in danger. That was likely on his mind. Your Highness, there are no correct answers to issues like this. At times it may be the right thing to do, while at other times it may lead to criticism. However, if you have made a decision, you must be prepared to bear the responsibility for it until the end. Additionally, you should also anticipate actions in case something happens. In case of what? Yes. In this case, if Korn and the others were to die, what would you do? There would be various matters regarding the relatives left behind in the kingdom, right? Or if they were to be seriously injured. Would you leave them behind to go to the royal capital, or would there be circumstances that require you to stay depending on the extent of their injuries? Alternatively, what if those you saved were the ones being chased? Like your Highness was before. Upon hearing that, Prince Willy's body stiffened just slightly. Ryo explained why Prince Willy was targeted and that the leader of the assassination cult desired his blood. While there was no need to be afraid, the shock of having his body clearly targeted would not easily fade. Ryo understood that and was using this analogy for a reason. This was something Prince Willy had to overcome. If they were the ones being pursued, what would you do? Ideally, you would want to defeat the pursuers here, but what if they continued to target you afterward? There are various things to consider. From now on, it would be good to be able to make decisions after considering these matters. It sounds tough. Of course, it is tough. It's not something that can be done immediately, so I think it's better to do it gradually, making decisions based on anticipating possible cases that may arise. This is something that everyone, regardless of the world, situation, or position they hold, must inevitably experience. Though Prince Willy was still only 16 and young, it would not be bad for him to gain that experience early on. Ryo thought so. Just as the 6 adventurers led by Korn, along with the 2 survivors, were about to appear in front of Ryo, the 5 who had been standing still to observe suddenly moved. They began to pursue Korn and the others. Ryo stood up on the box carriage and caught sight of the 8. The 2 he had rescued were injured and seemed unable to run quickly. Ice Wall 8. Even if they were attacked by the 5 pursuers, it was a wall of ice to ensure they wouldn't die. In the forest, whether it be arrows or magic, long-range attacks were very difficult, but not impossible. It was a precautionary measure. There is nothing better than taking action beforehand. And as expected, 2 arrows were fired from the position of the 5. The arrows traced their trajectory towards the necks of the rescued 2, Kakin. Before they could pierce, they were deflected by the ice wall. The ones who were surprised were the 2 being targeted. They heard a loud sound as something hit a hard object right behind them. Panicking, they turned around and saw the arrows that had fallen to the ground. Come this way, Ryo shouted from on top of the box carriage. The 2 showed no hesitation and headed towards the carriage. Almost simultaneously, Korn and the others also reached the front of the carriage. Ryo, there are still 5 people lurking who are different from the ones we just wiped out. In response to Korn's question, Ryo answered. Corn, the adventurers, the two being chased, and even Prince Willy and Lord Rodrigo inside the carriage were surprised at Ryo's response. The arrows fired a moment ago were on a direct course for the necks of the two from a distance of 200 meters. Their skills are frighteningly good. To hit the neck from 200 meters. That must be a top-level archer in the country, Corn said, shaking his head. It was an extremely difficult shot. The enemy moved, split into two groups and spread out to the left and right. They are closing in. One will remain in the previous position. Will intercept with an ice wall. Everyone to the sides of the carriage. As Ryo said this, the 8 of them stood with their backs against the carriage. Prince Willy poked his head out from the window of the carriage. Cornson, I will provide support. The rest will defend. Ice wall layer 10 package. Surround the entire area around the carriage, except for Corn with ice walls. Protect those two, Corn instructed the remaining adventurers. He intended to deal with the pursuers by himself. Their defense was secure. Now then, I will hold off the two coming from the right, so Cornson, please deal with the two coming from the left. All right, understood, Corn responded to Ryo's instructions. Since there are some I don't know, I should use a less flashy spell. In that case, here it comes. First, to hold them back, ice wall. What is this? An invisible wall? Confused voices came from the right. It seemed that Ryo's ice wall had successfully trapped them and immobilized them. First, the two on the left. They're coming! At Ryo's signal, Corn readied his weapon. The two pursuers charged in with war cries. Get out of my way! But just as they were about to reach Corn, they slipped. Ice path! Get out of my way! The other one charging in also slipped and fell. Corn, for a moment, did not understand what had happened, but upon seeing the men rolling on the ground, he almost instinctively moved. He approached and kicked one in the head, knocking him out. The other one, trying to get up, received a kick to the head and lost consciousness as well. Next, the two from the right are coming. Without a moment's pause, Ryo sent the order. Got it, leave it to me. Corn moved to the right side of the carriage and readied his sword again. Ice wall release. At the same time, the two pursuers charged in. Get out of my way! Like before, they slipped and fell right in front of Corn. This time, Corn's kick exploded like it was waiting for them. Take that! The last one also slipped, fell, and received a kick, ending the battle. Speaking of which, the one who remained has disappeared without a trace. Ryo's passive sonar showed that he was already gone. The 4 who charged in were all equipped for close combat, but the remaining one was an archer, and he alone could shoot at high speed, and both were precision shots, I suppose. Why, yeah, if that's the case, that archer has incredible skills. As Ryo observed the equipment of the 4, Corn replied to him. Using a rope that was attached to the carriage, they bound the 4. In the meantime, Ryo handed potions he had purchased in town to the 2 who had been chased. Thank you. Thanks. The 2 expressed their gratitude in their own ways. During this time, Prince Willy and Lord Rodrigo also descended from the carriage. First, Lord Rodrigo opened his mouth to indicate Prince Willy. This is Prince Willy of the Jew Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the rescued 2 widened their eyes in surprise. Based on their good appearance, they thought he might be a noble, but they never expected him to be a prince. Such expressions were on their faces. I'm Matthew, and this is Ruka, the 2 said and bowed their heads to Prince Willy. In response, Lord Rodrigo introduced Ryo, along with the bodyguards and adventurers. For now, each introduction was complete. Then naturally the question arose, why were you fighting? When asked, Matthew looked at Ruka. Receiving that gaze, Ruka nodded once. Confirming this, Matthew opened his mouth. Actually, we were a rescue team attempting to save Ruka, who was captured by the Handalu Federation. Captured and rescue, they had been caught up in a terrifying mess. Ryo internally sighed. Lord Rodrigo and Corn probably felt the same way, but they showed no expression, showcasing their training. We were heading towards the royal capital when we were pursued, and I ended up alone. The royal capital. Which means they don't seem to be criminals from the kingdom's perspective. Ryo thought to himself, they might be criminals from the perspective of the Handalu Federation. But at least they were people who could enter the royal capital from the perspective of the Natore kingdom. Just a moment, Lord Rodrigo. With that, Corn began talking to Lord Rodrigo a little further away. They were likely discussing what to do with these 2. Given the bodyguards, having more people would be advantageous. While the threat of the assassination cult had disappeared, the assailants were not limited to just that cult. However, the fact that they were being pursued from abroad was also true. Taking them in could lead to troublesome complications. If they walked for about 2 hours towards the royal capital from here, they would reach the next town, Stone Lake. From there, it would take 2 days of travel to reach the royal capital, Crystal Palace. If it comes down to that, considering Prince Willy's feelings, it seems like taking the 2 with us will be the way to go. Ryo thought so. And what Lord Rodrigo and Corn proposed to the 2 was to accompany them to the royal capital. Of course, we would be grateful for that, but we are being chased. There's a possibility of being pursued again. Matthew and Ruka expressed their concerns while being thankful for the offer. "Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it," Lord Rodrigo suggested, and Prince Willy nodded happily. For now, the course of action has been decided. The next question is what to do with the 4 captives. "They don't really look like adventurers, do they?" Ryo muttered without looking at anyone in particular. Is that so?" Prince Willy tilted his head in confusion. "Indeed, their equipment resembled that of adventurers who primarily engage in close combat. How should I put it? They don't exude the roughness that adventurers typically have." Saying this, Ryo glanced at Korn. "Hey, Ryo, why are you looking at me?" Korn snapped back at Ryo's gaze. It's nothing." Ryo quickly averted his eyes. "I see." Then Lord Rodrigo quietly compared the 4 captives to Korn. "Lord Rodrigo, that's not exactly a fair comparison, is it?" Korn lamented the harshness of the world. "The difference is in the stubble," Lord Rodrigo remarked while looking at the 4. "Ah, I see. It's not just you, Korn, but it seems many adventurers don't shave their stubble. Compared to these 4, they certainly have clean-shaven faces, almost like knights. The members of the Knight Order from Run all maintain a neat appearance." Ryo, who often visits the training grounds for mock battles with Sera, recalled the faces of the knights he knew. To look like knights yet deliberately disguise themselves as adventurers, it's extremely suspicious. Korn voiced his honest opinion. The group, including Ryo, had parked their carriage by the roadside. Naturally, passers-by on the road glanced at the 4 bound captives, but moved along without saying anything. In that moment, one of the captured men woke up. "Hey, hello there," Korn greeted the man. The man bit his lip as he confirmed that his arms and legs were tied and that the other 3 were in a similar state. "It seems you've grasped the situation. So, who are you guys?" Korn asked, but naturally there was no response. "Well, I'm not really good at this." "Hey, Ryo, you aren't the type who can handle this, are you?" Korn turned to Ryo, who he assumed might have a way with words given his fondness for alcohol. "I don't understand why you're looking at me. What should I do in this situation? Is it effective to pierce their eyes with thin ice needles or to show them a frozen heart? Would that be intimidating?" "No, Ryo, that's going too far." As Ryo questioned the methods of torture, Korn found himself taken aback at the excessive nature of Ryo's suggestions. The color drained from the man's face as he listened. "While the heart might be pushing it, piercing the eyes seems quite doable, you know. Apparently the eyes themselves don't hurt when pierced. It just makes the victim remember that moment as a lifelong trauma." Upon hearing this, the man's teeth began to chatter, and his expression froze. "Hey you, I'm not a fan of causing pain either. How about you tell me who you are and under whose orders you're acting? If you do, I might just prevent, well, that eye-piercing thing from happening." Korn leaned down to the man's eye level and asked gently. I can't say." The man, who had not spoken a word until then, finally managed to squeeze out a reply. Ryo continued to generate and erase thin ice needles with his fingertips, and it might have had some effect. "I see, that's unfortunate. Ryo, wait a moment." As Korn called for Ryo, the man screamed as Ryo stepped closer. "What's wrong? We don't have much time before that guy gets any closer." "I want to say it, but I can't." "Captain, please wait until the leader wakes up." He almost said captain, so they really are from the Knight Order. Ryo decided to remain silent out of compassion for the warrior's code. "You aren't adventurers, you're part of the Knight Order." Korn wasn't a warrior after all. The man was left speechless. Just as he froze in shock, the second man, likely the leader, woke up. It was Prince Willy who first spotted a group of horsemen approaching from the west of the road. "There's a group of cavalry coming from that direction." Even from a distance, it was clear they were soldiers. Perhaps someone in the city reported Ryo and his group's situation, or maybe the fleeing archer called for them. If that's the case, they might be soldiers from the enemy side. There's even a possibility they were bribed like during the incident with Slanzewi. During a guard duty request from the Gecko merchant group, Slanzewi had been ambushed in a town. The deputy commander of the Knight Order had already been bribed by the Assassination cult, leading to the bitter memory of having captured cult members stolen from them. "We are the Stone Lake Guard. We received a report of a disturbance on the road and have come to investigate." 8 mounted soldiers called out to Ryo's group. "How rude! This is Prince Willy of the Jew Kingdom. To question him from horseback is an utter disgrace. Is this the etiquette of the Natore Kingdom?" With that, Lord Rodrigo's voice struck like a whip against the soldiers who dared to question from their horses. "WH what? We apologize," they all echoed in unison as the 8 soldiers dismounted. "We sincerely apologize. We didn't realize we were addressing a prince of the Jew Kingdom. May we see something to prove your royal status?" the apparent leader among them asked politely, a stark contrast to their earlier demeanor. Here, with that, Prince Willy handed his necklace to the captain. Receiving it, the captain turned it over and held a small alchemical tool-like plate from his pocket next to the necklace. after confirming something for a moment. "I have verified it. My sincere apologies for the earlier rudeness." He then returned the necklace. "No, it's enough that you understand," Prince Willy responded calmly, demonstrating the poise expected of a prince. Ryo felt strangely impressed. "So these men have attacked a foreign prince, is that correct?" The captain looked down at the 4 captives still seated on the ground. "W8, we didn't mean to," the man who had finally woken up, presumably the leader, exclaimed in a panic. It was only natural. Even for a small nation, attempting to harm a foreign prince would result in the death penalty. In some cases, even their families could face punishment. "Regardless of intentions, the fact remains that they attacked," Korn pressed on. The conscious faces of the 2 men turned completely pale. "W8, look at this. This emblem on the sheath," the leader desperately appealed to the guard captain. At the captain's nod, a subordinate unsheathed the sword and brought it to him. "This emblem belongs to a duke." The captain's eyes widened in realization, and he suddenly fell silent. "Duke, a knight order from some duke?" Ryo wondered to himself. Of course, he had no idea which duke it was. He would have no confidence in recognizing any name. "Yes, that's right. We are not suspicious. This must be some mistake. You, as a guard of Stone Lake, must understand the significance of that emblem, right?" The captured man seemed quite articulate. The guard captain's expression clearly indicated he was now much more concerned about the duke's emblem. It was only natural. While Prince Willy was indeed a prince, the Jew kingdom was small, and it did not share a border with the Natore kingdom. When weighing a foreign prince against those bearing the emblem of a duke from their own country, it was perhaps inevitable. "Captain, may I ask to see that sheath for a moment?" Prince Willy addressed the hesitant guard captain politely. Oh, here you go." The guard captain handed the sheath of the captured man to Prince Willy. Prince Willy glanced at it before promptly returning it to the guard captain. "I understand why you are concerned, Captain. If those men are indeed from the house of Duke Flitwick, it is understandable." "Why, you are well informed, Your Highness." "Did you know of this emblem?" The guard captain spoke while sweating profusely. It was likely unexpected for a foreign prince to know of the emblem of a duke from the Natore kingdom. "Yes, it is the emblem of Lord Raymond, the crown prince's younger brother." This declaration sent shockwaves through the many people present. Among them, Ruka was the most visibly shaken. His expression seemed more akin to anger than fear. Knowing they are targeted by the younger brother of the crown prince, will they still head to the royal capital? Ryo wanted to confirm this, but found that the situation did not allow for such leisure. "Putting aside that prince, the other 2 are criminals. They need to be taken to the public capital, Carlyle," the leader of the captured assailants said to the guard captain. Those 2 referred, of course, to Matthew and Ruka. Prince Willy's reaction to that was swift and fierce. "I will not allow that. These 2 are already my companions. As the prince of the Jew kingdom, I formally reject that request." Prince Willy was seething with anger. Both Ryo and Korn had never seen him like this before, yet it was perhaps natural. If he were to abandon the 2 he had risked lives to save, what would have been the point of their actions? Prince Willy surely could not allow such a thing. "Your Highness, I understand your position, but—" The guard captain started to sway towards the side of the captured men, the Duke's associates. "People like this are swayed by power or violence. Well, both are forms of strength. I wish I had connections to powerful figures who could help me. But I don't even have acquaintances in Stone Lake or the royal capital." Ryo lamented his lack of connections. "No, I actually have someone in the royal capital." Ryo approached the guard captain and whispered softly. "Captain, wouldn't it be better to call someone in a more responsible position to make this decision?" If he could escape the difficult decision and the responsibilities that would arise from it, many would seize the chance. "This is a matter involving a prince and a duke. Making a hasty judgment could lead to trouble later on." "I see. That could indeed be the case." Ryo's whisper had an effect on the guard captain. "Hey, wait. You can't just quiet, attacker. Ice coffin 4. As the captured man seemed about to interject, Ryo encased all 4 captives in ice coffins. "What on earth?" "It's to prevent the attackers from escaping. Don't worry, they're alive." I see." The guard captain was completely overwhelmed by Ryo's violence. "Now I just need to rely on power. Now, regarding someone in a responsible position to make a judgment, it would indeed be difficult unless it is someone of high standing within the kingdom, wouldn't it?" "Ah, yes. But they are all busy individuals. With all due respect, I believe that Arthur Velasquez, the advisor of the Royal Magic Guild currently in the royal capital, is an appropriate level of authority. If it's Arthur, he should be able to come from the capital immediately. What do you think? W8, do you know Advisor Velasquez?" Having returned from the 40th floor of the dungeon of Run Together, Ryo nodded. "Yes. If you mention it's a request from Ryo, an adventurer from Run, I believe he will come right away." "I see, but what if he's not in the royal capital? I don't have any acquaintances left." I guess I have to rely on Abel's connections. In that case, please call Lord Ilalion. If you say it's a request from Ryo, a friend of Abel, he should respond. What, you know Lord Ilalion as well? Of course I will hurry. Quickly, send a swift horse to Advisor Velasquez and Lord Ilalion in the royal capital. Ilalion, who often delivered letters for Abel, seems to be a bigger deal than Arthur. All right then, everyone, please move to Stone Lake for now. There, you will wait for either Advisor Velasquez or Lord Ilalion to arrive. As for these ice-encased individuals, leave that to me. With that, Ryo prepared 4 carts. On the driver's seat of the box carriage were Corn and Matthew, while inside the carriage were Prince Willy, Lord Rodrigo, Ruka, and Ryo. 4 carts carrying the coffin of ice followed behind the box carriage. Surrounding them were Prince Willy's guards, adventurers, and cavalry soldiers as they made their way toward Stone Lake. Thank you, Ryo-san. I ended up calling you my escort without thinking. Your Highness, it's no problem. You rescued those 2 knowing the danger. You must have felt sorry for Corn and the other adventurers if you handed them over just like that, Ryo replied. Prince Willy apologized for his thoughtless statement, and Ryo understood his feelings. I truly apologize for causing you all trouble. However, it was Ruka who bowed his head in response. Yet, to be hunted by the Handalu Federation and even have a death warrant from the younger brother of the Crown Prince. You must be quite a big deal, Lord Rodrigo remarked. His implication was clear. It might be time to reveal his identity and circumstances. Ruka nodded a few times and then began to speak. I am the brother of Treasurer Fuka of the Natore Kingdom. Treasurer Fuka, what an unfortunate name. What came to Ryo's mind was, of course, the character from Alexander Dumas' The Three Musketeers, Treasurer Fouquet, the infamous Lord de Braze who plotted against the French crown, a tragic figure who became a pawn of the former musketeer Aramis. He was, of course, a historical figure. While Ryo entertained his rude thoughts, Ruka continued with his explanation. Prince Raymond has made a secret pact with Regent Lord Aubrey of the Handalu Federation. I happened to learn of it by chance. Furthermore, I was imprisoned by the Handalu Federation to draw my brother, the treasurer, into their camp. If Treasurer Fuka is involved, then perhaps there is also a doppelganger of Financial Supervisor Colbert. Speaking of Colbert, he's quite a famous figure who appears bolded in high school world history textbooks alongside mercantilism. While Ryo's mind wandered into fantasies, he kept his mouth shut. The other 2 listened quietly to Ruka's story. I was rescued by Matthew and my brother's direct subordinates, but for Prince Raymond to try to kill me. What I've heard is that His Majesty King Stafford IV and the younger brother of the Crown Prince do not get along very well. I thought perhaps we could appeal to the royal court through your brother, the treasurer, Prince Willy suggested to Ruka. Indeed, His Majesty and the younger brother do not have a good relationship. However, it seems there are various troubles within the royal court as well, Ruka answered while shaking his head. Prince Willy also fell into deep thought. When Willy glanced straight ahead, he saw Ryo thinking while nodding a few times. Ryo-san, have you thought of something? Ryo did not show on his face that he was recalling how the Treasurer Fouquet was arrested by D'Artagnan. Should we consult with Arthur Velasquez about this as well? He's a significant figure brought in from the royal capital, right? I think that's a good idea, Prince Willy said, nodding vigorously. Managed to divert the conversation somehow. Ryo felt relieved. Lord Ryo, are you really acquainted with Advisor Velasquez? This isn't a lie just to settle the situation, is it? Ruka asked sharply. It's true that I know him. To put it dramatically, he's a comrade in arms, Ryo replied. Oh, Prince Willy reacted to Ryo's words. You have quite a lot of experience, Ryo-san. For some reason, Prince Willy was excited. If I train harder, will I gain more varied experiences as well? Well, probably. Starting today, the guards will protect our lodging until Advisor Velasquez arrives. This means there's no worry about attacks, so I can practice magic right up until then, right? Why, yes, probably. The apprentice of the water attribute magician was very eager to practice. The next day, just before noon, after spending 2 nights at the guard-protected inn, the arrival of the captain of the guards was announced. And entering Prince Willy's room along with the captain was Advisor Arthur Velasquez of the Royal Magic Guild. He first greeted Prince Willy, and then Advisor Arthur celebrated his reunion with Ryo. With a long white beard, wearing a gray robe typical of mages, and holding a large staff, he looked the part of a magician. Ryo, it's been a while. It's rare for you to request my assistance. I came without taking anything with me. Thank you, Velasquez-sama, Ryo said. Advisor Arthur spoke cheerfully, and Ryo smiled as he expressed his gratitude. As I said back then, just call me Arthur. Then, Advisor Arthur suddenly looked around. By the way, I came here upon hearing about some Duke's family, but it seems they are not here. Yes. The entrance is difficult to access, so they are in the courtyard. Difficult to access? As the captain of the guards explained, Advisor Arthur tilted his head in confusion. He then approached the window facing the courtyard and looked down. Oh, what a magnificent ice display! That must be Ryo's doing. Arthur grinned as he looked at Ryo. They were attackers, so to prevent them from escaping, bound by ropes and encased in ice, and still alive, huh? I definitely do not want to go in there. His tone was almost a whisper by the end. The events that had occurred and their respective hopes were recounted in front of Arthur. One of the frozen individuals was thawed and brought into the room. He introduced himself as Bader. I understand most of it now. After listening to the accounts, Advisor Arthur requested a refill of the tea that had been served. He remained silent until the refill was poured. After taking a sip of his refilled tea, Advisor Arthur finally spoke. First, Matthew and Ruka, you two will go to the royal capital as Prince Willy's escorts. If this is obstructed, it will definitely lead to diplomatic issues. The attacker, or rather Bader was it? Go back and communicate this with the responsible party. However, you all must first atone for your sins. Well, since the attack was unsuccessful, it could be considered as a slip-up, so a 20-day sentence seems appropriate. Let's have you detained at Stone Lake. I will convey this to the daimyo. This was a judgment that largely favored Prince Willy's side. Well, that was why they had brought Advisor Arthur, who was an acquaintance of Ryo. Long live the fixed trial. We will unfreeze them tomorrow when we depart. Ryo promised the captain of the guards and Advisor Arthur. By the way, the thawed Bader was re-encased in the coffin of ice and stood in the courtyard. Oh, by the way, I arrived a bit earlier, but the members of our magical association are expected to reach Stone Lake today. It seems they want to escort Prince Willy and Ryo to the royal capital. Huh! Ryo inadvertently blurted out a silly voice at Advisor Arthur's sudden statement. They wish to express their gratitude for your rescue and run. Your Highness, could you please grant permission for the escort by the Royal Magic Guild? Yes, of course. Thank you very much. Well, having a foreign prince enter the royal capital with just one carriage. It might look better if there are a few more attendants. Thinking this, Ryo convinced himself. The next morning, as promised, Ryo thawed the 4 individuals and went to the carriage parked in front of the inn. There stood a line of members from the Magical Association. Isn't there quite a lot of them? Ryo whispered to Advisor Arthur, who was right next to him. They say about 50. It seemed that the number was more than Advisor Arthur expected, causing his voice to waver slightly. I thought there would be around 5 or 6. 50 mages marching to guard the carriage. It was quite a magnificent sight. Ryo, you really saved quite a number of people, huh? Korn, still sitting on the driver's seat, whispered to Ryo. Ah, yes, it seems so. 2 days later, the group that arrived at the royal capital Crystal Palace captured the attention of the royal capital citizens. There will be 2 intermissions. I will post tomorrow, July 7th at 12 p.m. and 9 p.m. That day, Ilalion had been absent from the research facility due to some business since the day before. He returned at 3 in the afternoon. Naturally, in the office, the girls were gathered around enjoying snacks. I don't think we need to eat here so deliberately. This sofa is just too comfortable to resist, Rhea said happily. Seeing her smile, even Ilalion couldn't bring himself to say anything. Master, a swift horse from Stone Lake arrived yesterday. A message was left for you. It's on your desk. Lin informed him about the swift horse's arrival. I see, was all Ilalion said as he read the message on his desk. Ryo, it was a small murmur, but Lin clearly heard it. Ryo, Ilalion was startled by the name that slipped from Lin's mouth. I just remembered something I need to do. I'm heading out. Please tell Abel that I won't be back tonight. Ah, yes, take care, Lin said, although a puzzled expression crossed her face as she saw Ilalion off. Ilalion had the research facility's wagon running day and night. His destination was Stone Lake. It's the water attribute magician Ryo that Abel mentioned. He wants my help at Stone Lake. That's great. This will allow me to get acquainted with Ryo. I must see all his original magic. Hehe, what serendipity. I won't let this opportunity slip away. Ilalion's misfortune was that he completely closed the wagon's window and didn't pay any attention to what was happening outside. Because of this, he didn't notice when he passed a carriage escorted by the Magical Association on the way. Naturally, when Ilalion arrived at Stone Lake, Ryo was no longer there. A few days before Ryo and Prince Willy's arrival at the royal capital Crystal Palace, 2 adventurers were standing in front of the Lord's Manor in the largest town of the frontier, Run. They were Ra, a swordsman from the C-rank party, Switchback, and Su, a scout. The 2 were waiting for the person they were looking for after asking the guards to arrange a meeting. After waiting for 10 minutes, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Su Ra," came the voice of Sera, a B-rank adventurer and Knight Order swordsmanship instructor. "No, it's all right. Sorry for the sudden visit, Miss Sera," Su said, bowing her head. By the way, Ra was stiff as a board. Sera, commonly known as the Sera of the Wind, had already become a legendary figure in the Adventurers Guild due to her overwhelming strength and equally stunning beauty. Being an elf, she was not only a powerful mage who could wield wind magic, but also a swordsman of extraordinary skill. Ra's reaction was quite normal. It seemed that Sue, who could talk without any issues, and generally female adventurers, were able to converse more easily. Well, actually, we went to the Duchy of Inberri on a request with Ryo, but Ryo is delayed for some reason. He asked me to bring a letter to you, so I have it here, Sue said as she handed the letter she received from Ryo to Sera. I see he's still not back. Thank you, Sue. I'll head back to my room and read this right away. No, then excuse us. After saying that, Sue took Ra, who was still frozen, and they left. The guards on duty couldn't understand why Ra had been brought along. Once the two had gone, Sera casually opened the letter. Although she had said she would read it back in her room, she was very curious about the contents. After reading it once, and then reading it again carefully, she collapsed to her knees. Lady Sera, a guard exclaimed in surprise as he called out to her. No, I'm fine, it's nothing to worry about. Sera raised her right hand to stop the guard and slowly stood up. Then she began to walk towards the manor, swaying slightly. Royal capital, royal capital, royal capital, she muttered those words to herself. After walking for a while and arriving in front of the manor, she lifted her face with determination and began to walk strongly. Her destination was the Knight Commander's office. In front of the Knight Commander's office, 2 Knight Order members were standing as usual. I want to see Lord Neville. Sera's expression showed that she had made a firm decision about something. The Knight members had never seen this expression before. Why, yes, please wait a moment. Saying that, one of them knocked on the door. Lady Sera is here. Let her in. A deep voice from inside responded. Sera entered the office. Oh, Sera, what's going on? The Knight Commander, Neville Black, greeted her. Without saying a word, Sera walked up to the desk and slammed her hands down, leaning toward Neville. Lord Neville, is there any plan for the Knight Order to go to the royal capital soon? There must be, right? There has to be. What's with this sudden urgency? Sera, calm down. Even Neville, who told her to calm down, was not calm at all. He was overwhelmed by Sera's aura, a sense of urgency that was almost palpable. Why, yes, there is a plan to go to the royal capital. Ah, yes, there is. The royal family has commissioned the Knight Order to transport the magic stones they purchased additionally. We are leaving tomorrow with a team of 8. The personnel have already been selected. I see. I want to be included in that. I will pay the extra travel expenses later. After all, I'm a swordsmanship instructor, and I'm also concerned about whether the knights will manage well. But you've never done anything like this before, Lord Neville. Is it fine for me to join? Ah, yes, that's no problem, Neville relented. Very well then, I'll rely on you. I'll inform my lord about it. With that, Sera left the Knight Commander's office, beaming with a wonderful smile. While it's not a problem, what on earth happened? Even the highly esteemed and sharp-witted Knight Commander Neville Black couldn't figure out the reason behind it. This is the second post for today. The previous chapter, 126 Intermission, was posted at noon. Tomorrow, the main story continues. Ryo will appear too. Thank you all very much, Prince Willy said as he bowed his head. Behind him, Lord Rodrigo also lowered his head. No, I'm just glad you arrived safely. We only fulfilled our request. Your Highness, please raise your head, Korn replied shyly, while Ryo responded a bit flustered. The location was in front of the royal palace of the Natore Kingdom. The volunteers from the Royal Magic Guild, who had offered to provide escort, had already disbanded and left for inside the palace. Matthew and Ruka also thanked the 4 and left for the Ministry of Finance with capable-looking escorts that appeared from nowhere. In the end, the escort adventurers, including Ryo, were receiving farewell greetings from Prince Willy and Lord Rodrigo. Ryo, son, I have one last request. Your Highness, what has prompted this formality? Prince Willy, determined to make a request to Ryo, was met with Ryo's light-hearted curiosity. From now on, may I call you Master? Sorry, but I would prefer you refrain from that. I see, then I shall use Teacher instead. Prince Willy compromised with a hint of disappointment, settling on Teacher. Yes, he compromised, though Ryo felt that there was no compromise at all in his eyes, and then the two entered the royal castle to report their arrival. Well then, I think we'll head to the Adventurers Guild. What about you, Ryo? The remaining adventurers, led by Ryo and Korn, decided to go to the Adventurers Guild. They would be disbanding this temporary party there. As it was Ryo's first time in the royal capital, he didn't have any particular place he urgently needed to go. The most he could do was visit the advisor Arthur, who had told him to drop by later. Thus, he intended to follow Korn and the others, but then he heard a familiar voice coming from a group walking toward him from the direction of the palace. Ryo. When Ryo turned around, Sera jumped at him with incredible speed. Sera, what are you doing here? And the Run Knight Order members? Sera remained silent for a moment, still clinging to Ryo. Instead, squad leader Eden from the Night Order answered, We were assigned to transport from Run to the Royal Palace. We just delivered them. Sera too? Yes, Lady Sera as well. She wasn't initially scheduled to come, but it was a sudden decision. There was no other choice. Interrupting Eden, Sera finally spoke up, raising her face. Did you not have switchbacks who deliver a letter? When I opened it, it stated that you would be stopping by the royal capital. Ryo is very precious to someone like me, an elf. How should I put it? Yes, a source of nourishment. It would be quite troublesome if you weren't around. I wish you would be more aware of that. I'm sorry about that. What does a source of nourishment mean? I've never heard that before. As long as you understand that, it's fine, Sera replied with a beaming smile. The power of that smile transcended everything. For that smile, Ryo could probably fight the world as his enemy, but he had to resolve his doubts. By the way, what do you mean by a source of nourishment? Didn't some guardian beast say that too? Being around Ryo extends one's lifespan or something like that? Yes, they did say that. That's exactly it. As I mentioned before, elves are like half fairies, and that guardian beast is probably also a guardian of the fairy lineage. We refer to it as the fairy factor, but for those who possess it, Ryo is indeed a very valuable source of nourishment. Also, it purifies negative energy, something like that. It has a refreshing effect as well. You should remember this. The Night Order members listening nearby nodded in awe. Does it have any effect on humans? No, not at all. Sera gave a blunt answer to Ryo's question. Does it have any effect on me? No, probably not. Sera replied again with an equally blunt answer to Ryo's further question. And for some reason, Ryo was left feeling a sense of defeat. Amidst this exchange, Korn and the others had begun to drift away, saying, well, we're off, but Ryo hadn't noticed. In other words, Ruka has fled to the Ministry of Finance, Seeker is missing, and the Minister of Finance, having had his shackles removed, is likely to defect. Furthermore, the shadow of Ilalion looms behind all of this. Right, this was at Duke Flitwick's residence in the royal capital. In the office, two men were discussing. One was slender, wearing a monocle, reading a report while speaking. The other was of average build, but exuded an unsettling aura that didn't suit a duke's residence. So, the man connecting all of this is this Abel character? Yes, it seems they have also been investigating around the Knight Commander. Abel had already been eyed not only by Seeker and his group, but also by the duke's subordinates. After all, Abel was more known for his adventuring activities than for espionage. It couldn't be helped. Now, where is Ilalion? Yesterday, he reportedly left the royal capital and headed east on 2nd Avenue. If we are to eliminate this Abel, now is the perfect opportunity. The monocle-wearing man pondered for a moment. Even if they were to eliminate him, there were rumors that he was quite capable. An average person could easily be defeated. If we want to ensure success, we should use those guys. Yes, the preparations are already complete. Oh. As expected, so how will we proceed? We will use Gordon, Belrock, and Roman. While Gordon alone should be sufficient, the other two are just insurance. Very well. Handle it by the time Ilalion returns? Yes. With that, the unsettling man left the office. The man remaining behind, wearing the monocle, faintly smiled and muttered, "A hero's attack, huh? Next time, something may finally happen." Gordon was elated. For the first time in his 23 years of life, he was finally getting attention from women. The blazing flame mage Gordon of the hero party wasn't bad-looking, to say the least. In fact, he could be said to have above-average looks. However, he was a bit rough around the edges, slightly overconfident, and had a tendency to look down on others. Each of these traits could be considered factors that made him unappealing to women. While one might overlook a single flaw, having all three was simply too much. Yet, a woman who was utterly taken by Gordon finally appeared. She was Nancy, the secretary of Viscount Oswin Fletcher. Viscount Oswin Fletcher was a composed individual who wore a monocle and had been entrusted with managing the interests of Duke Flitwick's house in the royal capital, essentially placing him in a senior advisor position. His secretary Nancy was a cute young woman with lively eyes who had just turned 20, and Gordon was completely smitten with her. As spring finally arrived for Gordon, hero Roman was overjoyed. Belrock, the Earth Attribute Mage, toasted several times to celebrate. Cleric Graham nodded without changing his expression. However, the Wind Attribute Mage Alicia, the Scout Morris, and the Enchanter Ashkin frowned. "Are you sure? You're not being deceived, right? If a girl is attracted to Gordon, she must have bad eyesight." Each expressed their concerns in their own way. After arriving in the royal capital, the hero party had requested an audience with the king. However, due to the king's health concerns, they were being kept at Duke Flitwick's residence. They were living without any discomfort, and with Gordon's newfound romance, there were no particular issues. Cleric Graham was engrossed in discussions about the light priest of the Central Nations, various gods, and their teachings, leading a fulfilling daily life. The trio of Alicia, Morris, and Ashkin were also having tea parties with the maids of the Duke's residence, establishing personal connections. That day, Gordon was set to go out with Nancy. Nancy had invited Gordon to a newly opened shop in the royal capital. Could it be a date? Gordon's excitement peaked, but his mood plummeted when he discovered that 2 other members would be joining them. "Roman, Belrock, why are you 2 here?" "Well, it seems Nancy is treating us," Belrock replied, scratching his head. "We thought it would be rude to intrude," Roman added, scratching his cheek. Just then, Nancy arrived. She whispered to Gordon, "I'm sorry, Gordon. The Viscount insisted on bringing both of them along to entertain you." Nancy spoke apologetically. "Oh, no, I don't mind at all. Yeah, it's disrespectful to go against the Viscount's wishes. No problem at all." "Really? Gordon, you're so kind." Saying this, Nancy clung to Gordon's arm. Gordon's face turned bright red, and he wore a lovesick expression. Gordon's first date was going smoothly. He completely ignored the 2 men trailing behind him, his gaze filled only with Nancy. They meandered around the vicinity of a building known as the Kingdom Magic Research Institute, or rather, Ilalion Mansion, which featured delicious eateries and wonderful clothing stores, so he didn't mind at all. In the first place, Gordon, unfamiliar with the geography of the royal capital, had no idea where they were heading. The 2 men following behind also disregarded the couple in front of them, entering shops at will, buying tempting food, and admiring the items sold at weapon shops, fully enjoying their time. But tragedy struck suddenly. The 2 men had wandered off somewhere, leaving Gordon and Nancy to have lunch at a stylish restaurant. While Gordon was settling the bill, Nancy stepped outside first. As Gordon paid and stepped outside, to his horror he found Nancy collapsed, blood pouring from her mouth. "Nancy!" Gordon rushed to help Nancy up. "Gordon!" She gasped out his name weakly. "What happened?" In a hurry, Gordon pulled out the potion he always carried and made Nancy drink it. After finishing it, Nancy pointed across the street, saying, "That swordsman!" There stood a man with his back to them. That guy? At that moment, nothing else mattered to Gordon. Nancy, collapsed and bleeding, and the man suspected of having harmed her were all that filled his vision. Gently laying Nancy down on the street, Gordon stood up and readied his staff with a fiery gaze. Then he chanted, "Blade Lang Trident." As Gordon invoked the spell, 3 flames spiraled from the tip of his staff towards the man, his strongest spell for individual combat. Abel, a woman's voice sounding almost like a scream, echoed from somewhere. "Sanctuary!" The woman, throwing herself in front of the swirling flames, cast the spell. A rapid deployment defense magic, a priest's secret art that establishes a barrier in an instant without incantation. The Sanctuary activated correctly, nullifying the Blade Lang Trident. However, the kinetic energy was preserved, and the woman was flung back against the wall behind her. "Rhea!" The target of the attack, Abel, turned to look at Rhea. Just then, Lynn and Warren rounded the corner. "Lynn, Warren, I'm counting on you for Rhea." Saying that, Abel took off running across the street. Having had Gordon's strongest attacking magic neutralized, Gordon quickly chanted again. "Fireball!" prioritizing speed. However, Abel unsheathed his magic sword and sliced through the fireball. "Impossible!" Leaving those words behind, Gordon received a punch from Abel to his solar plexus and lost consciousness. But the problem didn't end there. 2 people had been watching the scene unfold. Hero Roman and Earth attribute Mage Belrock had just exited the shop where Gordon had emerged. Witnessing Gordon being knocked down by Abel's punch and the scene of Nancy bleeding nearby. At that moment, Hero Roman understood. The man who had downed Gordon was an enemy, and he was the one at fault. As he sprinted towards Gordon and Abel, he unsheathed the holy sword Astalt. Abel caught a glimpse of that movement from the corner of his eye. He evaded Roman's powerful thrust. Thus, through a series of coincidences, misunderstandings, and malice, the battle between Hero Roman and the sword genius Abel began on the streets of the royal capital. As Hero Roman charged at Abel, Earth attribute Mage Belrock cast his spell. Stone Javelin! However, the stone spear was nullified by an air slash unleashed from across the street. There stood a girl who appeared to be a mage, glaring at them with her staff raised. "Is she a companion of that swordsman?" The clash between the swordsmen escalated fiercely, while the mages found themselves unable to intervene, caught in a standoff. Onlookers, no one dared to approach. Nearby shops had shut their shutters, and doors were securely locked from within. There are 2 phenomena when a fight breaks out on the street. Either a crowd congregates to watch, or everyone retreats into buildings. What causes that difference? It's simply the danger of the fight. Just imagine, a fight involving gunfire. Would bystanders gather around those involved? They wouldn't want to get caught up in it, as their lives would be at stake, would they? To the residents of the royal capital, Roman and Abel's sword fight appeared that dangerous. Ordinarily, someone would call for help, and guards would rush in, but in the current setting of Phi, where there are no means of communication like phones, reporting was not a simple task. That guy is terrifyingly fast, and his sword is heavy. Abel, while parrying Roman's strikes, felt a tinge of admiration. Though not as formidable as the demon prince he had fought at the 40th level of the dungeon, the speed and weight of this human opponent's sword were abnormal. In the present situation, he was managing to handle it with his skill and experience, but it was an extremely tough battle. It seems like he's an associate of the fire attribute mage I just defeated, but was he hired for this commotion? No, that's impossible. His skill is truly unparalleled. He possesses a swordsmanship that would command respect across nations. Who would have thought there would be such a swordsman? Are there many swordsmen like him in the kingdom? Purely in terms of swordsmanship, he's among the top tier of everyone I've fought. No matter what attack I launch, he easily counters. I feel a wall that's high in a different sense than Leonor, hero Roman, was beginning to enjoy himself just a little. When he first charged in, all he could think about was defeating the enemy after seeing Gordon downed and Nancy bleeding, but now he was feeling something beyond those emotions. He thrust, then swung. His sword flowed at an exquisite angle. From that, he forcefully slashed downward in a reverse diagonal. Yet each time he attempted this, Abel countered with perfect timing, deflecting his blade before Roman could apply his strength. It was a defense born of techniques and experiences he had never encountered before. Unbeknownst to them, the wind attribute mage Alicia, the scout Morris, and the enchanter Ashkin had joined the fray. However, like Belrock, they were unable to intervene clearly due to constraints from across the road. Of course, the hero party had no issues with this. After all, it was hero Roman who was fighting. And moreover, his opponent was neither Leonor nor the blazing flame mage. In a one-on-one, there was no chance Roman could lose. But what if there's someone like the princess? Scout Morris's whisper was intentionally ignored by everyone. That princess was indeed an exception. Ryo and Sera were strolling through the royal capital while munching on crepes. To their surprise, the crepe stall they had seen in Whitnash and the city of Run was also present in the royal capital. The vendor was a man who appeared to be over 70 years old. They purchased the crepes at Ryo's strong insistence. "Yes, this is definitely delicious." "Right," Sera praised it after taking a bite, and Ryo puffed out his chest proudly. Aware that he shared a similar taste with Sera, Ryo was sure she would enjoy the crepes. "Not long ago, there was a stall near the east gate of the city of Run, and it was delicious too. Is this a chain? This combo of whipped cream and banana is a classic." "Indeed, now I understand why you recommended it so strongly. If you don't experience this, you'll miss out on life." Delicious food brings happiness. Delicious food enriches life. This truth remains unchanged, regardless of the world or era. As the two walked, enveloped in happiness, they heard the sound of swords clashing. Are they fighting with swords in the streets of the royal capital? From the sounds, it sounds like a one-on-one. And it seems only those two are fighting. Both Ryo and Sera, with their above-average hearing, easily discerned the number of combatants. Since the sounds were coming from the direction they were heading, they assumed they would find out what was happening if they continued on. Both casually enjoyed their crepes as they walked towards the noise. What they witnessed was, "That's some intense sword fighting. Both of them are skilled." Ryo couldn't help but murmur, and Sera was equally impressed. "However, one of them looks like Abel." Yes, the one fighting is indeed Abel. Since Lynn and the others are across the street, it must be him. Ryo spoke what he thought, and Sera confirmed it. "That's an incredible battle. No one can approach." Scout Morris remarked absent-mindedly. "Yes, that opponent can fight evenly with Roman." "Who on earth is he?" The voice of wind attribute mage Alicia had turned hushed, almost a whisper. "Exactly. How can a fight be established with the holy sword assault? A regular sword would shatter after just one clash? So the opponent's sword is also extraordinary. Look closely. It's glowing red. That's a magic sword." Alicia answered Morris's question. "A magic sword holder? What could that person be?" Scout Morris was left speechless. Magic swords are not something ordinary adventurers can obtain. The probability of encountering someone with such a weapon on the street was negligible. Morris shook his head twice and glanced around. Even so, with such swordsmanship, it seems onlookers aren't gathering. Indeed, everyone values their lives. Except for us and the opponent's allies, only 2 people are here. I wonder if those 2 are okay not fleeing. In response to Morris's words, Alicia also looked around. There was one man, seemingly a mage, eating something, and an incredibly beautiful woman wearing a cloak. Wait, one of those onlookers is an elf. Indeed. As expected in the royal capital, there are plenty of people who would be rare elsewhere, like magic sword holders and elves. Yeah, that might be true. Though Morris spoke excitedly, Alicia felt a slight doubt but still nodded along. Meanwhile, the sword fight between Roman and Abel continued. It went on, but Abel understood. At this rate I will lose. The gap between them was almost negligible. In fact, Abel, surpassing Roman with skill, had occasionally dealt him minor wounds, causing the members of the hero party to worry each time. However, the mental stamina drain was vastly different for Roman and Abel. Roman's sword approached with the embodiment of commitment, while Abel had to counter and retaliate with techniques. If Abel ever failed to parry, he would sustain lethal damage. After all, Roman was naturally superior in both speed and strength. The pressure he exerted was something only those facing him could comprehend. One hit would mean defeat. That reality had been gripping Abel from the start. In that, Abel was undoubtedly a sword genius, managing to defend without breaking. But it was precisely because he was that genius that he sensed an inevitable breakdown looming ahead. To push Abel back with a sword is amazing, Ryo expressed his thoughts. However, he noticed Sera, who had been commenting and whispering about the fight, had gone silent. Sera? Oh, sorry. About the sword Abel is facing, I think it's the holy sword Astalt. Oh, the holy sword. Now that you mention it, Abel's sword glows red too, so it's probably a magic sword or something. Sera spoke, and Ryo reacted strongly to the mention of the holy sword. When it comes to fantasy, magic swords and holy swords are the essence of the genre. Yes, Abel's is a magic sword, the holy sword Astalt, wielded by heroes passed down through generations since it was born in the Western nations, I've heard. A hero? So heroes do exist in this world. Ryo was hearing about heroes for the first time right now, and around him an astounding number of spirits are gathering. The spirits told me he is called Hero Roman. What? Sera, you can speak with spirits. I'm more surprised by that. Elves have a deep connection with spirits from the moment they are born. Sera said this with a hint of pride. It was a secret that Ryo found her adorable. If there's a hero, that means there's a demon king too. Wait, there's also a demon prince. A demon prince? Ryo, where? That's a big deal. We can't let that go. Oh, it's fine. He was at the 40th level of the dungeon, but I defeated him safely, so he's not around anymore. I see. Oh, that was during the forced transfer incident, right? But to think there was a demon prince. More importantly, Sera, if the hero were to be killed by Abel here, wouldn't that lead to a serious situation? Ryo suddenly posed the critical question. Sera's eyes widened slightly at his words. Indeed, if that were to happen, there would be no one to defeat the Demon King. It could become a diplomatic issue between the kingdom and the Western nations. I see. The sword fight is about to break down, huh? Yes. Abel is at a disadvantage. Ryo's assessment aligned with Sera's, but knowing Abel, I think he might take a risk and try to turn the tables near the end. If that succeeds, the hero might die. That would indeed be problematic. Yeah, so I'm going to put a stop to that sword fight. When it came to Whitnash, Abel intervened. This time I'll step in. Sera, I'm sorry, but could you get 2 more of those crepes? I don't really understand, but I'll go buy them. I'll leave that to you. With that, Sera headed toward the crepe shop. Now then, Ryo muttered softly and began walking towards the sword fight. Scout Morris only noticed the mage after he had passed by. Hey, wait a minute, you. That's dangerous over there? Though it was strange he hadn't noticed, he couldn't approach the mage, who continued toward the sword fight without incident. Before long, the mage found herself standing right beside the duel. Both of you sheathe your swords. At Ryo's voice, Abel and Roman leapt back simultaneously. Ice wall layer 10 in that instant, an invisible wall of ice was erected between them, forcibly separating the two. Ryo, don't interfere. Even if it's you, I don't know what I might do. I won't let Abel kill you, Ryo stated firmly. Even knowing he was losing, Abel had no intention of ending the fight midway, and he could not accept having it forcibly ended, even if it were Ryo. However, Ryo advanced, disregarding Abel's feelings. Abel, please be quiet for a moment. Now you there, your hero Roman, correct? Yes. What did you say? Ryo confirmed, and as Roman affirmed it, Abel was visibly shaken. Yes, this is hero Roman. At least until the Demon King is defeated, it would be troublesome if he were to die. Ugh, Abel groaned. And you there, hero Roman, the opponent you were just fighting is B-rank adventurer Abel from the kingdom. He's not a suspicious person. He's a fine individual who sometimes acts as a stand-in for the guild master in the city of Run. B-rank adventurer from the kingdom? Roman's mutter reached Ryo's ears. Is there something about the kingdom's adventurers that concerns you? No, actually, we came here after training under Oscar Lusk of the Duchy Empire, the Blazing Flame Mage. I've heard there's a water attribute mage who even rivals Oscar. If you have any information regarding that, I would like to hear it. Roman had sheathed his sword and asked politely. Huh. So you are looking for the water attribute mage? The foremost authority on water attribute magic in the kingdom would be the Schwarzkopf family. That information might be useful. I see, the Schwarzkopf family, right? Got it. Thank you. Ryo dismissed Abel's unintended slip-up and twisted the information to provide. Abel, who was listening, looked at the grateful hero Roman with a pitying expression. Abel knew the answer to the previous question. Yes, it was certainly about the water attribute mage who was currently standing aloof, intervening. Now, as a sign of reconciliation for both of you, Sera. As Ryo said this, Sera instantly appeared beside him and handed him 2 crepes. Casting Ice Wall Release, Ryo removed the ice wall he had secretly erected and handed a crepe to both hero Roman and Abel. When people eat delicious food, they become happy. Enjoy this and let bygones be bygones. After distributing the crepes, Ryo nodded with satisfaction. If you still have grievances, Sera and I will gladly face you. Abel, Sera is ready to engage with you any time. Indeed, I will gladly accept. I've gotten a bit stronger from sparring with Ryo. Ryo provoked Abel, and Sera jumped in to support him. Wait, you were strong even before. There's no way you could be stronger than that. Abel's mutter was clearly heard by Sera, who only smiled slightly in response. Well then, we shall excuse ourselves. Ryo, let's go. There's a famous cafe down that street. They have a delicious cake set. Oh, I'm looking forward to that. With that, Ryo and Sera departed, bringing peace to the world. By the way, why are those 2 in the royal capital? Abel's words went unheard by anyone. It ended up being a bit long, 9,000 words. I apologize. As Ryo and Sera were ordering a cake set at the long-established Café de Chocolat Royal Capital Branch. A male swordsman entered the shop and sat at the table next to Ryo. Abel, is this your favorite place as well? Even if you sit there, I won't treat you, you know. I'm not expecting to be treated by my junior. Sera called out. Ryo rejected it before he could say anything, and Abel shouted back in a whispering voice. Quite skillful, I see. You're trying to make Sera treat you, huh? I thought Abel was making a decent income, but I guess it can't be helped. Ryo sighed in exasperation while Sera shook her head, trying to offer to treat. No, I'm not trying to get treated. I came here just to thank you for what happened earlier. Thank you for stopping it. Abel bowed his head as he said this. Abel apologizing so honestly. It's because Sera is here, huh? If you were always this honest, it would be nice. What, Abel doesn't usually apologize this honestly? Ryo teased Abel while Sera tilted her head and asked. Yeah, not at all. It's really troublesome. If only you could be a little more honest. You know, Abel, there's a good way to express your intention to apologize concisely. That is, giving me money. Come on anytime, any amount is fine. I'm ready to accept. Ryo's absurd way of saying this made Abel furious. Well, as a token of my gratitude, I was thinking of introducing Ryo to a wonderful alchemist, but I think I'll pass. Abel, I'm sorry. Abel is a really wonderful person. Watching the 2 of you is never boring. Ryo turned his palm up to the furious Abel while Sera laughed at the sight. Sigh. Well, whatever. The alchemist is Baron Kenneth Hayward. He's still young, but he is a genius alchemist who represents the royal capital. With a big sigh, Abel decided to introduce him. Baron, Abel, I don't really have much experience talking to nobles. Now you say that. Well, it's fine. Kenneth was originally a commoner, and with his exceptional alchemy skills and results, he became a noble. Moreover, he's from the city of Run. Don't you remember after hearing that? The house you bought. House. The previous owner had a son who became an engineer and became a noble in the royal capital, calling his parents. No way? Yeah, no way. That's the previous owner family of that house. I mentioned you when we drank a while back. They were grateful that you bought it all in cash, so I'm sure he'll help you with alchemy a bit. However, he's busy, and since this country is the center for alchemy, don't trouble him too much. Abel warned in advance. It's fine. I just want to ask him a few things, and if he could recommend me a good introductory book suitable for me right now. I'll study properly when I return to the city of Run. Ryo possessed the alchemy notebook inherited from the leader of the Assassination cult, Hassan, but he still couldn't understand its contents. That said, he had no intention of showing that notebook to anyone else. That notebook was something Hassan entrusted to him, saying he wanted Ryo to inherit it. Ryo had to refine his alchemy skills and be able to understand the contents of the notebook. He had made that determination. That's good then. His workplace is the Royal Alchemy Workshop. The location is hard to explain. I'll contact him today, so come to my place tomorrow morning. I'll take you there. Understood. So where is Abel staying? I'm at the Kingdom Magic Research Institute. It's just 2 blocks away from here. Saying that, Abel began explaining the location of the institute. Ryo and Sera listened to his story while eating their cake. Did Abel order anything? No, he's just occupying a seat without ordering anything. Oh. Sera calmly pointed this out. Ryo highlighted the issue, leaving Abel stunned. It goes without saying that Abel then properly ordered a cake set. After the 3 finished their cake sets and chatted a bit as they left the shop, they heard a voice from afar. Sera-sama, looking, it was one of the knights who had come with Sera from Run. Everyone, I found you. At that shout, the scattered Knight Order members began to gather. Looks like they were searching for Sera. Seems that way. Ryo spoke to Sera beside him, and Sera nodded in agreement. I finally found you, Sera-sama. Is something the matter, Eden? Eden was the captain of the transportation team this time. Eden handed a letter he was holding to Sera and said, after we returned to the Baron of the Borderlands' residence, a letter addressed to you arrived. It seems to be from the Autonomous Bureau, and they asked to deliver it as soon as possible. Upon receiving the letter, Sera opened it right there and began to read. Autonomous Bureau? Ryo asked Abel, who was standing next to him, in a small voice. The elf tribe living in the kingdom resides in the area commonly known as the Forest of the West, to the west of the kingdom. They have been granted autonomy by the kingdom. The Autonomous Bureau is established in the royal capital for communication purposes. When I was in the royal capital 8 years ago, there were probably only 2 elves stationed at the Autonomous Bureau, Abel explained very politely. After finishing the letter, Sera supplemented Abel's explanation. In the last 5 years, the Autonomous Bureau has expanded, and the number of elves residing in the royal capital has increased. I've heard that a dozen or so of them are training within the Knight Order and Magical Association. This is likely related to that. After saying this, Sera thought for a moment before opening her mouth again. To put it simply, it seems they heard that I came to the royal capital and want the elves stationed at the Autonomous Bureau to train me. And for some reason, the Great Elder is also in the royal capital at this timing. That's a bit too convenient. After thinking a little, Sera glanced at Ryo and Abel, then she fell into thought again. After a full 20 seconds, it seemed she had come to a conclusion as she opened her mouth. Ryo and Abel, both of you should come with me. It would probably be better that way. With that, she started walking briskly. Sera. Both Abel and Ryo followed Sera in confusion. Behind them were the members of the Run Knight Order, relieved that they had fulfilled their duty. The 3 walked towards the Autonomous Bureau. With Sera at the front, the 2 men followed behind her. As they passed through a large plaza, they noticed a magnificent statue of a knight with a sword raised to the sky at the center. When Ryo noticed that, Abel explained. That's the statue of King Ashton, the founder of the kingdom. I thought it was just a magnificent knight's statue. Well, King Ashton was a knight before he built the kingdom, so it's not too far off. That's why the royal family surname has been Natore for generations, and the country's name is also Natore. It's a knight's nation, Abel explained with a solemn nod. A knight becoming a king? Could it be that he killed the king and usurped the throne? That's not it, Abel sharply retorted, noticing Ryo's thought that shouldn't have come to mind. He received permission from the country he served to establish a nation here. The country he served? Yeah. According to legends, it's said to be the Supreme Empire Babylon. Babylon? Ryo muttered that word, falling into silence. Babylon, that is one of the 2 giants of names given to ancient empires alongside Canaan. Both names appear in the Old Testament. Babylon, which opposes God. Canaan, the promised land from God. The cultural backgrounds of both are completely opposite. Which one you choose depends on polytheism or monotheism. Or could it be demonic or angelic? Such a name carries a grand significance. Originally, the name Babylon, meaning Gate of the Gods in Akkadian, is described negatively in the Old Testament, which is quite intriguing. However, even disregarding that, there is one undeniable fact that anyone can deduce. That is, the one who named it the Supreme Empire Babylon is undoubtedly a reincarnator. Of course, it isn't hard to imagine that they might have been a bit of a middle schooler in their thinking. As Ryo thought about that, a sudden question crossed his mind. You mentioned that King Ashton was permitted to establish the kingdom here. But where was that Supreme Empire located in the first place? When Ryo asked, Abel raised one finger of his right hand to respond. In the sky. Excuse me. Ryo's reply was quite bewildering. They say the Supreme Empire was a floating continent. What a fantasy. This is the very essence of the righteous path of fantasy. Is that floating continent still floating somewhere in the world? In response to Ryo's excited question, Abel's reaction was calm. That's just a story from legends. It's a tale from thousands of years ago. I've never heard of a floating continent being found, so I wonder. Of course, in such cases, floating continents or sky castles are always hidden behind thick clouds, making them invisible from the outside. Ryo said this to Abel as if it were obvious. Why, yeah. Abel was somewhat overwhelmed by that intensity. At that moment, Sera's voice reached the 2 walking ahead. The legend of the floating continent has also been passed down among the elves. Depending on who the great elder staying in the royal capital is, if we're lucky, we might be able to hear the story. At those words, Ryo's face brightened. That's wonderful, as expected of Sera. Compared to that, Abel. Why me? I didn't do anything wrong. By the way, Abel, during the battle with the hero, Ryo was sitting down. Were you okay? When Ryo said that, Abel's expression sank a bit as he replied. Yeah. That fire attribute mage suddenly unleashed magic at me. Ryo defended it with sanctuary, but though the flames were extinguished, the force of the magic remained, and I was blown against the wall. I've recovered with a potion, but I'm currently resting at the central sanctuary as part of my homecoming. Abel started to speak with a downcast expression, but by the time he finished, he had a regretful look on his face. It seemed he couldn't forgive himself for injuring Ryo due to his own inadequacy. I see. Oh, by the way, I noticed a young man who looked like a mage collapsed on this side of the road. That must be the fire attribute mage. Well, mages of the fire attribute are usually at that level. I think it's fine to freeze them all in ice. I think that's a bit different. Ryo's extreme opinion, which seemed to have assumed the fire attribute mages were somewhere in an empire, was something Abel couldn't agree with. Apparently, it seems that a child who acted as a guide for them was the cause, but after the battle ended, he seems to have disappeared. We split up to search for him afterward. Surely that foolish fire attribute mage was played around by them. In my hometown, we would call it a bust or honey trap. It probably worked well against that foolish fire attribute mage. Ryo emphasized the part about the foolish fire attribute mage very strongly. Yeah, I understand again that Ryo hates fire attribute mages. Soon after, they arrived at the Autonomous Bureau. It was an area lined with noble mansions. It used to be a normal single-family house. Abel muttered quietly as he looked at the building of the Autonomous Bureau. The Autonomous Bureau was a 3-story stone building, surrounded by buildings on all sides, with a wide courtyard made of cobblestones. Ryo thought it resembled London's Somerset House, often seen in movies. They moved here to have a larger building. Apparently, it's the site of some barren residence that got demolished. I liked that small Autonomous Bureau, though. Sera responded with a wry smile at Abel's muttering. At that moment, Ryo felt as if the sun had dimmed. However, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Seeing Ryo like that, Sera looked at the sun again. It's an eclipse. The sun is covered. A partial solar eclipse, Ryo muttered stiffly at Sera's words. What Ryo recalled was an incident that occurred when he was caught up in a total solar eclipse in Run. That incident where he was trapped in the sealed corridor and had to fight Demon Leonor. He thought he might be caught up in the sealed corridor again, but this time nothing happened. Seeing Ryo like that, Sera smiled a little and said, "Ryo, it's okay. There are no dungeons in the royal capital. A great tsunami won't occur." Sera was a bit mistaken. On the contrary, hearing that, Abel muttered, "Dungeon? Great tsunami?" It seemed Abel was still unaware of the relationship between solar eclipses and great tsunamis. In the central temple of the royal capital, a man in a white priest robe was descending a staircase to the underground. The underground of the royal capital temple was a huge tomb where past high priests, saints, and holy maidens slept. The man descended the stairs to the 5th underground floor, the lowest level, and opened a door that required a special key. As expected, the lock was unlatched. In the spot indicated, the man took out what looked like a fist-sized crystal ball from his pocket. Upon closer inspection, it looked as if a purple smoke was swirling inside the crystal ball. The man placed it on the floor and channeled magical power into the necklace hanging from his neck. The necklace was a disposable, undead-repelling necklace. It was disposable, very expensive, but its effect lasted for 2 hours and was excellent at preventing attacks from almost all undead. It was not something an ordinary priest could obtain. However, the man activated the necklace without hesitation and continued to channel magical power into the crystal ball. Then, a sound like glass breaking echoed around him. The crystal ball did not break, but purple smoke burst forth as if it had been trapped inside, enveloping the surroundings. After a while, from within that smoke, undead centered around a skeleton emerged. The number was in the thousands. Thousands of undead multiplied as if to fill the 5th underground floor. It came a bit earlier than planned, but it can't be helped. Heh, with this, the temple will be destroyed, and the royal capital will be in chaos. The man twisted his mouth and muttered to himself. However, that muttering froze. Something else appeared after the undead. Why? Are only undead appearing? With a flash of that thing's hand, the man's head was severed, and that became his last words. At long last, the royal capital turmoil begins. Sera led the way, followed by Abel and Ryo, as they passed through the gate of the Autonomous Bureau and entered the courtyard. As seen from the outside, the courtyard was surrounded on all sides by buildings. It was almost as if it was designed for training and mock battles. From the depths of the courtyard, they saw people approaching. One was a woman in her mid-30s. Behind her, there was a man in his 20s. Both had slightly pointed ears, indicating they were elves, and they were beautiful people. Elves are generally known for their beauty, and that was a fact. "Welcome back, Sera," the woman greeted with a smile. "Lady Granny, is the great elder visiting the royal capital?" Upon saying this, Sera bowed deeply. Seeing this, Abel and Ryo hurriedly followed suit and bowed. "Lady Granny, this is Abel, an adventurer from the city of Run," Sera introduced. "Abel, my lord." At Sera's introduction, Lady Granny displayed a slightly suspicious expression. "Adventurer, Abel," Sera emphasized her introduction once more. "I see. Welcome to the Autonomous Bureau, Lord Abel." Lady Granny seemed to sense something and greeted him with a slightly warm smile. Ryo found her reaction to be the opposite of the concept he had learned. Elves are exclusive. Of course, the root of that knowledge came from the image of elves created by J.R.R. Tolkien. Surely, he was a person who had reincarnated from another world to Earth. Some facts are mistaken. Ryo thought deeply about this. Once Abel's introduction concluded, Lady Granny's gaze firmly captured Ryo's body. It was an intense gaze that made Ryo feel somewhat uneasy. "This is also an adventurer from the city of Run, Ryo," Sera introduced him in her usual manner. "I'm Ryo," he said, but Lady Granny remained unresponsive, still in her frozen state. The young man behind Lady Granny looked at her with suspicion and spoke up. "Lady Granny?" At that moment, Lady Granny reacted as if she had been jolted awake. "Ah, forgive me, I was just captivated for a moment." The woman, who appeared to be in her mid-30s, spoke like an elder, which felt strange to Ryo, but seeing that no one else reacted, it seemed to be a unique feeling for Ryo alone. "Captivated?" Sera squinted her eyes slightly and asked Lady Granny. "Indeed. Well, not exactly captivated, but what captivated me was the robe that Lord Ryo is wearing. I never thought I would see it again in my lifetime. What an unexpected joy." Saying this, Lady Granny examined Ryo's robe from top to bottom multiple times. "Lady Granny, I understand your feelings, but Ryo seems to be uncomfortable." Sera finally spoke up to interject. Encountering the robe of the Fairy King is a rarity. It has been 2,000 years since I last saw it. It's only natural to feel a bit excited." Lady Granny puffed her cheeks slightly in protest to Sera. 2,000 years? Lady Granny, how old are you?" Ryo did not voice the honest question that arose in his heart. However, Abel, who stood next to Ryo, seemed a bit taken aback. 2,000 years? Is it okay for me to call you Lady Granny?" Ryo asked cautiously. "I apologize, that was indeed too rude." Saying this, Lady Granny looked at Ryo's face. Then she froze again. Ryo felt a bit anxious and glanced at Sera. His gaze carried a message that begged for help. "Ryo, there's no need to worry. Lady Granny merely recognized your true worth. She will return to normal shortly." However, Ryo wasn't the only one feeling anxious. The young man behind Lady Granny was also troubled by her unusual demeanor. He followed her gaze and ended up on Ryo's face. Then, he understood that Lady Granny's current situation was Ryo's responsibility. While that was generally true, there are various interpretations in this world. What have you done to Lady Granny?" The young man exploded in anger like a raging fire. "This is it. The light novel trope where a young man angrily charges at me. Countless tropes have met with failure, but is this finally happening?" Ryo thought such things in his mind. As a result, he couldn't help but let out a faint smile naturally. This only fueled the fire of the young man's rage. "What are you laughing at?" With that, the young man unsheathed his sword and attempted to slash at Ryo, but he couldn't do it. Of course, Sera would never allow such a thing. The moment the young man began running toward Ryo, Sera rushed in from the side and slammed her right fist against the young man's right hand, which was gripping the sword. The bones of his index, middle, and ring fingers were crushed between Sera's fist and the sword. Before the young man could even cry out, Sera swept his right leg, causing him to fall. The young man, now kissing the ground, cradled his right hand and groaned in pain. Sera's expression while watching was devoid of emotion. The commotion seemed to bring Lady Granny's awareness back. Seeing the young man sprawled on the ground shocked her, and she tilted her head slightly at Sera before glancing at the sword the young man had dropped, as if to understand what had just transpired. "Loxley, this foolish one. Ryo, I apologize for my young one's rudeness." Saying this, Lady Granny bowed deeply. Ryo, who had been anticipating the typical development, was disappointed that it had not gone that way, and he looked at the young man, Loxley, who had been struck down by Sera with pity. At that moment, being apologized to by Lady Granny made him feel a bit flustered. "Oh no, please don't mind it. Loxley is still too young, he cannot appreciate Ryo's greatness," Lady Granny said, shaking her head. "Ryo's greatness? Abel, depending on what you say next, you may find yourself bid farewell to this world." "No, I'm not planning to say anything." As he said this, Abel's gaze was behaving suspiciously. "Thank you, Sera, for earlier." The three of them, along with Lady Granny, were on their way from the courtyard to the reception room. The young man, Loxley, who had been struck down by Sera, had already been taken to the infirmary by another elf. "I brought you here, and now Ryo is in danger because of it. I'm truly sorry." In response to Ryo's words of gratitude, Sera bowed her head to apologize instead. "No, it's strange for Sera to apologize since you helped me," Ryo said, smiling brightly. Seeing that, Sera, who had worn a gloomy expression throughout their time in the courtyard, transformed her face into a blooming smile. Yes, Sera looks best with a smile. Ryo nodded vigorously in his heart. The reception room was furnished with splendid furniture. Having been there a few times, Ryo thought it was of a caliber 2 levels above that of the reception set used by Hugh, the guild master of the city of Run. Once all four were seated and tea was served, Sera spoke up. "Lady Granny, why have you come to the royal capital at this time?" This was something Sera had been curious about since receiving the letter. It matched too coincidentally with Sera's arrival in the royal capital. However, Lady Granny's answer was unexpected. "I came due to the results of a divination. There is an ominous presence in the royal capital. Furthermore, it was foretold that there would be a wonderful encounter. That wonderful encounter must be with Ryo. Indeed, this has been a wonderful encounter." Among the four, Abel was the one who couldn't keep up with the conversation at all. Being a human, he could not perceive the nutritional source that Ryo emitted through his fairy factor, nor did he have a deep understanding of the robe of the Fairy King. However, one particular statement from Lady Granny couldn't be overlooked. "Did you just say there's an ominous presence in the royal capital?" Ryo was unaware, but Abel was the second prince of the kingdom. Sera actually knew this fact, and Lady Granny, who had seen Abel in the royal palace before, was also aware of this. Therefore, Abel's question was recognized as a natural one. "Indeed, I did say that. Of course, it is ultimately just a divination. I do not know the details. However, regardless of what occurs, there are quite a few elves who have come out of the forest to the royal capital. I thought it would be easier to deal with various situations if I were close by, so I came." According to Lady Granny's explanation, there were over 50 elves currently in the royal capital. Considering that Sera was the only elf in the city of Run, this was quite a lot. This was solely due to the expansion of the Autonomous Bureau. In the past, there were those who had been dispatched to the Royal Knight Order, but now there was no one, and it seemed that about 20 were conducting research at the Magical University. The others were involved in duties and training within the Autonomous Bureau. The absence of anyone in the Knight Order is, unfortunately, it seems that things are not going well there. Lady Granny answered Abel with a frown. The elves were aware that the discipline within the Knight Order was in a dire state. "Well, considering that, I thought if Sera is in the royal capital, perhaps she could train them while they are here. The Knight Order that Sera serves as a swordsmanship instructor is said to be one of the best elites in the kingdom, isn't it? I hope she could show at least a part of that to our young ones." Lady Granny directed her statement towards Sera. "Looking at Loxley, I feel it might be better to train his mind first." Sera's words were harsh. It seemed she was quite upset about Loxley attacking Ryo. I apologize for that. He was just acting out of concern for me," Lady Granny responded, scratching her cheek. "Well, even if you were to give him 100 steps of leeway, it's still not excusable. If he had actually harmed Ryo with that sword, what would you have done, Lady Granny? Now that you mention it, I have no response. You might have caused the collapse of the world, you know." What position do I even hold in this world?" Sera said something serious with a straight face, and Ryo was confused. "Ryo, you are a being that supports the world." "No, I don't think that's the case." Both Abel and Ryo were completely confused by the conversation about the world. In the end, Sera ended up training the members of the Elf Autonomous Bureau for about 3 days. "First, let's work on your core and your mind." Hearing Sera's mutter, Ryo and Abel prayed instead for those who would be trained. Ryo and Abel parted ways with Sera and started their journey home. "Ryo, do you have a place to stay?" "Yes, I was told I can freely use a detached section of the Jew Kingdom Embassy for about a week. If it extends beyond that, I was instructed to let the embassy know." In response to Abel's question, Ryo imagined Prince Willy's face as he answered. "The Jew Kingdom, you've formed a connection with a rather rare place. It's even more to the east than the Duchy of Inberri you visited. What kind of connection could that be?" Abel shook his head repeatedly as he spoke. "There have been various circumstances. Really quite a few." As Ryo said this, he recalled the journey from the Duchy of Inberri to the royal capital. "Oh no!" Suddenly Ryo shouted. "What's wrong?" Abel was surprised and asked in response to the sudden shout. "I forgot to ask Lady Granny about the floating continent," Ryo said with an extremely dejected expression. "Ah, I see. Well, don't worry about it." Abel placed his hand on Ryo's shoulder and sighed wearily. The next day, accompanied by Ryo, who had visited the Kingdom Magic Research Institute in the morning, Abel headed to the Royal Alchemy Workshop. Thanks to having made an appointment the day before, the alchemist Baron Kenneth Hayward was present in the workshop. Ryo and Kenneth quickly bonded and began discussing alchemy. Abel, having completed his purpose, returned to the Kingdom Magic Research Institute. Upon entering the Ilalion office on the top floor, he found that the population had increased since the time he had left that morning. There were about 7 people present. "Oh, Mr. Abel, I hope I'm not interrupting," said the leader, Hero Roman, as he greeted Abel upon his return. Yeah," was all Abel could manage in response. He spotted Lynn, who had been on standby, and asked her the reason for the increase in people. "Oh, apparently, someone just came from Duke Flitwick's residence." According to Lynn, Nancy, the secretary of Viscount Oswin Fletcher, was the source of yesterday's problems. Disguised as someone injured from an attack by Abel, she had provoked Gordon into attacking Abel. However, by the time it was all over, Nancy had already vanished. They all spent some time searching the area, but she was nowhere to be found. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, they discovered that Nancy was a foreign spy and had been sent to the public capital, Carlisle. Even after a night had passed, Hero Roman expressed disbelief in Viscount Fletcher, prompting the entire party to leave the Duke's residence. By the way, Gordon had remained huddled in the corner of the room since they arrived. Roman, being a hero, seems to have a strong intuition or a sixth sense about these things, as Priest Graham mentioned, Lynn added. "I see. So that's why the number of people has increased." The Ilalion office was quite spacious, but with the number of people rising from 3 to 10, it felt noticeably crowded. The original 3 were Abel, Lynn, and Warren. Ryo was still at the central sanctuary, and Ilalion had left 3 days ago and had yet to return. "Seriously, where on earth has the old man gone? Oh, speaking of which, a swift horse came from Stone Lake and left a message." "I remember that the name Ryo was murmured upon seeing that message," Lynn recalled. "Ryo? Yeah, but Ryo is in the royal capital, right? Yeah, he's probably discussing alchemy with Kenneth at the workshop right now." As they were talking, a sudden mechanical sound resembling woo-woo echoed from a corner of the room. If Ryo had heard it, he might have exclaimed, "Air raid siren from London?" However, it was the first time for those present to hear that sound. "What is that? What's going on?" While Lynn and Abel were in a flurry, the door opened, and Sula, who served as Ilalion's secretary, entered. She walked to a corner of the room, pressed a button on a box, and the air raid siren sound ceased. "This is Ilalion Mansion. Please proceed," Sula spoke to the box. Then a voice replied from the box. Abel recalled the alchemical sphere given to him during Infiltration. It was a device that picked up voices and delivered them to a distant alchemical box. "This is the central sanctuary. We have an emergency. Non-human beings are overflowing from the underground. If this continues, they will overflow into the royal capital. Immediate assistance is required." Abel looked towards Sula and nodded promptly. When he turned to Hero Roman, he saw Roman nodding as well. Currently, Lord Ilalion is absent. However, the B-rank party, Red Sword, and Hero Roman's party will head for assistance. Before Sula could finish her sentence, Red Sword and the Hero party rushed out of the room. As they burst out, Abel asked Sula to deliver a message. "Please contact Ryo, who is at the Royal Alchemy Workshop." Gordon, who had been huddled in the corner, stood up straight and ran out of the room, following them. In the central sanctuary of the royal capital, Crystal Palace. It was the center of the worship of the goddess of light in the Natore Kingdom. Located almost centrally in the royal capital, it is a place visited day and night by common citizens, nobles, and royalty alike for prayers. The innermost section of the central sanctuary, known as the Chamber of Serenity, featured a high dome-shaped ceiling and a spacious oval room with a radius of about 50 meters. In the center of this room was a staircase that led down to the underground tomb, or catacomb. At that moment, a battle was raging at the foot of the stairs leading up from the second basement floor to the first basement. "Damn it, I can't hold them back. Monk squad, fall back, cover fire at the same time." In the kingdom, monk refers to a martial arts ascetic. These are individuals who dedicate themselves to the goddess of light and continue to fight. While some priests, like Rhea of the Red Sword and Ito of Room 10, join the battle as adventurers, they are primarily considered backline fighters. On the other hand, the monks wear armor and wield blessed staffs, fighting on the front lines as frontline warriors. Occasionally, some become adventurers, but most spend their lives attached to the temple. Thus, they cannot be said to have extensive combat experience. Nevertheless, they are a valuable force on the front line in the defense of the central sanctuary. "Fire the cannon! Light javelin!" Several light spears were launched. One of the light spears pierced through multiple enemies. Each spear efficiently took down targets without overlapping. This was proof that communication had improved during the retreat from the fourth basement to the first basement. However, Rhea, commanding the operation, felt significantly anxious. "We should have reduced them quite a bit. Yet the pressure isn't lessening at all. No matter how many they took down, more kept appearing, just like a great tsunami. This is the staircase to the first basement. If they spill out into the Chamber of Serenity, it will be difficult to retreat. It's too spacious there. The narrowness of the catacomb and the stairs allowed them to minimize the engagement area, helping them hold their ground. But if they spilled into the chamber, they would quickly be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. But could they take down all these enemies before they reached that point? First, that's impossible. Despite thinking this, Ryo never let it show on her face. If the commander shows weakness, the troops would lose their strength all at once. If the commander claims they can't win, the battle is sure to be lost. If the commander appears uncertain, the following waves would push them back. The role of a commander is vital. Ryo was leading the combat because she was appointed by High Priest Gabriel, the head of the Central Sanctuary. Normally, it would be most appropriate for the highest-ranking High Priest to command. With the authority of the High Priest, everyone belonging to the Central Sanctuary would comply. However, Gabriel knew he lacked the ability and experience for combat leadership. He was inherently bad at conflict and had little experience risking his life. A person like him could not calmly command, especially in a battle against a considerable number of non-human beings. When High Priest Gabriel recognized this, he glanced sideways. There he saw Ryo, with a resolute expression and strong will, watching the incoming non-human beings. He knew that Ryo had once been called a saint. After all, it was Gabriel himself who had designated Ryo as a saint. That Ryo was here at this moment was, in Gabriel's view, divine providence. Thus, he appointed her as the battle commander, and he would lead the artillery unit under her full command. The scene convinced those who were surprised by Ryo's appointment as battle commander to accept fighting under her. Ryo's reputation as a saint, High Priest Gabriel's support, and the full backing of monk squad leader Gawain allowed them to conduct the defense without falling apart. Prepare for artillery. After the fire, the monk squad will charge again. Got it, the monk squad responded eagerly. They were indeed martial arts ascetics. Their morale was still high. Fire the cannon, light javelin. They were taking down a considerable number of enemies, primarily skeletons. Among them, there were inexplicably some goblins. Seriously, why are there goblins? I could somewhat understand if there were skeletal or spiritual beings like wraiths, since it's an underground tomb. Of course, I've never heard of such a thing occurring before, but goblins make no sense. Where did they come from? And there's an ogre, the monk squad, which charged after the cannon fire, shouted. Yes, an ogre. How can a 2.5-meter ogre fit into this underground tomb, which is only just over 2 meters high? The ogre, about 2 meters and 50 centimeters tall, had to hunch over to walk in the catacomb. As a result, neither its size nor strength was being utilized. Nonetheless, its inherent durability was extraordinarily high, so just one presence of it drastically reduced the extermination speed on the human side. As they took time to deal with it, more enemies continued to push in from behind. We can't advance, so it's inevitably a retreat. Both the monk squad and the artillery unit have high morale, but their stamina and magical power are not infinite. I'd like to switch out if possible. By the way, why hasn't the Royal Knight Order arrived? We sent the first message, didn't we? The Knight Station is just over there. Ryo thought this and glanced at High Priest Gabriel. Gabriel understood what Ryo was seeking, but he shook his head. In other words, the Knight Order had not yet arrived. Ryo clenched her jaw, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. Deep breaths to calm oneself were very effective. Then she opened her eyes and issued a command. Once we take down the ogre, the monk squad will fall back. Fire at the enemies once they're lured out. Even in a retreat, they needed to buy as much time as possible between the second and first basements until reinforcements arrived. Ryo's strategy was consistent. At the foot of the stairs between the second and first basements, they had been able to hold them back for quite a while compared to combat below the third basement. However, that was about to reach its limit. Abandon the second basement. The monk squad will hold the enemies at the stairs. The artillery unit will retreat to the center of the first basement and prepare for artillery. After the position is secured, the monk squad will also retreat to the central area. Understood. Thus far, while many injuries had occurred mainly among the monk squad, miraculously there were no fatalities. Of course, since they were all priests, their injuries healed quickly. Thus, they were able to fight with effectively 0 damage. Such battles should not normally be possible, but the geographical advantage and the number of priests made it so. Moreover, Ryo's focus on minimizing sacrifices while buying time was likely significant. However, Ryo was acutely aware that both the monk squad's stamina and the artillery unit's magical power were nearing their limits. Even knowing that, there was nothing she could do. They had to buy time and wait for reinforcements like the Royal Knight Order. There were no other options. The artillery unit has completed their retreat. Monk squad, fall back to the central area of the first floor. In accordance with that order, the monk squad that had been holding the enemies at the stairs ran up to the central area of the first basement. Leading the way was Captain Gawain, with Vice-Captain Chase bringing up the rear. Both were the two who had been at the forefront, putting their bodies on the line. In other words, they were the two who had been most depleted of stamina and mental strength. Captain Gawain reached the central area of the first floor, almost tumbling over. However, at the back, one person suddenly shrank in stature. Vice-Captain Chase had tripped. By the time Rhea noticed, a hobgoblin was closing in right behind Chase. Rhea attempted to chant a light javelin spell. However, someone grabbed her arm from behind, hindering her. At that moment, she heard a chant. Wind, become the blade that slashes the enemy by your will, air slash. At the same time, she saw a swordsman dash past her like the wind. The air slash released by Lynn cleanly severed the hobgoblin's neck. Almost simultaneously, Abel reached Vice-Captain Chase and hoisted him up onto his shoulder before returning to Rhea. Abel! Rhea's eyes were brimming with tears that were on the verge of spilling over. Sorry for the wait, Rhea. It was the long-awaited reinforcement the priests had been waiting for. Abel and Hero Roman fought on the front lines, while Gordon, the fire attribute mage, was in shock at the absence of Rin, Alicia, Belrock, Graham, and Nancy, and was launching bombardments. Meanwhile, the priests, who had been fighting without rest until now, were taking a break to focus on their recovery. Although there were only 5 bombardiers, they included Rin, the wind attribute mage who was a B-rank adventurer, and the mages from the hero party. Compared to the priests, who were not particularly suited for attacking, this was sufficient firepower. Furthermore, fighting on the front lines were 2 extraordinary individuals, the genius swordsman Abel and Hero Roman. Their battle was intense. Impressive! Whoever uttered those words seemed to embody the feelings of all the resting priests. The mere presence of the hero was something the priests, including High Priest Gabriel, could not comprehend. In the end, they abandoned their thoughts and accepted it as the will of God, just as Rhea was there. In times like this, those who serve God may have an advantage. They could place all the responsibility on God. It's like a great tsunami. Indeed, truly. Even while bombarding, Rin was able to call out to Rhea, as the 2 on the front lines were among the top endurance holders of humanity. Finally, Rhea, who had been commanding with tension since the retreat from the 4th underground floor, was able to take a breather. A great tsunami refers to the phenomenon where monsters endlessly spawn from a dungeon, right? Alicia, who overheard their conversation, joined in. Yes, it happened about 6 months ago, I think. In the dungeon of the city of Run, where we have our base, it was the first time in 10 years. But this isn't a dungeon, is it? Right, it's just an underground tomb. Up to the 5th underground floor, it only contains the remains of past high priests, saints, and holy maidens. Rin answered, and Rhea explained that it was merely an underground tomb. There were mummies, but it was fundamentally different from a dungeon. So that means it's connected to somewhere else. Alicia nodded as she spoke. Is something like that even possible? Rin was surprised by Alicia's words and asked. I've never heard of such items or anything humans could do, but there was someone who appeared before us before. How should I put it? It felt like they were tearing through space. They weren't human, but we could communicate. We created an altar to summon and defeat the Demon King, but instead, that being appeared. If such a thing is possible, then it might also be possible to connect this underground to another place. Alicia thought of Demon Leonor. Though Rin and Rhea didn't completely understand, they grasped that there was a terrifying existence. At that moment, completely out of context, Rhea remembered something and turned to High Priest Gabriel, who was resting behind them. High Priest, why hasn't the Night Order arrived? That's right, when this situation arose, the first contact made by the Central Sanctuary was with the Royal Night Order. Yet no one had come still. The Royal Night Order's outpost was only 3 blocks away from here. Even if they ran in armor, they should be able to arrive within 30 minutes. I also found it strange and checked earlier, but it seems they officially refused to mobilize. Huh! High Priest Gabriel answered with a frown, and Rhea responded in a bewildered tone. What on earth is the Night Order thinking? They said it is a knight's role to protect the king. Ever since that Knight Commander took over, the organization has become utterly hopeless. Rhea was exasperated, and High Priest Gabriel was even more astonished. 2 hours had passed since Abel and the others arrived. They continued to exchange with the somewhat recovered priests, and the counterattack at the center of the 1st underground floor was ongoing. With the forces now organized, there was no longer a need for a retreat. However, the end of the non-human beings was still nowhere in sight. Abel and Hero Roman had defeated a considerable number of enemies on the front lines, but the fallen bodies were being pulled back behind them before they knew it. Abel's expectation that a wall of corpses would form if they defeated enough was naive. This is really limitless. Roman, are you still okay with your stamina? Yes, I'm still fine. I'm just worried about the magical power of the mages providing bombardments. In response to Abel's question, Hero Roman replied, Abel glanced at the expression of Rin, who was part of the bombardment team. She wouldn't reach magical power depletion immediately, but he could sense that her limit was approaching. It was something he understood because they had fought together. As they switched with the monk squad, Abel and Roman fell back. At that timing, Abel called out to Rin, "Rin, save your magical power, although it might be too late for that." "Yeah, I mean, it's impossible for mages to keep fighting for this long. The mages from the neighboring hero party are probably in worse shape than me." In response to Abel's inquiry, Rin answered in a hushed voice. Abel looked at the mages from the hero party. Indeed, even from Abel's perspective, it was clear that their remaining magical power was nearing its limit. "This is bad. Can someone call Ryo? Ryo? Yeah, if he's here, things would be a bit easier." Abel sighed after saying this. At that moment, a voice came from behind. Water Jet 256, the heads of the enemies the monk squad was facing were severed one after another. Permafrost, moreover, the area leading to the stairs of the second underground floor turned into a world of ice. Such an unexpected development caused not just the monk squad, but everyone present to freeze in place. "Abel, if you keep thinking of ways to take it easy, you won't grow as a swordsman, you know." The one who appeared was Ryo, the strongest water attribute mage known to Abel. "You're late, Ryo. Even if you say that, I had a lot to do too," Abel muttered with annoyance while Ryo complained about being busy. "From what I've seen, the mages are on the brink of magical power depletion. What will we do? Should we create an ice wall to organize them and have you take them out one by one, Abel? Why does it have to be just me? Roman still has plenty of stamina among the hero party." When Abel said that, Ryo turned to look at hero Roman. "That's true, he's looking quite energetic." Ryo nodded while looking at Roman. You were the one who mediated yesterday, right? Thank you for that." With that, hero Roman bowed his head. Whether this was an appropriate line for the occasion was highly questionable, but expressing gratitude or apologies is essential for smooth communication. No, please don't mention it. Hey, don't you think it's a bit odd to say this at a time like this?" Ryo humbly brushed it off, while Abel called him out. "For now, those fighting on the front, the Temple Knights, they should step back and rest. They seem to be quite exhausted too." With Ryo's suggestion, the monk squad fell back to rest properly. "Hey Ryo, everything's frozen now, but what should we do?" "What do you mean by what should we do?" Ryo replied, not understanding Abel's question. "The frozen ones are dead, right? Goblin and orc types are dead, yes. But undead like skeletons, it's hard to say if they're really dead." "Yeah, well, that doesn't matter much, but I think more of them will come up from the second underground floor." As he spoke, he saw non-human beings coming up from the stairs leading to the second underground floor. "Skeletons walking in a world of ice, that's quite a surreal scene," Ryo said almost to himself. "I envy your composure," Abel sighed heavily, "but it's no use taking too much time here. You and Roman should wipe them out up front. I'll deal with the enemies that escaped and provide support alone. In the meantime, the other mages can focus on recovering their magical power." "How about that?" Ryo said, glancing at Rhea and High Priest Gabriel. Of course, he didn't know anything about High Priest Gabriel, but he assumed he was the highest-ranking figure because he was wearing the most distinguished clothing. "Yes, if Ryo can handle that, then please do." Rhea nodded, giving the go-ahead. At that signal, Abel and Roman sprang into action, and the extermination battle between the two began again. "Oh, this is impressive. You both are amazing." From the back, Ryo watched in admiration as he observed the movements of the two. Together, they were defeating almost all the non-human beings that attacked. Only a few managed to escape their magical grasp and move further forward, only to have their heads severed by Ryo's water jet. The fine line of water was truly thin and extremely hard to see, making it appear to most that the heads simply dropped suddenly. However, it was also true that the extermination battle led by Abel, Roman, and Ryo instilled an absolute sense of security in those watching. Finally, the fighters began to feel as if a manageable future was in sight. Shortly after Ryo joined in, Ryo suddenly turned to Rhea and High Priest Gabriel and asked, "Is there a passage connecting to another location somewhere along the way?" "There shouldn't be." "None at all." "Why do you ask?" In response to Ryo's question, both Rhea and High Priest Gabriel confirmed there were none. "I feel like the number of them coming out has decreased. Is it because their numbers have been reduced? If that's the case, maybe it'll end soon." In response to Ryo's muttering, Rin answered cheerfully. "Oh," at that moment, High Priest Gabriel let out a small exclamation. Ryo, Rhea, and Rin turned to look at Gabriel. "The third underground floor connects to an ancient monastery underground. However, there are 3 heavy doors along the way, all sealed with holy seals." High Priest Gabriel said, as if recalling, "I didn't know that." It seemed Rhea was also unaware and appeared surprised. "Yes, that makes sense. It hasn't been used at all. Moreover, since the monastery was relocated, I doubt anyone has confirmed whether that passage still exists. High Priest Gabriel nodded as he spoke. What's currently at that ancient monastery? Now, it's the second training ground of the Royal Knight Order. If they break through there and go through the passage, it should be fine since it's the Knight Order's training ground. In response to Gabriel's answer, Ryo decided to focus on the task at hand with relief. Perhaps it was unfortunate that Ryo's standards for the Knight Order were based on the Knight Order of the Barony of Run. Unlike the former Royal Knight Order, the current Royal Knight Order. When it happened, there were 60 knights at the second training ground of the Royal Knight Order. 30 of them were in the outdoor training area. The remaining 30 were in the indoor break room. The entire building shook, and those 30 in the break room wondered what was happening, but not really. This was because more than half of them were drunk, knights drowning in alcohol during the day. When the higher-ups rot, so do the subordinates. This is a truth that doesn't change, regardless of the world, era, or organization. Only about 10 of those in the break room stepped outside. What they saw was a horde of skeletons, heads of the house Rise, goblins, hobgoblins, ogres, and an ogre spilling out from the storage room at the end of the hallway. No knight was able to react to the desperately approaching scene. They were swallowed whole without doing anything, not even drawing their swords, let alone the 20 who were drunk. The non-human beings that rushed into the break room quickly devoured those 20 as well. The storage room at the end of the hallway. When this building was a monastery, it was a room connected to the central sanctuary underground. Of course, the knights didn't know anything about that. Whether they knew or not made no difference. The non-human beings that spilled out of the building headed towards the 30 knights who were training outdoors. It was as if the living were the target, the behavior of the undead. Those other than the skeletons and heads of the house Rise acted similarly. The 30 knights outside put up some resistance. Of course, it was only to a degree compared to those indoors, and they were all swallowed within 2 minutes. Hundreds, thousands of non-human beings headed further north, to the first training ground of the Royal Knight Order. Here, 30 knights were conducting basic training, but they were overtaken without any resistance. Considering it was a sudden attack, their lack of resistance was unthinkable for the kingdom's elite. The non-human beings that engulfed the first training ground continued northward. Finally, they approached the Knight Order's barracks. The Knight Order barracks? This is the most crucial base of the Royal Knight Order, alongside the Knight headquarters inside the royal castle, and it is also where many executives are located. For this reason, guards are stationed at various entrances. Naturally, the guards at the entrance were not drunk. Since they dealt not only with the knights but also with outsiders, they couldn't afford to be foolish. Moreover, considering that members of the royal family or important figures of the country might visit, the most responsible people among the current knights might be these entrance guards. They reacted quickly. Upon confirming that non-human beings were approaching, they rang the bell as per regulations. This bell is to notify of an emergency situation. At the very least, this ensured that the knights in the barracks would not be caught off guard, if they were sensible. Unfortunately, the relaxed knights did not feel any tension, even after hearing the sound of the bell. Moreover, the momentum of the non-human beings was overwhelming, allowing them to swallow the guards and the bell itself with hardly any resistance. As a result, the sound of the bell stopped. Upon hearing the bell stop so abruptly, the relaxed knights thought, it must have been a mistake. They continued with their prior tasks. Of course, the entrance where the guards stood had a closed gate, but it was easily broken through by the ogre that was mixed in. This was not a frontier, it was the royal capital. It is not an exaggeration to say it is the place least likely to be attacked by monsters in the kingdom. Even the gate to the Knight Order barracks is something that would be difficult for humans to break through. For an ogre, that kind of gate was as good as non-existent. The knights in the barracks realized something was wrong only after the non-human beings had infiltrated the building itself. Only then did resistance begin in the hallways and other areas. In the hallway or on the stairs, it was possible for one or two to put up a fight. However, even that was eliminated one after another by the overwhelming numbers pressing in. By the time all the rooms on the first floor had been cleared of humans, the stairs to the second floor had already been abandoned halfway. It was purely by chance that Bakala, the knight commander who usually resided at the knight headquarters within the royal castle, was at the Knight Order barracks at this time. He had only come to retrieve some personal belongings from his office on the 4th floor of the barracks. However, drinking a bit of aged wine that was stored in the office and taking his time turned out to be his undoing. By the time Bakala noticed something was wrong, the 2nd floor was already a battlefield. At that moment, a knight finally came to the office to report. "Knight Commander, we are being attacked by skeletons and ogres at the barracks." If there was anyone who knew the entire situation, they would have had to stifle a laugh at that report. First, they would have thought, now of all times. Furthermore, they would have asked, why did they have to choose skeletons and ogres of all things? Finally, they would have laughed, saying, there's nothing that can be done now. While the report was being made, the fighting on the second floor ended, and the sounds of battle from the third floor began to be heard immediately. At this point, Knight Commander Bakala came up with the idea of escaping through the window. He hadn't even considered taking command of the battle on the third floor. However, jumping from the fourth floor would surely result in severe injury, if not death. Moreover, there were non-human beings outside as well, looking up at the building. While Bakala hesitated in this way, the sounds of battle began to be heard just next door, in the hallway on the fourth floor. Finally, Bakala drew his sword. At that moment, the door was broken down and something flew in. Without thinking, Bakala swung down his sword. He felled a goblin in a single strike. Bakala was by no means incompetent as a knight. He had simply become a little relaxed since becoming the knight commander. Perhaps the fact that his sword stopped after cutting down the goblin was evidence of that. Soon after, an axe flew in and struck Bakala in the chest. Blood spewed from his mouth. He instinctively knelt down. He quickly raised his face, but it was already too late. The last scene Bakala saw was that of a hobgoblin swinging down its sword. Count Bakala Tor, age 38. The non-human beings that had taken control of the Night Order barracks were finally unleashed upon the streets of the royal city. Autonomous Bureau. It serves as the communication agency for the elves living in the Forest of the West. 5 years ago, it was relocated and expanded, moving to a corner of the Noble District, and currently about 25 elves are stationed there. Among them, 15 are considered elite and have been trained by a woman who has been staying there since yesterday. Even though only a day has passed, there was a look of fear and reverence in their eyes when they gazed at the woman, though it's best not to dwell on the fact that both carry similar meanings. Having been trained harder than the day before during the morning session, they somehow managed to eat lunch. They understood that they needed to eat, or they would not last through the training in the afternoon. After finishing their lunch break, they stepped out into the courtyard and found the aforementioned woman, Sera, standing on the road in front of the Autonomous Bureau. Loxley, who had a rough time at the hands of Sera yesterday, approached her. Of course, Loxley looked at Sera with eyes filled with fear and awe, but at the same time, he was beginning to admire her strength. Whether that was the reason he approached her is uncertain. Recognizing Loxley as he drew near, Sera called out to him. Loxley, is that kind of event trending in the royal capital these days? What Sera was staring at was a creature nearly 3 meters tall, wielding what looked like a club coming towards them. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be an ogre. No, that sort of thing isn't trending, but it looks like an ogre. In the royal capital? A monster on the streets of the royal capital, such a sight is nearly impossible. That is why Sera asked, but it was a sight that Loxley also found incomprehensible. If it comes at us like that, we could cut it down. Sir muttered those terrifying words, which Loxley clearly heard. However, Loxley chose to pretend he didn't hear her. He felt an ominous air about it. At that moment, Sera suddenly glanced back at the road. From that direction, people were desperately running away from something pursuing them. The pursuers were orcs. They were about the same height as humans and were slightly stronger monsters with pig heads, more powerful than goblins. I see something unusual is happening. Mira muttered, then unsheathed her sword and gave orders. Loxley, save the fleeing people and shelter them in the Autonomous Bureau. I'll take care of the ogre. She then raised her voice towards the courtyard. Emergency situation. First team and second squad defend the road. Help the fleeing people. Third squad prepare all the weapons stored in the courtyard. Call Lady Granny immediately. Once she said that, without confirming whether the elves had moved, she charged at the ogre. At nearly 3 meters tall, it would be difficult to sever its head in a straightforward manner. Simply put, the position of its neck was too high. Realizing that Sera was coming at it, the ogre raised its club and swung it down. Sir dashed past the ogre's right side and sliced through its knee. As the ogre knelt and lowered its head, she decapitated it from behind. The scene of Sera effortlessly defeating the ogre was burned into the eyes of all the elves who had formed a defensive line on the road. Not a single voice was heard. When Sera returned to the established defensive line, Lady Granny ran out from the courtyard. I heard there are monsters around? Lady Granny asked Sera, looking around. The corpses of the ogre and orcs, or the scattered bones of skeletons, were already strewn across the road. To think such a thing would happen in the royal capital, Lady Granny was reminded of the prophecy, ominous presence in the royal capital. It was likely referring to this. Lady Granny, it seems that those fleeing were people walking on the road, so I will shelter them in the Autonomous Bureau. It doesn't seem like this will end quickly. Indeed. Since this is the noble district, most nobles will likely retreat to their residences. It would be a disaster if they encountered this while out, so we should provide protection. As we cannot see an end in sight, it's better to limit the use of magic as much as possible. Nira nodded at Lady Granny's report and suggestion. From a distance, focus on striking them down with arrows, keeping them at bay. It won't be possible to take down skeletons and ogres with arrows, so we'll have to rely on close combat or magic for those. That's right. Let's proceed with that plan. Thus, a long defensive battle began even within the Autonomous Bureau. But that was merely a part of the chaos occurring throughout the royal capital. At the Viscount Westwood's residence in the noble district of the royal capital, Zach Cooler and Scotty Kabuk from the Royal Knight Order were visiting the Viscount's residence to deliver a small document from the Knight Order. Originally, it was not something that knights belonging to the Royal Knight Order, let alone two of them, would deliver. But these two had taken the initiative for such tasks. It was not because they enjoyed buying snacks after deliveries or trying out a cafe that piqued their interest or wandering around the town, not at all. That's definitely not the case. Ahahaha, if pointed out, Zach might have let out such a dry laugh. It was just a little delay in returning, and it also served as a patrol for the city, so what's the harm? In general, the security of the royal capital is maintained by a separate organization of guards distinct from the Knight Order. However, on this day, the reason the two were delayed in leaving the Viscount's residence was due to another matter. The head chef of the Viscount's residence had asked them to taste a new dish. The Westwood family has been known for generations as gourmets. Moreover, the current head, Harvey, holds the position of the chief chef at the guest house, responsible for the cuisine served at the 3 guest houses in the kingdom, including the royal capital, where state guests are welcomed. In other words, the title of Viscount Westwood in the kingdom is almost synonymous with gourmet. The head chef, who oversees the dishes served at the Westwood residence, must be extraordinary. If asked through the mistress to try the chef's new creations, no one would refuse. From the chef's perspective, he was quite familiar with these two by name. This was because his sister was the owner of the tavern, Drowning Ones Should Drown in Alcohol. Drowning Ones Should Drown in Alcohol was a favorite tavern of the Second Son Association. In fact, the members of the Second Son Association were recognized among the regulars as discerning young people. Perhaps it was because they had developed a refined palate from indulging in their youth. For this reason, the chef had been pleading with the mistress since hearing that these two would come to have them taste his new creation. The mistress certainly had no objection, and for the two, there was no way they would refuse. Thus, even after completing their delivery tasks, the two were enjoying a feast in the dining room of the Viscount's residence. While they were praising the chef's newly presented dessert, a woman's scream echoed from the garden. The two exchanged glances and dashed out to the garden with their swords drawn. In the garden, a maid was sitting on the ground, paralyzed with fear. The maid was staring at the gates of the Viscount's residence. The gates were made of thin iron bars woven together. When the two looked at the gates, they saw a skeleton peering inside from the outside. It was a scene one would not see in the royal capital, an actual skeleton. The first thought that crossed their minds was whether it was someone's prank, which was understandable. However, when a second skeleton appeared, and it was a skeleton archer shooting arrows at them, it was clear that this was no mere prank. An arrow from a skeleton archer could injure or even kill if it struck in the wrong place. Such a prank was utterly implausible. At this point, the two had no choice but to acknowledge that something abnormal was occurring. They sliced the arrow from the archer with their swords and ran toward the gates. Zack thrust his sword through the gaps in the iron bars of the gate, piercing the archer's forehead. Scotty similarly pierced the remaining skeleton's forehead. The two skeletons collapsed on the spot. The most effective weapons against skeletons are blunt instruments like clubs or hammers. If one crushes the skull, it ceases to function. However, swordsmen and spear warriors preferred to stab and pierce through the skull. Of course, this method is more challenging than it appears. If the sword does not enter fully perpendicular to the bone, it will slide off the bone and not penetrate. Both of them had skills above average as swordsmen. When they defeated the skeletons, they looked through the gaps in the gate to see the road. There not only were there skeletons, but also goblins, hobgoblins, orcs, and even ogres walking by. "Hey, what's going on? I don't know, but it's definitely a dangerous situation." Both Zack and Scotty were confused by the unprecedented circumstances. "For now, should we check from the second floor what's happening with the surrounding residences?" "Yeah, let's do that." Zack and Scotty whispered to each other, then carried the maid, who remained paralyzed in the garden, back to the residence. "Royal Castle Palace. So the monsters are spreading around the noble district," King Stafford IV murmured. On the round table for the audience, a quite large map of the royal capital was spread out. The royal capital, nearly circular in shape, centered around the central sanctuary. Adjacent to the north of the central sanctuary is the barracks of the Royal Knight Order. The royal castle stands at the center of the north side of the royal capital, making the area to the north of the central sanctuary a region with many mansions of wealthy merchants and nobles, commonly referred to as the Noble District. And now the monsters are rampaging through that noble district. What on earth? The one who muttered that was Treasurer Fuca. In response, someone raised their hand. I have somewhat organized information, so let me explain. The speaker was Secretary of Internal Affairs Harold Lawrence. The emergence of monsters is linked to the underground tomb of the central sanctuary. We have received reports of quite a number, but it said they are still in the process of containment, and with the cooperation of adventurers, it seems we might manage. It goes without saying that many present felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. The central sanctuary is not only the center of the royal capital, but also the heart of faith. If monsters were to overflow from there, the faith in the sanctuary would plummet. This would undoubtedly lead to political instability. Everyone present knew that religion could be a powerful tool for governance, depending on how it was used. This was the first piece of good news since the series of problems began. However, that was where the good news ended. The monsters emerged from the underground tomb of the central sanctuary and came up at the second training ground. They then attacked the first training ground, proceeded to assault the barracks, and after that spread into the noble district. Do you know why the barracks of the Knight Order were attacked? The one who raised a question at Harold Lawrence's explanation was Lord Mattia, the construction commissioner of the royal capital. The exact reasons are unknown. However, experts have pointed out that they seem to be heading towards places with higher populations. In other words, places with life force. This, as you know, is a characteristic of the undead. Among the monsters this time, there are a significant number of undead like skeletons and wraiths. Given that the underground tomb is the emergence location, it might be expected. However, it's also reported that similar tendencies are observed in goblins and orcs as well. They have been said to attack living humans, kill them, and eat them. The guard units responsible for safety in the royal capital have been severed at various locations, and nearly no one is left who can communicate. When Harold Lawrence reported this, there was a brief silence and no one spoke. The first person to speak would inadvertently alert the monsters, causing them to come. There were indeed those who were terrified of such illusions present. I heard the barracks of the Royal Knight Order was wiped out? Yes, unfortunately. In response to Treasurer Fuca's inquiry, Harold Lawrence replied with a solemn expression. About 100 who survived from the Royal Knight Order were not in the barracks, but were at the headquarters inside the royal castle. Currently, those who were at the headquarters are defending the royal castle. So the available fighting force now is, excluding the survivors of the Knight Order, there are only 100 mages from the Magical Association, centered around the court mage, who are defending the royal castle and the imperial guards. The attendees at the audience meeting were left speechless at the alarmingly small fighting force. It was understandable that the guard units, which were not particularly strong as individual forces, would be wiped out. Facing such a multitude of monsters, the guard units scattered across the royal capital must have been crushed individually. However, the fact that the Royal Knight Order, the strongest fighting force in the royal capital, had been annihilated without putting up a fight was completely unexpected. Everyone there had heard rumors of Bacala, the commander of the Knight Order, embezzling funds. However, no one had dared to confront him about it, because they too, to some extent, were involved in similar activities somewhere. There were those who had received favors from Bacala for their workplace requests, and some thought that having dirt on him might be useful someday. They understood that all of this had rotted the Royal Knight Order and led to the current situation. Of course, no one would openly admit to it. At this critical moment, no one spoke up. The collapse of the nation was creeping ever closer. A nation is always exposed to external pressure. It continues to be subjected to such pressure. No matter how peaceful it may seem, it is because there are those who deal with that external pressure that it can continue to exist. Perhaps it is like a balloon in water or a submarine navigating underwater. If one neglects to deal with it, or if they fail, they will be mercilessly crushed by the water. If there are weak points, they will be relentlessly attacked there. Dealing with such pressure is the job of the administrative organization, but when it becomes too large, like a nation-level organization, individuals can no longer maintain that awareness. Is it too harsh to blame them for this? If the bureaucrats become like that, and the ministers leading them also become like that, the nation will perish. And the sad truth is that all nations cannot escape this process. There are two unfortunate knights who are on the verge of becoming sacrifices of the nation. Zach Cooler and Scotty Kabuk. It is not that the two have a habit of slacking off and were caught up in this situation because they didn't hurry home on this day. No, they are unfortunate victims of the nation, ... probably. It seems we are the only two who can fight, the lady, her daughter, the head chef, the butler, and the maids, around 10 non-combatants. That's right. We have about 20 spears from the Viscount's collection available as weapons. It's best to use the spears to attack while maintaining our distance so they don't cling to the gate. I have received permission to use them from the lady. Zack and Scotty confirm the current situation with each other. So far, there aren't many abominations clinging to this mansion. They seem to be heading right along the road. There must be something that piques their interest. For now, let's take out those that cling to the gate with the spears. It's not a gate suited for combat. If they latch on, we won't last long. Having confirmed that, the two began the defense of the mansion. They both thought for a moment that they should have hurried home without slacking off. However, if they had done that, the people in this mansion would have become victims, and they thought they might have had a bad night's sleep over that as well. Autonomous Bureau. Now, its courtyard had turned into a refuge for the surrounding residents. The people who lived in the 3 houses on either side of the Autonomous Bureau quickly saw the defensive line established and sought refuge there. Many of the outer houses were taking up self-defense, but as time passed, they began to allow intrusions onto their premises, resulting in casualties. The street facing the entrance of the Autonomous Bureau is one of the main streets extending from the central temple of the royal capital. In modern Japan, it would easily have 3 lanes on each side, totaling 6 lanes in width. Currently, non-human beings were spread out across that entire width. Moreover, they were approaching from both sides. However, the line of defense established by the elves stationed at the Autonomous Bureau was astonishingly strong. If Ryo were to see that scene, he would likely exclaim, as expected when it comes to elves, it's bows, should it be called a racial characteristic. The weapon that elves excel the most at is not the sword, spear, or axe, but the bow. Of course, there are exceptional cases like Sera, an elf particularly skilled in sword handling, but that is a rare occurrence. Furthermore, while Sera boasts extraordinary skill in sword technique, her bowmanship is top-notch as well. This was abundantly displayed in this defensive battle. Not just Sera, the bows of the elves participating in the defense rarely miss their targets. It's merely a matter of whether they pierce a vital spot or the area next to it. There was not a single wasted arrow in sight. Sera, it seems we've managed to accommodate nearly all those who could evacuate from the surrounding houses. Unfortunately, we'll have to give up on those who aren't here. We can only hope they are resisting individually. Yes, Lady Granny, we should soon switch from defending the entire path for evacuation to fortifying the houses. Resources are limited, Lady Granny said. What she said was entirely reasonable. Not to mention arrows, even while they are saving magic, each individual might use magical power as well. That magical power is finite. However, Sera had noticed. The house diagonally across, and 2 houses further down, was still holding out remarkably well. They were effectively defeating the enemies clinging to their gate using the method of piercing them with spears from inside. And they were doing it with just 2 people. However, even that was starting to show signs of diminishing accuracy in just a few minutes. They were likely accumulating fatigue. Lady Granny, the house further down diagonally from us, is still holding out. They are resisting with spears, but it seems their limit is approaching. Is that the residents of Viscount Westwood? This is bad, Scotty. They are seriously losing their ability to fight. Our lack of training is showing now. The duo of Zack and Scotty was at the peak of exhaustion. So far, they had somehow managed to protect the gate. However, proportionate to the accumulation of their fatigue, they were starting to be overrun more frequently. This meant that the endurance of the gate was being worn down significantly. At this rate, they would soon allow the abominations to invade. They already knew that there were no living people in the surrounding houses, and the reliance on the Kingdom Night Order for suppression had not materialized. Of course, they understood better than anyone how corrupt and weakened the Night Order had become. Even so, it was still one of the strongest forces in the royal capital. It would be unimaginable for the strongest force to already be decimated. In their line of sight, the only spot where humans were alive was a corner over 100 meters away. That was the elves' Autonomous Bureau. However, there were quite a few abominations between that Autonomous Bureau and this mansion. If it were just the 2 of them, it might be manageable, but leading 10 non-combatants would make it nearly impossible to reach. So what shall we do? As Zack was thinking it might be time to brace himself, he suddenly looked towards the Autonomous Bureau. Then he saw a woman with long platinum blonde hair, presumed to be the commander, looking this way. She raised her hand and gestured for them to come over. It was certainly not a misinterpretation. In that moment, Zack made up his mind. Scotty, let's head to the Autonomous Bureau. That sounds great, but how are we going to get there? How do we reach it? I think we will be fine. The commander over there will support us." While Scotty found Zack's confidence a bit strange, he didn't say anything. After all, it was clear that staying here would lead to a losing battle. In fact, he was somewhat impressed that Zack decided to take action at this moment. With Scotty in the lead, followed by the 10 non-combatants, and lastly Zack. They decided to head toward the Autonomous Bureau in that formation. Now all that was left was timing. From a distance, Sera could see people coming out into the mansion's garden. "Are they ready over there?" Sera murmured. Then she informed the first team. "According to plan." After saying that, she raised her hand towards the mansion. Then a man inside the mansion also raised his hand. "Okay, then let's start. First team, fire." Up until now, they had been shooting arrows at the non-human beings that came too close. However, with Sera's order, the arrows released now only pierced those positioned between the Autonomous Bureau and Viscount Westwood's residence. Moreover, it wasn't just one shot. Rapid fire, rapid fire, rapid fire. In the blink of an eye, a pathway devoid of living beings was created. Confirming that, the gate to the mansion opened, and they started to run towards the Autonomous Bureau. The leading man reached the entrance and welcomed the following individuals. But at that moment, the man at the very back, who had been lagging behind, stumbled. "Damn it!" Zack cursed. The continuous fighting had taken its toll on his legs. He was aware that an orc was closing in nearby before he tripped, and yet he fell. This was quite impossible. Even an optimist like Zack couldn't help but think that. But he saw a silver light flow in between himself and the orc. Then, with a swift motion, the orc's head was severed. "Can you stand?" the platinum blonde-haired woman asked without turning to look at Zack. "Why, yeah." "All right then, get up and run." Zack stood up as told and ran toward the Autonomous Bureau. Normally, he would say something like, "Can I really leave a woman behind?" But at that moment, he didn't think of such things at all. He clearly understood that she was an extraordinary swordsman far beyond his own capabilities. As Zack entered the courtyard of the Autonomous Bureau, the woman's command echoed on the path. "Retreat!" At her words, the elves who had set up a defensive line on the road all entered the Autonomous Bureau at once. The woman entered last, and the gate was quickly closed. It was clear that this gate was sturdier than the one at the Viscount's residence. "Zack, we were saved." Scotty was on the verge of tears. When Zack fell, he thought it was the end, being saved and now protected in this safe place. It was enough to loosen his tear ducts. "Yeah, we were lucky." Zack said this, but his gaze was directed at the woman who had just saved him. He understood that she was the commander here. At the same time, he had just witnessed her terrifying swordsmanship. "I heard that all elves are beautiful, and while that is true, that commander is exceptional even among them." Scotty, having followed Zack's gaze, said, "Yeah, that's certainly the case." With that, Zack seemed to have made up his mind and started walking toward the woman. "Hey, since we were helped, I want to express my gratitude and ask for her name." Responding to Scotty's question, Zack continued walking. "Thank you for letting us in. I'm Scotty Kabuk of the Kingdom Knight Order. I appreciated the help earlier. I am Zack Cooler of the Kingdom Knight Order." "Ah, no, don't mention it." As Sera was about to say it was not a big deal and move on, Zack interjected. If you don't mind me asking, may I know your name? If we are to cooperate with the Autonomous Bureau, we will need to write a report later." Zack told a tiny lie. While there certainly were regulations for reporting, he hadn't written one in years. I'm actually not a member of the Autonomous Bureau. I just happened to come here. I am Sera, the swordsmanship instructor of the Knight Order of Run." "The swordsmanship instructor of the Run Knight Order." Zack was left speechless. Run is the largest city in the borderlands and is one of the largest cities in the kingdom after the royal capital. Moreover, the Run Knight Order is known for its strength. Given the current decline of the Kingdom Knight Order, it could be said to be one of the strongest Knight Orders in the kingdom. If she is the swordsmanship instructor of that order, it makes sense to understand her extraordinary sword skills. "No wonder, that sword," Zack murmured while recalling the sword he had seen when she saved him. "For now, take a good rest. We don't know when this chaos will end," she said, walking toward Lady Granny. "Hey, Ryo, I'm starting to get tired here. Can we switch soon?" "Abel, what are you saying? If you're going to whine about that, you won't become a respectable swordsman." "Well, I think I'm already a pretty decent swordsman." In the first underground floor of the central sanctuary, the flow of non-human beings continued unabated. Adjusting with Ryo's ice wall, the battle continued under an environment that allowed them to focus solely on the front. Currently, it was a combination of Abel and Hero Roman cutting down enemies with their swords. "Look at Roman fighting next to us. He's cutting down foes without a single complaint. Roman, are you okay with the fatigue?" "Not a problem, I can keep going." In response to Ryo's question, Roman answered with a smile. "See. Did you hear that, Abel? That's a model answer from a swordsman. Compared to that, your recent performance, Abel." Hey, Roman is a hero, a hero, a hero is the pinnacle of humanity. It's impossible to compare with someone like that. While they were having this conversation, both Abel and Roman continued swinging their swords without a moment of delay. It's already past midnight, isn't it? We've been fighting here for over 12 hours. Seems like it's never going to end. Abel grumbled, and Hero Roman nodded in agreement with a wry smile. I wasn't there, so I don't know, but I heard that this year's great tsunami in the city of Run lasted an incredibly long time. That's right. Usually having a few thousand monsters appear is considered a lot, but this year it exceeded 30,000. Even then, it felt like it would never end, Ryo questioned, and Abel responded while recalling the great tsunami in Run. Hero Roman was surprised to hear this. Did something like this happen in other cities too? Ah, well, while it is true that monsters are flooding out, the one in the city of Run is a regular occurrence. We have various countermeasures established. However, Rhea and the High Priest said it was their first time hearing about it, so it's incomparable to the great tsunami in Run. Abel answered Roman's question carefully, of course, while continuing to fight. Despite all of Abel's complaints, he did not stop swinging his sword. Next to him, Hero Roman was also impressed while continuing to cut down foes. Abel, son, you're amazing. As expected of a B-rank adventurer. Phew, right. Roman, please don't praise Abel too much. He gets carried away easily. It's like the sign that says, don't feed the animals. Who do you think I am? A wild animal? Abel got angry at Ryo's harsh words. I've been putting out results that are not inferior even when compared to the hero at the pinnacle of humanity, Abel said without pausing his strikes. However, hearing those words from Abel, a slight shadow fell over Hero Roman's expression. The pinnacle of humanity, huh? Look, Roman is shocked to find out that he's about the same level as Abel. Why would that be? Abel retorted back at Ryo's light-hearted remark. Oh no, of course not. It's true that he was born a hero, so his potential in physical abilities is quite high, but there are still many strong people out there. He is not at the pinnacle, he said with a wry smile. What happened? Did you get thoroughly defeated or something? Well, I guess that's accurate. You're still young, so don't worry about it. You'll get stronger from now on. Yes, I understand that, but I've painfully experienced that my sword doesn't work at all against a mage. Ah, I've experienced that painfully as well, Abel said, looking towards Ryo. During that moment, their swords stopped for a brief moment. Hey, Abel, your hands have stopped moving. You need to move your hands more than your mouth. Ryo quickly pointed that out. I'm sure my sword won't have any effect on that self-proclaimed mage giving orders over there. Saying that, Abel resumed cutting down the enemies in front of him. I see. Hero Roman glanced at Ryo and spoke. Hey, about that talk earlier about swords not working on mages, were you referring to the blazing flame mage? While moving his hands, Abel asked Hero Roman. Yes, that too. Indeed, it was completely ineffective against Oscar. During the first mock battle, he deployed magic barriers and physical barriers so sturdy that even the holy sword Astalt couldn't break through them. As expected of that foul-tempered fire attribute mage. That's something he would do, Ryo expressed his thoughts, nodding along with Roman's explanation. What would you do, Ryo? That's obvious. I'd just surround Roman with an ice wall. I won't rely on such dubious things like magic barriers or physical barriers. Yeah, it definitely sounds like both sides have their issues. Rather, I feel like the ice wall not even letting an attack happen is worse. That's ridiculous, Ryo said dramatically, almost as if he was in a manga. And then Roman burst out laughing. Well, Oscar is fine. Rather, the shocking part was with a different opponent. An opponent that could shock a hero. What kind of non-human abomination is that? Abel said with curiosity at Hero Roman's words. That opponent probably isn't human. She looked like a beautiful woman and spoke, but she had horns and a slender tail. Oh, if she had horns and a tail, then she's definitely not human. But I've never heard of any race that looks like that and can speak. Did she mention her race or name? Before she left, she said her name was Leonor. Ryo reacted extremely strongly to that single word from Roman. Roman, did you just say Leonor? Initially surprised by Ryo's reaction, Roman soon realized a possibility. Yes, I did. Ryo, son, you must have fought Leonor before, right? Roman recalled the words said by Leonor. That there exists someone who is 1,000 times stronger than herself, and that it was this water attribute mage right in front of him. Roman is a hero. Though he still has little experience and may make mistakes in human combat, his potential is such that it would be no exaggeration to say he is at the pinnacle of humanity. This means that his intuition and insight are far superior to ordinary people. However, those intuition and insight also result from analyzing prior experiences and unconscious information, meaning there is still room for further growth. Leonor, I don't know who that is. Ryo became suspiciously fidgety, and Abel looked at him with a bemused expression. Ryo, that's what you call feudal resistance. Ryo couldn't argue back. Honestly, she's not someone I want to remember much. Reluctantly, Ryo admitted to having fought her. Leonor said that there exists someone 10,000 times stronger than me, and that I should become someone even beyond that. That was probably referring to you, Ryo. Meanwhile, Hero Roman continued cutting down foes without pausing his hands. You're highly regarded, Ryo, Abel said while grinning, but his hands didn't stop. Recognition doesn't mean anything. I never want to fight her again. More importantly, Roman, how did you end up meeting someone like that? Ryo asked the question that had been on his mind. Ryo himself was forced to fight because he got caught up in the sealed corridor, but what about Roman? Actually, in the Western nations, there is a ritual to summon the Demon King. We intended to perform that to summon and defeat the Demon King, but then Leonor appeared. That's quite, Abel let out a voice that seemed exasperated. Leonor's goal was the tools used for the ritual. Well, while it's the hero's duty to defeat the Demon King, it seems like it can be quite the ordeal. In response to Roman's explanation, Abel now voiced a sympathetic tone. For those who don't know Leonor, let me tell you, even if you encounter her, do not engage. Even if the 4 of the Red Sword are gathered, you will be killed in an instant. Understood. But what if she attacks first? Probably unless we attack first, she will ignore us. What do you think, Roman? Ryo slightly tilted his head while asking Roman. From Ryo's perspective, Leonor seemed like someone who wouldn't even regard humans as important. She would be a presence like a stone lying around, just as a human has no feelings toward a stone lying around. I agree. In our case, we thought Leonor was the Demon King and ended up attacking. Ah, a voice of agreement escaped from both Ryo and Abel. Well, I'm glad you didn't die, Roman. Ryo summed it up with that. I feel like the pressure is significantly easing now, Ryo said as he observed the number of incoming non-human beings decreasing. Indeed. Maybe just a little more. Roman and Abel agreed with that opinion. Abel, we need to stay alert in times like this. Oh, why just me? Roman looks like he won't let his guard down. But Abel, I won't let my guard down either. But Abel is Abel, so I thought it was better to say it just in case. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I understand that I'm being told something unreasonable. As they were having that conversation, finally, no one came up from the second underground floor anymore. Nobody's coming. Abel, should I go ahead and check it out alone? Why would I do that? Roman checked the situation while Ryo suggested a method to confirm the accuracy of information to Abel, who rejected it. Abel, during the Great Tsunami and Run, there was a big monster at the end, right? Yeah, 3 generals and 1 king, but this time there isn't one. Well, this might be something similar yet different from the Great Tsunami, Abel said. Let's pray it is. Well then, let's advance little by little together. Ice wall release. As Ryo chanted, all the ice walls were released. Wait a minute. Abel stopped the 2 as they were about to walk. How about we take a break and drink some water? If we rest for about 5 minutes, we can check if nothing will appear. That sounds good. Abel, that was a good suggestion. I feel like I was just praised by Ryo, which is quite rare. After a 5-minute break, the 3 of them led the way down, confirming that there were no non-human beings around. And in the deepest level, the 5th underground floor, they found something resembling a blackened fist-sized crystal ball. This is, from the dungeon of Run. Ah, it looks just like that. When Ryo said that to Abel, Abel seemed to have the same thought and quickly responded. Do you know what this is, High Priest? Abel called the High Priest behind him and pointed to the blackened orb. No, at least I've never seen it in the sanctuary. I've never heard about it in legends either. I see. It was likely something someone brought in, and both Abel and Ryo agreed that it was probably the cause of the current pseudo-great tsunami. Furthermore, the passage leading to the old monastery on the 3rd underground floor was broken, and it could be inferred that the non-human beings had passed through that passage to what is now the 2nd training ground of the Royal Knight Order. After confirming that, the group decided to head back to the surface for a moment. After all, they had been underground for over 12 hours. It wasn't good for their health. Just outside the stairs, the High Priest's secretary was waiting and informed them that things outside were in chaos. From there, Abel, Roman, and Ryo ran outside the central sanctuary. What lay before them was a horrific sight reminiscent of a post-war scene. The many broken objects in sight made Ryo think of a scene from a zombie movie, and the smoke rising from various places in the city added to that impression. It seems the Night Order failed to contain it. That seems to be the case. In response to Ryo's murmuring, Abel replied, Did the big one go over there? That's a possibility. Abel agreed with Ryo's suggestion. Everything is Abel's responsibility. Ah, that's definitely not true. Abel completely denied Ryo's words. The ability to admit one's mistakes shows that individual's greatness, you know? I think it's better to accept it and move on. Yeah, I have no idea what Ryo is saying. Abel once again denied Ryo's words. The royal capital has roads radiating out from this central sanctuary. Radiating? I don't really understand, but it seems this is the center. It looked to Ryo just like Paris on Earth, with roads extending from the Arc de Triomphe. Abel, it looks like, just on this road, there are non-human beings packed all the way down to the end. That's true. It's not that others aren't present, but this area is surprisingly sparse. That road extended northwest from the central sanctuary. Abel, what is beyond this road? What do you mean by what? It's just the noble district. Ryo, the autonomous bureau for the elves, is over there. At that moment, Ryo started running. Next time, the chapter of the royal capital Turmoil reaches its climax. Before Ryo and the others emerged onto the surface, time rewound a few hours. In front of the autonomous bureau, fierce battles were taking place. The autonomous bureau had closed its doors after accommodating 12 individuals from Viscount Westwood's residence. For a while, everything was calm. Of course, non-human beings tried to attach themselves to the walls and gates, but by shooting through the windows on the second and third floors, they had been preventing a crisis in advance. The change came around midnight. What had previously been a mere surge of movement transformed. They began to gather in groups, pushing forward, then retreating at the right moment. It was as if a commander had appeared to orchestrate their actions. Lady Granny, this is... Indeed, it seems a troublesome individual capable of commanding them has arrived. A mastermind, or perhaps an abomination that can dominate them all by sheer force. Lady Granny answered Sera's inquiry with a frown. It would be better if it were just a mastermind. If someone could control them by force, the autonomous bureau would scarcely hold out. Nevertheless, the fact that no counterattack has begun from anywhere after all this time means that the Night Order and the royal capital's forces are already gone. Does that mean we're the last two? Lady Granny's mutter was answered by the two knights who had taken refuge, Zach Cooler and Scotty Kabuk. They hadn't been asked, but still spoke up. A precious survivor indeed, Lady Granny said with a slight smile. At that moment, a sudden roar assaulted the surroundings. What was that? Zach instinctively shouted and quickly realized the reason. His gaze was fixed on the spot where the gate had been. It was the sound of the gate being blown away. No one could move in the face of that unexpected sight. Well, except for one. Everyone prepare for close combat. Only Sera raised her voice, bringing everyone's awareness back to reality, and drew her sword, standing firm in front of where the gate had been. Those who had been freed from their dazed state, albeit a moment too late, hurriedly grabbed swords and spears and headed to where the gate had been. From the second and third floors, those who had been shooting arrows at the beings trying to attach themselves to the gate and walls continued to shoot with even greater speed. It was only natural that, having destroyed the gate somehow, they would come attacking with numbers. Even a child would understand that reasoning. As expected, the situation turned into a fierce close-quarters battle. As expected, Sera, along with Zach and Scotty, were part of the active Royal Knight Order. While they couldn't match in archery, their sword handling was far superior to that of ordinary elves. With the swords of these three at the center, the others used spears to prevent invasions, while those on the second and third floors continued to shoot arrows. Such formations and methods of fighting had somehow been established. However, after holding out for a while, the first signs of collapse were about to arrive. "Lady Granny, we're running out of arrows," a shooter on the second floor shouted toward Lady Granny in the courtyard. "Damn it, this timing. I knew it would come someday. It's an embarrassment for elves to run out of arrows. If we survive, we must stock 10-fold or even 100-fold of arrows. Understand?" "I command this clearly," Lady Granny sternly ordered Commissioner Carson of the Autonomous Bureau, who was standing nearby. Running out of arrows was a sign of incompetence. That was certain, but in this defense battle, the archery skills of the elves were undoubtedly top class in the kingdom. Even so, running out of arrows was simply due to having too many enemies. The voice calling out about running out of arrows reached Sera's ears as well. "From here on, we'll have to use magic to take them down. Magical power is finite, more finite than arrows. With this many enemies, we'll consume our magical power at a rate that far exceeds our recovery speed. This is, without a doubt, tough." Sera felt a sense of urgency while thinking calmly. She must not let these thoughts escape her mouth, even as mere mutterings. It was something a commander must absolutely never do. Sera understood this. If a commander says we lost, then they lose, and if they say we're collapsing, they will inevitably collapse. A commander's words contain a great deal of power, regardless of whether they are positive or negative. That's why Sera, even if she didn't believe it, shouted with conviction. "Just a little longer. Hold on until dawn and reinforcements will come." From where would reinforcements come? What kind of reinforcements remain? Of course, there were no reinforcements. Sera understood that. But what needed to be said here was not the truth. What needed to be said were words that would give everyone strength. Whether those words were true or not was irrelevant. And it was a fact that those who managed to hold on because of Sera's words existed, even if it only delayed complete collapse. After repelling yet another wave of attacks, it appeared. The non-human beings parted left and right, and three figures boldly emerged. Among them, the one in the center exuded an overwhelming presence. A devil, a mutter escaped from Lady Granny, who had stepped to the front line to repel the wave. Sera, standing next to her, heard it clearly. "Is that a devil?" Having lived for 200 years, Sera had never encountered a devil. Those who oppose gods and angels, devils evolve, ultimately giving birth to demon kings. Yet, after staring at the three for a while, Lady Granny suddenly trembled as if struck by lightning and murmured again. "No, that one could it be?" Lady Granny's words stopped there. "Regardless, we have no choice but to defeat that one. I will go," Sera declared. However, someone forcefully pulled her arm back. It was Lady Granny. "Sera, no, absolutely not. That one is not to be trifled with. Even you cannot win against it." "Lady Granny, that one, the one in the center, is no mere devil. It is an archdevil." "An archdevil?" That was a term Sera had never heard before. Loxley, who was standing close by, seemed puzzled as well. "Devils evolve into demon princes, and one of them becomes a demon king. However, there is another path of evolution. The one who has taken that path is the archdevil. Does that mean it's stronger than a demon king? A demon king is beyond the norm. However, compared to a demon prince, which could be said to be in a state of being the offspring of a demon king, it is incomparably stronger. Moreover, the one in front of us is a swordmaster. Indeed, it is holding a sword." The archdevil in the center held a sword sheathed in its scabbard. At a height of 2 meters, it looked not much different from a human, though its presence was overwhelmingly different. If it were a mage, there are records of elves defeating one, but even then it resulted in over 100 casualties. "I suppose I must become the first elf to defeat a swordmaster," Sera said, trying to maintain a bright tone. "Sera, it's fine, Lady Granny. After all, the only way for us to survive is to fight and win against that one. Plus, I've gone a bit stronger recently." With that, Sera drank from her water flask and approached the gate. Outside the gate, the non-human beings had slightly retreated, forming a circle with a radius of about 50 meters. So it will be a duel. This is what I wished for," Sera muttered as she stepped out beyond the gate. Then she called out, "Archdevil, I shall be your opponent." Upon hearing this, the archdevil seemed to smile faintly. "Well then, my magical power is depleted. With my wind attire unusable, how far can I go?" Sera, who had continually exposed herself on the front lines during the fierce defense, had strained her body, magical power, and mental strength to their limits. Yet she had to fight. No one else was capable of opposing the archdevil. The archdevil took a step forward and drew its sword from its scabbard. The devil beside it took the scabbard and stepped back. Thus, the final phase of the autonomous Bureau defense battle was about to commence. The first to move was the archdevil. Typically, it would be Sera's sonic dive, cloaked in wind attire, that would initiate, but due to the depletion of her magical power, she could not. Instead, the archdevil made a super-fast advance, and the two began their sword fight simultaneously, deflecting downward strikes, avoiding slashes, parrying thrusts. If taken head-on, even if the sword remained intact, one could injure their wrist or get their sword knocked away. Just after one exchange of blows, Sera understood. She was made to understand. Deflect, evade, parry, and counterattack, thoroughly executing the later of the earlier, meaning a counterattack-focused strategy. The archdevil seemed to understand this as well, unable to deepen its advance. Then it leapt back significantly, creating distance. The archdevil gripped the sword with both hands. In a fantasy sense, it could be considered a two-handed sword. However, it was peculiar. It was a slender sword, but slightly bent. That too was strange, yet what was most peculiar was the way it was gripped. The left hand was positioned near the hilt, while the right hand was just below the guard. The two fists were not touching but open. Normally, whether near the hilt or the guard, one would grip with both fists together. That's why it was strange. But I know that grip. It's Ryo's grip. Yes, the way one holds a Japanese sword or a bamboo sword. Having stacked dozens, hundreds of swords, Sera was well acquainted with Ryo's style. However, the footwork and body movements are completely different from Ryo's. Truly, the world is vast. There are various schools of swordsmanship. Sera was genuinely impressed, and she felt a bit happy. The abomination before her probably wouldn't fully understand her words. But such an abomination had undoubtedly devoted time and effort to sword training. Otherwise, they couldn't wield a sword so magnificently. To have such beings come from unknown lands, wielding unknown sword techniques, standing before her. Being able to fight such a person was purely delightful. Perhaps it was a kind of battle mania. The duel between the two continued for over an hour. During that time, the attacks on the Autonomous Bureau had ceased. For the non-human beings, their boss was engaged in a one-on-one battle. It was unthinkable to ignore that and continue attacking. In other words, Sera managed to hold off the Autonomous Bureau for over an hour by fighting alone. However, Sera's stamina was nearing its limit. Her body was covered in countless cuts. The same was true for the Archdevil. The power of both was evenly matched. Sera and the Archdevil took a moment to distance themselves and catch their breath. No one knew which way the victory would swing. But everyone watching understood one thing, that the next blow would likely decide the outcome. Of course, the two involved in the sword fight understood this the most. The Archdevil readied its sword again. Sera positioned her sword as if shouldering it, then both stilled. The result would come in an instant. That's why they had to seize that moment. Something would inevitably shatter this balance. The opportunity arose from far away. The sound of something heavy falling from a great height reached them. That would be the timing for both to spring into action. The Archdevil made a super-fast advance and simultaneously swung its raised sword down. No one present could witness that scene. It was that blindingly fast. However, Sera was not where the sword would strike. Yet, it seemed to be within the Archdevil's expectations, as it forcefully redirected its sword just before it touched the ground. With its entire body, it swung horizontally toward the left. But Sera wasn't there either. Surprisingly taken aback, the Archdevil had its neck severed while still maintaining that expression. Following that, its magic stone in the heart was also pierced. With a momentary wind attire, Sera spun around the Archdevil in a near 270-degree arc, continuously moving into its blind spot on the right side. An unbelievable speed that surpassed the Archdevil's imagination. The victory came as a result of spending over an hour recovering magical power without once using wind attire. The moment she pierced the Archdevil's magic stone, Sera's magical power was completely depleted. She knelt desperately trying to maintain her consciousness. She had only defeated the Archdevil. Yes, she didn't know how the other devils or non-human beings would act. It wasn't over yet. As she desperately tried to stand, she noticed a sound approaching. The sound of something heavy falling from a great height. The sound that had triggered her final confrontation with the Archdevil. It was coming closer, repeating itself. From the road to the right, evidently, the remaining two devils and the non-human beings had also noticed that sound. And they were looking in the direction from which the sound approached. The sky over the royal capital, where dawn was about to break, was beginning to lighten slightly. From that dawn sky, the heavy object was falling. "What is that?" Lady Granny murmured. "Ice, a plate." Zack's voice reached Sera's ears. "Ice, so that's it, they've come for us." A plate of ice fell from the sky, crushing the non-human beings on the road. On top of the fallen plate, a robed mage was seen running toward them. Ryo began to run down the street from the central sanctuary to the Autonomous Bureau. Ahead of him, the street was crowded with non-human beings. Abel and Hero Roman were watching it from the central sanctuary. Mr. Abel, Ryo just ran off," Roman said. "Yeah, he probably headed to the Elf's Autonomous Bureau," Abel replied. He answered without any intention of pursuing Ryo. Seeing this, Roman asked curiously, "Aren't we going to chase after him?" Abel glanced at Roman and then returned his gaze to Ryo's back. "Compared to us, Ryo isn't tired at all. In fact, I've never seen him tired. But he was keeping up an ice wall the whole time," Roman exclaimed in surprise at Abel's words, even though he had been maintaining the ice wall for hours. He realized it as he spoke. Come to think of it, Ryo had not exhausted his magical power. Moreover, he still had plenty of energy to run. "That's right, Ryo is exceptional," Abel nodded gravely. Thud, then a heavy object dropped, shaking the surroundings. It was a continuous sound. Thud, thud. "Oh, is that Ryo's specialty, crushing with the ice wall?" Abel recalled the ice wall he had seen crushing a golem on their way back from the forest of Rondo. He watched with a thought that it was a louder sound than that time. However, Hero Roman, watching next to him, had a strained expression. "Mr. Abel, what is that?" Roman asked simply. "That's an ice wall. You see, the ice wall that was holding back the abominations earlier. He's generating it in the air and dropping it to crush the abominations." "It's simple but terrifying magic," Abel answered. Knowing very well Ryo's exceptional abilities, he wasn't particularly surprised. With this, he can crush a large number of abominations at once, but it can't be used underground. Plus, he's running over the crushed ice. How can he run on the ice? Normally, it would be slippery, right? Abel's point of confusion was a bit off from that of an average person. Of course, this was due to his association with Ryo. When Ryo arrived at the Autonomous Bureau, all eyes, including those of the abominations, were on him. Among them, he spotted a platinum-blonde woman kneeling down with her head bowed. From there, he dove in at supersonic speed, hugging and supporting her. "Sera, Ryo, you came for me," she replied. She was conscious. There were no serious wounds. However, there were too many cuts. Ryo pulled a special potion from his bag and brought it to Sera's mouth. Sera, potion, drink. At that moment the abominations began to move. Having lost their leader, the archdevil, many had been crushed by something falling from the sky and were dazed. But now they were finally coming back to their senses. Two devils gave commands. Shut up! Ryo spoke in a small voice so as not to startle the Sera he was holding. Water jet 256. In an instant, the heads of 256 abominations, including the devils, fell. Then another 256, and then another 256. The non-human beings had their heads cut off one after another before they could even understand what was happening to them. By the time Sera slowly finished drinking the potion, all the abominations in sight had been decapitated and fallen. No one spoke at the sight. Only Sera, held in Ryo's arms, whispered softly in his ear. "Thank you. That was quite a crushing," Abel remarked. The Red Sword and the hero party moved along the ice path created from the central sanctuary to the Autonomous Bureau. "If you don't think about what's beneath this ice, it's a pretty good road," Lin, the Wind Attribute Mage of the Red Sword, said as she stepped on the path. The members of the hero party remained silent. Among them, only Abel and Hero Roman had witnessed the sight of the ice falling. The others had not yet emerged to the surface. The members of the Red Sword, having some familiarity with Ryo, accepted Abel's explanation. However, the members of the hero party couldn't accept Roman's explanation. Of course, they knew Roman wouldn't lie, and they had confirmed that the ice was indeed laid out on the road. They knew and confirmed, but still, some things were hard to believe. Nonetheless, both parties arrived at the Autonomous Bureau. It was clear that a magnificent hole had been made in the wall. They understood that there was a gate, but they were captivated by the sheer destructive power displayed. "Lady Granny, I'm glad you're okay." When Abel spotted the Lady Granny directing the defense in the courtyard, he called out, "Oh, Abel, is that you? I somehow managed to survive. It looks like you brought along a rather unusual person." The Lady Granny frowned and scrutinized Roman. "What, do you recognize who it is?" "Yes, it must be the hero, right? I'm surprised to see you here in the Central Nations," the Lady Granny stated matter-of-factly, causing the members of the hero party to stare at her in astonishment. "The number of spirits floating around is extraordinary. An experienced elf would recognize it immediately," she said, laughing. "Nice to meet you. I'm Roman, the hero from the Western Nations." "How polite. I am Lion, commonly known as Lady Granny, the great elder of the Western Forest of the Kingdom. Please call me Lady Granny." "That was your name, Lady Granny?" Abel muttered, which she heard. "When addressed by a hero, I can't ignore it, can I?" "Abel." When Abel looked at the one who called his name, he found an unexpected person. "Zach and Scotty, too. What are you guys doing here?" "Yeah, we got caught up in the commotion while we were at the nearby Viscount's residence. Sera-san came to help us," Zach answered with a small nod. "By the way, Sera-san is missing," Lin said, looking around and asking no one in particular. "Ryo is also absent. He should have come here," Abel added. "Sera fought until she reached her limit. Ryo took her to bed," the Lady Granny replied, glancing at a corner of the building. "She had probably been carried there." "Well, if it's Sera, she won't fall behind against anyone," Abel nodded as he spoke. However, the Lady Granny shook her head and said, "No, this time it was dangerous. To face an archdevil while in a state of exhausted stamina and magical power. It was likely a razor-thin margin." "An archdevil?" The one to react to the Lady Granny's explanation was Priest Rhea. "What is an archdevil?" he asked. In contrast, Abel was tilting his head in confusion, but he wasn't alone. Many others were puzzled as well. Among them, besides the Lady Granny, only Priest Rhea and Cleric Graham from the Western Nations were aware of what an archdevil was. The devil evolves into a demon king. An archdevil is one that has taken a different evolutionary path, the Lady Granny explained. It is said to be stronger than that demon prince. It holds a general-like position within the demon king's army. Rhea, the Lady Granny, and Graham each replied based on their knowledge. "I see, so it's a tremendously dangerous being. Wait a minute. Did you say Sera was out of magical power just now, Lady Granny?" "Yes, I did. What Abel is curious about is probably the wind attire, right?" "That's right, Sera fought the archdevil without the wind attire." "Impossible!" Abel, unfamiliar with the strength of the archdevil, had a bitter memory of being helpless against the demon prince. To think that she fought purely with her sword technique against an archdevil, who is supposedly stronger than that demon prince. It was hard to believe, no matter how strong Sera was. It is true. At the very end, she used the magical power she had accumulated during the fight to wrap herself in the wind attire and managed to defeat it. Unbeknownst to us, her swordsmanship has indeed improved. The Lady Granny smiled as she watched Abel's astonishment. "W8 Abel, do you know Sera well?" Zach the Knight unexpectedly interrupted the conversation. "Yeah, we're both adventurers from the city of Run." "WL, could you tell me about Sera-san?" As Abel answered, Zack continued to inquire. Seeing this, Lynn had a realization. She whispered very quietly into Abel's ear, "I think he has a crush on Sera-san." "Seriously?" Hearing that, Abel was left speechless. Of course, Sera was a beauty. To put it bluntly, she was a stunning beauty. And she would likely have been at the forefront, exposing herself to danger while commanding during the defense here. It was understandable to admire someone like that. To a knight living in the battlefield, she would have been nothing short of a goddess of victory. However, Abel had seen countless individuals who, having tried to approach Sera in the city of Run, faced severe repercussions. It made no difference regarding social standing. After all, the next lord had his shoulder shattered and had a sword thrust into him. The only exception was Ryo. In Abel's view, Ryo also harbored feelings for Sera. Given that Lynn shared that same opinion, it was undoubtedly the consensus within the Red Sword. If that was the case, it would be best for others to refrain from meddling. This was for the future of those who might meddle. And now, right before his eyes, a long-time drinking friend was about to become one of those meddling individuals. There was no choice but to stop this with all his strength. "Ah, Zack. Sera is a well-known B-rank adventurer in the city of Run. That's right. She's also a swordsmanship instructor for the Run Knight Order. She won't deal with anyone who isn't a strong man." "Oh, I know she's strong. I've seen it far too many times. From today on, I'm going to live by the sword. I'll take it seriously." Zack, fired up by Abel's explanation, responded enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Lynn, Rhea, and Warren were holding their heads in exasperation beside Abel. "That said, what on earth happened outside?" Hero Roman said as he looked at the road facing the Autonomous Bureau. Hearing that, Abel turned his attention to the road. He hadn't noticed it when they entered, the countless headless corpses scattered around. All of them have no heads. Even Abel had never seen such a sight. Ah, that was sudden just a moment ago. After Sera-san defeated the Archdevil, ice slabs fell from the sky. Then a robed mage came and hugged Sera-san, and suddenly they all collapsed. Zack explained the scene he witnessed, with a hint of jealousy in his expression. Upon hearing that, Abel understood. Ah, it must be Ryo. Everyone's gaze turned to Abel. What, did I say something strange? Are you saying this was all done by Ryo?" As Abel stammered his answer, Hero Roman pressed him. "I think it was Ryo. I've seen him decapitate with thin streams of water. It was only 3 at that time. Speaking of which, those were devils' heads he cut off too." Abel recalled the events from the 40th floor of the dungeon. Did he really decapitate all these heads, all in almost an instant? Abel, are you seriously saying this was done by that robed mage? "Yeah, I mean there's no one else who could do it. If it was someone other than Ryo, that would be even more terrifying." Abel had concluded that Ryo was the cause of this horrific scene. Thus, his expression was relaxed. However, the expressions of everyone else were tense. Needless to say, don't anger Ryo, okay? When Abel said that, everyone nodded vigorously. After talking for a while, they heard the sound of a carriage stopping on the road. The emblem on the carriage was that of the Baron of Run. 2 men stepped out from it. One was Eden, the captain of the Run Knight Order's transfer team. The other was, "Kenneth, are you safe?" Seeing him, Abel raised his voice in joy. It was the genius alchemist Baron Kenneth Hayward. "Abel. And Zack and Scotty too. I'm so glad you all are okay." Kenneth also expressed his joy at their reunion. "Since you're with the Run Knight Order, did you take refuge in the Baron of Run's residence?" Abel asked, looking at the carriage's emblem and Eden's insignia on his chest. "Indeed, Ryo took my subordinates and me along with him. Ryo did a good job. That's why he was late coming to the central sanctuary." Abel's murmur, especially the latter part, went unheard by anyone. Staying holed up in the mansion was a blessing. The mansions around here, they were all destroyed. Zack and Scotty celebrated Kenneth's fortune. The Baron of Run's mansion in the royal capital is practically a fortress. Without something like that, it would be hard to survive. Abel replied while envisioning the Baron of Run's residence. "We were greatly aided by the alchemy tools brought by Baron Hayward." That was the Captain Eden, who brought Kenneth along. "They were quite small prototypes made for the defense of the royal capital, but I'm glad they were useful," Kenneth said, smiling shyly. "By the way, is Lady Sera safe?" Eden looked around, noticing Sera's absence, and asked Abel. "Ah, it seems she's okay. Ryo is taking her to her room." "Oh, Lord Ryo is here too. Then I will inform the Baron's residence that you all are safe. Excuse me." Saying that, Eden got back into the carriage and headed back the way he came. "By the way," Abel looked around outside and sighed deeply, "the restoration of the royal capital is going to be quite a challenge." With that, Chapter 8, Royal Capital Turmoil, comes to an end. Starting from the next chapter, there will be 4 interludes leading into Interlude, the road back to Run. It will be a long-awaited journey for Ryo and Abel planned. The interludes are short, so 2 will be posted each at noon and 9 p.m. There are three major powers in the central nations. To the north, the Empire, Duchy Empire. To the south, the Kingdom, Natore Kingdom. And to the east, the Union, Handalu Federation. The Handalu Federation borders the kingdom to the southwest and the Empire to the northwest. The Empire overwhelmingly surpasses the other two nations in all aspects, but the kingdom and the Federation have maintained a balance for a long time. However, this balance was significantly disrupted by the Great War that occurred between the two nations 10 years ago. The outcome was a great victory for the kingdom. The Federation ceded part of its territory to the kingdom and allowed several small nations that were under its control to gain complete independence. One of these was the Duchy of Inberri, which lies in the southern part of the Federation, bordering the eastern part of the kingdom. Though it is a small nation, the complete independence of the Duchy of Inberri, which holds many important resources, was a significant blow to the Federation. Ku-ku-ku-ku-ku, ah-ha-ha-ha-ha, wah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. In the capital of the Handalu Federation, Jaklia, laughter echoed through the regent's office. Your Excellency, as the room's master laughed adequately, the assistant who brought the report spoke up. Oh, my apologies, but surely Lumber read it as well. The report on the royal capital turmoil. The destruction of the Royal Knight Order, the enormous damage to the nobles and their families, and the incompetence of the leaders who could not take effective measures against it. How can one help but laugh at this? Saying this, Lord Aubrey burst into laughter once more. However, after laughing for a while, he frowned slightly and continued speaking. However, this makes it clear. His Majesty Stafford IV is not normal. Lord Aubrey mentioned the name of King Stafford IV of the Natore Kingdom. It is indeed strange for a king known for his wisdom, isn't it? Lumber nodded slightly and said, Is he ill, or perhaps, is it the work of someone other than us? Lord Aubrey shook his head several times as he said this. The citizens of the kingdom are unfortunate. There is nothing they can do about it. It's a difficult point about the concentration of power. If it's too dispersed, decisions take time. If it's too concentrated, the impact when that point is broken is too great. Human organizations never go as planned. Your Excellency, we have confirmed it, and it was indeed true. The seeds we finally planted in Duke Flitwick's residence have been lost. Ah, it was Viscount Fletcher, wasn't it? I finally promoted him to manage the Duke's interests, but he has passed away. Moreover, he also failed to involve the hero. Well, since the hero was not part of the plan, as long as he doesn't interfere with us, that's fine. Still, the damage to the Duke's residence was certainly unexpected. Lord Aubrey continued with a somewhat grim face. Even so, it was an abomination beyond imagination that swallowed the Duke's residence. The cause of this unexpected rampage is... I'm sorry. We still don't know. Well, that would be the case. Lord Aubrey did not expect it to be resolved in such a short time. After all, it was an orb obtained from a suspicious source. What was it called? Ah, was it gem? How about obtaining it once more? I anticipated your words, and I tried to make contact with the person I arranged, but I could not reach them. In response to Lord Aubrey's inquiry, Assistant Lumber bowed his head as he replied. They have disappeared then. From our side, we could cause confusion in the kingdom, so that's good. Moreover, with the Royal Knight Order being annihilated, they cannot send reinforcements to other nations. It's finally time. Yes. We will be ready for deployment in 4 months. 4 months at the end of spring. Lord Aubrey grinned and murmured further. I will make Duke of Inberri kneel before the Federation once again. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Prince Willy, the 8th Prince of the Jew Kingdom, addressed the staff and knights who had defended the embassy. While many noble residences were shattered by the suddenly appearing abominations, the Jew Kingdom embassy did not allow itself to be violated until the very end. Of course, the location of the embassy had a significant impact on this outcome. The area that suffered the most damage was the noble district on the north side of the royal capital. In particular, the region stretching from the north to the northwest was affected the most. To the north lay the Knight Order's barracks, which had been the initial site of the outbreak, and to the northwest was the Elf Autonomous Bureau. The damage in those areas was catastrophic. In contrast, the Jew Kingdom Embassy was built to the east of the central sanctuary, just on the edge of what could be considered the noble district. Given its location, it was a place where a major nation would typically not build an embassy. But in this instance, it turned out to be fortunate, so it was quite a peculiar situation. Still, looking around, there was indeed a fair amount of damage, so it could be said that it wasn't only the location, but also the efforts of the embassy staff that prevented it from being trampled. Prince Willy himself happened to be stationed at the embassy that day to greet guests from the Natore Kingdom's royal family. Originally, he was supposed to start attending the academy that day, but it was abruptly changed to 2 days later. That turned out to be a stroke of luck. The academy was located quite near the central sanctuary. If he had been at the academy, Thinking about it made Prince Willy truly grateful that he had stayed at the embassy. Furthermore, it was thanks to the royal family's guests that he hadn't gone to the academy. He silently thanked those guests in his heart. The guest from the royal family, the crown prince of the Natore kingdom, had just returned to the royal palace in a carriage. Those were incredibly precise instructions. The crown prince's rapid-fire directives were something that Prince Willy observed closely, and he found them very instructive. I will need to visit the castle to express my gratitude once things settle down. At that moment, Prince Willy's mind wandered to the safety of the acquaintances he had in the royal capital. That said, he still had very few acquaintances. My teacher should be fine. I can only imagine a scene where he annihilates hundreds of them in an instant. What came to Willy's mind was his teacher, Ryo. For Willy, who could use water attribute magic, he was truly a mentor. However, Willy had never actually witnessed Ryo annihilating enemies. He had never seen it, but he already had an image in his mind that he could easily achieve such feats. So I'm sure he will be okay. With that thought, he nodded once. Next is Mr. Korn, the adventurer who had provided escort from the Duchy of Inberri. He had been told that he could freely use the Jew Kingdom embassy, but after receiving his reward, Willy had not seen him even once. Perhaps he was no longer in the royal capital. Well, if that's the case, then he managed to avoid the damage this time, so that's good. Thinking this, Willy shook his head several times and looked outside. When the royal capital turmoil occurred, Cone had already left the royal capital. He was a C-rank adventurer from the Duchy of Inberri. That was a fact. However, he also had a very close relationship with the Duchy's government. Upon visiting the Adventurers Guild in the royal capital, Cone confirmed that a letter addressed to him had arrived. Go to the embassy immediately. It was an extremely short message. Yet because of its brevity, it conveyed a sense of urgency. Duchy of Inberri Embassy. After verifying his identity there, he received a directive from the Duchy's government. He grimaced as he checked the contents. After throwing the directive into the fireplace and confirming that it had completely burned away, he left the room. There's a lot of money involved, but as usual, the infiltration is way too dangerous, he muttered quietly, then proceeded to exit the royal capital. As a result, he was not caught up in the turmoil of the royal capital, the directive from the Duchy's government. To put it simply, it was an order for espionage activities. The Duchy had only been fully independent for 10 years and was still a very young nation. While the bureaucratic system was one thing, the intelligence organization, which was said to be excellent, was still quite small in scale. However, for a small nation to survive, information gathering was crucial. Thus, the Duchy's government had engaged loyal adventurers from among its ranks to participate in espionage activities. Thanks to its resources, the Duchy of Inberri was among the relatively wealthy in terms of small nations, allowing it to employ such tactics. Moreover, many of those selected had been involved in the Duchy's behind-the-scenes operations during the Great War a decade ago, striking blows against the Federation from the shadows. They were not disposable assets. They were highly useful personnel for the Duchy, and they had become one of the factors for the Duchy gaining considerable power in just 10 years. Cone was one of those adventurers, and this time, Cone's destination was the capital Jakelia of the Handalu Federation. I will also post 2 intermission chapters today. The next chapter, 143, will be posted at the usual time of 9 p.m. Today, July 21, I am posting the second chapter. When it comes to representing the Natore kingdom, the mage would be Ilalion Baraha. In the kingdom, once one attains the position of court mage, they are assured a safe and secure life. This position can only be held by those with exceptional skills in the use of magic. They are the elite of the elite, and the court mage serves as the mage's imperial guards. At the top of this hierarchy is Ilalion Baraha, the head court mage. For the past 30 years, that position has remained unshaken. However, during the turmoil in the royal capital, Ilalion, the representative mage of the kingdom, was away from the royal capital. He had traveled a little to the east, following a small lead about a certain individual. It goes without saying that he was shocked upon returning to see the transformed state of the royal capital. He headed straight to the royal palace, and after attending several meetings and discussions, he returned to the Kingdom Magic Research Institute, only to find that it was already dark outside. The top floor is his office. Voices could be heard echoing down the hallway from the office. Speaking of which, Abel and the others had come. Thinking that, he opened the door and took a step inside, freezing in place. There were more than 10 people present. If Abel and the others weren't there, it would have been unprecedented to have such a large number of people in the normally empty office. "Ah, Master, welcome back." The first to greet him was Lin, the wind attribute mage who was Ilalion's disciple. Still in shock, Ilalion could only respond with that. "Hey, old man, Roman and the others said they have nowhere to stay, so they came here," Abel reported to Ilalion while gesturing with his chin towards Roman and the others. "And so, who might this Lord Roman be? He's hero Roman and his party." Huh! Abel's answer was indeed factual, but Ilalion could not comprehend it at that moment. If a hero and his party were in his home after a long absence, it would be impossible for anyone to understand. "Nice to meet you. I am Roman, the hero from the Western nations. I am truly honored and grateful to be allowed to stay at the Research Institute of the Kingdom's representative mage, Ilalion Sabbah. Please make yourself at home." The hero, Roman, was a young man who appeared to be very earnest, and he greeted Ilalion politely. Ilalion was not so ruthless as to kick out such a young man. Thus, the hero party secured their lodging in the royal capital. Starting tomorrow, July 22, the chapter will be titled Interlude. The way back to Run planned for 5 chapters. It will be a short journey of 2 with Ryo and Abel. As usual, it will be posted at 9 p.m. Thank you for your support. Chapter The Way Back to Run begins 3 weeks after the turmoil in the royal capital. The royal capital finally regained its composure and, albeit slowly, began to walk the path of recovery. On the third highway leading south from such a royal capital, 2 adventurers were walking. The combination of a swordsman and a mage is a common pairing. Earlier, along with the transportation team of the Run Knight Order, Sera and the other members of the Red Sword, except for Abel, returned to the city of Run. At first, Sera was hesitant to leave, but in the end, she accepted that Ryo would return soon anyway. The one who was not convinced was the priest Rhea. However, due to an urgent request that came to Rhea from the temple in Run through the central temple of the royal capital, she reluctantly decided to return with the transportation team. Abel, called by his brother, the crown prince, was busy with various tasks and couldn't return. Even though he was with the transportation team of the Run Knight Order, it was concerning to only send Rhea back. So Lynn and Warren also returned to the city of Run in a protective role for Rhea. Abel had been firmly told by Rhea that he must return with Ryo. That's because Rhea thought that if Ryo was with them, most problems would be resolved. Thus, after a week of delay, Abel and Ryo finally set out from the royal capital on the way back to the city of Run. Still, nothing happened in the royal capital? Huh! Ryo's muttering was heard by Abel, who was walking beside him, and Abel couldn't continue with a second sentence. Upon Abel's reaction, Ryo became aware that his muttering had been louder than he intended. "No, to clarify, I'm just saying that there weren't any typical light novel events like the martial arts tournament or school arc, okay? Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about at all." Despite Ryo's polite explanation, Abel couldn't understand it at all. No, normally in a royal capital arc, there would be something like crashing a martial arts tournament and making a big splash, or entering a school and being told, "Ryo is super strong." Right. But that didn't happen in this royal capital. "Oh yeah, how should I put it? Ryo sometimes says things that don't make any sense. No, not sometimes, usually. That's harsh." Ryo feigned being hurt by Abel's harsh words. "Here's the wounded Ryo. Somehow I'm feeling like the bad guy here." "Abel, don't worry about it." "No, it's your fault." Before he knew it, Ryo found himself in the position of encouraging someone wrongfully accused, causing Abel to get angry. By the way, there hasn't been a martial arts tournament held in the royal capital, at least not once in the last 100 years. When it comes to martial arts tournaments, the ones in the imperial capital are famous. Abel revealed a shocking fact, leading Ryo to despair while Abel ignited a new hope. The Duchy Empire? They hold them every 4 or 5 years. I think quite a few adventurers from other countries participated in those commemorative tournaments. I see, so that's going to be held soon. No, it was held just last year, so there won't be one for a while. As Ryo spoke with a glimmer of hope, he was directly denied by Abel. Ryo became downcast. "How unfortunate. You were talking about a school, but Ryo is already an adult, right? You're not at the age to enroll in a school anymore." "That doesn't matter. Entering a school and being told how strong I am or how impossible it is part of the classic path." "Oh yeah, I still don't get it." Abel waved his hand dismissively. Ryo felt despair at such a response. "By the way, Ryo, you were hanging out with Kenneth for the last week, right?" Ignoring Ryo's despair, Abel asked. "Yeah, he taught me everything from the basics to the advanced techniques of alchemy. We even created an amazing potion together. With this, I'm also a full-fledged member now." In an instant, Ryo returned to his cheerful self, emphasizing his achievements under the genius alchemist Baron Kenneth Hayward. "No way you can't master advanced techniques in just a week, can you?" However, Abel outright denied Ryo's accomplishments. If a third party were to hear this, they would completely agree with Abel's opinion. "Well, I may have overstated the advanced techniques part, but I've become at least an intermediate level." "No, that's impossible too, right?" "Impossible, impossible, impossible. Is there anything you can do besides deny? You won't raise a disciple like that, you know? I don't raise disciples. Ryo hasn't raised anyone either, not at all. After Abel said that, Ryo grinned. Abel, your information is way too old. I already have 5 disciples. What? Upon hearing Ryo say this with a smug look, Abel was flabbergasted. Naturally, the idea of Ryo having disciples was absurd. There are 5 children who are apprentices of merchants from the Duchy of Inberri, and there's also Prince Willy of the Jew Kingdom. Oh wait, not just 5 but 6. Heh, seeing Ryo look so proud, for some inexplicable reason it infuriated Abel. Are they apprentices of magic? Of course I'm a mage, what did you think it was? Magic swordsman? A mage swordsman. That sounds cool. That's a good sense for you, Abel. From now on, maybe I should introduce myself as Mage Swordsman Ryo. Ryo got carried away by Abel's random word creation. But they say you can't catch 2 hares at once. I guess I should stick to just magic and give up the path of the sword. Well, I think you're still progressing well in the path of the sword as it is. I won't fall for that. If you make me do both and end up mastering neither, you'll be the one to say, that's what happens when you get carried away, right? Abel, you're terrible. How much of a ruthless person am I? Traveling with someone else is more enjoyable than traveling alone. It doesn't get boring. The first night of the journey was spent in the city of Diafem, which is positioned as a satellite city of the royal capital. The city of Diafem is the first large city south of the royal capital, serving a role as an in-town. From this city, the 3rd highway leads to Acre, the largest city in the south, and the south highway leads to the city of Run. This inn is wonderful. They have a big public bath. You like baths, don't you? That's why I chose this inn. It's well known in Diafem and quite reliable, so it's safe. You can sleep soundly at night. Abel, this is amazing. I'll treat you to dinner today. Order whatever you like. Yeah, this inn includes dinner in the price, since we already paid in advance. You caught me. Ryo's plan to put Abel in his debt failed. On the 2nd day, leaving Diafem, the 2 walked along the south highway towards Run. Abel, have you noticed? Yeah. I feel some uncomfortable gazes. It's been since we left the inn. As expected of a B-rank adventurer, saying you feel gazes is a line I'd like to use. Ryo admired Abel's line a little. Isn't it Ryo who's drawing the gazes? Well, I'm using magic. That's definitely more reliable. For some reason, Ryo was scolded. But why are they looking at us? If they want something valuable, they should definitely target merchants. The South Highway is one of the main roads that represent the kingdom. There are as many merchant caravans as they want. Well, on the contrary, trying to commit theft on such a busy road seems like a suicidal act. That's true. The reason for targeting 2 adventurers, especially one who looks strong like a swordsman. Could they be blind pursuers? There's no way that's true. However, I can't explain any other reason. If you eliminate everything impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. A great detective once said that. Yeah, I don't know who this great detective is, but the person who said that is likely right. However, I think Ryo is not correct in using it. For one, you haven't eliminated all the impossibilities. With Abel's declaration, Ryo's expression turned dramatically shocked. I never thought Abel would point that out. Ryo, you're saying something incredibly rude. Ryo muttered under his breath and received a light glare from Abel. Well, joking aside, are we being mistaken for someone else? That's possible. We might be mistaken for some royal family members on a secret outing and are being targeted. Why, yeah, Abel is the 2nd son of the current king. However, Ryo was unaware of this. But, Abel, you're hiding something, aren't you? Abel was startled by Ryo's deliberately quiet words. When you mentioned the royal family earlier, you reacted slightly. Really? Cold sweat flowed down Abel's back. Abel, I can't help but think you snuck into a royal family's room and stole treasure or something, right? If that's the case, I would be sad, but I would have to report you and claim the reward. That's impossible. Even while feeling the ominous gaze, the 2 traveled peacefully. On the 3rd day, again the 2 were on the South Highway heading towards Run. It seems we're being watched today too. Yeah, I can feel the gazes. Both Ryo and Abel felt that they were still being watched. Abel, could it be that we've incurred the wrath of some powerful individuals? Ryo, did you mess with scary people? As they exchanged such words, both placed their hands on their chests and thought. Then they both simultaneously sighed. It seemed they both had some ideas. Even so, they're not making a move at all. That's true. I wish they would just take the plunge and do it. That sounds like it could be interpreted in a different way, so I'd like you to refrain from saying that. Abel grimaced as he pictured Ryo swiftly decapitating him. Don't worry, I'll protect you, so if we face a really strong opponent, you should protect me, okay? I'll be the one to escape. No, that sounds all kinds of terrible. I wonder when they'll attack. You think they will attack? I doubt they'll just watch and do nothing. In response to Ryo's question, Abel expressed some hopeful optimism. After all, there are always 3 of them following us within a radius of 500 meters, right? If they were just watching, that would be a huge loss. Do thieves have a sense of economy? Thieves are often small-scale operations. They have to be sharp about money or they'll go under quickly. I see. Abel felt overwhelmed by Ryo's unexpectedly passionate speech. Yesterday we stayed at Avadia, which is the last large city in the central region where the royal capital is located. The city we plan to stay in today and tomorrow is considerably smaller than Avadia. Naturally, the foot traffic on the highway will decrease. Of course, since it is still the South Highway, there will be a fair number of people passing through, but, in other words, they might come soon. And it's dangerous even while we're sleeping at night. Why do you seem a bit pleased about this? Seeing Ryo's slightly relaxed expression, Abel pointed it out. Well, it's better to have them come swiftly and defeat them than to just wait and not know when they will strike. Because if we attacked someone just because they looked like they might be thieves, that would be a no-go, right? Yeah, that would be bad on the 4th day on the South Highway. They're here, Ryo whispered to Abel. What do? We'll just keep walking like this. It should be about 5 minutes until they engage us. They're coming from all directions to surround us. All directions? Just how many are there? Abel said, grimacing. Ryo used passive sonar to count the number of people. 20. That's quite a large group for thieves. I'll secretly put on ice armor too. As Ryo chanted, an invisible ice armor appeared on the surfaces of Abel and Ryo's clothes. Numbers are power. Even if they're thieves, being overwhelmed by numbers can still lead to injuries. Ryo, you're cautious in that regard, Abel spoke with admiration. Even the once great assassin and alchemist fell to sheer numbers. I don't want that to happen to you, Abel. I'm surprised you knew an assassin and also an alchemist. There's a history behind every person. One day I'll share the story with you. Ryo was, of course, thinking of the leader of the assassination cult, Hassan. 5 minutes later, the encirclement around Abel and Ryo was complete and 3 men appeared. The rest seemed to be watching from a distance. Finally, you show yourselves. It's been since Diapham. You've worked hard, Abel provocatively said. For what purpose was he provoking them? There was no particular reason. You noticed after all, the man in the center spoke. He had a shaved head and a rugged appearance, but Ryo sensed intelligence in his forehead. We have already surrounded you. Resisting is futile, the bald man continued. Well, whether it's futile or not is beside the point. What's your purpose? That has been quite a mystery. Can you enlighten us? Abel said casually. He said this to gather information, and there was no issue with it. What we want is the sword you have at your waist. What? At the bald man's unexpected answer, Abel instinctively looked at the sword hanging at his waist. That is a magic sword, isn't it? The bald man asserted. No, it's not. It's not wrong. When Abel denied it outright, the man next to the bald man with a buzz cut shouted out. The buzz-cut man's forehead revealed a lack of intelligence, or so Ryo thought. Well, we know it's a magic sword, and we definitely want it. Of course, we could forcibly take it, but if you're willing to negotiate, we could offer you money, gems, or other items. What do you think? The bald man proposed while restraining the buzz-cut man with one hand. At this point, Abel's interest was piqued by their offer. What could this non-saleable item be? Where are the money and gems they mentioned? Could this be a negotiation on behalf of a sponsor or someone? If that's the case, who is backing them? Both Ryo and Abel had such questions in their minds. Merely raising these questions could be a negotiation tactic, but still the curiosity remained. Ryo, what do you think? I'm curious about various things. Do you think they'll take us somewhere? That was the only conversation exchanged between Abel and Ryo, and it was a very small whisper. Honestly, I'm not planning to sell it yet. However, it's true that I'm interested in the non-saleable item you mentioned. So what will you do? Abel told the bald man. What he said was all true. When stating facts, a person's persuasive power increases. For some reason, many factors may be intertwined. But if you want to persuade someone or make them believe in you, stating the facts is the best approach. Then we will take you to our village. There we can answer your questions. Follow us. With that, the bald man began to walk. Ryo and Abel exchanged glances, but there was no choice but to follow him. Both of them followed.